Star Wars Rebels. I've said over and over again that I was sweating bullets for this review. Now that I'm actually doing it, I'm sweating a black hole. I've been extremely critical of Dave Filoni. That's an understatement. Dave Filoni is someone I've grown to really hate. He's a more clever version of J.J. Abrams, essentially. J.J. Abrams is clearly talentless, but Dave Filoni takes advantage of the casual fan to convince them he knows his shit. Apparently, Filoni had some involvement with Avatar: The Last Airbender, but he wasn't a top dog on that show. It should be pretty common knowledge by now that Filoni had no care for the expanded universe because he didn't want to write with all those pesky rules, pre-existing stories, and continuity of other writers. Basically, he wanted to write in a shared, connected universe without any responsibility. Basically, he wanted power without responsibility. And that's just not how it works. Uncle Ben made that clear. I've gone through the entirety of the Clone Wars. The original end of the show was Season 6, and during that gap between Season 6 and 7, Filoni got to work on writing a new show. One pivotal to Disney's canon. I mean, to be honest, everything Filoni makes is pivotal because he just bulldozes over everything he doesn't agree with. But point is, there was an illusion back then that all content would be made equal. 11 years later, Disney canon is such a mess. And for both the original canon and Disney's, it's all Filoni's fault. And whoever gave him the go-ahead to retcon whatever he wanted. Star Wars Rebels was made through that illusion though. So there was a lot of bad takes made about Star Wars Rebels. We've got the obvious ones, like the theory that Ezra Bridger was Rey's father, or that Ezra was Supreme Leader Snoke, or other crap regarding theories between The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi. God, that was embarrassing. When I first heard about Star Wars Rebels, it looked like a shitty kiddie show that would air on Disney XD and give us a simplistic, dumbed-down version of the Clone Wars, and I already don't like the Clone Wars. So seeing an even more simplified version of that is concerning. In fact, looking at the characters based on looks alone, I could already tell the tropes they were meant to embody. Kanan is the mentor, Hera is the pilot, Chopper is the pet, Zeb is the dumb brute, Ezra is the young protagonist, and Sabine is the cool girl. My god, I can read this show by cover alone. They're all generic TV show stereotypes. This is pretty much the same problem the Sad Batch had, and oh boy, we'll get to that show. Don't you worry. But on the other hand, this show is going to get a rare compliment I hardly give to anything else Disney puts out. Visually, this show actually looks like Star Wars. In something like The Last Jedi, the designs were so ugly and out of place, and I forgot half the time that I was watching a Star Wars movie. In Star Wars Rebels, sure it might be stylized, but it actually looks like Star Wars. The art style of Rebels closely adhered to the original drawings of Ralph McQuarrie, the concept artist for Star Wars A New Hope. As such, adhering closely to that while making a show based on the original trilogy was a good move. I'm surprised the sequel trilogy didn't try that. Being a rip-off of the originals after all. Nah, just make new fugly designs that don't even resemble Star Wars in the slightest, aside from shit like the Resistance and the First Order. Those movies were so backwards in every degree. It's not easy to describe what looks like Star Wars, or whether or not X story is on the right track, but I can say the sequels weren't. You know, just because it's detached doesn't mean it doesn't look like Star Wars. I can say that Tales of the Jedi, the original version, is still recognizable as Star Wars, for example, but it's also got an ancient Egyptian vibe to it. Now, with all of that being said, are you ready to get into Rebels? I think before I talk about the actual pilot, I should talk about the shorts that actually came out in the weeks before the show actually premiered on Disney XD. So first, let's talk about the 4 shorts in order of release. I have no idea what the chronology of these shorts are, but the sooner we get to them, the sooner we can talk about the actual meat of the show. The shorts are all some dumb short story concerning the main characters. Let's go through all of them. The first one is called The Machine and the Ghost. This short showcases 3 characters mainly. There's Hera, the pilot, there's Kanan, the leader, voiced by one Freddie Prinze Jr. You know him. He was in the live-action Scooby-Doo movies.
No! Look, I'm a man of substance. Dorky chicks like you turn me on too.
Yeah, it's safe to say that this guy had some embarrassing roles. I actually rewatched the live-action movie just because I knew Freddie Prinze Jr. was in it. So with that being said, we're in a space battle with minimal context. The short's description on Disney Plus describes all you need to know. TIE fighters attack the Ghost, and Hera and Kanan give the droid Chopper conflicting orders, and then they destroy the TIE fighters. The end. The only kind of subtle thing in the early series is the relationship between Hera and Kanan. Hera opts to call Kanan love, which basically indicates that they're romantic partners. But I can say that it isn't thrown in your face. I say this because subtlety is not the show's strong suit. The second short is all about Sabine, the overpowered Mary Sue. Dave Filoni seems to write a lot of Mary Sues, doesn't he? To be fair though, the stormtroopers in this show are so stupid, it's easy for Sabine to outwit. I say this because Sabine is meant to cause a diversion and ends up wasting time with stormtroopers. She starts spray painting and the stormtroopers always miss. You know, something about how the stormtrooper helmets are designed gives some sort of cutesy and harmless sort of vibe. That's why I'm never threatened by stormtroopers ever in this entire show. They're just video game fodder enemies. The stormtroopers have so many opportunities to apprehend her, and they miss it every single time, and each time, Sabine taunts them. It's bullshit. Short 3 has much of the same problems, except it's with the dumb brute, Zeb. Zeb is meant to meet Kanan at a certain alley, and he decides to cause some trouble for the Imperials, and he easily overpowers the Imperials. And Kanan even makes a remark that he's embarrassing the Imperials. Intimidating villains, right? Believe me, this is only the tip of the iceberg. We're at 3 out of 4 shorts, and they all concern making the Empire look like a joke. By the time Zeb has achieved a 6-star wanted level with the Empire, he isn't even breaking a sweat. Then we've got the final short, Property of Ezra Bridger, in which Ezra, still a loner, approaches a crashed TIE fighter, where he confronts the surviving pilot. The pilot is needlessly rude and antagonizes Ezra. Ezra easily steals shit from him before taking his helmet, in which the pilot tries to kill him with the still operational turret. Somehow Ezra dodges the blast, and then knocks the Imperial out with his self-made slingshot, I presume. Maybe it's not fair that I talk about dumb shorts meant to promote the show, but they all set the tone for the, at the time, upcoming show. The shorts are just as stupid as the show, but at least I talked about them so that people don't ask me questions about what I thought about them, because that's what I think about them. They're dumb as shit. Anyways, with that being said, now we can move on to the actual show. And man, do I have a lot to say about the first episode alone. Technically it's a two-parter, but the way I saw the episode was actually in a movie theater. One of my mum's friends won a ticket to see the two-parter in the cinemas. And so I went with my brothers and my mum, and we watched the 40-minute pilot on the big screen. I'd say it was a decent experience the first time. On top of that, around 2015 or so, I was on a plane flight to the United States for a holiday. And the only Star Wars thing they had on this flight was that very episode of Star Wars Rebels. So I watched it at least 10 times on a long-ass flight. I think we were flying for around 14 to 17 hours, if my memory serves me correctly. So yeah, I've seen this pilot countless times. Only question though, is what do I think about it? Unsurprisingly, it hasn't aged well. I should have spoken about this when talking about the shorts, but they heavily downscaled the quality of the animation from the Clone Wars Season 6 to Rebels. Them cutting corners resulted in this. I doubt it was Filoni's decision to make everything look worse, but hey, I'm still criticizing it, because you'd expect a good transition. Also, things don't perfectly line up between the Clone Wars and Rebels, in terms of looks. I'm saying this because when you're making a sequel series to the Clone Wars, shouldn't there be consistency? Anyways, let's talk about the first scene. To be honest, I don't know why they included this first scene. In the structure of the whole show, having the Grand Inquisitor make his appearance in the flesh early just kinda ruins it. I know this because when I walked into the theater all those years ago, the scene it started with was our introduction of Ezra Bridger, and the first scene was entirely absent. and to be honest, the episode flowed way better to when I saw it with the Inquisitor and Vader talking. I just felt like the Grand Inquisitor's introduction would have served the story if it came later in the show's presentation, like at the end of this two-parter. Well, anyways, Vader, voiced by the now old-ass James Earl Jones, tells the Grand Inquisitor to stop Force-sensitive children from becoming Jedi. The Grand Inquisitor obeys Vader, and that's the start of this episode. Again, this scene doesn't serve a true purpose in starting the story. Plus, I felt it ruined any kind of build-up we could have had with the Grand Inquisitor. Anyways, we cut to a tower on the planet Lothal, with Ezra Bridger, our main character, minding his own business on the balcony. And then, of course, we see an Imperial Star Destroyer above, approaching the city. Then, of course, the inappropriate main credits with the upbeat theme. I criticized the Clone Wars for having an inappropriate credits roll. I'm criticizing Rebels for an inappropriate main title. Anyways, the plot starts with some fruit vendor being hassled by Imperials. Really? A fruit vendor? Is that the best you guys could come up with? Yeah. These guys are bothering a fruit vendor because he's selling fruit. There's these two recurring Imperials who can basically be identified as fatty and skinny. Skinny tells the vendor that all trade must be registered with the Empire. Then, of course, the vendor, instead of just doing that, decides to talk back to these guys, going on a rant about how the Empire has ruined everything. Skinny then pulls out a communicator to have the vendor arrested for treason. So basically, the Empire is bothering a guy just because he's selling fruit, and the guy is being arrested for talking back to the Imperials. You might say that this is an insignificant moment, but it really shows you how bad Filoni and friends are at making the Empire the bad guys. Because who the hell would care about a fruit vendor? I don't even know why this guy is being questioned. As someone who's watched this part a lot of times, I think this guy should know not to antagonize the Empire. Then, of course, as the vendor's being arrested, Ezra asks Fatty to spare a Yogan. And when he's brushed off, he steals Skinny's communicator. He then fakes being an Imperial by talking on Skinny's communicator, saying it's a code red emergency. The Imperials immediately decide to unarrest the vendor, so of course the vendor thanks Ezra when he shows up again, and Ezra takes his fruit and does some Assassin's Creed climbing in the shortest amount of time. So yeah, this is one of the first scenes, and there's already so many problems. The lazy and poorly written ways the Empire is made evil, and in the next scene, they give the impression that the Empire are so easy to embarrass. If the shorts weren't enough, Ezra watches the clueless Imperials as they find out the code red emergency was a ruse, and Ezra chuckles. This kid doesn't worry about what will happen to him if he's caught, and given what's revealed in a later episode, that's a problem. The Empire, based on first impressions, are just a bunch of buffoons to be gunned down without a care in the world. So yeah, the villains in the show suck. They are unintimidating, unimposing, and evil because they're evil. Shallow as shit, and it's not like they even made the show hateable enough. They're just idiots to be thwarted by the good guys. Anyways, Ezra feels the presence of the Force or something, and it directs him towards Kanan Jarrus and the Ghost Crew. He observes Kanan, Zeb, and Sabine doing signals to each other. Sabine in particular walks past one of the speeders and throws a grenade on it, blowing it up and causing chaos. The escorts Kanan and friends decided to attack her carrying crates of something unknown at this point. So basically Kanan and the rebels easily take out the Imperials, which makes the Empire look pathetic, because these guys are not sweating in the slightest. Seriously, I've said this so much about Filoni shows, but this feels like a video game. And I wonder why Filoni just doesn't become a game designer instead of a showrunner. He'd probably be better at that, because his shows are pretty lackluster. Anyways, Ezra comes in to steal one of the speeders with the crates. He dodges a punch from Zeb, and smugly thanks the two of them for the opening. This all leads to a speeder chase, in which we make the Empire look like even more of a joke. Sabine literally encourages Ezra to keep going for some reason, despite the fact they need to get paid for those crates. There's this one part where Kanan throws a grenade at the stormtrooper, like a game of hot potato. Ugh. At this point, I really start to notice how downscaled the animation is. It's no wonder no one likes the animation in the show. It's got less effort and a fraction of the budget put in. At least something I complained about in the Clone Wars mostly won't apply here. that being continuity errors. Since this is the very start of a rebooted Disney canon, Filoni actually had the freedom to make shit up as he went along. Although if there's a continuity error with the films, I'll point it out. But on the animation, the movement feels like an early 2000s video game. Like, seriously, I was playing Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy and noticed that the movement's got many of the same motifs. Obviously, Rebels has more unique animations, but it feels exactly like a straight-to-DVD 3D animated movie. For example, there's a shitty animated film called Space Chimps 2. The first one was painfully mediocre, but the second one has been critically panned across the board from anyone who reviewed it. Space Chimps 2 is literally one of the worst animated films ever without exaggeration. Star Wars Rebels was barely better than the movie I'm using as an example, and that's where you know we've reached a low bar. Seriously, how much was the budget cut back? Well, I just looked it up. In terms of animation and nothing else, the average budget for the Clone Wars was around $1 million, while Rebels was half of that on average. Gee, Rebels really had some bad circumstances, didn't it? Lower production values is my criticism here. Anyways, Ezra is cornered by Kanan. They have a brief argument on who the crates belong to, until Ezra outwits Kanan by evading a TIE fighter, in which Kanan's speeder gets blown up. Ezra then tells Kanan to, quote, "have a good one," which, to be honest, is not a very Star Warsian thing to say. Like, what I mean is that while a lot of the dialogue in the movies may derive from the real world, some phrases and expressions feel too much like the real world. That's why Star Wars has always used fictional curse words. To bring up Jedi Outcast and Academy again, two I remember from those games are Sparst and Sith spit, and it worked just fine. Until we got Andor, which was made by people who clearly didn't know their Star Wars, and took me out of what is supposed to be the Star Wars universe. Anyways, Kanan has this smug look on him that reminds me of the Chris Griffin Vapor douchebag image that I commonly use for my crappy argument series. Ezra speeds across the plains with a TIE fighter pursuing him. Just as he's about to die, the ghost shows up to save him. Kanan offers him a ride to save his life, and impressively, Ezra manages to use the crate's floaty anti-gravity to get on, in which he's got his ride. Zeb in particular opens the crate to find a bunch of E11 blaster rifles. After playing so many Star Wars video games, I thought, wow, you were really after that? A flimsy, lower damage weapon. Yeah, I know that the video games tend to shift canon, but seriously, were these crappy blasters the best you could come up with? So yeah, I was left unimpressed by what the supply of crates ended up being, and I think they should have just come up with something cooler. But that's a small gripe if we're being honest. Kanan tells Zeb and Sabine to keep watch on Ezra while he goes up. As such, Ezra is arguing with Zeb. We get reintroduced to Hera, who questions Kanan on why the operation was so rocky this time. Kanan is reluctant to admit that some 14-year-old boy was the reason. And of course, Hera is surprised but impressed. I can say at the very least that the attitude towards Ezra amongst the Ghost crew remains the same. So that's character consistency, but whether it'll stay a thing in future episodes and seasons remains to be seen. We've also got this part where Zeb falls on Ezra, and Ezra tells him to get off because he can't breathe. But it ain't because of the weight, it's because of the smell. Sounds like a cliche joke, doesn't it? Well, you haven't heard the worst of it. Zeb proceeds to throw Ezra into a room, but he shortly after climbs through the vents. He falls out of the vents and is super excited that he's in space, before he panics from the TIE fighters attacking the ship. Also, Sabine shows up, throws him off the gunner chair, then predictably, Sabine takes off her helmet, and Ezra is immediately infatuated. I fucking knew that Ezra would have the hots for Sabine when I first heard about the show and its characters. Sabine, just like Ahsoka, was an underage fetish Mary Sue to fuel Filoni's lust, but that's an extended discussion for later. Ezra, because he's in a trance, walks up to Sabine and talks to her in the most cartoony, charmy voice I've ever heard.
My name's Ezra. What's yours?
My name's Zeb, you love rat.
Okay, to be honest, that joke kind of landed. Zeb cutting in was a good punchline. Not a great punchline, but still, it worked. With that being said, the Ghost jumps into hyperspace, and that's the first quarter of this two-parter. Anyways, we cut over to what the Empire is doing. A dude from the ISB, I think, named Agent Callus tells Skinny that he's not the first one to be attacked by the Ghost crew. We have that cliche joke where a guy says something and then bails out of it because it wasn't the right thing to say. Agent Callus then goes on a monologue about the spark of rebellion and how it must be snuffed out before it catches fire. We cut back to Zeb dragging Ezra to the cockpit where Hera is. Ezra wants to be taken back to Lothal, and Hera tells them that they're going to do exactly that. Ezra is baffled since they just left Lothal with the Imperials chasing them, but Hera explains that the Ghost can change its signature, and that's why they won't recognize them when they return. I found this explanation extremely iffy. Where in the hell is that a thing? This just makes it an easy way to return to Lothal whenever the hell they feel like it. This feels exactly like a video game. You commit a crime, you escape, you never have to worry about it again. Except in Red Dead Redemption, maybe. Ezra wants the Ghost crew to take the blasters outside Capital City, but they obviously refuse. This is where we're introduced to this area. When asked, Zeb and Sabine explain its nickname Tarkin Town because Tarkin is the asshole who kicked the farmers off their land, and Sob Story 101. The music here actually kinda helps with the presentation, so I'll give it that. Kanan and Hera give the blasters to some Deveronian named Vizago. It's shown that Vizago pays them to steal shit from the Empire and gives them intel. In particular, Vizago gives them intel on the Wookiees, something they really wanted to know about. We also get this moment that is pretty much supposed to represent how Ezra isn't a selfless hero, as when Sabine and Zeb give out free fruit to the Tarkin Town residents and gets thanked for it, Ezra says to himself that he didn't do anything. Is this an effective moment to start Ezra's arc? Not really. It just leads Ezra back to the ship where he thinks about whatever, and he gets a hum or whatever from the Force. It leads him into the ship and into a random room. He uses an electronic lockpick to slice through the door, and is drawn to a certain cabinet under a bunk bed. He finds a holocron, and on top of that, a Jedi signature weapon, a lightsaber. To be honest, this part isn't actually too bad. The Force ambience is pretty good, and I can buy Ezra having a certain calling from the Force. I just have to wonder if the will of the Force even exists in Disney canon though. Disney changed so much of the established rules, and it's inexcusable. The Force and its purpose seems really directionless at that. So anyways, with Ezra discovering the lightsaber, he gets really excited, and starts playing around with it, until the door opens and he's confronted by Kanan, Hera, and the droid Chopper. If you're going into the show with absolutely no prior knowledge, you'll realize that Kanan is a Jedi. The revelation coming full circle we'll talk about later, but this is the setup. Ezra tells Kanan he felt like there was this thing that wanted him to take it, and of course, Kanan doesn't believe him or care, and tells him to give back the lightsaber. Ezra then responds, "Isn't that the weapon of the Jedi?" But Kanan repeats himself and Ezra gives up the lightsaber, although he keeps the holocron behind Kanan's back. I wonder here why Kanan didn't just ask for the holocron too. The thing was written so Ezra would use the holocron later, but I have to wonder why he didn't ask for it, given it was in the same place as the lightsaber. With that, Ezra goes into the kitchen or whatever, where he meets Sabine again. Ezra discusses who she and the others are exactly. Sabine responds that basically they're a family. Insert Fast and Furious joke here. Zeb comes in, telling Sabine to go into a little family meeting they're having, and Chopper will watch Ezra. I never really had any particular thoughts on this moment. Ezra, as shown earlier, has taken a liking to Sabine, but Sabine is clearly not interested, or is at best amused with Ezra's antics. But that's pretty much the most she likes about him. I really would not care if the two ended up together. Will that change later on? I doubt it, but who knows. In a little family meeting, Kanan discusses freeing a transport of Wookiee prisoners. Everyone on the ship feels they owe them because the Wookiees helped my people, blah blah. The episode doesn't quite explain why the crew care about freeing the Wookiees. Is it because it's easy life debts or something? If that's the case, that reminds me of what Scorch said in Republic Commando, where he remarks that helping the Wookiees means life debts for everyone who helps them. Why did you guys become so interested in Wookiees exactly? because the most we have to go off of is the fact that the Wookiees helped ex-crew members' people. The meaning is interrupted by Ezra, who was spying on them. When caught, he tries to climb back into the vents, but Zeb grabs him and throws him to the ground. That's where Hera opts to be the one who keeps watch on Ezra. So anyways, the crew's mission is to free some Wookiee prisoners from a prison transport. After a brief discussion about why the Ghost crew thumbed their fingers up the Empire's arse, Hera speaks to the prison transport captain or whatever. She lies that they got an additional Wookiee slave and that they were already paid by Governor Tarkin. And of course they're given permission to dock. Given this is revealed to be you-know-what in a few minutes, the Ghost crew boards the transport. There's this stupid attempted joke where Zeb poses as a Wookiee. I'd like to point out that Steve Blum is way overused in this show. He voices Zeb, but he also seems to voice every stormtrooper ever. When it comes to Steve Blum, he's hit or miss depending on what he's in. He excels at Transformers, for example, but I fucking hate him in Star Wars Rebels. If there was ever a candidate for the worst voice actor in this show, Steve Blum would be the first nomination. Whoever's fault it is for getting Blum to record at least 10% of the dialogue for the whole show also deserves scorn as well. Why I'm complaining about this now is because there's a stormtrooper, obviously voiced by Steve Blum, remarking how Steve Blum's character Zeb is obviously not a Wookiee. Kanan lies that it's a rare hairless Wookiee, and Zeb does a fake imitation of a Wookiee in a pathetic attempt at humor, until Zeb just opts to punch the two unlucky stormtroopers. They opt to infiltrate the prison transport, in which the whole thing is quiet. Hera also realizes the signal's jammed, and then a motherfucking Star Destroyer shows up. Yeah, that's right. The whole thing was a trap. Took the Empire some time to counteract the rebels, because before then, they were just sitting on their fat ass. With that being said, Hera tries to get Ezra to warn the others. Ezra is extremely reluctant to go help who he sees as a bunch of strangers, and the two have a lengthy argument about it, wasting time. Ezra eventually loses out and goes to warn the Ghost crew about the trap. So he runs over and warns Kanan and Zeb just before the stormtroopers come through. We then learn that Ezra actually has a fucking weapon. These gimmicky slingshot things that look like merchandise Disney would sell based on the show. Seriously, when it comes to equipment the characters use, it's all one big advertisement. Sabine causes the whole ship to be anti-gravity, so the characters float around. This serves no purpose, aside from seeing the characters float around. Then the gravity comes back on, and while running to the ghost ship, Zeb pushes Ezra back, which causes Agent Kallus to grab Ezra. And so what does Zeb do? He leaves him behind with the Imperials. Yep, that just happened. Ezra got captured. And since this is the second episode, the upbeat Rebels intro plays. What a way to take me out of the moment. Anyways, barely seconds later, the ghost detaches itself, and seconds after that, Sabine blows the charges on the ship and it explodes. The sense of time gives the impression that Ezra or Agent Kallus would have had barely enough time to get off the smaller ship before it blew up. And even if they did, they definitely would have been damn close to the explosion and died anyways. So realistically, they're both fucking dead, but they're not because plot explosion resistant armor. Maybe what I just said is nitpicking, but watching the episode, the sense of time is extremely short. With the ghost making a successful jump to hyperspace, they all talk about how Ezra did quite alright in preventing the trap. The way it's presented, Zeb conveniently walks in keeping quiet. Everyone else asks Zeb where Ezra is, but Zeb deflects the question, but he's caught on to right away. He spills the beans that Ezra got grabbed by the ISB agent. Everyone in the room is like, what in the hell is wrong with you? But Zeb is like, bah, we were gonna drop him off anyways, we save fuel. And reasoning that they'll go easy on him. Anyways, we cut to Agent Kallus walking into Ezra's cell on the Star Destroyer. He introduces himself and is like,
You are?
Jabba the Hutt.
Gee, that's one of the few times a joke actually lands. Anyways, Kallus tells him that he's gonna be used as bait when the ghost crew comes back for him. Ezra, of course, is like,
You seriously think, wow, you're about as bright as a binary droid. They're not gonna come for me. People don't do that.
Kallus then closes the conversation by getting the troopers to search him. And of course, they grab his stuff. But since they didn't pat him down, the one thing they didn't take is the holocron. I don't know why Ezra was holding onto this object specifically, but whatever. He is unsuccessful in opening it. So what does he do? He meditates and unconsciously uses the Force to open the holocron. Now, unconscious Force use is definitely plausible. In the Darth Bane trilogy, for example, both Bane and Xana did this before they were properly trained. I can say at the very least, at least in the first 2 episodes, that Ezra's Force use is believable and didn't just come from believing in the Force, which is what J.J. Abrams did with Rey. Well, anyways, you get a snippet of what's in the holocron, which is basically Obi-Wan's message he made at the Jedi Temple in Revenge of the Sith. It is actually nice to know what exactly he said in his message, so that's a nice bit of additional context. Then we cut back to the Ghost in hyperspace. They skipped over a lot of dialogue debating whether or not to go back for Ezra. Zeb and Sabine disagree, but Hera and Chopper agree to go back, leaving the final vote up to Kanan. Now, since the Empire are fully prepared for the Ghost crew this time, there's no way they'll be caught off guard, right? The scene we get after that is Ezra yelling out in his cell that the Emperor is his uncle and starts fake coughing. Instead of ignoring him, the stormtroopers get concerned and open the cell, in which Ezra takes the opportunity to escape. Pretty lazy writing, huh? Ezra takes a helmet just sitting there in a storage space, and he doesn't even need to type in a code or anything. The helmet just works for him. Gee, whoever wrote this clearly does not remember A New Hope very well, where Luke couldn't see it all in his helmet. Mostly because the helmet was turned off, and it couldn't be turned back on without a code. So it's comical that Ezra can just grab one and use it no problem. To top that up, Ezra listens to Imperial comms and learns that the Ghost crew slipped by undetected somehow. Yeah, they just talk about how the Ghost crew just arrived in the Star Destroyer, telling rather than showing. So yeah, that's a second case of lazy writing right there. Ezra is even able to use the comms himself to report that the Ghost crew is in the upper hangar to detract the amount of troopers they'll have to face. Anyways, the Ghost crew lands and make their way across the ship. The Ghost crew don't have to make it far into the ship because Ezra drops down just outside the hangar and Zeb punches him because he's wearing a helmet. Then, of course, with the minimal search for Ezra, they all run back to the hangar, which is only a dozen meters away. Do you see what I mean? This whole bit is rushed. The Ghost crew with Ezra easily escape because of explosive graffiti that Sabine sprayed. That blows open the hangar door and causes Kallus and the boys to be almost sucked out. In fact, some of them do get sucked out into space. Anyways, Ezra is about to be taken home when he mentions the location of the enslaved Wookiees. You see, the Imperials spilled that information when he was wearing that helmet that shouldn't have worked. Man, does the lazy writing top off on each other, doesn't it? Well, at least the Imperials know where the rebels are going, since they figure out that Ezra used the helmet, in which they discuss the details about Kessel. But if anything, that's a minor saving grace to the writing. So on their way to the Disney canon version of Kessel, we finally get to see the Wookiees, off to do some labor, when the Ghost crew shows up to save the day. Yeah, they didn't even have to go through any fleet orbiting the planet or anything. You'd think that if Kallus figured out that the rebels were going to Kessel, that he would have tried to alert Imperial forces where the rebels were going. It seems counterintuitive. Anyways, we've got a little child Wookiee in the group too, just to make you feel extra bad for the Wookiees. The rebels show up to cause chaos, with Ezra sneaking behind the stormtroopers somehow to break the chains of the Wookiees. Then, of course, this is where Kallus gets his cue to show up. I guess he only shows up a minute late, but I still have to question why he's only cutting in now, and why he didn't warn Imperial forces. Also, why the hell didn't the Star Destroyer show up? I'm very curious. Is that thing going for repairs or something? Who knows? Anyways, the child Wookiee runs off, only to be pursued by a stormtrooper. As Hera and Chopper gun down TIE fighters in the sky, Ezra and the others take cover behind some crates. Oh wow, they're actually getting pinned down? Wow, that's a first. These guys had such an easy time fighting the Empire throughout this entire 2-part episode. They didn't really sell the idea that they're being pinned down either, but for some reason, Kanan figures it's time to show the Imperials who he really is as a last resort or something. Again, they did a piss poor job at presenting it that way, and it's here where the show is actually able to get some points for once. Kanan jumps out of the crates, dodging blaster fire. He connects his metal parts and activates his lightsaber, and it's actually paced out well, with Ezra, the Wookiees, and the Stormtroopers surprised at what they're witnessing, to which Kallus, just as shocked as everyone else, orders those under him to focus their fire on the Jedi. And wow, I actually felt the chills. I'm actually invested for once. This show doesn't do that very often, just so you know. The setup with Ezra discovering Kanan's lightsaber was there, but Kanan deciding to reveal to the Empire that he's a Jedi was utter crap. It almost feels like Kanan was just taunting the Empire to hunt him down harder or something. But hey, I was actually invested in this one moment. What's next? Well, the ghost shows up to pick everyone up, and since Ezra feels heroic, he chases after the child Wookiee, who in turn is being chased by a random stormtrooper. He uses his slingshot gimmick to get the stormtrooper to fall over the railing. You know, that gimmick reminds me of Bart Simpson. What the hell's up with that?
Eat my fucking shorts!
The ghost picks up mostly everyone. Then, of course, we get the confrontation between Ezra and Kallus. He assumes that Ezra is Kanan's apprentice, and then Kanan shows up standing on top of the ghost, and Kallus tries to shoot him, and of course gets knocked over the railing. Ezra and the child Wookiee hitch a ride on the ghost, and fly off, victorious. Then we get one of my least favourite parts of the episode.
First Jedi you've ever seen, sir?
The villain kills his own men cliché. You know, Darth Vader set such a bad example for this much overused trope that there's very few times it's done without annoying the hell out of me. I think the problem I have with this is that the villains don't get anything out of killing their loyal goons, aside from maybe inspiring fear, but there's so many other better ways to do that than just turning on your goons when things don't go your way. You could at least say with Vader that he punished people who fucked up in severe ways, but here, this poor trooper told Kallus a joke while they're both hanging on for dear life, and Kallus proceeds to kick him off to his death. What an asshole. Seriously, is no one in the Empire held accountable for the lives of those under them? Won't Kallus need to write a report explaining why he fucked up and why nobody under him survived? And why the rebels and the Wookiees got away? I don't know. I tend to ask 50 questions whenever this does happen. It might not be plot relevant, but it's meant to showcase how iffy this trope is when it isn't done correctly. Two examples of it being done well in Star Wars specifically is firstly Revenge of the Sith, when Sidious orders Vader to kill the Separatists on Mustafar. It was a loose end to be tied up. Plus, Sidious could take the assets of these greedy businessmen and look like a hero for wiping these guys out. Another example is Tales of the Jedi. Not the Filoni Chinese knockoff version, but the actual Tales of the Jedis from the 90s, where Exar Kun and Ulaquel Droma lure the incompetent Credo and the traitorous Alima Keto into a suicide mission that will benefit both of them in their conquest against the Republic. That's what I mean. When it's done well, it comes across as the villain turning failures into victories, and not just them having a hissy fit where nothing gets accomplished. There's a reason why Exar Kun and Ulaquel Droma were my top two favourite characters in Tales of the Jedi. They were interesting, and they actually did stuff that made sense, both as Jedi and as Sith. Exar Kun in particular is one of my favourite Star Wars villains for a reason. Anyways, with that being said, the episode is pretty much in its wrapping up stage. The Ghost Crew and the Wookiees say goodbye, and Ezra can feel like a hero for once. So what's next? Well, Ezra is going to be dropped off now, but if you know anything about this show, you know that this won't last at all. So anyways, at the fake goodbye, Kanan asks for the holocron, and Ezra gives it to him before he runs off, having stolen his lightsaber. Hera comes out and points out how Ezra opened the holocron, so he's actually Force sensitive. So as Ezra's going back to the shithole tower he calls a home, Ezra asks Kanan behind him what the Force is. I don't remember the Force being mentioned by name prior to this point, but I'm just going to presume Ezra heard it somewhere. Or maybe it was mentioned and I forgot about it. Anyways, Kanan gives the same explanation Obi-Wan did to Luke in A New Hope before telling him that the Force is strong with them. That's where Kanan offers Ezra the chance to come with them as a permanent member of the Ghost Crew, as well as learning to use the Force, and so on and so forth. We proceed to get a scene where we hear Obi-Wan's message to surviving Jedi, and it's actually pretty decent. It's just the narration with the Ghost Crew doing their own thing. It's good. Ezra comes back to give Kanan his lightsaber, and it's done without any dialogue. Then, to close the episode, we see Agent Kallus, who still has his job, tell the Grand Inquisitor about Kanan, in which the Grand Inquisitor thanks him for the call, and he does that typical bad guy thing, where he closes his eyes and then opens it in tune with sinister music. And that was the pilot. And would you look at the runtime, we've already spoken about a lot. You can see why this video took forever, but hey, at least we didn't have to talk about retcons in the EU this time, because they already rebooted the timeline. Problem is though, there's plenty of replacement problems to hold us over. It's like a whack-a-mole machine. Another problem just pops up. Let's recap. We've got a cartoony, shitty kiddie show that dumbs down the Star Wars universe, exploring the simplest of simplistic shit, lazy writing, gimmicky characters, etc. This show was made at the start of a new timeline, and Filoni was given free reign to do whatever he wanted, and he squandered it. Like seriously, who wastes an opportunity like that? Man, does Filoni frustrate me. So before I have a seizure, we should probably just talk about the next episode. This is going to be quite the adventure, won't it? Anyways, the next episode is called Droids in Distress, and it starts with another run-of-the-mill escape from TIE fighters. Despite the cliffhanger with the last episode, you can forget about seeing the Grand Inquisitor until episode 5. It reminds me about how they teased Bobby Fat, but then we had to wait for his fat ass to show up several episodes later. I still don't understand why Kanan revealed to the Empire that he was a Jedi, and what it serves for the story, if any Inquisitor isn't going to show up yet. After making the jump to hyperspace, Hera explains that they need to make money to keep the ship and its crew going. They certainly don't do a good job at selling the conflict though. None of the characters complain that they're hungry or that the food's almost expired. It's just a simple, oh yeah, we need food, drink, and fuel. Ezra smugly remarks that he'd like to learn some Jedi mind tricks, but Kanan hasn't taught him anything yet. Yeah. This came across like they're trying to delay the plot. That's another thing you're going to need to wait for. I'm waiting. Anyways, the crew decide to accept another one of Vizago's jobs, and that includes stealing more weapons. So to steal the weapons, the Ghost Crew board a civilian transport ship, and it's here where we meet a background character from the first episode. Minister Maketh Tua. I didn't realize she worked for the Empire. And what the hell is that hat she's wearing? Well, anyways, Conehead is accompanied by an alien who cannot speak Basic. And so they're having communication problems, and this is where we're introduced to R2-D2 and C-3PO. When I saw them on screen, I was like, oh fucking course. As I hear, this show milks guest appearances and cameos, and they're not done in a clever way. It just feels like quotas to be fulfilled. Filoni did this commonly in the Clone Wars too, but here, it gets really annoying. It's only revealed at the very end why 3PO and R2 are in this episode. So until then, you're just groaning at the bullshit fan service. This is the sort of stuff that makes Rebels feel like a shitty kiddie show. I also have to question why nobody seems to recognize the Ghost Crew as being fugitives from the Empire. They make being a rebel look so easy. Basically, shenanigans happen on the transport, with Sabine mistranslating the alien to get them away from the correct docking port, while the Ghost Crew will steal weapons for Vizago. They do this by luring 3PO and R2 away, with the rules that the droids aren't allowed to be in the main area on the transport. The rebels do it with such a smug look on their face. It's easy as pie to them, and that's what I fucking hate. There's also Ezra fighting with Chopper, but who really cares about that? Nobody, that's who. With the Minister lured to Bay 17, the Ghost Crew work their way to get to Bay 7. the correct number. Ezra complains to Kanan how he hasn't been taught a thing, and Kanan dismisses him and tells him to get on with the job. Although Ezra's parkour skills are pretty impressive, it makes you wonder if he even needs the Force to do certain things. He's even able to land from a relative high spot, fall on his ass, and manage not to break any bones. It's almost like Ezra has got Super Mario powers. Anyways, he opens the door for the rest of the crew, and they find out what they're stealing. T7 ion disruptors. Zeb has this concerned look, and says these were the weapons used to genocide his people. The genocide of his people is only brought up like 2 or 3 times in the whole episode. Maybe it's explored in a future episode, but it's just a hammed-in thing to tell us that the Empire is evil. It's not even elaborated why Zeb's people were genocided, just that they were genocided, and Zeb is one of the last of his people. Too bad that I don't give a shit. I cared more about Anakin wiping out the Sand People than Zeb's people. Anyways, the Minister, along with the Stormtrooper escort, figure out what's going on and rushes over to Base 7, where they were originally supposed to go, but not before Chopper tries to stall them and waste the Imperials' time. Of course, the Imperials run without destroying Chopper, which is convenient, and confront the rebels trying to steal the disruptors. Zeb puts his hands up and walks towards the Stormtroopers. The Stormtroopers have ample time to tell him to stop in his tracks, but they just aim their guns at him without firing, and this allows Zeb to get super close to whack them. Like, why are Stormtroopers made this stupid? They may be cannon fodder in video games, but at least they shoot you as soon as they see you. These troopers have many opportunities to kill the good guys, and they squander it every single time. I'm not even 5 episodes in, and I can read this show's formula like a fucking book. Also, R2 decides to follow Chopper on the ship, and 3PO is forced to follow them onto the Ghost. Despite these being Imperial droids, the Ghost crew don't do anything to them. I mean, they debate selling them to Vizago, but besides from that, they leave R2 and 3PO completely unsupervised. We see R2 clearly recording the Ghost crew's conversation, and nobody seems to notice. On top of that, 3PO sends a distress message to the Imperials, which is why there should have been someone keeping an eye on both of them. With this, Agent Kallus is able to track the Ghost crew with the help of 3PO, and it goes exactly how you expect. During the transaction with Vizago, he sees the Empire show up and leaves without paying the Ghost crew. Yeah, he just takes the weapons and flies away. Will we ever see him again? Fair. Who cares? We only knew this character for like 2 episodes briefly, and now he's out of the picture. A crappy end to a character we just met an episode or 2 ago. Anyways, the Empire shows up with no interest in helping 3PO, and basically this part focuses on a confrontation between Agent Kallus and Zeb. Kallus carries the same weapon Zeb carries, and explains that he was there during the genocide of the Lasats, Zeb's people. He killed a guardsman and took his weapon. This is meant to derive a personal confrontation between these two, but of course, it's left inconclusive. As I hear, a lot of stuff in the show doesn't get resolved until the show is at its very, very end. During the rest of the show, it seems to just be shitty adventures and fluff. The Ghost crew overload the disruptors to blow up the Imperials, again leaving Agent Kallus the only Imperial survivor for a second time. Yeah, the named bad guys have to live because we gotta save them for later. He's actually close to killing Zeb, but Ezra unexpectedly uses the Force unconsciously to force push Kallus. Now, him using the Force before he's learnt a thing is possible. For example, I cite Xana using the dark side, unknowingly to crush the Jedi who killed her bouncer friend. But I suppose the key difference here is that it was not personal enough for Ezra. Ezra would have known Zeb for a couple of days, and definitely would not have a strong enough attachment to him. When it comes to unconscious use of the Force without training, there has to be a strong enough Force is what I'm saying. And this moment probably shouldn't have been with Zeb, especially considering the episode that takes place right after this one. Anyways, the Ghost crew gets away again. This episode seems to recycle a bunch of stuff we saw in the episode before. Anyways, I suppose what progresses in the plot is Ezra's Jedi training starting tomorrow, as Kanan deems him worthy now. and the Ghost Crew delivers the droid back to Bail Organa, who I suppose lent them to the Minister. And it's here where we see R2 was recording the Ghost Crew. You can very clearly tell that Bail is working for rebels to recruit for the rebellion. Yeah, focusing on the origins of the Galactic Civil War on a broader scale would have made for a more interesting show, wouldn't it? I wonder why they changed that up when making a sequel to the Clone Wars. Well, at least this episode progresses the overall story a little bit, but as for the next episode, nada. This is a straight up filler episode, with enough substance to fill a Twinkie. It's not even like they came up with a cool idea. You want to know what happens in this episode? Do you? Well, let me tell you. Ezra and Zeb are arguing with each other and fighting. Apparently the bunk bed falls on Zeb, and Zeb thinks Ezra pulled a prank on him. But it's revealed while Ezra's being chased that it was actually Chopper. You dick. I said how I like droids in the Clone Wars, and that they were one of the highlights. In this show, I'm starting to think I can't even say that as a redeeming factor. 3PO and R2 in the last episode was just meh in quality, and Chopper I'm starting to hate. Granted, I don't like any of the other characters, but Chopper seems to be like the worst one. As for the other characters, they all seem to be unlikable too. Sabine in particular seems to just be another Mary Sue. She's like what? 15? 16? People joke about Ezra being Aladdin, and if he's Aladdin, he cannot be the Disney version of him. No, he's the Aladdin from the original story of 1001 Arabian Nights. Because in that story, Aladdin was a total loser, and his father died from disappointment from his son being such a loser, to hammer home the point. Zeb is just the grumpy tough brute. The only ones I kind of don't hate are Kanan somewhat and Hera, especially Hera. Hera hasn't placed a bad mark on me, at least yet. Anyways, Hera forces Ezra and Zeb out on a supply run to go get some fruit from a local town on Lothal, and they aren't allowed back without at least acquiring one mail run fruit. Kanan even asks Hera how they're supposed to get said fruit when they go out. Is Hera supposed to be sending them out so they'll bond with each other? I don't know. If that's the case, I suppose that's what prevents me from hating Hera. During the trip to the market, Ezra meets a dude that he knows, Mr. Sumar, who is a marketplace fruit vendor. Ezra, despite being a lone wolf, knows this guy enough to be on a friendly enough basis with him. I suppose Ezra would need a few people to socialize with on Lothal, I suppose. Anyways, we also see that the Empire is pressuring Mr. Sumar into selling his farm, which he refuses to do. After looking around, Zeb gets Ezra to carry some stuff while he looks for that damn fruit they're supposed to get. They manage to find a crate of it, but it's already been sold to the Empire. So what are they gonna do? Well, they hide behind some supply crates, and Ezra uses the Force to open up the supply crate, but of course, that doesn't go anywhere. So Ezra decides to steal the fruit directly from the Imperials. Ezra throws a pebble, just like a distraction in a video game, which reinforces my point that Dave Filoni should have a change in careers. Anyhow, Ezra tries to grab a fruit, but he's unsurprisingly spotted, and Zeb throws the crates he hid behind at the Imperials, and shenanigans ensue. Ezra and Zeb opt to run away with the Imperials chasing them. Ezra climbs onto the rooftops, and as well as that, Zeb takes control of a TIE fighter, and somehow completely figures out how to pilot the thing. He manages to do it without screwing up once. So yeah, it makes the whole thing look super easy. This show pretty much establishes that the Empire is incompetent and can be easily thwarted by the good guys. We even get that trope where Zeb forces Ezra to admit that they're even in order to save his life. I also hate how the Imperials are such bad shots. It should be time to break that stereotype. But instead, Filoni and friends indulge that trope. So pretty much, the only noteworthy bad guys are the named characters. If Bob the Stormtrooper confronts the good guys, don't worry. There's also a part where some fruit splatters on the TIE fighter after they destroy a vendor's store. The episode plays this off, but if you actually think about it, they destroyed an innocent dude's store, and who knows whether or not he can afford to resupply under a strict and oppressive empire. I'm probably overthinking it, but I'm thinking back to Krea's words about how actions no matter how small, can have dire consequences. The episode takes Zeb and Ezra flying across Lothal. They conveniently come across Mr. Sumar and friends being hassled by the Empire. Since he refused to sell them his farm, they're essentially going to arrest him and destroy the farm. Yeah, this is another instance of the Empire being evil because they're evil, and Ezra gets Zeb to intervene. This is another instance of the Imperials being stupid as shit. Ezra boards the transport and frees Mr. Sumar and friends, but the Imperials catch on to what's going on. But unfortunately, that's the only competent thing they do. There's literally a moment where one of the stormtroopers doesn't just shoot Ezra, and stops to ask him if he did all of this just to steal some fruit, which obviously gives Ezra time to thwart this guy. Also, 10 to 20 seconds later, Zeb shoots the TIE fighter turret towards Ezra's location, but manages not to kill him, instead taking out all the bad guys. If there was ever a case of blatant plot armor in the show, this would be it. Well, anyways, the climax in this episode results in Ezra and Zeb being friends suddenly, which I don't buy at all. Upon returning to the Ghost, they actually managed to pull a funny visual gag when Ezra and Zeb return to their bunk, and Sabine painted this stupid image of Ezra falling on top of Zeb, and they figure out it was Chopper who unscrewed the bunk bed, and so they chase after the droid as the Ghost takes off. Was the only point of this episode supposed to be that Ezra and Zeb's rivalry would be resolved or something? Regardless, this was a waste of fucking time. Thankfully, after that long detour, we finally get an episode that features the Grand Inquisitor, after he couldn't be bothered to show up for the past few episodes. This episode starts with Ezra getting some training, or lack thereof. Kanan spouts the line that Yoda said in The Empire Strikes Back: "Do or do not. There is no try." And Ezra responds that how can he do something if he doesn't try first? And Kanan responds that now that he thinks about it, that used to confuse him too, but Master Yoda used to say it a lot. I actually kinda like this exchange. You could pass it off as Filoni making fun of iconic dialogue, but one could argue that since Kanan was merely a Padawan when he survived the Purge, he wouldn't be completely up to speed on Jedi philosophy and values. Also, this episode just has Zeb be a straight up dick again. He really just trips Ezra over and cheers Chopper on, as Ezra is tasked with deflecting milk bottles or something. This is meant to show Ezra being unfocused and whatnot. Something I have to ask though, is why are they doing this on top of the ship in mid-flight above the skies of Lothal? Oh wait, I know why. It's so that Chopper could almost kill Ezra by launching milk bottles at him. That causes him to fall off and almost plummet to his death. Kanan, of course, saves him. And basically, we see that the whole setup for this episode is to show that Kanan ain't exactly the best teacher, due to his incomplete Jedi training. For once, we've got a half-decent setup. The Ghost crew look at a HoloNet broadcast, in which the Imperials claim the rebels attacked a transport of innocent workers, and during all this, a hijacked broadcast happens from some senator, who leaks the location of Luminara on Dooley, who is being held captive in a specific system. Kanan figures that Luminara would make an excellent teacher for Ezra, and so they're gonna prop a rescue mission. Something I don't understand is why would they immediately go look for Luminara without some pre-planning? This episode really seems to simplify everything. The reason I said this was a half-decent setup is because the show really dumbs things down. When it comes to getting in, they are, of course, easily able to sneak in due to taking a gamble. The show explains the risk as like, let's hope that the Imperials also thought this was too risky for anyone to try. It felt like they just wanted an excuse for the Ghost crew to make it inside. They don't even stick to said plan. As when Kanan drops in to take out some stormtroopers, Ezra joins in. And aside from a brief scolding, they just proceed in. I also hate this part where Sabine is able to overpower a stormtrooper and throw him off. Anyways, after they've taken out the first round of stormtroopers, they rely on Ezra to use his lockpick or whatever to get into this maximum security prison. And he actually manages to do that. Gee, do these writers really want plot to happen or what? It would have been more believable if Zeb forced the door open. I mean, he does that later in the episode. To further reinforce how the last episode doesn't matter, Zeb smacks Ezra on the head and starts being a straight up douche again. The crew change the plan again when it turns out the schematics are outdated, and Hera is forced to fly away when a bunch of flying creatures show up to bother her. Despite being forced to flee temporarily, she's able to use these animals to wreak havoc against the bad guys later. After clearing out more stormtroopers, they finally make it to Luminara Unduli's cell, and they see her sitting in isolation. But then she magically walks into a coffin, and then the Grand Inquisitor comes in, revealing that Luminara was dead the whole time. Yeah, I just spoiled Psycho, but face it, you had 70 plus years to watch it. Anyways, the Grand Inquisitor reveals that this is all a trap commonly used to draw in surviving Jedi who wanted to do something with the Jedi Master in question. You think this is where the cool stuff is finally going to happen, but it's prevalent here that due to the main character's plot armor, the Grand Inquisitor doesn't try that hard to kill them. Based on how the escape sequence is presented, the Grand Inquisitor is having fun, but he also doesn't try extra hard to murder them. So it's unclear to me what the Grand Inquisitor is trying to do. He openly offers Ezra a path to the dark side, and of course, Ezra rejects it. It doesn't really go anywhere other than that. Evading Vader in Fallen Order was more tense than his shit. I also gotta mention how the Inquisitor's lightsaber is the most gimmicky I've ever seen. It's a spinning double saber. It's weird to me, because why doesn't Darth Vader use a lightsaber like this? Why is it standard issue for Inquisitors, but not the Emperor's main enforcer? I suppose it ain't that big of a deal, but still. Anyways, Ezra and Kanan make up with each other, blah blah, and they practice what they did at the start of the episode. That's episode 5. If you can't already tell, this script is killing me. I've dived so deep into this show, and I'm not even halfway through episode-wise. Let's just get on with it. The next episode takes us to the Imperial Academy. Something I have to ask is why the hell the rebels keep going back to Lothal. We've been there numerous times already, and I'm thinking back to Luke Skywalker's journey, where him leaving Tatooine was a big moment, and he wouldn't return until years later and when he needed to. I'm just saying. Another reason is because we keep getting the same recurring characters since we keep returning to Lothal. Given the lowered budget of the show, it just makes me think whether or not they're just reusing assets and whatnot. It seems incredibly lazy. I wish the Ghost crew would go out and explore the galaxy, instead of going back to the same planet every single fucking time. Well, in this episode, Ezra poses as a cadet in the Imperial Academy, doing a bunch of parkour flips and shit. Despite the fact that he's supposed to get a decoder that he's supposed to send to Kanan and Hera so they can stop a shipment, Ezra decides to make friends at the Academy. It's only convenient, though, that 2 of his colleagues in the Academy are unloyal to the Empire. To further prove my point about reusing characters, Agent Kallus makes several appearances. Something I have to wonder, isn't the Imperial Security Bureau on Coruscant or whatever? Why does Kallus just stick around on Lothal? Another cadet named Zare helps Ezra with his mission, because apparently his sister joined the Academy and went missing, and he suspects the Empire did something to her. On top of this, another cadet named Jai Kell joins in, and despite being shown to have nothing against the Empire, he's easily convinced by Ezra and Zare to join them. The logic they use is that Jai lives alone with his mother, and they tempt him by saying, "What if you never saw your mother again?" Which to me is absolutely irrelevant to anything in relation to all this. None of the characters at that seem all that concerned about betraying the Empire, which further emphasizes how unintimidating the Empire is. With all that being said, Ezra delivers the decoder and manages to escape with Jai, although Zare stays behind and pretends to be loyal, in which at the end he's questioned by the Grand Inquisitor. Kel, because he betrayed the Empire, remarks about how he and his mother will have to go into hiding, which further emphasizes how stupid it was to betray the Empire. That's all because it took minimal convincing, and thus, that's the episode. I don't see the point in these episodes. All that happened here that might progress the plot is the Grand Inquisitor pursuing the Ghost crew. It seems that the show follows the same formula with rebels do a job on a supply run or whatever, the Empire fucks around somehow, and the rebels resolve everything. It's around here that I'm starting to notice a pattern in these repetitive episodes. I didn't have much to say about episode 6, so let's just move on with episode 7. This episode, titled Out of Darkness, seems to have only one purpose, and that's name-dropping a rebel agent named Fulcrum, who gives out jobs to the Ghost Crew. Out of all the episodes in Season 1, this may be one of the most forgettable in the whole series. The episode has Hera, Ezra, and Sabine on another supply run, and by this point, I'm getting sick of hearing that. On top of that, they're being chased by some dreaded TIE fighters, which of course, Hera brags about how none of them can come close to touching her ship. The first third of the episode is a complete waste of time. It's full of "Do we trust Fulcrum?" from Sabine, as well as Ezra, Zeb, and Chopper repairing something on the ship, which has nothing to do with anything. This is toppled with more arguing between Ezra and Zeb. And again, what was the point of watching the fruit collecting episode? If I had to sum up what happens in this episode, Hera and Sabine get stranded on some planet and have to fend off the native fauna until help arrives. That's the plot. It's a completely useless story. I don't really want to complain about filler on a constant basis, but I can't help it. I thought The Bad Batch had an overload of filler, but this show is giving that a run for its money. Anyhow, that's the episode. I have next to nothing to say about it. Now let's talk about episode 8, titled Empire Day, which is about the titular in-universe holiday. The episode starts with more training, which at this point, I haven't noticed any progression. Not even one tiny step forward. As always, they're on Lothal. Again. Being wanted fugitives seems to have zero impact on the show. They've committed God knows how many crimes against the Empire, and they're only recognized by the named bad guys. Anyways, the common overarching gimmick for this episode is Empire Day. It's a super hammed-in holiday, in which everyone must intensely celebrate or be arrested. Basically, on the Star Wars version of cable television, some government commercial plays in a bar, in which it announces it was the 15th anniversary of the Galactic Empire's formation, in which they brought stability and order to the galaxy by ending the Clone Wars yada yada. You'll notice that most of everyone just puts up with the Empire's rule, and doesn't actually like it. This is one extremely unfanatical population the Empire controls. This show has this really simplistic idea that anyone in the military are the only real ones who support the Empire, and the average everyday citizen are just tolerating it and getting on with their lives. It's been 15 years, and the Galactic Empire has an iron grip on propaganda and the HoloNet. The way this is presented, this all feels like a stage play or something with actors, because the universe seriously cannot actually function like this. A small detail I liked is showing Emperor Palpatine in the broadcast in his non-deformed state. That was a nice touch. Anyways, there's just the same repetitive kindergarten oppression with some TIE fighter pilots trying to search for a Rodian named Zebo, whom Ezra recognizes. He actually shows some seriousness for once, as he wishes to be alone and contemplate on things. This is where we get a taste of Ezra's backstory, and for once I'm like, finally! We're finally getting something of substance. It was previously established that Ezra has been a loner for the longest time, and in this episode, we learn why that is. But before that, we get an Empire Day festival, in which they play a celebratory version of the Imperial March, which completely takes me out of the episode. I know it might be a bit unfair because the Old Republic theme also played as orchestral music in KOTOR, but this is just a big pet peeve of mine. The same thing happened in Solo: A Star Wars Story, and it confirms that the Imperial March is actually in universe music too. You know what, forget about it, no criticism here. But with what I described, the minister does a grand announcement, showcasing new military hardware. We've also got Fatty pressuring the citizens into cheering for the Empire. Anyways, they proceed to show an advanced Imperial TIE fighter, and Hera and Kanan, as smug as ever, comment about how they almost feel bad for trying to blow it up. Anyways, the rebels cause a distraction, and Kanan sets charges on the TIE fighter. And when he's caught by a stormtrooper for being out of bounds, Ezra proceeds to bail him out, pretending to be his son or whatever. Ugh, this is pathetic. And the stormtrooper buys this. It probably wouldn't be such a big problem if all the stormtroopers weren't stupid. Also, Freddie Prinze in this scene puts on the most insincere, exaggerated enthusiasm ever. It's cartoonishly over the top, which further just takes me out of the story and play. Anyways, they blow this shit up and cause chaos. And since they've done this shit so many times, I'm wondering what the hell's so different about this. During the chaos, Zeb gets a clear shot at Agent Kallus, but Kanan distracts him, telling him to shoot the Grand Inquisitor instead. And Zeb complies for some reason, and no joke, misses his shot at the Grand Inquisitor. Plot armor up the arse. Also, Kanan's run cycle here is poorly and unnaturally animated, as it feels like he's supposed to be running forward, but is going diagonally. It's almost as bad as Fallout 3 in New Vegas. Anyways, during the ensuing chaos, Ezra, Kanan, and Sabine hide in what turns out to be Ezra's old home, where his parents used to raise him. It's also here where they find Zebo, the Rodian the Empire is looking for. Ezra explains that his parents were anti-imperial broadcasters who were talking shit about the Empire, and were one day arrested, leaving him alone. Zebo has that head thing Lobot had in The Empire Strikes Back, and he's storing vital intel about the shit the Empire's building. While Sabine is trying to decode Zebo, he reveals that it's Ezra's birthday. Yeah, Ezra was born the same day the Empire rose, so he was born 2 days before Luke and Leia. This seems like a massive coincidence. We also get a brief cameo of a data disk, resembling the one from Dark Forces 2, given Jarek himself was an Inquisitor. It feels like Filoni's just stealing ideas from other, better creators. So now, they've got to get Zebo out of Lothal. Anyways, they steal a troop transport, and proceed to ram their transport straight through a blocked exit with the Imperials waiting. After a delay of telling the transport to stop, which at this point, you might as well start shooting, Skinny gives the order to fire. And despite all the forces firing straight at the transport manages to resist the blaster fire because plot armor, and ram through the blocked exit, and keep going with minimum speed lost, further selling the point that the Empire is useless. Agent Kallus eventually has to call in the Grand Inquisitor to help, and during the chase sequence, there's a rare instance of one of the bad guys putting up a decent fight, although he's pushed off the transport. But hey, he was one of the few competent stormtroopers. The only other person who fights decently is Agent Kallus, but that's only because he's got plot armor. After failing again, it's up to the Grand Inquisitor and his TIE squadron to pursue the Ghost. There's actually a part where Chopper gets deactivated from cannon fire, and that actually made me smile, which I think was not how I was supposed to feel. Then of course, we've got the crappiest cliffhanger ever, in which Ezra conveniently gets Zebo out of his robotic state, and he's back to normal. And he tells Ezra he knows what happened to his parents. And Sabine translating what he said is literally the last line of the episode. Boo! That was pathetic. Everyone at this point can piece together what happened to Ezra's parents at this point. They were taken away by the Empire. And wouldn't you know it, this is actually an episode with a second part since the pilot. Unfortunate that we had to suffer through 3 filler episodes in a row. Also, something I wanted to talk about is how Rebels has no main theme at the start of an episode, except for a really short music cue. Yet another downgrade from the Clone Wars. Let's get on with the next episode. For once, we pick up where we left off, with the Empire still pursuing the Ghost. Ezra questions Zebo on what happened to his parents, and hey, we actually get a solid moment where Zebo expresses regret that he was too afraid to raise Ezra after his parents were taken away, and wishing for forgiveness, before reverting back to his robotic state, and Ezra's fucking pissed, proclaiming how he failed his parents and failed him, and they actually sold it as a genuine moment, a rarity in the show so far. Ezra is then called to the cockpit, and is ordered by Hera to fix the nav computer, as Star Destroyers are inbound, then cue another inappropriate opening credits. Although as soon as we get past that, the episode actually manages to pick up momentum, if I'm being honest. Not without its bumps of course, but still, Hera finds out through Zebo that the Empire is tracking their ship. However, the tracking beacon was shot at a detachable part of the ship, so Hera orders Kanan and Ezra to lure the Empire away. Sabine points out how dangerous it is to detach from hyperspace, and I agree. I'm gonna be lenient since this was the start of a new canon, and so Rebels can sort of afford to create some of the rules of the unspecified stuff of the Star Wars universe, but still, I'm gonna question this. How the hell does this work? Isn't hyperspace another dimension or something? What essentially happens is that Kanan detaches the smaller ship and it struggles to get out of hyperspace and almost burns. But he manages to get the ship stable and heads towards the deserted Republic base from that filler episode. Oh, is that why they had that episode? That's so lazy. But regardless, with all those bumps out of the way, the episode actually manages to breathe some fucking life. Kanan gets Ezra to try and use beast control on the wildlife seen in the filler episode while he destroys the tracking beacon. And we actually get this tense moment where Ezra is struggling and realizes what's wrong and forgives Zebo from across the stars. And this is where Zebo goes back to his old self again. Upon doing so, he tells Hera to tell Ezra something important about what happened to his parents. Then, of course, elsewhere, the Grand Inquisitor lands at the base, but by the time he and the accompanying Stormtrooper Legion spot Ezra and Kanan, they've assembled the loyalty of all the wild animals. While the troopers are having a hard time fending off the animals, the Grand Inquisitor slices through them unscathed, and we get a decent moment where they actually struggle to fend off the Grand Inquisitor, and for the first time it feels real. Ezra, through raw strength and willpower, summons a giant flying animal to attack the Grand Inquisitor, before Ezra collapses. Kanan picks him up, retrieves his lightsaber that the Grand Inquisitor drops somewhat conveniently admittingly, but still, I thought the episode was actually pretty decent throughout all of this. It's here where Ezra is distraught and wants some time alone, so Hera isn't able to tell him what Zebo wanted him to hear right away. Although Sabine comes in and shows Ezra what the disc had in it, and it's a picture of young Ezra and his parents, and that's the episode. Something I noticed is that this episode wasn't quipping jokes every 2 seconds. In fact, this episode plays everything serious and tried to have stakes, so it actually managed to be a decent little episode. I fully expect Ezra's quote-unquote character development to go nowhere, but still, I applaud a side story that wasn't a waste of time. I wish the episodes were more like this. Anyways, let's get on with the next episode. And by this point, I was starting to think there was a sign of hope. Kanan gets Ezra to use the Force to locate a Jedi site on Lothal. What? Why the hell is there everything convenient on Lothal? Did the writers really not want to change planets? Whatever. Ezra figures out a way to get the site open, and it's here where you realize, oh yeah, it's going to be one of those episodes with force trials and illusions and stuff. It's hard to fuck this up unless you're the sequel trilogy, but putting that aside, Kanan and Ezra observe how some masters waited for their Padawans to return, but never did, so they decayed and died. I'm probably missing something wrong with this episode, but for once, the series started to breathe some fucking light as Ezra goes further in and encounters visions that decently represent his self-doubt. The ambience is pretty good, and I'm noticing that the show is actually being good when it's tackling something serious. In the past few episodes, they've been quipping jokes or having episodes on stuff to waste your time like collecting fruit. Here, by being serious and important, the show can actually do things efficiently. Ezra, as he enters, comes across illusions of multiple things. Kanan and the Grand Inquisitor as an illusion show up, and as well as this, Ezra also hears the rest of the Ghost crew talking smack about him, only for those illusions to be killed by the Grand Inquisitor. The episode convincingly presents Ezra's distress, and managing to overcome what is essentially his first trial, as the Grand Inquisitor slashes at him, and is completely unfazed. The moment this happens, Master Yoda comes from across the galaxy and contacts both Kanan and Ezra. Ezra finally has a light to guide him, and even Kanan gets his moment with him discussing with Yoda his own doubts. It's not explicitly said, but Kanan was a Padawan when surviving Order 66. I'm thankful that this wasn't spelled out to you. It's definitively confirmed in stories like Kanan the Last Padawan, which the Sad Batch retconned, but I also like this exchange where Ezra talks to Yoda about how the Ghost crew help others, and before then, he was a loner looking out for only himself. As such, he is rewarded with a blue crystal. So in Disney canon, starting with the show I presume, they decided to call them Kyber crystals, ripping the name straight from Splinter of the Mind's Eye. I just finished transcripting that novel for my fan-made audiobook, and I don't like this change. Filoni's just taking names instead of coming up with his own. At every turn, they seem to derive heavily off of the expanded universe, despite claiming they wanted quote-unquote maximum creative freedom. That argument has aged like milk. Because look at what they've done just over 10 years later. The Kyber Crystal and Splinter of the Mind's Eye was sort of an artifact that Force sensitives could tap into and whatnot. I suppose that's a similarity the Kyber Crystals and Disney canon share, as users bond with the crystal. I suppose this change doesn't break film-only George Lucas canon as far as I can tell, so it's a change they could get away with when rebooting the timeline. It doesn't break any film canon rules is what I'm saying. I thought the idea of the Sith making their crystals bleed was a solid one. It's one way of making the Sith look evil, by having them dominate their lightsaber crystals. Anyways, Ezra is able to return to Kanan with his crystal, and the episode wraps up with Ezra constructing his own lightsaber, which is perhaps the most gimmicky lightsaber I've seen until Kylo Ren's and then some. It was specifically designed to double as a lightsaber and a blaster, and that's why it made the perfect plastic toy for money to milk the wallets of parents unfortunate enough to have kids who like this crap. And that's the episode. I suppose I didn't have much to say about it, but hey, it did its job well. But say goodbye to any momentum in the story, and say hello to another filler episode. A filler episode that starts in the stupidest way possible. Zeb and Lando Calrissian of all characters are playing Sabacc, and Zeb, because he's a total buffoon, bets Chopper when he's losing the game. He thinks he's got an easy victory with one of the most powerful cards, until Lando reveals that he's got the Idiot's Array, which, in case you don't know, is the most powerful card in Sabacc. I'd probably be more forgiving of the fan service if the show didn't come across as cookie-cutter fan service galore. As always, Billy D. Williams reprised his role as Lando Calrissian, because he's really cool, even though his guest appearance in something like Jedi Outcast was better utilized. For one thing, his guest appearance wasn't filler, as Jedi Outcast had Lando in that game reveal vital information for tracking down Desan, and right afterwards, we go to Cloud City, which was essential to the plot. Here, not so much. The episode is literally Lando being a general annoyance. Everyone except maybe Sabine hates him, and that's only because Lando complimented her artwork and recognized her inspiration. I may be reading too deep into it, but Ezra, who has a thing for Sabine, is really annoyed at Lando, and acts like the quote-unquote nice guy around Sabine. Like a lot of gutless simps are. I don't know. It was just annoying seeing Ezra being a nice guy around Sabine. And the cartoon regular show did this kind of stuff better with Mordecai. Lando is just a nuisance for the main characters, as he sells Hera to some slimy crime lord as part of an unspecified plan. He's also got a puffer pig, which is exactly what it sounds like. And we got Ezra trying to climb over it. Overall, this episode was a whole load of nothing. I'm sick of the common trope of the Ghost Crew doing petty, stupid jobs that might pinch the Empire and not much more. Well, things actually start to go somewhere, it seems. I totally expected filler episodes along the way, but still. Anyways, the episode starts with some deflection training. Why does it feel like we've already seen this before? Wasn't this pretty much in the episode with the Grand Inquisitor and the deceased Luminara Unduli? Why are we getting this again? While at least they're not doing it while flying, where Ezra could have easily fallen off and splat on the ground to his death. Just like the Clone Wars episode with Ahsoka receiving a vision of Padme being shot, this episode has Ezra receive a vision of meeting and escorting Gal Travis, the senator in exile who leaked information concerning Luminara Unduli being alive. He speaks through code to meet the rebels on Lothal, and the rebels figure out that he's going to meet them at an Old Republic Senate building, now abandoned by the Empire. Ezra goes into town to meet with Zare, and for some reason, he brought his painted helmet with him. Zare talks briefly about how he's been promoted and being shipped off-world, blah blah, but of course the Imperials spot Ezra with his painted helmet and start chasing after him. So Ezra brought his painted helmet for that reason? What lazy writing. And Ezra even remembers this part from his vision. Even though this is the part where the show would cut away for commercials on Disney XD, Ezra is easily able to escape. So that was one crappy cliffhanger if I've ever seen one. Anyways, the next day, the crew go to the Senate building, in which the Imperials are patrolling, because Zare stated earlier that they've got an operation going down there. As such, they easily sneak in, and it's like we're playing on the piss easy difficulty at this point, because the rebels just find everything too easy. Then, of course, they also find Senator Travis way too easily until the Imperials show up. Agent Kallus, of course, hesitates on firing at them because he wants to know where Zeb and Sabine are instead of just wiping out most of the crew on the spot. I'm getting super annoyed at this point that the Empire doesn't know better at this point, because Zeb and Sabine ambush from above, and the Imperials are such bad shots, it's embarrassing to watch. The escape ride the Senator came in is missing, and as well as that, the Senator acts really strange. And one chase in the sewers later in which they split up, Hera and Ezra find out the hard way that Senator Travis is working with the Empire. Gee, the hints in the show are way too obvious, so I was not surprised at this twist villain in the slightest. The twist also doesn't have any real meaning, besides another trap that the rebels have to overcome. The reason I say that is because beyond explaining the previous traps like Luminara Unduli, it doesn't give some big revelation. And hey, what do you know? Turns out that Travis's gun isn't even properly charged, so he's unable to execute Ezra and Hera on the spot. Oops, that's an extremely convenient oopsie. Also, why the hell did the Senator not just try to shoot them instead of revealing he was a spy before trying to shoot them? This is so poorly written. Also, something I don't get is when Hera knocks the Senator out, they don't execute him for his treachery. Kanan even says, quote, "We'll leave him here." What the hell? Why? Why not just kill him on the spot? This is ridiculous. Kallus and his troopers show up, and Kanan uses the Force to slow down the large fan or whatever, and they easily escape. Again. They meet up with Chopper, whom the Imperials thought was an Imperial droid for some reason, and they escape. There's some wrapping up and blah blah, and that's the episode. Underwhelming, but fortunately, we're getting at the shit that concludes the season. We've still got 3 bloody episodes left, but still. Anyways, with that being said, let's get on with the next episode. We get another guest appearance from the original trilogy, but this time, it actually makes sense. Grand Moff Tarkin, who is annoyed as hell, as the Imperials on Lothal have been ineffective at capturing the Ghost Crew. That's how Tarkin comes off. He scolds everyone present. The Minister, Agent Kallus, and the Grand Inquisitor are all talked down to by the Grand Moff. The way Tarkin talks is exactly like he's criticizing the show in-universe for having useless villains. Like seriously, what a way to take me out of the story. The fact that Tarkin even talks down to the Grand Inquisitor is fucking laughable. The Inquisitor thus far was built up as the greatest threat, and even he has been utterly useless, not getting a scratch on the rebels. Will Tarkin be any more competent? I hope so. Doing a legacy character dirty would be a mistake. Anyways, we cut to the rebels evading the stormtroopers elsewhere, with Skinny and Fatty pursuing them. Unsurprisingly, the rebels have an easy time taking them out. They return to the Ghost to see Senator Travis is spinning the rebels in a negative light, and that he was protesting peacefully against the Empire. Blah blah. Yeah, that's another reason you should have executed him. So Tarkin has a little meeting with all the bad guys we've been introduced to so far. So what does Tarkin do? Why, it's my most hated Star Wars trope, of course. He has the Grand Inquisitor cut off Fatty and Skinny's heads.
And it's gone.
And tells the Minister and Kallus that from now on, failure will have consequences. And like the time Kallus kicked a stormtrooper off, it's not done well. I suppose the presentation of the scene is decent, but this is another instance of "you failed me so you die" reasoning. Aside from inspiring fear in those spared, which may either encourage the lackeys to try harder, or panic too much and cause them to screw up anyways, Tarkin and the Empire doesn't get anything out of killing these two. There really is no better example than Revenge of the Sith or Tales of the Jedi as far as I've seen, because killing incompetent commanders for failure in a straight up execution doesn't get you anywhere. Tarkin could at least send them off to a labor camp or something where they get something right. That's why I hate this trope, and why Empire Strikes Back annoyed the hell out of me, being the most bothersome thing Vader did in that movie. Empire Strikes Back made a lot of things popular. The villain kills his own men cliche was perhaps the worst. Even Knights of the Old Republic did this, and it bugs the hell out of me too. Anyways, with that being said, Ezra and the others have a plan to hijack an Imperial radio tower to send their own little message to the people of Lothal and local system. They take out a probe droid with Ezra summoning an animal to attack it, and they easily make it past the bad guys and hijack the radio tower. Sabine, despite given minimum time by her own admission, is able to slice into the system before finally having to flee. Kanan, of course, stays behind to lead the escape of everyone else and is captured by the Empire. This is literally only done so that Tarkin doesn't execute them. It's plot armor 101, and it's not earned in the slightest. Kanan just decides to stick around to be captured by the Empire. Anyways, back on the Ghost, Ezra does his inspirational speech. It's not inspiring in the slightest, and I swear I've heard this speech a million times before. He basically says the cliche, "We're not criminals, we're rebels. And don't you see what the Empire's done to your lives and your freedom? It's time to stand up and fight back." I almost cringed hearing that speech. I heard Jason Clarke give a better speech in Terminator Genesis, and he was gravely miscast as John Connor. Also, I want to mention that the Imperials decided to destroy their own communications tower just because some rebels put up a broadcast encouraging citizens to fight against the Empire. Earlier, Tarkin was complaining about how the rebels were destroying stuff, but now the Empire are the one destroying their own assets. In other words, they became the very thing they swore to destroy. Anyways, that's the episode, and the rebels have to get Kanan back, and I didn't find myself caring. This is just a quota to fulfill so the plot could happen how Filoni and friends wanted. In the next episode, even with the absence of Kanan, the Ghost Crew make a complete mockery out of the Empire. They hijack the AT-ST, and it's shown that they intend to collect intel on Kanan's whereabouts. But after this little mission, the mysterious Fulcrum convinces Hera that finding Kanan isn't worth it. And despite being the most optimistic character in this show, she has completely lost hope in finding Kanan. Also remember that they're fucking lovers too. So it baffles me on why she's against saving Kanan beyond Fulcrum telling her not to. It seems really out of character is what I'm saying. Ezra is in fact the one who wants to rescue Kanan, and Hera orders him not to. But the disobedient Ezra says he's gonna stick out for Kanan, and apparently everyone but Hera are right on board with them. This is perhaps the only likable thing Chopper in particular does. Yeah. So Chopper distracts Hera, while the others detach the ship and go to Vizago's hideout. Wait, how did they find Vizago so easily? He was missing for the entire season since episode 4 and now he's back? At the same location he was spotted? Is Vizago just stupid? For someone who overly cares about business and not getting caught by the Empire, he sure is asking to die. Anyways, Ezra is forced to owe Vizago a favor in return for the intel that will get Kanan back. I presume this is set up for a future episode, but at least they're not wasting our time now with a side quest. Hera finds them instantly, I presume because there's a tracker on the other ship or something. Who knows? Who cares, honestly? Point is, Hera is upset with Ezra, but goes along with his plan anyways. The intel Vizago provided hinted that an Imperial droid would be able to get onto the Imperial ship and slice the database. So they literally just paint Chopper and have him board an Imperial shuttle, download some intel, and then retrieve the droid after attacking the Imperials. That's the episode. I skipped over the Kanan interrogation stuff, and to be honest, the whole episode is kind of a sideshow to the main event, but at least it's not straight up filler, so there's that. Now it's time for the season 1 finale. The episode starts with the rebels embarrassing the Imperials again. I'd say it makes the Empire look like a joke, but you already know that, so I'd just be spouting useless information. Anyways, they track Kanan to the Mustafar system. They bring along a TIE fighter that Sabine painted, and they easily get access to the Star Destroyer by submitting clearance code. Again, are things made super easy for the good guys. It's getting old. They also explain that they don't actually see the paint until it's in the hangar. Well, anyways, the stormtroopers sent to inspect the TIE fighter are just as clueless as ever. One of them even compliments the paint job. Then, of course, the TIE fighter detonates disruptors and knocks everyone out, with Ezra and friends sneaking on board. When the Grand Inquisitor realizes the rebels have boarded the ship, he just leaves Kanan in his cell and goes somewhere else. Then, of course, Ezra frees Kanan after locating his cell, and oh! This is why you had the Grand Inquisitor leave Kanan's cell. It's so you could have this conclusive duel. The Grand Inquisitor, of course, takes both Kanan and Ezra head on. One detail that I like is that Ezra and Kanan use each other's lightsabers. The fight is largely unsatisfying, and they even have this fake-out death for Ezra. But come on, are they really gonna kill off the main character in Season 1? Kanan takes this fake-out loss as a reason to stand up, embrace the way of the Jedi, and take out the Grand Inquisitor. Kanan literally destroys the Grand Inquisitor's lightsaber from the inside, and despite the dude given plenty of time for even a normal guy to react, he doesn't, and his lightsaber is destroyed. Then, bafflingly, the Grand Inquisitor is at Kanan's mercy, and the Grand Inquisitor has some choice words, and then he falls to his death.
And it's gone.
What the fuck? Did they just kill a higher tier boss at the end of the first season? It is nice to know that named characters can die in the first season of this show, but still, if there was ever a character they killed too early, it's the Grand Inquisitor. I mistakenly thought before I saw this episode that the Grand Inquisitor died at the end of Season 2, which if that was the case, that also would have been too early. But they killed him here? Since this guy was the Grand Inquisitor, they're gonna have to come up with something pretty fucking incredible to top him, because we know Tarkin can't die. I'm just saying that they build him up as a major antagonist, and then he dies like a little bitch too early? Ugh! Anyways, the Ghost Crew escapes with the help of a small fleet of rebel ships, and to my surprise, they actually managed to have a decent setup for the next season. It's finally revealed who Fulcrum is, and who else would it be but Ahsoka Tano, Filoni's fetish Mary Sue. Yeah, she's a pivotal rebel leader, literally overtaking Starkiller almost. When I saw her make her appearance, I was like,
Seriously?
but hey, the show actually provides a hook for the next season, even if it's something I don't like. On top of that, Tarkin and Callus discuss how civilians are in uproar, and we finally get the reveal of Darth fucking Vader. Okay, I know I said I wanted them to gradually increase the threat level each season, but this is straight up overkill. Hypothetically, if they're building up to a finale, then who would we get after Darth Vader if there's 4 seasons? You could have the Emperor in Season 3, but what about after that? This feels like a show they went into without a plan. Whether that's the case is a different story. So conclusion, this show so far is extremely underwhelming. I ripped on the Clone Wars enough after I realized I don't like it in hindsight, but Rebels, although unsurprising, is worse than the Clone Wars. But hey, at least I didn't criticize the show for continuity errors, at least not yet. I know you guys want me to talk about a certain someone, but please be patient. I'm going to give Rebels Season 1 a pie out of 10. A dumbed down parody of Star Wars, with cringe-ass moments that don't move the series forward. The antagonists are worthless and weak, and it's a wonder why they have an iron grip on the galaxy. It certainly doesn't feel like it. This script is proving to be damn long, so I'll just wrap things up here. Rebels Season 1 is a rocky foundation for a new canon, and it shows Dave Filoni's true talent, or lack thereof. I'm JJ Plagiarisms. And until next time, what are stories but mystery boxes? Star Wars Rebels Season 2. I had a lot to talk about in the last video, and after that, I was only a quarter of the way through. You heard me say this before, but I'll say it once again. Dave Filoni sucks. Maybe it was the power of hindsight, but Filoni hatred didn't just come out of nowhere. After actually reading the expanded universe and getting into the prequel era comics, in which I just finished Jango Fett Open Seasons as a matter of fact, you know, the story that shows that Jango despises the Jedi, so it's laughable that Plo Koon actually convinced Bobby Fett to cease his act of revenge. I remember I got a comment that asked me for a source that Jango actually hated the Jedi, and that's my source. I haven't even gotten to the Clone Wars shit yet, and there's already a lot of problems. Maybe George Lucas let Filoni get away with a lot more than he should have, but at the end of the day, Filoni did have the choice to adhere to the pre-existing source material, and he chose not to. And after the Disney reboot, he just got even more carried away. He did waste the opportunity to do whatever he wanted in a rebooted timeline, but he still won in the end, as he was entrusted with more and more responsibility with Star Wars. And so he decided to make it a whorehouse for Ahsoka, because he's got to feed that Ahsoka fetish, whatever the cost. Seriously, while I may not have been a Generation 1 Filoni hater, there have been those who dislike Filoni from the very start. They're just overlooked when they come from the niche expanded universe fan base. I think Sam Witwer, for example, has proven that he's more of a Star Wars nerd than Dave Filoni. An example being how Sam Witwer had to remind Dave Filoni that Shmi and Padme had already met. Because now it's been leaked that Filoni's movie is literally Heir to the Empire, my only response to that is... oh god, we're gonna get to that shit stain eventually, don't worry about that. I also wanted to say that I watched the entire show from beginning to end as of the writing of this review, and it took a lot out of me. Instead of being binge-worthy, I was so exhausted that the show went on and on and on and on and on. That's not a good sign. Rebels was not a very entertaining show, but still, I plan to assess the whole thing from beginning to end. I absolutely do try to point out stuff I like if I come across them, but the show's good points are few and far between. I'd also like to say that the main reason this review took so long is because I was trying to make the most detailed assessment of the show possible. What I mean by that is that I stress out when people tell me that I missed something in my review, so I try to talk about as much as I can. Although I sometimes won't talk about everything, because it either didn't occur to me, or I underestimated its importance. That's why I asked for other people's criticisms on Discord, because I wanted to make sure I had everything in mind. But it's very likely I forgot to mention something I should have. I also found writing this script very daunting to write, and that's why this video took so long. I found it daunting to write a script bigger than the last, but I pushed myself to write it anyways. I can only imagine how long my future scripts will be. I mean, you all have seen the length of my Knights of the Old Republic critique. Almost 6 pissing hours.
Holy shit!
Anyhow, I might as well finish my Rebels review series before Ahsoka comes out in August. I'm actually hoping it's set back at this point, because the writing is taking me an eternity. Anyways, enough venting. Let's get on to the first episode of Season 2, titled The Siege of Lothal, which I'm gonna say I'm sick of seeing Lothal so much. This is one advantage the Clone Wars actually has, because the characters actually went places and didn't return to the same shitty area because the budget got cut. It's really getting on my nerves. Anyways, we start with an irrelevant opening that is just the Ghost Crew fighting alongside the puny rebel fleet. I think I really dislike when an episode starts like this, because it's just tensionless banter as always, and it feels overused, and it also feels like the episode is wasting our fucking time. Like, for Christ's sake, just get to the point. It's not like we're being shown the massive lift up the Ghost Crew has now that they've got external allies. It's just exactly what it sounds like. A common recurring character that's just there for mission debriefings is Commander Sato. And believe me when I say that's all he exists for, besides one episode we'll get to later in the next season that concerns his nephew. I also have to say that Ahsoka didn't do much for most of the show, minus episodes focused on her. She almost feels like a character who's there to appeal to those who watch the Clone Wars, and never any actual story relevance. This is strange because Filoni is the kind of person who makes her center stage in a lot of shit. Could he actually be showing restraint? I doubt it. So since I've spoken about the unnecessary opening scene already, let's just skip to what could have been the episode's opening. In the last season review, I spoke about how the very first scene in the series with Vader and the Grand Inquisitor should have just been cut out. Well, here, I have the same complaint. Getting to the point would have greatly assisted the structure and pacing. Minister Tua, who has been nothing but a useless supporting antagonist, and wasn't even a villain really, and is confronted by both Agent Kallus and Vader about finding the rebels, since they managed to destroy Tarkin's ship. Surprisingly enough, Tarkin is absent after Season 1. They just take Tarkin out of the show without sufficient explanation. Did the voice actor go on a holiday or something? It's so awkward to have Tarkin taken out of the show after this point. To top that off, the Minister is going to be questioned by Tarkin, and you can just tell that she's going to be executed for her failure. Yeah, they are not subtle about it. Darth Vader tells the Minister all this, and yep, obvious conflict is obvious. The Minister is fearing for her life and resorts to the only thing she can do in this situation: contact the rebels for help. I fucking knew this was going to happen at some point, given once again, the Minister doesn't even come across as a villain. So the Minister with her cone hat contacts the rebels. Something I don't understand is how can she contact the rebels so easily? In the scene I just talked about, the Minister was unsure how to catch the rebels, but now apparently she has an easy way to contact them? Someone tell me I'm nitpicking, because this is the show where things just happen with no rhyme or reason to them. So yeah, the Minister shows herself and asks the rebels for help. Everyone except Hera decides to hear her out, and she offers secret Imperial information in exchange for safe passage off Lothal, which includes rebel sympathizers. Ezra senses that she is telling the truth, and Commander Sato decides to give the go-ahead to approve the mission. Also, something in the Clone Wars that also applies here: why the hell are the rebels letting underage soldiers like Ezra into their ranks to be an active battle participant? Would it kill Filoni to make Ezra of age, or nearly of age by the time the show started? Why did Ezra have to be 14? When he was a crew member of the Ghost, it was excusable, but for an armed revolution, you think that the rebels, who are supposed to be the good guys, would have some fucking standards, right? Right?
Apparently not.
I really hate this, but since I've already spoken about this, and I want to keep my sanity in check before the end of this review, let's move on. So yeah, we've got a rescue mission. I'd also like to mention that the show points out some of the bad writing for us. When Hera scolds Kanan for allowing an unauthorized transmission on the rebel fleet, and Kanan just dismisses it by saying that he didn't want to be a part of the rebel fleet anyways, and wants to go back to being an independent crew.
Wow, what an asshole.
Only Freddie Prinze Jr. would make a character sound so douchey. Given his track record, I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't even acting here. You know, I'd change my mind about not explicitly hating Kanan that much. He's an asshole just like everyone else. I mean, they do try to spin this as Kanan not wanting to be caught off guard in another trap like the Clone Wars, but still, I wish he wasn't such a dick about it. Plus, they don't really elaborate on how Kanan thinks the rebellion could just be another Sith trap. Anyways, the entire Ghost crew get on a shuttle instead of the Ghost, which makes sense I suppose, but despite the Empire's tighter control on the planet, Chopper is easily able to transmit clearance codes and get permission to land. Gee, how easy was that? Knights of the Old Republic actually had a quarantine that was actually strict, as characters were displeased that the Sith Empire wouldn't let them off-world. I keep saying this because it seems like the Ghost crew can just return to Lothal whenever they feel like it, and there's no gradual consequences for each return. I'm never worried that they'll get caught, because they failed to persuade me the past 50 times they landed on Lothal. Ezra feels a disturbance in the Force that he describes as cold. Yeah, I know it's Vader he's talking about. Let's see how well they portray Vader, because these days, it's either making him a tolerant bitch or uber powerful at will, and they can never get Vader right. Anyways, we're told that the Minister's leaving Bay 23, so yeah, as easily as ever, Kanan knocks out a stormtrooper and takes their armor, further making stormtroopers look like incompetent buffoons. Upon getting into position, they spot Agent Kallus with Minister Tua. Something I have to ask is why the hell didn't the Minister just sneak out? I don't get it. So anyways, ambush from the rebels. They tell the Minister to run to the shuttle, and upon doing so, the shuttle blows up.
And it's gone.
Yeah, that's right, she's dead. D-E-A-D, dead. And do I give a fuck? Hell no. This character had minimal presence in Season 1, and dies at the start of Season 2. Brilliant. I guess it does make sense that the Empire was planning this trap the whole time, so if anything, that's one of the few saving graces of the episode. Zeb and Chopper fly in to pick everyone up, and upon doing so, they're shot down and they crash. Wow. The Empire actually being accurate? Could this episode at last be starting to pick up? The rebels move out of the shuttle, and in the following scene, we see Agent Kallus and Darth Vader plan to turn the trap further against the rebels. The Ghost crew, in the middle of hiding in Ezra's old place, see the transmission of the Imperials blaming Minister Tua's death on the rebels. Unlike the Empire's other propaganda antics, this might actually be believable in how it was set up. I imagine even the stormtroopers that were there believe that the rebels blew up the Minister's shuttle. But still, the amount of obvious bullshit fed through the holonet or wherever shouldn't work. We don't even get to see the population turning against the rebels ever. Because let's face it, they don't matter at all. With that being said, we cut to the Ghost crew hiding out at Ezra's old place. And it's here where they try to prepare for their next move. And conveniently, the place with the least amount of guards is the Imperial complex. And it's their best chance at finding a shuttle to get off. But the Imperials are still on their tail, with a stormtrooper squad trying to get in. As such, they're forced to flee. And Ezra makes a comment that there's no going home now. So to sum all this up, it's the rebels evading capture and getting new information to progress the plot. Not a lot to say here. So Ezra and Kanan respectively pose as guards, in which Ezra tests out his mind trick skills and fails. But of course Kanan steps in and mind tricks the stormtrooper, getting inside, and it turns out they were escorting crates of the rest of the Ghost crew. There's this stupid moment where Zeb makes quite a lot of noise getting out of the crate, but Sabine confirms there's no one else around. I'm getting kinda sick of the heroes being easily able to do something. So yeah, it's here where Zeb knocks out only 2 stormtroopers on patrol so easily. I really hate the smugness on top of that. They just run across to a convenient shuttle and even collect some shield generators. This almost feels like collecting loot in a video game with no enemies around. Then finally, Darth Vader makes his dramatic entrance, and I have to wonder what stopped him from getting over here earlier. This is the obvious cliffhanger to this episode, because this is a 2-parter. So yeah, how are they going to get away now? Well, in part 2, Vader just toys with them. Of course he does it in a way where he doesn't strike a finishing blow on either Ezra or Kanan. I don't particularly buy that Ezra could even struggle to get his blade away from his throat. The whole thing is set up to be another overpowered Vader encounter that the good guys escape from despite all odds. I say this because he pushes both Ezra and Kanan away constantly. Kanan, and especially Ezra, should have died instantly if we're being real. The thing is that if you lack the skill, your first option should be to run, and that's your only hope for survival. Vader not simply executing his enemies of course gives the Ghost crew enough time to stall him by getting some walkers to fall on him, which of course he lifts up and casts aside 10 seconds later, but in the believability of the whole thing, they should have fucking died. Upon proceeding to run, which is what they should have done in the first place, Sabine even fires some shots at Vader, and Vader, no joke, deflects the blaster bolts dead center onto her helmet. And she survives without any lasting injury. And yeah, Mandalorian iron is strong. But this is pretty silly. Anyways, they take off in the shuttle, and everyone has their moment where they're exhausted, but relieved they got away from Vader. Something that doesn't make a lot of sense is that Kanan doesn't recognize Darth Vader. As the Emperor's key enforcer, surely everyone in Imperial space knows who Darth Vader is, right? This is pretty much as dumb as Obi-Wan Kenobi having no idea that Darth Vader was around, despite the fact that he should have been keeping up to date on Imperial news by now. He did so in the Expanded Universe novels, and that's how he knew Anakin was alive come A New Hope. Compared to the Expanded Universe, it seems, it makes Vader have not that intimidating of a reputation. If people haven't heard about him until the point they meet him, it's out of place to have Kanan not directly recognize Vader. Like, he puts together that he's a Lord of the Sith, the ancient enemy of the Jedi, but he doesn't know who he is by name. The Emperor's key enforcer should be all over the news and propaganda, for Christ's sake. People shouldn't go up to Vader and be like,
Who the heck are you?
Anyways, the Ghost crew allude to contacting a certain someone to smuggle themselves off-world. Then we cut to a scene of Agent Kallus being called in by Vader, in which he discusses one of the safe havens of the rebels, Tarkin Town, in which he orders Kallus to burn it to the ground. Wait, so did the Empire know about Tarkin Town and the Ghost Crew's affiliation to it? Why the hell didn't they question the residents during that whole search for the Ghost Crew, especially as they became bigger and bigger targets? I previously assumed Tarkin Town was a quiet, secretive town because naming your town as an insult to the ruthless Grand Moff would get you into trouble. Would it not? Turns out the Empire knew about this town and knew that the rebels hung around there in the past. But now they're gonna burn it down? That doesn't make any sense to me. Because as a potential hiding spot for the rebels, why didn't you wipe it out earlier? Or send spies? Or something that isn't just ignoring it for the longest time? Well, anyways, Hera and Kanan contact Lando of all people, asking them to smuggle them off-world. And in exchange, they'll give him half of the shield generators they collected. So that only leaves them with 3 to give to the rebel fleet. As such, they're told to go to his outpost on Lothal where his droid will hook them up. I mean, based on what I've seen, it was probably either Lando or Vizago, and they probably figured Lando was their best bet, I guess. At least they show in this instance that their best feasible option isn't exactly an ideal one, which is a time they don't make things too easy for the good guys, with a massive empire with such an advantage over them. It's here where upon arriving at Lando's outpost, Ezra notices smoke from several miles away, and takes a speeder over to see that Tarkin Town's been burnt to a crisp. Kanan accompanies him, and proclaims that everything they do now has a cost. Even though the town's been burnt, it's referenced that they merely arrested everyone, and it feels like they should have been more severe by executing every townsperson, then burnt the town to a crisp, leaving behind a gruesome sight. And yeah, this is a kid's show. But did you really have to underplay the would-be atrocity by saying that all the residents were arrested instead of killed? I also thought there was a missed opportunity for that oh shit moment. Like in A New Hope, there wasn't a scene that told us that the last homestead was going to be burnt. So during that scene where Luke, Ben, and the droids find the jar was slaughtered, Luke slowly pieces together that the Imperials must have tracked the jar was to his home, and the way it's presented, you realize in that moment what Luke realizes, that his home and his adopted parents are fucked. I think it would have been more effective if they cut out the scene with Vader announcing to the audience ahead of time that the Empire was going to burn Tarkin Town, and the rebels can figure out from their own perspective that their actions have consequences, whatever they do. I mean, this whole scene is very obviously supposed to homage A New Hope, right? Anyways, upon returning to Lando's outpost, the Ghost Crew figure out a piss-easy plan to mask their escape. They'll basically use the 3 remaining generators to send a signal, and use it to divert all the TIE fighters, making it easier to escape. This works ironically, and there's zero tension, because by the time the Imperials catch on to the right signal, the Ghost Crew jump into hyperspace. Well, that was extremely easy. Like, seriously, what kind of lazy writing is this? Is this really all they needed to leave Lothal? This would have been easier if they had just kept all the shield generators. Why in the hell did they need Lando? This feels exactly like the episode's gotta end soon, but it's gotta happen in the least amount of time, leading to an anticlimactic, rushed, hollow climax. But then I looked at the time on screen, and we're not even halfway through the episode, even though it feels like them wrapping up time just about now. Yeah, we've still got around 10 minutes left, ironically. We're informed in the next scene that there's a tracking device on the shuttle, so Vader and the Empire are prepared to attack the Rebel fleet. Then when they arrive back at the fleet, Chopper only comes in telling everyone the shuttle is tracked. Ugh, I hate this episode. First they escaped way too easily, but now they're being tracked? Like, this makes the whole thing feel sloppy. I could also tell that this was literally only done to have Vader in close proximity to... well, we'll get to that. So everyone mans their battle stations, blah blah. Ahsoka herself even asks to tag along, and Ezra welcomes her aboard. And I just fucking cringe so hard at that. Darth Vader unsurprisingly shows all the Rebel pilots what pod racing looks like, and he easily dodges all of the Rebels' attacks, and blasts them all to smithereens. The ghost ship finally detaches, although none of the manned turrets can get a good shot at him. Ahsoka asks Kanan to connect their force powers to get a feel for the presence on the TIE Advance, and yep, Ahsoka feels the presence of Lord Vader. aka her former master Anakin. With that being said, both she and Vader sense each other, and Vader's reaction is literally an unsurprised remark about how his apprentice lives. You know, I wanted to say here that Ahsoka doesn't really do much in the show until the end of this season. And towards the end of season 4, she gets no character development and is pretty much touted out as, hey, you remember this bitch from the Clone Wars? And yeah, I do. And I remember how much I hated her. Let's not beat around the bush here. Ahsoka is an overrated Mary Sue with an oversaturated presence. You've already heard me say this before, but here Ahsoka's entire presence relies on you liking her. She gets no character development, because the show relies on you caring about her in the Clone Wars, which I don't. As pointed out by somebody else, Ahsoka didn't get any on-screen development in the slightest. Filoni just changed her up a bit in between episodes, instead of doing the hard work of writing character during the story and play. And then he made the lethal mistake of having her live towards season 5, which if there was ever a time Ahsoka should have died, it was season 5 of the Clone Wars. Provided you ignore all the times she cheated death that was utterly ridiculous. To be honest, I don't really have much to say about Ahsoka, save for the times I talked about. The show relies on you creaming your pants whenever she's on screen, by presenting her as this mature leader of the rebellion, and it's not earned in the slightest. After all, they're literally ripping this straight from a certain other apprentice. Just like everything else, there's a lack of earning anything. So what do I think of Ahsoka in this show? I think they relied too much on you liking her before this point, because Filoni expects you to clap like a seal whenever she's on screen. Like seriously, the show pretty much treats Ahsoka like its own personal Jesus. It's hard to describe, but think about how Toby and Andrew were presented in Spider-Man No Way Home. They had a rather limited role in the film, come to think of it, because they were built up for a hyped reaction, and they were there to mostly assist the newest Spider-Man's arc and whatnot. And that was it. Okay, I suppose that for Andrew Garfield, they gave him that speech about how being Spider-Man after Gwen Stacy's death wasn't easy, and he was pissed off at himself for his actions. But point is, they were placed in the movie to hype everyone up and stick around for the climax. The movie relies on you liking these two pre-established characters based on previous material, and does little to add to the story and play, happening in the present. That's pretty much how Ahsoka is used. She was bait to get you to keep watching by the end of season 1, and she's presented like you're supposed to anticipate her doing cool shit eventually. The key difference is that I hate Ahsoka. I had to deal with a character that hijacked a show, that should have focused on characters like Anakin, Obi-Wan, Padme, etc. This is why I'm sick of seeing Ahsoka. She's a heavily featured Star Wars character, and that's a problem given she's very implausible with the films. I hope that my common running joke of Ahsoka probably living past the rise of Skywalker doesn't come true, because I will slap Filoni in the face so hard, his face will go numb for a year. Anyways, in case you were wondering what my take on Ahsoka is in this show, it's that. A character the writers expect you to like, put on a scaled back pedestal if that makes sense. Taunting you with, you want to see more of this character? Tune in next time. I do have another problem with Ahsoka, but we'll save it for the season finale. Point is, Ahsoka and Vader sense each other's presence, and it's done for dramatic effect. And I just scoffed at the screen. Especially where Ahsoka faints from the shock. Yeah, that's another time Ahsoka was knocked out. I've lost count at this point. Following this, Commander Sato is forced to abandon the command ship as the Ghost diverts Vader's attention away. The Ghost manages to jump into hyperspace between the Star Destroyers, in which it accidentally catches a tractor beam on Darth Vader's TIE Advance. Oops. Well, I didn't expect anything that allowed the Empire to win. The Rebels win against all odds all the time in this show. Anyways, everything is bittersweet at the end. The Rebel fleet has been thinned out quite a bit, and something that bugged me is why the Ghost crew wasn't at least given a scolding for leading the Empire back to the Rebel fleet. Instead, it's just Kanan talking about continuing the fight, and when not to engage the Empire. On the other hand, Vader contacts the Emperor to tell him about his old apprentice, and how she must be tracked down. And the Emperor, and I wish I was kidding here, asks Vader to get another Inquisitor to hunt them down. Yeah, that's the thing. You weren't going to get much better than the Grand Inquisitor, so who the hell could be next? It's inevitably going to be a weaker adversary, which is exactly why they jumped the shark too soon on the villains. Anyways, let's get on with the next episode. We start with a recap of the last episode, where they lost a lot of pilots. Again, the Ghost crew are never chastised on their reckless return to the fleet, which is now considerably weaker. Ahsoka suggests a potential recruit into the rebellion, that being Capitano Rex. Ahsoka talks about him being a skilled commander, and with that, she sends the Ghost crew on a mission to go find him. Since she's lost track of Rex for years, she gives them a tactical droid head she very conveniently has to find him. So we all know that they retconned the Ahsoka novel when making Tales of the Jedi Filoni knockoff edition. Both novels describe the Siege of Mandalore very differently, but it's shown in both that both Ahsoka and Rex faked their deaths and parted ways. Well, what I was gonna say was that the tactical droid being able to calculate someone who was lost years ago and could be anywhere is kind of hard to believe. Filoni split Rex and Ahsoka up and struggled to find a way to reunite them. So he just settles for a quick get out of jail free card. And what do you know? They cut straight to landing on the planet where Rex is. Well, that's one way of being lazy with your writing, isn't it? They don't even tell us what they did in between that gap. So Hera and Chopper stay on the ship, while everyone takes the Phantom down to the planet's surface. So the Phantom lands on the surface, and the tactical droid leads them to the very location of the ATTE, that is visually shown to be renovated as a retirement home. So 3 identical old guys come out, and Kanan recognizes them instantly as clones, and pulls his lightsaber out of instinct, and both sides draw arms at each other. They very quickly resolve the scuffle, and now it's introduction time. And both parties introduce each other. Of the clones, they consist of Rex, Wolf, and Gregor. Yeah, that's right. The one-off Republic Commando survived. I also have to say how much I don't like D. Bradley Baker as the sole voice of the clones. As previously stated, he sounds too much like an Australian stereotype voice, given the national accent is way off by many miles. My suggestion has been either get Tem to voice all the clones, or delegate different voice actors, potentially including Tem, because at this rate, Baker will piss off both Australians and New Zealanders alike for different reasons. Speaking of Australia, and maybe I'm just reading too deep into it, but it's almost like they're referencing Australia a lot in this episode. Start with the fact that they're on a scorched desert planet, which is how a lot of foreigners imagine Australia, as just one big fuck-off desert. Which I can say firsthand, most of the population live in cities by the coastline, like Melbourne, Sydney, Adelaide, or Perth. Those sorts of locations. We don't all live in the desert. In fact, I live in a suburban area with quite a lot of grass around. Okay, I'm thinking about it way too deep, but can you blame me? I am genuinely offended at how much D. Bradley Baker butchers the Australian accent when he's supposed to be imitating a New Zealander. I've said this already, but thankfully, aside from these 3, there are no clones in this show, so we don't get to hear the same guy butcher an Australian accent for the most part, rather than many over the course of 7 seasons. The same cannot be said for the Sad Batch. Anyhow, Ezra informs the trio that Ahsoka sent them to get them back into the fight. Rex talks about how he fought with her from the Clone Wars movie to the Siege of Mandalore, and accepts his unexpected guest with open arms. But of course, upon being asked to join the rebellion, Rex in particular says that he's happily retired and he's earned it. And besides, the Emperor retired all of the clones. Kanan is the first to opt out, given his distrust of clones, which is character consistency, I'd say. You know, before the Sad Batch retcon Kanan's survival, the accepted backstory for his survival was the Kanan the Last Padawan comic. And in that comic, Kanan managed to get a clone to break through his inhibitor chip and help him escape. Since this was the accepted survival story at the time, you'd think that Kanan would understand that the clones were brainwashed the moment the chips kicked in, and thus he'd be more understanding towards the clones. After all, the real perpetrator was Palpatine after all, right? You know, people say that Kanan the Last Padawan is superior to the Sad Batch, but this is a problem that just occurred to me with it. Still, I'm not gonna disagree that the Sad Batch butchered Kanan's survival story, retcon or not. Point is, Kanan hating the clones given the comic is kind of confusing to a degree. Remember that they promised that all material would be equal at the time, until they started breaking that promise, and that a novel would hold the same weight as a movie. Anyways, Wolf objects with Rex and Gregor on helping the rebels, because he's fearful of what the Empire will do if they find out. And this is basically a rare occasion where a character is legitimately fearful of the Galactic Empire. Although, trust me, you're going to fucking cringe at what he does later. Gregor, being the most joyful of the three, asks for something in exchange for the list of bases the rebels need. There's a wild animal out there somewhere on a planet that can give a year's supply of food apparently. So basically, Zeb has to serve as the bait, and I mean that literally. But before we get to that, the Imperials receive a transmission from Commander Wolf, informing them of the Ghost Crew.
What?
Yeah, that's right. Wolf contacted the Empire and informed them on the Ghost Crew. What a fucking dumbass. Is the episode really gonna try and make us believe that this was an appropriate course of action for an ex-commander who knows what the Empire is capable of? You know, when C-3PO did this in Season 1, it was believable and in character. It was fucking stupid that C-3PO was left unsupervised, but still, it's something I can totally believe the droid would do. Here though, this is ridiculous. This is an incompetent decision that's only done to move the plot forward. In other words, decreasing character intelligence to progress the story. Could you not come up with another way of having the Empire track the rebels? You could have just made Wolf a loyal Imperial snitch or something, rather than being fearful of the Empire. That might have actually worked. And it could tie into Kanan's distrust of the clones, so that when Rex does join the rebellion, it leads to a reasonable character conflict, because one of Rex's close friends was a sellout or something. Jesus, I just came up with a solution on the spot. Even the first time I watched this, I was scoffing at Wolf's stupidity. Like a lot of the writing errors, I don't notice on the first watch, but this was an exception. I didn't even need a deeper assessment of the episode to take me out of the story in play. Although to be fair, I was never in the story in play. So yeah, we've got a super lazy excuse for the Empire to show up and cause trouble. It was easily fixable, but oh well. Anyways, we get a discussion with Kanan and Ezra, in which Kanan describes how the clones gunned down his master with him only barely escaping. He also mentions those darn inhibitor chips, and Rex cuts in and incorrectly states that he removed his chip. No. Ahsoka removed it for you. Filoni is very loose with continuity if it wasn't obvious by now. Even if it's something he's previously established before or after. Anyways, an Imperial probe droid shows up, and I'm pretty fed up with this show for contrived circumstances. And it's also here where the crew realized that Zeb being bait was a bad idea. Technically, they tried to say that it turns out that he was bait and not a hunter, but seriously, how did these characters fall for Gregor's ruse? In fact, when the giant creature grabs Zeb and drags him out of sight, Gregor is so excited that he probably squirted some piss. At this point, Gregor is so damn annoying. I hate him. So the episode wastes our time with this big game catch, and I have to ask what this has to do with anything.
Absolutely nothing.
To make a long story short, they kill the big animal, and Zeb is alright. Which I'm calling bullshit because nobody could survive that. And the clones have their yearly meal. That is, if they manage to keep it fresh for a year, because when something dies, it naturally decomposes. I think Gregor in particular deserves a punch in the face for his recklessness, but they couldn't even give us that. In fact, Zeb lightens up to the fact that he was almost eaten, and changes his mood unrealistically. This is not only stupid, but one of Zeb's most out-of-character moments. We don't even really get any action in this episode. It's just the Ghost Crew fucking around with the clones, and that's it. Boring as shit, and I know I won't be voting for Hillary Clinton ever. The Imperial probe droid and the Empire are going to have to wait, and that makes the urgency non-existent. We even see that the probe droid towards the end gets unusually close instead of scouting out things from a distance. Eventually, Sabine discovers the Imperial transmission, and here, I would have expected bloodshed after finding out they've been ratted out, but everyone surprisingly keeps their cool, and worse yet, Worf isn't punished for his poor decision-making skills. So they take out the probe shortly after, and nobody seems to acknowledge Worf's incompetence, despite the fact that he deserves a shot in the back. As always, the cliffhanger isn't earned in the slightest for obvious reasons. I'm still scoffing hard at the sheer incompetence of the writers. A lazy filler hunting episode in a moronic clone. Better yet, it's supposed to be one of Filoni's favourite clones because he was one of the clones who disobeyed Order 66. The inhibitor chips already missed the point of Order 66, but bailing one of your favourites out just so he could later rat out the rebels to the Empire and receive no punishment for it? Ugh, I fucking hate this show. Also, I have to ask, if the ATTE is in the middle of the fucking desert, then where do they get the fuel to keep it running? That's another thing I wondered on the back of my mind watching this episode. Anyways, next episode. Apparently the probe slowed the ATTE down and repairs will take a while. On top of that, there's a bloody storm coming, and with the Imperials on their tail, they're going to need to put up a proper defense. Hera up in space can conveniently power down her ship to avoid detection from the Empire. Well, at least I can say that powering down comes at a cost. The Ghost Crew, despite getting the locations they need to establish a base away from the prying eyes of the Empire, decide to stick around, even with the fact that the clones aren't just going to get back into the fight. Okay, we all know that Rex is going to come back eventually, but I wish they didn't just pad this the fuck out. Anyways, the Empire shows up with a Star Destroyer, with Agent Kallus asking for the clones to give up the rebels. The clones try to bluff that they misspoke, but the probe droid says otherwise. So yeah, we've got a fight. First, a TIE fighter tries to blast the ATTE and misses. Of course. And the clones bring out some old artillery equipment and blow up the TIE fighter. Also, another case of the piss poor writing is where the Imperial Admiral, or whoever, directly tells Kallus that they have the exact location of the rebels on the planet and asks if they should bombard the area with everything they've got. Kallus, because the writers knew they wrote themselves into a corner, says no. So you're gonna squander the opportunity to take out 60% of the Ghost Crew? Like, you got them on a deserted planet no one cares about. And these are the same rebels that have been causing you so much shit. And you have the perfect opportunity to be rid of them. But instead, Kallus decides to go for a ground assault, aka deploying AT-ATs and using those instead. Why the hell didn't you just bomb them from orbit? The logistical answer is because the writers knew that if they did that, the show would be over by this point. Why the hell did they even address the possibility of bombing them from orbit? In what world would deploying AT-ATs be a better strategy than just pulling a Michael Bay and then call it a day? Hey, that rhymed. My god, could the show have been over if the characters made good decisions? So with that being said, Kallus's baffling decision to bring 3 AT-ATs to pursue the good guys gives them a chance to improvise and come up with a plan to survive another day. And yeah, the clones decide to turn around their transport and flee as it's their only option. And to make the previous episode even more pointless, they drop the giant creature they use Zeb as bait to get to avoid carrying dead weight. Yeah, the previous episode was utterly pointless. So the AT-ATs fire at the rebels, but narrowly miss every shot. Personally, I thought this was a fucking clown house. That the Imperials with the sheer advantage can't even aim. Am I supposed to be intimidated by the Empire or not? That's a genuine question I have. So Captain Rex is to enter the storm where all the scanners will be scrambled, except for the sensors of a Jedi. And Kallus orders his small platoon to move full speed ahead after them. Soon after, they note how they need a good shot at the neck, as that is the weak spot of an AT-AT in this situation. So Kanan uses Force Sense to probably hide the AT-TE in a spot where the AT-ATs will pass them without detection. But all this results in is being surrounded by all 3 walkers. So now the new plan is for someone to take a shot, and for the strangest reason, Kanan puts Ezra up to it, while Kanan continues what they're doing. Well, I suppose there's not much else they could have done. It was either Kanan or Ezra. They try to stress that it's all over if there's one mistake made, and by this point, tension is incredibly low for me. The show can never convince me that anyone's in real danger. Ever. May I remind you that Kallus wasted the opportunity to obliterate the ATTE from orbit. But anyways, Ezra takes a shot and manages to down one of the walkers, allowing an escape route for all of them. I'll tell you firsthand that the original scene this moment was trying to imitate, with Luke relying on the Force to pull that lucky shot on the Death Star. That original scene had more magic and flair to it. This doesn't. It's probably because the stakes weren't emphasized enough, because the Empire in the show make for weak-ass villains. It feels like a lot of characters could have made this shot. I guess since Luke's lucky shot had proper build-up, and the payoff was earned, that's what made it better. Also, since they want to make things incredibly easy for the good guys, the Imperial Admiral is called to another location by Lord Vader. Yes, I'm not kidding. They're abandoning Agent Kallus and the ground forces mid-mission. I know you don't want to keep Lord Vader waiting, but you guys just got here. Was there no schedule that was abided by? This makes the Empire look even more weak, as they can't even complete a mission in time. Well, anyways, the crew eventually decide to leave, as the clones will cover the escape, and this, no joke, includes ramming into the AT-AT, and the Ghost crew last minute come back, and better yet, hijack the AT-AT opposite of the one Agent Kallus is in, and guns down his walker. There's even a line where Kallus points out how the Admiral should have provided air support by now. That there is an admission that things were made way too easy for the good guys on purpose. It leaves Agent Kallus to fly on a speeder, but since they only have one, only one of them can hitch a ride, and another one has to use their legs. Oh my god. How pathetic is the Empire? Well, anyways, the clones salute Kanan as their Jedi General by circumstance, and it's here where we see what the callback was for. You want to know what it is? No, seriously, I'll let you have a big guess. It's so they could introduce another fucking Inquisitor. Say hello to the fifth brother, a one-dimensional villain with far less charisma than the Grand Inquisitor, who is the villain for this season. You know, it would have been nice to have an overarching villain for this series, but here, it feels like they're just doing the classic Batman 66 formula of having villains of the week. Only difference is, the villains in Batman are actually memorable, even if they appear for only one episode. Well, anyways, Rex decides to come with the Ghost crew despite saying he's retired for good. There was absolutely no development for his change of heart. It's just a switch that was flicked, and it's also Rex and Ahsoka can meet again and have that reunion. They meet each other and hug, and this was not earned in the slightest. Also, there's something about Rex's reintroduction that makes no sense. Prior to the series finale, Dave Filoni expressed that he wanted Rex to be this random rebel extra on Endor. Officially, he is known as Nick Sant according to both timelines on Wikipedia. He was played by a dude named L. Burner. Filoni specifically designed Rex to closely resemble this rebel extra. That included adding weight to him. This, of course, makes no sense. If Rex was there, he would be physically 72 years old, and it's agreed that this extra looks around 20 years younger. So unless Rex found a way to slow his aging, which I mean, that seems out of character for this universe, unless it was a magic Sith ability to cheat death. Yeah, you see how little thought Filoni put into self-inserting his characters into scenes from the movies. But he was so obsessed with having Rex be in Return of the Jedi retroactively that he decided to model the older version of the character after this random extra without thinking about how little sense it made. But let's be real, Filoni has shown on a constant basis that he'll pave over anything if it suits the story and plays making. The increase in hatred towards Dave Filoni probably came 10 years too late, but it did happen for a reason. And now everyone can see how little Dave Filoni cares about writing in a shared universe, even when he heavily influenced the origins of it. Anyways, with all that being said, that's the end of the episode. And as you can see, we've only covered 4 out of 22 episodes. Ugh. I want to say that pretty much after this point, I watched episode after episode and was not invested the whole way through. The return of Captain Rex was not at all interesting for me, so that fell flat. but the series had that feeling of just going on and on and on. Maybe I should be lenient because this was a show made so that you could tune in every week, but come on. Shows should be entertaining either way you watch it, whether it be as it's coming out or watching it 50 years after it's done and over. I've watched a bit of the OG Twilight Zone, for example, and I can jump from episode to episode and enjoy it. The show was made in the 1950s, so a long time ago. Most of the actors who were in it are dead, unless they were kids or in their 20s when they started in the episodes. Okay, I'm getting off track. The point is, I'm criticizing the series for just being a show you need a weekly break from in order to get into the next episode. Even though I'm watching the show in retrospect, the first time I watched it, I found it so damn dull. Anyways, the next episode is titled Always Two There Are, and I sweated intensely immediately. Even watching the show for the first time, I knew what this was talking about. But anyways, this particular episode starts with Ezra and Kanan practicing force levitation on Chopper, in which Chopper locks down his legs. Captain Rex chimes in after playing that chess game with Zeb, and talks about how his commander always used the force and his wits to win battles. Some very minor praise I'll give to this show is how it name drops Anakin Skywalker. It's very nice how it's done, where Rex alludes to his commander being this great general who always came through in the end, and I don't like how Anakin was portrayed in TCW, but it's something I wanted to point out, and say I liked about the dialogue. Anyways, Hera comes in, and says that one of Rex's listed bases should be searched for medical supplies. So it's a mission for this base in the middle of nowhere. The Phantom with Sabine, Zeb, Chopper, and Ezra go over to what is explained as an abandoned Republic medical station. And what do you know? It's got a dark horror atmosphere. But guess what? It's not gonna top Dead Space. So for the most part, it's just a hike across a cold, dead space station. But hey, you know what? There's a probe droid spying on the Four, and given the last episode teased a new villain, you know exactly who the big bad for this bloody episode is. And hey, they ruin any sort of build-up by cutting to the Imperials realizing the abandoned station has been turned on. The fifth brother senses his enemies there, and arrogantly announces that he'll go alone. Something I have to ask is that unless the Imperials were close in the area, which just seems like a massive coincidence, how would they know that an abandoned space station that no one cares about anymore was turned on briefly? Well, anyways, Ezra arrogantly taunts Zeb that he can find the medical supplies they need faster than he can, and it's just the two being douchebags to each other again. Chopper, who is left by himself, is deactivated by the probe droid, who then violently searches him. Don't ask me what this is supposed to be in droid terms. Chopper conveniently is able to signal for help, in which Ezra and Sabine tail back to go find him, and come across, what do you know, another villain of the season. Ezra at first assumes it's a bounty hunter, until it turns out that, nope, it's another Inquisitor. Now, to bring the review to another halt, I have to point out how they killed off the Grand Inquisitor, but him being the Grand Inquisitor was a retcon, because when we first meet him, he calls himself the Inquisitor. Then when genius writer Filoni killed him off, I guess he struggled to come up with a new villain that could top him. So what did he do? Create two new Inquisitors to take his place, of course. This is almost like George Lucas and the second Death Star. Well, back to the episode, Ezra and Sabine opt to run, but then bump into the fifth brother as well. And they're able to pin Ezra with the help of the newly introduced Inquisitor's probe droids. We see her and the fifth brother arguing on what to do with Ezra, until it's decided that Ezra will be used as bait to draw in other Jedi. Okay, but why not just kill him? I mean, you can just execute him, then deal with any Jedi that come after him, right? Nah, just keep him alive because plot armor is a thing. Well, anyways, the new Inquisitor unmasks herself, and we see that she is the seventh sister, voiced by Sarah Michelle Gellar, who, like Freddie Prinze Jr., played a character in the live-action Scooby-Doo movie.
What the? Hey. I can look at myself naked.
Oh, brother.
And she's also his wife.
Ironic.
Okay, she is known for other shit, like the television series Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which earned the seventh sister the nickname Buffy the Jedi Slayer, but you know what name I prefer? Buffy the creepy would-be Jedi Slayer if she wasn't so fucking useless, because she doesn't slay a single Jedi in the show, and if she has in the comics, I didn't read them, and it's too little, too late. Sort of like a certain someone who I'm surprised isn't in this show, given the amount of fan service present. When I say Buffy is creepy, she is. While she isn't actually bad looking for a dark lady of the Sith, the way she inappropriately touches Ezra and has no sense of personal space, I have to wonder if she's got a thing for Ezra, which is not a pleasant thought. But the way she touches him and gets up close, it's incredibly uncomfortable to watch. I guess Dave Filoni thought there wasn't enough gender equality in underage kids who get touched by adults after it happened to Ahsoka. So I guess Ezra's gotta have suppressed memories too.
Obi-Wan, we meet again. What part of stay 50 yards away at all times don't you understand? Uh-oh.
Well, anyways, Seventh Sister's got Ezra captured, and he does nothing to try and escape. I'm just gonna say firsthand that you're not gonna top the Grand Inquisitor in threat level. This show sloppily writing in new characters really hurt its potential. So we cut to the fifth brother searching around. He stops the thermal detonator trap and deflects it back at Sabine and Zeb, in which Sabine is knocked down, and he decides not to kill her. Instead, he picks her up and carries her on his shoulder, and tells the probe droid to, quote, "Do as you will," to Zeb. I really hate the squandered opportunities the villains have to kill the good guys. Zeb struggles a tiny bit with destroying the probes, but after that, he's home free. And he even finds the supplies along the way. To show how useless the Seventh Sister is, she's unable to break through Ezra. I remember how the third sister in particular failed to break through a 10-year-old Leia, so I imagine Inquisitors don't have very good interrogation powers. The seventh sister almost comes across like she's trying to seduce Ezra, and she even says, quote, "As pretty as you are, I only need you alive. That doesn't mean in one piece." Like, Jesus Christ. This probably might have worked if Ezra was actually an adult. At this point, he should have been at least 18 when the show started, along with Sabine, and this scene might have actually worked. Instead, we get this highly inappropriate interaction between Ezra and the seventh sister. Now, having a seductive, manipulative villain is fine, as I noted how Darth Zana was much like that. Key difference is that Darth Zana didn't try to seduce children. But anyways, at least Buffy didn't try to unzip Ezra's pants. We cut to Zeb finding Chopper downed on the ground, and explains everything that's happened after he was out. Anyways, Sabine and fifth brother join the party, and we further see how useless Buffy is when she politely asks Ezra to share information on his allies, and he of course says no. Ezra, being completely unintimidated, tells me that the seventh sister has been more concerned with flirtation than torture. You know, if the fifth brother had killed Sabine and then threw her dead body in front of Ezra, that might have been enough to break him, but since these Inquisitors are gonna go easy on him, it just makes the conflict non-existent. What am I supposed to be worried about? There's a scene where Zeb contacts the captured pair on a comlink and tries to speak to them in code while the Inquisitors are listening in. Yeah, that's where Ezra is forced to tell Zeb to bring in Kanan and Ahsoka, and so on. Both the Inquisitors bring the pair to the hangar, and Ezra notices Zeb on top of the hangar, and manages to get Sabine to notice too without alerting the Inquisitors, which is completely impossible to believe, and the ambush goes on without much trouble. Zeb picks them both up, and while there is a struggle by both Inquisitors, Zeb is able to blast away, and we see how truly useless these two Inquisitors are. They failed to eliminate their enemies, and now they presumably have to report back to Lord Vader. Who fucking Rey? The three, once back at the Rebel fleet, tell the other main characters on the crazy adventure they just went through. Although at this point, it's laughable that they treat the Inquisitors as anything but a nuisance that just slow things down. And that's the episode. In this slow-ass drag, let's just get on with the next episode. episode 6, as we've still got a long way to go. So this particular episode has Ezra practice with Rex to fire blasters, but then Kanan comes in telling him that he's missing his Jedi training. There's a brief scuffle with Ezra venting that he can't be in two places at once, but then Sabine calls the three of them inside as Hera has a little group meeting. This meeting is basically just a plot device to get Ezra alone with Chopper. Commander Sato asks the Ghost Crew to find some generators to provide humanitarian aid to some residents on an ice world, something nobody cares about. And Ezra isn't allowed to go with everyone else because he was asked to clean something on the ship twice by Hera, and until he does that, he doesn't get to go on this mission. We continue to see Chopper be the most douchey droid in the universe. Seriously, if I had to make a list of the worst droid characters in Star Wars, Chopper might be a top runner on that list. He isn't helpful or funny, and he causes problems for every member of the Ghost Crew. And he's voiced by Dave Filoni. Yeah, you didn't know that, did you? Now that I think about it, his Oscar-worthy performance is probably a key reason why I hate Chopper so much. My subconscious recognized that Filoni was always there in the show somewhere. Anyways, the second the Ghost Crew leave, there's a distress signal, given by a ship known as the Broken Horn. Ezra recognizes the signal as Vizago's ship. So wait, did Vizago literally name the ship after the fact that he broke one of his horns? That's like if Luke, after he lost his hand, named his X-Wing the Amputated Hand. Also, it's not a good title in the slightest. Sounds unintimidating if we're being honest. Ezra drops everything he's doing, reasoning that he owes Vizago a favor anyways. Ezra, despite being shown with no piloting experience, easily adapts to flying the Phantom, which is pretty lazy writing. Chopper could have just flown the Phantom. He's essentially Hera's co-pilot, right? And conveniently, he finds Vizago's ship overhead. Since Lothal is locked down, I just want to say how convenient it is that Vizago hangs around here, and that he was very close to where the Ghost is. Small galaxy, I must say. Yeah, that's another problem. The galaxy feels tiny in this show. Ezra tries to contact Vizago, but there's no answer. So he decides to board the ship, and it's all dark and empty. And to add to the attempted horror atmosphere, a door closes behind Ezra but in front of Chopper, splitting them up. And conveniently, this splitting up leads to Chopper finding exactly what the Ghost Crew needed. Ezra meanwhile doesn't look where he's going and bumps into a disabled droid. And he comes face to face with a certain someone in the cockpit. And to be honest, I actually smiled. The only Clone Wars character that is actually worth a shit, we are reintroduced to Hondo Ohnaka. Yeah, they do not waste his return actually. His personality remains consistent. And the one problem I have, as a matter of fact, is his design. He looks way too skinny, and it's like he's been malnourished in between the Clone Wars and Rebels. But still, the personality and writing remains the same. And given Hondo was one of the few consistently enjoyable things about the Clone Wars, I have a huge sigh of relief that he wasn't downgraded in quality, like the droids. So when asked, Hondo explains that Vizago bet the ship in a game of Sabacc and lost, and now it's his ship, along with his droids and whatnot. Ezra, reluctant to trust Hondo, lies that his name is Lando Calrissian. I thought it was kinda weird that he'd used the name of a well-known smuggler, and in fact, Hondo has heard of Lando, but never seen his face. Hondo also explains that he's looking for a ship crew, but Ezra declines as he's already part of a crew elsewhere. And we get a line of dialogue where Hondo explains that he's lost his pirate gang to the Empire. Gee, the Empire actually being a threat and leaving you up shit creek? I never thought I'd see the day in the show. To anyone in the Clone Wars, we see how better off Hondo is in the Clone Wars than Rebels. In the Clone Wars, he wasn't a one-man party and had much resources to do stuff. That's the reason he was able to deliver weapons in the Onderon arc. But here, we see he's more limited in what he can do since losing his gang. Out of all the returning characters, Hondo actually has the best representation of what happened to him. Moving on, an Imperial transport attacks the Broken Horn, but there's no tension. since Chopper comes in and fixes the hyperdrive and jumps to light speed without punching in coordinates. So realistically, they plow right into a star because of this massive oversight in writing, but they're fine in the very next scene. So since the Broken Horn is carrying generators that the rebels were established as needing so badly, when Hondo asks Ezra for help on a transaction, Ezra agrees to a share of 2 of the generators and splitting the profit made from a third. Predictably, this is going to cause some problems. Landing on a random barren planet with a station in the middle of nowhere, and who else would the buyer be but that slob from season 1? Yeah, that's right, he's back. And he's just as slimy as ever. The slob decides he's going to take the supplies by force, and since there's a bounty on Hondo's head, he intends to collect that too. Also, Ezra gets unmasked, and his identity is exposed, since Fat Slob remembers him from Lando's farm. At first, Hondo thinks it's obvious because he still thinks Ezra is Lando, and upon being told otherwise, he affirms that he likes Ezra more despite being lied to. So there's this action sequence where not much happens. Ezra retrieves his weapons and starts shooting. Basically, to sum everything up, Fat Slob gets away, and Hondo almost gets sucked into space, but is fortunately saved by Ezra, although he reveals his force training. But anyways, having their big score since they kept all the generators, Ezra, Hondo, and Chopper celebrate. But then a strange twist happens. Ezra, surprised to see Vizago, learns that Hondo just stole his ship and locked him away. So Vizago calls in the favor Ezra owes him. When I heard that the favor Ezra owes would amount to this, I was kind of expecting something more difficult, but I guess the writers didn't want to challenge themselves, so Ezra frees Vizago and they're even. So yeah, Vizago goes to confront Hondo, and Ezra flip-flops between whose side he's on, but to make a long story short, Hondo steals the Phantom, and Vizago is livid at Ezra. So he jettisons him and Chopper out an escape pod, remarking how he hates children. Yeah, so things were made way too easy for Ezra. I was expecting a super tough favor Vizago to ask Ezra, but instead, it's something piss easy that happens in an episode where Vizago isn't present for most of the episode. So this was contrived as hell. But the highlight, I'd say, is Hondo's return. His personality remains intact, with any changes being minor or barely noticeable, except for his design, of course. Anyways, turns out the Phantom isn't lost forever. It was on autopilot headed back to the Ghost, and now everyone isn't pissed at Ezra anymore because he found those darn generators the rebels needed. So everything's in actuality resolved, and there's no lasting consequence, and Ezra and Hondo leave on good terms. And that was episode 6. As you can tell, we're nowhere near the end. So the next episode is pretty lame. It basically starts with the rebels intending to give aid to a blockaded planet and give them resources. Surprisingly, the Imperial fleet is smaller than usual. The blockade doesn't include anything like a Star Destroyer. I guess that would make things too hard to write around. Gee, why does it feel like the writing always has this sense of giving up high stakes or big threats? Yeah, so the Imperial blockade is admittingly small and not that intimidating. Yet the rebel fleet is still easily overwhelmed with only 3 ships, including the Ghost, surviving when Hera gives the order to retreat. So yeah, how are they going to get past that blockade? Well, apparently there's this lone mechanic who's building something called a B-Wing, and Kanan volunteers Hera to go get the B-Wing. Since this is a straight-up filler episode, Kanan's flying the Ghost trying to figure out a way past the Imperial blockade. Meanwhile, Hera, Sabine, and Zeb dick around the mechanic's place and testing out the B-Wing before using it to blast through the blockade. Now, something I wanted to talk about is that we're given no reason why the world in this episode is being blockaded, and why the Empire didn't just blast it from orbit and glass it. Earlier, it was established that opposing the Empire will just have the Empire become even more brutal as retaliation. So what happened to that exactly? Because to me, the Empire pulls a lot of its punches, and that's why they, as antagonists, are weak. They have limits on how cruel they can be, and that just doesn't make for a scary villainous faction. So I may have quickly summarized episode 7, but believe me, there's nothing to it. It's filthy filler. So let's just skip right on to episode 8, which, wouldn't you know it, is a Sabine-focused episode. This is basically the first one we're getting since that short with her easily outdoing Imperials and making them look like incompetent fools. In this episode, Hera sends Sabine on a mission, in which Ezra and Chopper have the quote-unquote privilege of being her backup. Ezra's annoying crush on Sabine is very obvious, as he blabbers on about random shit to Sabine about how he spends time alone and eats alone and blah 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 blah. Despite this being a trait of Ezra having a thing for Sabine, there also seems to be a lot of times the writers forget that it exists. And if I hadn't emphasized this before, their relationship goes absolutely nowhere. It just remains static of Ezra being an infatuated moron. Anyways, they're supposed to meet up with a courier and remark the catchphrase, "It's a long way to Alderaan." And the two embarrass themselves saying the catchphrase to random people, and then sometime later, which I'm going to assume is 5 hours for comedic effect, they're about to give up, when it turns out the courier is a binary droid. I don't know why the pair would have no idea who or what the courier is and where to start looking, but soon afterwards, a bounty hunter shows up. Bloody perfect. And better yet, it's someone Sabine recognizes, Kestu Onyo. So yeah, during this conversation, Ezra just ruins any potential tension by asking Sabine random questions and receives no answer, as Sabine just ignores him. Eventually some stormtroopers show up, and during all this, I'd like to say that Ezra does very little to help. In fact, just as Sabine and Ezra are about to take off with the droid, almost home free, Ezra gets shot off and falls off the ship as it takes off. Yeah, so this episode was deliberately designed to have Ezra written out for the most part, because the focus is on Sabine. Honestly, I don't know why this wasn't just a mission Sabine did by herself. She wouldn't be any more of a Mary Sue at this point, so what's the harm? On the other hand, Sabine's bounty hunter friend Kestu is surrounded by stormtroopers, and despite killing multiple of them, the stormtroopers squander the opportunity to fire and execute her. She, in return, doesn't even crush the stormtroopers. She just gives them minor injuries at best. Maybe the same as having someone slip on a banana peel. So when Sabine gets into orbit above the planet, Ketsu is not very hard behind, and contacts her that she give up the binary droid. And this I'm not surprised by, but Chopper sneaks on board Ketsu's ship and deactivates the weaponry on her ship, and Sabine takes the opportunity to escape, but being pursued by Kestu, she uses a tractor beam to grab Chopper and forces Sabine to come to the negotiating table. Throughout all of this, I just didn't care. I can't quite put my finger on what it is, but Sabine is a character I don't give two shits about. It probably contributed to my lack of caring. Something I find weird is when Sabine and Ketsu dock their ships together, they don't just have a duel to the death and be done with it. There's even this baffling moment where Ketsu takes her bloody helmet off, because I guess the writers just wanted to show us what this bitch looks like, despite it being completely out of place. It's this black chick who tries to cut a deal with Sabine, and at this point, I thought this show had them try to kill each other at the start. Sabine actually references that she was essentially stabbed in the back and left to dead by her, and this is absolutely an abrupt 180 just because. So based on how this episode was presented to us, I'd especially imagine both characters to gun each other down. I also don't like how Chopper stands directly behind Ketsu, and doesn't give her an electric shock or something. Both characters just dropping their guard is pathetic. Half the time, I forgot Sabine was even supposed to be a Mandalorian. Anyways, to make a long story short, the Imperials show up, and the two team up to make it out alive. Of course.
Ah, stop eating our boat, Jaws.
Rawr, I'm gonna eat your boat, and then I'm gonna eat you guys. Rawr! Oh my god, what's that?
It's bigger, Jaws.
Oh my god, now we have a common enemy. We have to work together.
This trope seems to be done a lot in kids' shows. One example I can think of is Transformers. We are meeting Ketsu in this very episode, and the show talks like we're expected to know who she is. I'd also like to point out that the writing is so fucking bland. They're basically telling us what's going on instead of showing us. I picked up in writing advice videos that it's okay to tell instead of show in certain instances. The dialogue is super paper thin. This just makes the episode so uninteresting. Well, they evade Imperial forces, and now they're friends again. Like most of Disney's Star Wars, it's not earned. They sort of just brush Ketsu's betrayal under the rug, and that's the episode. I guess they just wanted a character to use for later. Pathetic, lazy writing. Next episode. So Ezra and Commander Sato go out on a mission to search for a group of missing rebels, whom the main fleet lost contact with. Okay, something I wanted to emphasize is just like the Clone Wars, they do a piss poor job of mapping out the war. The entirety of Star Wars Rebels, I'd say, focuses heavily on the formation of the rebellion. But you'd think they would have showed us where the rebellion came from. And even if it's only from the perspective of the Ghost Crew, show us a conflict progress towards a full-out war, and the Empire valuing the rebels more and more as a threat. They just drop us into a scenario and expect us to follow along. I wish this show was more reactive and less standalone. It seems Filoni's problem is that he just can't get events to clearly lead into another, with cause and effect after another. I wish there was more reactive writing, instead of making the whole thing self-contained episodes of X random conflict that doesn't connect to any other episode. I don't know what state the Rebel Alliance is, nor the Galactic Empire. The most of a clue we have is that the Galactic Empire has the advantage, and that's it. Why they have the advantage, beyond overwhelming numbers, I couldn't tell you. Like, seriously, could they not have the consequences of one episode play into another? If the Rebels sustain heavy losses, they could at least show us the Rebels recovering come the next few episodes. One of my favorite examples of a story with reactive writing is the movie Die Hard. The stakes are confined to one building in Los Angeles and not an entire galaxy, but it completely feels like a lived-in world, with John McClane and the T-Words actively and consistently trying to thwart each other. When the T-Words roll into the building and take everyone hostage, John McClane escapes onto another floor, and uses his problem-solving skills to warn authorities. When he realizes the nearby telephone doesn't work, he instead pulls over the fire alarm, but the T-Word leader Hans Gruber is quick to act, calling off the fire department as a false alarm. And this also leads to them learning that someone must have pulled off the fire alarm in an attempt to get the authorities on the premises. So Hans sends one of his goons to the area where the fire alarm was pulled. This is where John McClane is forced to hide. And after a fight with the T-Word in question, they fall down the stairs where the T-Word snaps his neck and dies. Which leads to John now having a machine gun. You see what I mean? One event leads to another in a super reactive movie. And the whole movie is like this, where everything is interconnected and well thought out. If you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. Now, Star Wars, since it takes place over the course of many years, doesn't have that much of reactive writing. But there still is a cause and effect, with each part of the saga leading into another. Like A New Hope leads directly into Empire Strikes Back, with the Empire striking back at the Rebels after they blew up the Death Star. There's always a cause and effect. Right until the end with Return of the Jedi. And even if you get into the EU, the Thrawn trilogy does the same thing. Wait, did I say Thrawn? Well, anyways, their ship gets stopped in mid-hyperspace by an Imperial Star Destroyer with a hyperspace jamming attachment. And yep, they're captured. But since Commander Sato managed to send a distress signal, the Ghost Crew get the message. And Sabine talks about when she was at the Imperial Academy, they were developing a gravity well that could rip ships out of hyperspace. Despite knowing what the threat is the best, Sabine doesn't come along to the rescue mission. Instead, Hera rejects the prospect of everyone coming along. Instead, Kanan will partner up with Rex and Chopper. When I was rewatching this episode, I realized it was just a shitty excuse for Kanan and Rex to have a bonding episode. Yeah, like this is the time to have a crappy bonding episode. Anyways, cut to Commander Sato and Ezra being escorted to the Imperial Commander. Don't even ask where the Rebel extras are, because they don't matter. Only the named characters have plot armor. So yeah, only Commander Sato and Ezra have a presence for the rest of the episode. The Rebel extras? Who knows? Who cares where they are? Okay, they do show up later, but they don't do anything. The Imperial Commander expresses glee that they've captured 2 high-value targets, and you'd think he'd be extra careful to lock the 2 away in a secure location. I hope. As the episode goes on, you see that the Empire has super lax security. We cut back to Kanan and Rex arguing with each other. And then Zeb brings in 2 stormtroopers that he knocked out for disguises, as well as Sabine stealing an Imperial shuttle. The stolen items are pretty much presented to the good guys from the get-go. And Kanan even remarks, and I quote,
"How is it the Empire lets us keep stealing these things?"
And at this point, it was my 500th scoff in a row watching this show. Another case of just making things super easy for the good guys. Why can't the writers ever challenge themselves? So Kanan and Rex, after some more arguing, come in front of the Gravity Well Star Destroyer. And they're easily able to get on board the Star Destroyer because of the fact that Rex says that he and Cody practically invented the clearance codes during the Clone Wars. Yeah, that's pretty lazy writing. That they haven't switched codes by now, despite it being over 20 years. Wouldn't the Empire think the whole thing was open to heavy abuse if it wasn't swapped out in 20 years? When the trio shuttle is cleared to dock, we cut to the Imperial commander being contacted by Agent Kallus, who informs the commander not to underestimate Ezra Bridger, and to increase the guard on him 3-fold. Does the commander listen to the advice? Not really. So Kanan and Rex enter the Star Destroyer and sneak around in their disguises. Anyhow, Ezra is being escorted by only 3 pissing stormtroopers, and is easily able to overpower them, and lock them all up in the cell they were going to lock Ezra in. Does that mean when Agent Kallus informed the commander to increase the guard 3-fold, that it meant that there was only going to be 1 stormtrooper escorting him otherwise? I'm just thinking back to the first 2 episodes of the whole series, where Ezra easily tricked 2 stormtroopers into letting him free. Then Kanan and Rex show up in disguise, and Ezra, thinking that they're real stormtroopers, fires some non-lethal rounds into them with his blaster. It's lucky that Ezra's blaster was set to stun, otherwise they'd be fucking dead. Anyways, we get this corny moment where Ezra lies that there was a huge firefight, until Chopper reveals otherwise. And the 2 are pissed at him, but they've got no time to argue, because it's time to go get Commander Sato. So yeah, it's a huge firefight, where Ezra and Chopper try to get the ship to self-destruct, while Kanan and Rex free Sato and the boys. To sum all this up, Rex gets captured briefly, in which the Imperial commander starts grandstanding Rex for fighting with traitors, and blah blah. He offers Rex the chance to rejoin the Empire if he surrenders, but he of course refuses, so the needle droid opts to torture him instead. Kanan senses his suffering through the Force, and in perhaps the most out-of-character moment for Kanan, he goes out of his way to save Rex. This happens for no other reason than Filoni wanting Rex to be in Return of the Jedi. It's a lack of earning anything. Also, something that's utterly baffling is how is the Rebel ship still intact for Commander Sato, Ezra, and friends to escape on? I expected an Imperial shuttle to be the escape route, but sure as hell not a goddamn Rebel ship. Okay, let's assume that they wanted to scan the Rebel ship to try and trace it back to the fleet. But in that case, why in the hell didn't they drain the fuel? You know what? It doesn't matter at this point. They easily escape, and Chopper sabotage the Star Destroyer by dragging in every ship, including those belonging to the Empire, which gives the Rebel ship the leeway to escape. And they pretty much wrap this episode with Rex and Kanan making up with each other, and the 2 salute each other, and that's the end. It's an ending given without being earned. But since this video is bound to be long, let's just get into the next episode. Episode 10 concerns another pointless conflict with the Inquisitors. We start with a civilian transport being boarded by the 2 Inquisitors of the season. We've already met them before. So anyways, they take a Force-sensitive child by force. Yeah, I'm guessing that this episode's Clone Wars counterpart was the one with Cad Bane in the Jedi Holocron. Even if that's not the case, it does feel pretty similar. So basically the conflict of this episode are the Inquisitors taking Force-sensitive kids to prevent them from becoming Jedi. This is also where Ahsoka enters the show again. I'm pretty convinced that Filoni's treating her like this ultra-important character that you're supposed to bow down and worship. It's not explained how Ahsoka knows about the specific kidnappings of Force-sensitive kids in this episode. There's no scene of the Ghost Crew getting intel on the Inquisitors' whereabouts or anything. We're dropped into the episode with Ahsoka knowing about the Inquisitors' recent activities. Anyways, Kanan, Ezra, and Zeb are sent on a mission to some unspecified planet to find a Force-sensitive child before the Inquisitors do. Kanan and Ezra split up with Zeb and Chopper, and the latter pair find the kid from the very start of the episode. The Inquisitors just left a baby in their TIE fighters. So Zeb and Chopper take them back to the Phantom, in which Chopper stays to take care of the child. Meanwhile, Ezra and Kanan go into some residential district or something, and come across an Ithorian parent or something, who says that their child was taken by Inquisitors. I found it incredibly weird that the Inquisitors left witnesses behind, because when we cut to Ahsoka, she finds the woman from the start of the episode the sole survivor of the Inquisitors massacre. Out of all the people the Inquisitors spared, it was ironically the guardian of the child they were kidnapping. I suppose this was only done so that there would be someone alive to give much needed info to the good guys. Anyways, after finding the second child, Zeb grabs the kid and is pursued by those darn Inquisitors. For some reason, Zeb is able to somewhat outrun them, which is plain silly. The two sense the presence of the good guys in this one building, and at least the seventh sister is dispatching a probe droid as a lookout in case they decide to exit out. Although the probe droid doesn't detect Ezra and Kanan entering the building, and the episode basically is evading the Inquisitors. The big problem is that the toddler just won't shut up. And this is where the good guys realize the children are Force sensitive. There's this really stupid part where the fifth brother is tricked by a comlink recording of the baby crying its ass off, which doesn't help the underwhelming nature of these villains. To make a long story short, this episode essentially has Ezra escape with the child, in which the probe droid overhears a remark made to the little one about one of the ghost hideouts. I hope that's a Chekhov's gun for a later episode. Kanan and Zeb jump out of a window on a higher floor and land on some dude's speeder, with the Inquisitors in hot pursuit. We get a questionable fight scene, in which the Inquisitors have several perfect opportunities to kill the good guys, but waste it every single time. The one that stood out to me is when the fifth brother uses Force grip on Kanan, and the seventh sister, instead of taking the opportunity to impale him, instead goes for a high kick attack. Both sides are on the offensive, and they just waste the opportunity every time. I guess this is an additional reason why the animation is so lackluster. It's because whoever animated this show had no clue how to choreograph fights effectively. If you remember this show well enough, you know this is where a certain Filoni fetish character makes her entrance. Yeah, that's right. Ahsoka comes in, ignites her lightsabers, which I guess you're supposed to be wowed at her silver blades if you're a filthy casual. Big deal. There were Knights of the Old Republic too as well. Still, giving Ahsoka a unique colour for Disney canon seems to be a decision made to make her seem special. As I've said, Filoni is super obsessed with making her pivotal to a saga she was never in. When she confronts the Inquisitors, the music pumps the fuck on, and I guess you're expected to clap like a seal. This is also on top of the fact that Ahsoka wrecks the shit out of the Inquisitors. She literally goes to town on them, and despite having the perfect opportunity to kill the seventh sister, she just draws a blade in front of her and says that she's beaten. That's another thing. The show doesn't feel like the named characters are trying to kill each other. Hell, even with some of the stormtroopers and Zeb, he doesn't seem to whack them hard enough to kill them. It's more like they're just boxing each other. It's like watching the UFC or something. Ahsoka's skill was OP in the Clone Wars, and her skill is OP here. Something I'd like to point out is that Ahsoka is only a pissing 3 years older than Kanan, yet Kanan is nowhere near her level. And that's weird. You'd expect Ahsoka to be at least 5 years older than Kanan or something. And given the lacking quality standards of Filoni, thinking it's okay for children to participate in battles, and how it's all good fun and games. Anakin was a child soldier by accident and circumstance. Qui-Gon intended to keep a watchful eye over Anakin during the Battle of Naboo, and wisely told him to stay in the cockpit. That's the key difference. And even with something like Knights of the Old Republic, you could at least say that Mission Vale was not an official member of the Republic Army, but rather part of the Ebon Hawk crew. Ahsoka is an overpowered Mary Sue who would have died the moment she went up against someone like Grievous or Sarge Ventress, but she managed to beat both of them. Now, the fifth brother and the seventh sister have been portrayed as mostly useless, but in that case, I don't understand how Kanan and Ezra combined can't beat the both of them. Like, the fifth brother and the seventh sister also are not effective at working together, and are more competitive than anything. It may be the nature of the Sith to be self-serving and independent, but often this sort of writing comes at the detriment of the characters as villains who challenge the heroes. It just leads to the good guys easily getting away. I'm starting to notice a pattern of incompetent bad guys versus the cool, hip, good guys. Commonly in a story, villains are more memorable. Not in this story though. This show has this whole vibe of rebels rule, and that it's piss easy to overthrow an evil empire. You just gotta believe. Man, that is such a Disney message, isn't it? It's exactly like the thought that training is for pussies, when it's actually an incredibly important factor in one's usage of the Force. So to make a super dragged out story short, Ahsoka jumps on the transport and gets away. The children are safe, and they don't even establish what's gonna happen to them. It's just, there's no Jedi order to keep them safe, and that's it. And we get a cliffhanger with the recording of Ezra mentioning the planet they hang out on. So that's something to be excited for. Yeah, so I wish something this show emphasized more was maintaining secrecy and doing your best to not be tracked by the Empire. Otherwise the whole thing is doomed. I mean, the whole thing against the Empire should be rigged, given the Empire has an insane advantage of numbers and resources. So now let's go to episode 11, in which we've almost reached the halfway point, in which Ezra has a vision in his sleep concerning his parents. When I saw that, I was like, oh great, this again. In which it's that whole mystery thing of looking into the future and whatnot. The thing is though, I wish it was better written. It really just feels like an excuse to go back to Lothal than anything. I remember with Anakin's visions, in Attack of the Clones, his vision of his mother's suffering actually played an important role. And not only was he too late to save his mother, he also basked in anger and revenge by killing those savages who brutalized her. We see that he's greatly saddened by what happened, and he's not sure why he did what he did, killing those Tusken Raiders out of sheer rage. He swears that he will be powerful enough to stop those he cares about from dying. Then in the next movie, when he gets a vision of Padme suffering during labor, he pays extra attention to that. And the unsatisfactory advice from Master Yoda forces him to find other options, i.e. Palpatine. Palpatine offers him the power to save Padme, and Anakin starts wondering whether or not Palpatine is his best bet. Plus, his choice to betray the Jedi by slicing Mace Windu's hand was a split-second decision. But here, I don't know what the point is. I mean, the last time Ezra had a Force vision, it also concerned his parents. But not much happened besides the senator guy turning out to be an Imperial spy. Speaking of, what the hell happened to him? Because in the next episode after that, they paint the senator as, oh, I was just protesting peacefully, and he never pops up again. You'd think they'd eventually meet again, and the senator would receive his just punishment for his deception. Even though I've only read the first 18 issues, I also recall the Force vision the Jedi Covenant had in the KOTOR comics also had huge consequences, where once the vision was given, it couldn't be unseen, and the Covenant took the drastic measure of slaughtering their own Padawans, just to ensure the Sith wouldn't return. And did it work? No. Because it was an irrational move made out of fear. Because Revan and Malak would eventually build a Sith Empire, as seen in Knights of the Old Republic the game. You'd think that Ezra having a vision of the future would have huge consequences like the two stories I described. I remember in the Clone Wars, when Ahsoka had a vision of Padme being taken out by Aurra Sing, that it wasn't treated like a major development for Ahsoka's character, like it probably should have been. Because Ahsoka resolves everything by the end, and there's no lasting consequences. Which of course is a problem with the Filoni-verse. It's a lack of earning anything. I can't believe I've managed to keep my sanity intact through all the shit I've watched. Seriously, could the story earn itself for once? Well anyways, in the vision, he meets a Loth cat, which is symbolism for something I guess. As soon as he wakes up, he runs straight to Kanan and Hera, and tells them about the vision with his parents. And this is where Hera speaks to Ezra about how she and Kanan tried to track Ezra's parents. But out of the 1,000 systems they could be in, not a single one of them could be narrowed down. Now I don't know about you, but just like the SIBO shit, this is probably a moment that feels the closest to being sincere. I don't know. They play this scene dead serious, and it actually works for once, with Ezra giving Hera a genuine thank you, and it feels real because in context, he's learnt that she's tried extra hard to find his parents, with little to no luck, but not without trying at the end of the day. I said in the first season review that it seems when they try to play a scene dead serious, without quips or jokes or dramatic shit going on, it's genuine. It reminds me of that scene with Luke Skywalker in Battlefront 2 EA, a scene which is one of the only good ones in the game. Like, for context, not even the most hardcore Disney Star Wars defenders try to defend that game's story, and everyone agrees that it was an utter failure. In that scene, it was a real, genuine conversation between Luke and Del. They wrote Luke how you'd expect, and he's not played up for, oh my god, it's Luke Skywalker, like in The Mandalorian. I'm thinking that Disney Star Wars ironically needs more scenes where they just let the characters be themselves without anything crazy going on. The original saga had plenty of scenes in between the big spectacle pieces, and they worked quite well, because so far, it seems like this is where Star Wars Rebels is at its best, when it's not quipping or having overblown action scenes that account for jack shit. Anyways, let's talk about the rest of the episode. The bad guys, including Agent Kallus, have a meeting where they discuss the leak of a rebel presence on Garel, and decide to deploy forces to Garel. There is this moment where the Seventh Sister tells Agent Kallus that she notices that he has a noticeable admiration for the rebels, and Kallus doesn't directly respond, instead stating with their combined efforts, they may be able to catch the rebels. I actually kinda like subtlety like this. While I do think it's laughable that Agent Kallus hasn't been demoted, fired, or killed at this point, I really like the hint that Kallus is impressed that the rebels who got away like 50 times at this point continue to outdo him, and he respects that. Like, this is someone who has no care for his stormtrooper underlings. This heavily implies that he thinks his backup is useless or ineffective. In a better show, this could greatly characterize Kallus as a villain. A lot of villains can have admiration for the hero. One example that comes to mind is Syndrome from The Incredibles, who despite his arrogance and bitterness, still holds a tad lot of admiration for Mr. Incredible. I don't know. I think Kallus had the potential to be a likable villain, similar to Hans Gruber, or Nolan vs. Joker. In fact, if I ever get around to a Rebels rewrite, I'll keep Kallus around for my rewrite because I see a lot of potential. We cut back to Ezra looking at the picture of his parents, and upon sliding down, Kanan gets Ezra to search through a list of Imperial detainees, encouraging him to use the Force to let it guide him, and he pinpoints one Imperial prisoner. Realizing that they have to go to Lothal to meet this prisoner, whom Hera says there was a prison breakout on Lothal, so Ezra might be onto something, and the Ghost crew all openly offer to help. Although something weird is that they mention that Lothal isn't fully blockaded by Imperial Star Destroyers anymore, and the crew realize through Zeb that there aren't any stormtroopers anywhere on Garel, indicating the Empire's up to something. This makes the Empire feel smaller than it should be, that for a full-scale assault on Garel, they gotta move their Star Destroyers. Really puts the scale into question, doesn't it? Anyways, Ezra and Kanan go to get Zeb the moment the Imperial forces show up, and they have this shitty fake out where they're pinned down, but all it takes is Ezra using his lightsaber and the Force, and so they're not overwhelmed anymore. Alright? Was the show just pretending they were being overwhelmed just because? And again, another missed opportunity to execute Agent Kallus, who was down and unconscious. You'd think Zeb in particular would take that opportunity, but nope, he just stands in the background during all this. The Inquisitors also show up, and Ezra's prepared to strike at them, until Kanan shuts the door through a blaster shot, and they have this bullshit conversation about Ezra's obsession with getting to Lothal to find out what happened to his folks. Anyways, they've wasted enough time as the Rebel fleet is ready to depart, which I'm surprised to see Commander Sato and Captain Rex here. Do the Rebels just hide out on the same place if they're refueling? Seems kinda risky. At least the Ghost provides a distraction, while Kanan and Ezra depart on the Phantom, the Rebels' fleet being attacked, and the Imperials even have the capital Rebel ship in a tractor beam. Although the Ghost crashes onto the tractor beam in order to get the capital ship free. It sounds incredibly stupid, but I guess in context, they were running out of ideas, and losing the capital ship would not be ideal. Anyways, the Phantom makes it all the way to Lothal, which is completely unguarded, which is pretty darn lazy. Something I like to ask is whether or not the Empire value the rebels as a threat, or if Agent Callus and the Inquisitors are the only ones assigned to the task of hunting down rebels, and the rest of the Empire couldn't be fucked. It's not really explained on how much the Empire values the rebels as enemies. Is it a threat they're underestimating, or are they doing everything they can to stamp it out? That's some world building I'd like to be explored. You'd think for an origin story of the rebellion, they'd do that. Anyways, Ezra and Kanan decide to go back to Ezra's presumably burnt out home, in which they see there's practically little left. Ezra reaches out and the Loth Cat shows up, and Ezra follows it around to a dude on a speeder bike. The guy speeds away, but Ezra apparently put a tracker on the Loth Cat. So it's here where we meet this guy, Ryder Azadi, who knows exactly what happened to Ezra's parents. So after all this build-up, you want to know what Ryder says once they camp in for the night? Well, Ezra's parents died in the prison escape.
And it's gone.
Yeah, a simple, albeit lame answer. Although Ryder makes a point about how they heard Ezra's message to Lothal at the end of Season 1. It's played as like, they knew it was you, Ezra. They knew right away it was you. And Ezra appropriately sobs away after the confirmation that his parents are dead and gone forever. Gee, I know I said the answer was lame, but as the scene goes on, they actually kind of sell the cold reality. So I'd say it's a scene that starts off making you go bleh, but then you get invested by the time it ends. The final scene also has nice ominous music, where Ezra remembers his parents, and how he has made them proud posthumously. Is it earned? Not really. I don't really remember a transition of loner Ezra to selfless rebel Ezra. Anyways, Kanan discusses with Ezra how his parents will live inside him, and that's the episode. And good thing they didn't cut to abrupt happy music. Alright, now that we're more than halfway through the season, we can catch a breather. Jeez, I've had a lot to say, haven't I? Well, the nightmare, I'm sad to say, is only halfway done. The episode afterwards is called A Princess on Lothal, and the moment I heard that, I was sweating bullets. Apparently the setup for this episode is having Senator Organa send reinforcements to Lothal after the rebel fleet got half crushed at Gorel. And it's a mission that will get Ezra to take his mind off his parents. We cut to 3 ships jumping out of hyperspace, and their designs ripped straight from Knights of the Old Republic. But I guess the dishonor actually goes to Rogue One first, for ripping off the designs. Well, anyways, this is where we're introduced to Leia Organa, acting like she's got relief supplies for the citizens of Lothal and blah blah. I knew I was gonna cringe at this episode, and I absolutely did. When Leia lands, we get this scene where she acts like her snarky self. Some of the corniest dialogue I've ever heard. Throughout the episode, it's blatantly obvious that she's in league with the rebels, but the Imperials are too stupid to even notice it. Seriously, the way Leia talks to Imperials, feigning loyalty and whatnot, I have no idea why it took until A New Hope to be caught red-handed assisting the rebels. Anyways, once the 3 of them are off on an Imperial shuttle, Leia talks about how the plan is to get the rebels to quote-unquote steal the transports, that way Alderaan won't get any blame. This is apparently a better idea than just giving the ships to the rebellion in deep space. Yeah, I disagree with you, Leia. I don't know why Alderaan, as a supplier of rebel equipment, can't just do what I proposed and say the rebels stole it. Wouldn't it be riskier to do it in front of the Imperials, when Leia's obviously a liar? Also, I imagine there has to be a limit on what Alderaan can supply to the rebels before the Empire gets suspicious. I'm pretty sure the Empire knew about Alderaan's treachery, but couldn't do anything about it.
Vader concluded that the stolen plans had been given to Princess Leia Organa of Alderaan. We weren't surprised. For all their talk of being a peaceful planet, Alderaan had been thumbing its nose at the Empire for years.
Yeah, in the expanded universe, Alderaan was pretty much untouchable as a wealthy core world, as a great source of income for the Empire. At least until the Death Star was finished, and Tarkin fired on Alderaan as the first public example of the superweapon. Even then, destroying Alderaan was incredibly risky, since again, it was a great source of income for the Empire. This also explains the question of why, if Palps knew that Bail Organa was a traitor, why he couldn't go after him directly after the events of The Force Unleashed. The answer is simple. Alderaan was incredibly influential. and the Empire faced incredible downsides by deciding to wipe it off the map. It might be an easy explanation, but it works. You see, this is why decanonizing the EU was a bad decision, because coming up with a better expanded universe would be an uphill battle, and doing it without people accusing you of stealing all the good ideas when you repeat even the smallest thing from the EU. You know, speaking of the Force Unleashed, apparently the overrated cowboy wanted to introduce him as an Inquisitor, but the idea was rejected by Disney and it didn't go any further than that. Honestly, Filoni is almost a mascot for Disney itself. He can't come up with his own ideas, so he just takes them from somewhere else. Plagiarism, bitch. Anyhow, the shuttle lands on the area where Ryder is captured by the Empire. And to sum all this up, the princess plays pretend as the rebels fake kidnap her. We also get this pep talk from Leia to Ezra, and to sum up the rest of the episode, the Ghost Crew steal the ships, and Leia keeps pretending that she's loyal to the Empire during all this. Also, something I found arse backwards is that they're giving the Empire a legitimate bombshell story to report on. It was commonly shown in Season 1 that the Empire takes every opportunity to spew constant propaganda and make the rebels out to be bloodthirsty, violent murderers. Well, needless to say, you can kiss that goodbye, because we have none of that anymore. I guess the rebels don't have to deal with negative propaganda about them anymore, if it's gonna drop out of the show. On this occasion, whoever writes the news reports on the holonet has something legitimate here. Ruthless rebels kidnap innocent princess. And as far as the Empire knows, it's the only thing they're being truthful about. Well, unfortunately, we never see the Empire villainize the rebels this way. Also, Ryder, after being taken off planet, decides to go back to Lothal, because he couldn't make up his damn mind on whether or not he wanted to leave. And that's episode 12. This was a plain awful episode when I first watched it. Also, I know you got much needed ships, but where is the crew for those ships? Did you just recruit some rebels off screen? That would have been nice to see, guys. Because come the next episode, the rebels have their ship fully manned. I really wish the story was more cause and effect, you know? So basically, to start this episode, we've got Commander Sato needing a new hyperspace route to travel to. And Sabine suggests the Conquered Dawn system. And the rebels get excited, as they could potentially recruit new allies in the Protectors there. And so they decide to fly into Mandalorian space, with the Ghosts and some rebel ships flying into the system. They are soon after contacted by the Mandos, and told they are trespassing. And as it turns out, the Mando Protectors are aligned with the Empire, and proceed to attack the rebels immediately. They take out 2 of the rebel fighters, but you can forget about them. They never come up again after that action scene. The focus is on Hera, who barely escaped, and was sent to sickbay. Also, I wondered why they fixated on Conquered Dawn instead of finding another hyperspace route, like what the instigator of the episode set up. So Kanan volunteers for an infiltration mission, in which he plans to destroy the Mandalorian fighters before they take off. Despite intending to go on the mission alone, Sabine joins him behind his back, and it's too late to go back. So the whole episode has Kanan and Sabine split up. Kanan will offer the Protector leader Fen Rao a chance to join the rebellion, while Sabine will set charges and will detonate them only if Fen refuses. While I suppose you're supposed to find it admirable that Kanan, the one who cares about Hera the most, is trying to negotiate with the Mandos, despite the fact that they put Hera in a critical condition, I have just one question. The pilots who were shot and killed, what about them? Like, I can sort of get it if there was aggression but no lives lost, but Fen Rao and the Protectors took rebel lives, and the fact that they just make everything all about Hera is really questionable. Just like I said, TCW treats death like a passing thought a lot of the time. I guess you can say Rebels does that too. The thing is that the Rebels are supposed to be the good guys, and care about their lowest ranks a hell of a lot more than the Empire does, as Imperial commanders just opt to throw stormtroopers at a problem until it goes away, with little to no regard for their lives. The rebel cause, after all, is supposed to represent freedom and equality from Imperial tyranny. That's how they won people over. It was a war of hearts and minds, and the rebels won people over. Since the random extras who died are never mentioned past their scene of death, and they fixate on Hera, that means that the pilots don't matter. Like, I know in movies like A New Hope, they celebrated the victory and we didn't get a scene of the rebel pilots who lost their lives, but it should be mentioned that A New Hope's goal was to present the heroes of war, rather than the tragedy of war, like many movies at the time, I hear. Fresh off the horrors of Vietnam as mentioned in the Empire of Dreams documentary. And you could at least say that the victory outweighed the lives lost, and the rebels knew what they signed up for, blah blah. But I think a moment of mourning for Biggs by Luke would have been appropriate at least. But maybe it would conflict with the upbeat tone of the film, so you win some, you lose some. But in the context of this episode, the rebels haven't achieved anything. And the fact that they mention Hera's critical condition, but not the pilots who actually lost their lives, it's jarring. Now, most kids would have probably forgotten about the pilots who died because they had zero character and were just cannon fodder. But from an in-universe perspective, the rebels show no care for the pilots that died. But these pilots still existed and did die for the cause. So that's a big problem with the episode. Hell, even I forgot the pilots existed. But thanks to suggestions on Discord, this is an important criticism for the episode. I know we don't care about the pilots, they're cannon fodder for the episode, but you know who would? I think I've made my point. So anyways, Kanan and Sabine do their part during the entire thing. Kanan hops right into Fen Rao's tent and starts chatting away at him. Fen Rao doesn't shoot him, and Kanan talks his ears off while Sabine plants charges across the base. Kanan essentially tries to persuade Fen Rao to join the rebellion, and of course he declines. I found it incredibly weird when Sabine is eventually caught, that Fen Rao, when he's informed of the other intruder, doesn't just execute Kanan and be done with it. Obviously, Sabine was out there sabotaging the ships or supplies, so as far as Fen Rao knows, Kanan was just distracting him and was never sincere about the offer to join the rebellion. Also, I completely scoffed when Fen Rao addresses Sabine, but has his back unprotected against Kanan. Since when does a Mandalorian drop his guard like that? Fen Rao seems to have some lax self-protection skills. And that's on top of the fact that he hasn't even tried to shoot Kanan for the distraction. Anyways, Sabine calls out Fen Rao and challenges him to a match to the death. Fen Rao accepts the duel, and he quickshots Sabine and she dies. Oh wait, that's what would happen if this show had regard for power level consistency, since again, Sabine is like 16 or 17 or something. In actuality, this hardened Mandalorian veteran has the blaster shot off his hand by Sabine. And Sabine instead blows the ships while saying, quote, "There are alternatives to killing." That is a line so ironic because she detonated a bunch of ships that could obviously kill someone close to them. And in an extremely out of character moment, Fen Rao flees to a ship. I don't recall a Mandalorian running away from a problem. Oh wait, he was getting into his fighter to blast away at Kanan and Sabine. Okay, sorry, that's my mistake. Kanan stands on top of Fen Rao's fighter, and Rao tries to shake him off with crazy fast speed. And I must say, Kanan's grip is incredibly strong. Kanan cuts open the cockpit, knocks Fen Rao out, and then brings him to Sabine's getaway transport. And when he wakes up, he gets a comlink transmission which Kanan lets him answer, and he flips like a coin and tells his guy now not to pursue, and that the rebels will be granted safe passage through the system. Although he isn't a full-blown rebel yet. There's a line from the guy on the other end that if the Empire finds out he was captured, and Fen Rao responds to do anything in their power to make sure they don't find out. So both Kanan and Sabine talk to Hera, and that's the episode. Again, no mention of the dead pilots.
Fuck them.
Next episode, please. So in the following adventure, if you could call it that, we get another sort of filler episode. I say sort of, because it does come around at the end, but it also feels like the video game trope where you have an asset that you later use for the final battle. We go back to the station from the episode where they introduce Hondo. I find it kinda lazy that they keep repeating locations. This show doesn't have them explore the vast galaxy a lot. It feels a lot like the frontiers of space. It's also a dead giveaway about who will be in this episode, as Ezra mentions a contact who knows about refugees taken prisoner by the Empire. When the Ghost Crew board the station, Zeb in particular soon sees that the two refugees are Lasats, his species. If you remember my Season 1 review, I mentioned how his species were wiped out in a genocide by the Empire for an unspecified reason. When it was mentioned, it was essentially just a "the Empire is bad" moment, and nothing else. Zeb was never shaken by losing his homeworld or anything unless it was brought up. Anyways, the two Lasats revere Zeb as a captain of the Honor Guard. When the Ghost crew flees, we see Hondo and Naka kind of stall the Imperial backup that shows up. I guess they did a good job of showing Hondo's unpredictable nature, as he plays both sides. Immediately after pointing the Imperials to the Ghost crew, he immediately contacts Ezra to warn them of the attack. Something I don't understand though, is how Hondo is a double agent informant for the Empire. Did the Imperials do no background checks? I remember there was this double agent in Crimson Empire who ratted out both sides for his self-gain. So I guess I can't criticize this show without being a hypocrite. Although the difference is that I'd imagine that Hondo and Naka would be a notable wanted fugitive from the Empire, being a pirate and all. And the fact that Hondo mentioned losing his crew to the Imperials, while the old hag in Crimson Empire was essentially a nobody feeding info to both sides. Anyways, upon the Empire showing up, the two Lasats refuse to fight the Empire when Sabine throws some weapons, and the lack of backup results in the Ghost crew being cornered. Good going, guys. I really hate characters who don't realize the kill or be killed mentality in a moment like this. So to make a long story short, Hondo, after playing both sides, lets the rebels escape, and they get away on the Ghost, which was not impounded at this point, because the Imperials are stupid, and just as Agent Callus and the boys show up, the Ghost is already in hyperspace. Hooray for the unintimidating Empire! So the goal of the two Lasats is to get to Lyra-San, aka a new homeworld for the Lasats. It's safe to say that this is a Zeb-focused episode, although it doesn't really start that way. The two Lasats in question have this really weird way of talking. I'm not criticizing anything there, but basically, Hondo is captured by the Empire and starts to fuck around with them, and the Ghost crew fuck around with the Lasats in a ritual or something. They figure stuff out when Zeb uses his usual weapon to locate a spot in unknown space where the Lasats can rebuild, with Agent Callus and the boys in pursuit. Although Zeb uses his weapon to create a protective shield around the Ghost, and damn, they're at the planet. Man, why would this make an excellent base for the rebellion? But unfortunately, that possibility is never discussed ever. And that, my friends, is episode 14. I didn't really have much to say about it. And that's mostly because it's a waste of time, which is only set up for the finale. So let's get on with the next episode now. In episode 15, the Ghost powers down internal heating because apparently they're here to steal a shipment belonging to the mining guild for the rebellion. This episode sets up intergalactic space worms. And oh boy, when I saw them, I knew they would be a poorly implemented Chekhov's gun for the finale of this show. Hera calls them Purgils, and after dealing with them when they bump into the Ghost, we get these black and yellow TIE fighters, almost like Barry B. Benson colored them. Since this episode doesn't matter beyond the space worms, I'm just gonna summarize this episode. As the Ghost crew cause problems for the mining guild, and eventually Ezra forms a bond with the space worms, which will be essential for Star Wars Rebels Endgame. Yeah, that's right. This show has its own endgame, which I suppose had more build-up than The Rise of Skywalker will ever have. But with that being said, let's dunk on the next episode. In episode 16, the Rebel fleet gets attacked by the Empire, with some more fighters being destroyed. But let's be real, any unnamed extras don't fucking matter in this show. I also really hate that an episode starts like this often. Me wishing the story was more reactive would be the main takeaway here. Anyways, and predictably, they get away. And to refresh themselves or whatever, they gotta make contact to the rebel cell on Ryloth. And given Hera is a Twi'lek, you know what that means. This is gonna introduce some characters from Hera's life. Specifically, her dad Cham Syndulla. As one can infer, Hera hasn't spoken to her dad for some time. I hope we all remember Cham from the Clone Wars. I guess the Filoni groupies completely remember, but as for the rest of us, this was the moment I was like, oh yeah, I kinda remember that guy. He was the Twi'lek who helped Mace Windu, right? And I'd like to point out that the subtlety of Kanan and Hera's relationship is completely negated. I said one of the few saving graces is how their romantic relationship is not spelt out for you. And it's more like a partnership than anything most of the time. And they have to deal with other Ghost crew members, but here, they break that. And it's really annoying. To summarize the problem, Kanan indulges that trope where he's meeting his bitch's father, and he's super nervous, because he needs the approval of her father. Otherwise, Hera will totally dump him. The subtlety is missing, because obviously Kanan is kissing his bitch's dad's ass to get his approval. Kanan starts fanboying the shit out of Cham, being like, wow, you're the war hero who took on the Separatists with Mace Windu and Ryloth during the Clone Wars? Oh my god, I never thought I'd meet such an influence such as yourself, blah 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 blah. It reminds me of that moment in Season 1 where Kanan pretended to be a proud Empire supporter while Ezra was trying to bail him out. Now that I think about it, I don't even know if Freddie Prinze Jr. is even a good fit for Kanan. He's certainly a bad influence, given he's the dickhead who spread that rumor about Dave Filoni directing the Vader hallway scene, and his groupies parroted all that without the slightest effort to fact check it. Ugh. Yeah, so I'm not a fan of Fred here, especially when it comes to live-action Scooby-Doo.
Oh, yo, the biatch was like, what? And I was like, later on.
Anyways, Cham also brought two of his sidekicks, and the two groups go on a joint mission. The Rebel fleet need to capture an Imperial carrier, but Cham Syndulla wants to commit Michael Bay on it, because they want to send a message to the Empire. I have to ask though, is why do they have to blow it up? Instead of using it for the Ryloth Rebellion, using an enemy's asset is a far better strategy, obviously. They don't really tell us why Cham thinks blowing it up is a better idea, where having an asset taken from the enemy obviously would make things easier in the long term. So they fake an attack to get clearance to land on the ship carrier, and then Cham and friends use stun shots on the Ghost crew, and reveals to Hera that they were just using her to destroy the ship. Something that made the writing incredibly awkward is where they used the stun shots on everyone else except Hera. Instead, Cham and friends just cuff Hera to the TIE bomber seat or whatever. It's not even like you can tell me Cham didn't want to harm his daughter, because stun shots knock you out on a whim, correct? This is literally only done so the still conscious Hera is able to kick Chopper to get up and uncuff her, and so on and so forth with waking everyone up. The writers didn't challenge themselves, and it shows. I also hate how Cham and friends take out the Imperials, with one of them having a clear shot at Cham, but waste the opportunity. Whoever does the storyboarding for fight scenes really needs to step up their game or be fired. Anyways, the Ghost crew get up shortly after, and they go after Cham and friends. Sabine and Zeb split up with everyone else, and it's a triple threat essentially with three factions fighting for control. But it's not as interesting as it sounds. It's just the usual of useless stormtroopers, missing shots, and wasting opportunities to kill the rebels. Honestly, you'd think there being two opposing rebel groups would make for good drama, since not only are they fighting the Empire, they're fighting each other. But that's not the case, since the Empire are a non-issue as usual. When Hera's group board the bridge, Kanan decides to let Ezra attempt to pull a Jedi mind trick, and here, I don't really think this is really the time. They present it in the dumbest way too, with Ezra just coming up with orders for the officer on the spot. Anyways, Sabine and Zeb take out Cham's two friends, but Cham already disabled the engines to the ship, so it's a dilemma of how they're gonna get out of this one. It's really annoying to see how short-sighted Cham is. Hera basically speaks to her pa about the bigger picture, something you'd think he'd realize by now, and he gives Hera a chance, especially when Cham's two friends start agreeing with her. So the rest of the episode has them repel Imperial forces that arrive, and Cham actually gets to blow up another ship with a rigged TIE bomber. So yeah, as always, we've got that happy ending with Hera and her dad on good terms, blah blah blah, and that's the episode. Now comes an episode I really hate. even on the first watch alone. It's called The Honorable Ones, and it starts with something that feels out of place when it comes to the rest of the episode. They arrive at Geonosis from Attack of the Clones, in which Captain Rex accompanies the Ghost crew, and when Chopper scans the planet, there's no life. Now, this start isn't that bad, actually, showing us one of the places that the Empire genocided the shit out of, and Rex expecting to meet a lot of bugs when they arrived. If I were to be constructive, I would have liked some more ominous music and better atmosphere. Like, maybe the planet doesn't look quite the same to sell the point that the planet has been wiped clean of all life, but they completely ruin it when they dock onto a nearby space station, which is completely quiet. And right when Zeb feels like they've walked into a trap, it is indeed revealed to be a trap, with Kallus and the boys there to catch them. Quick question. Where are the Inquisitors? I kind of forgot they existed for the longest time, but it is a good question. Why aren't they all working together to catch the rebels? Like stated in an earlier episode, did they just part ways or something? Anyways, unsurprisingly, despite Kallus's best efforts, all the rebels except Zeb get away. Apparently this space station has escape pods, which seems like a major oversight since they were trying to trap the rebels. So giving the space station an escape pod is kind of lazy writing. This story basically has Kallus join Zeb in the escape pod, and their bitch slapping results in the pod crash landing on a moon of Geonosis. And then I realized that we were on this episode. Yeah, that's right. I had some idea about this episode prior to watching it for the first time, and I was kind of unimpressed. Why? Well, that's because this is one of those forced episodes where two enemies are forced to bond for the sake of survival. This trope is in a lot of kids' shows for some reason, and it's not done well here. They don't even land on Geonosis. Instead, they land on one of its moons for some reason. I guess the main planet's gravity just couldn't be fucked being as strong that day. Point is, they land on a barren ice planet instead. Specifically, in a darn ice cave. Kallus, when they finally crash, has an injured leg. And finally, Zeb has an ample opportunity to finish him. But instead of just executing him on the spot, he doesn't shoot him and be done with it. His given reason? He wanted his leg to heal up so they could finish their fight fair and square. Wow. How lazy could these writers be? Yeah. So this is the Kallus and Zeb bonding episode, and it's as forced as it comes. Zeb squanders his chance to be rid of Agent Kallus, and it feels incredibly out of character. He was ready to rip Kallus's head off his torso in Season 1 when he learned that Kallus took a bow rifle off of one of the Lasat Honor Guard, something which Kallus himself proudly and sadistically remarked. Also, since Zeb is not a Jedi with values of mercy, this is just a contrived reason to keep Kallus alive. And it's not even like Zeb is extremely hard on Kallus, telling him to shut up or viciously snapping at him. He almost talks to Kallus like he's nothing more than an annoying, intrusive neighbor. This out-of-place banter between the two basically leads to the two talking about personal shit about themselves. Nothing like who they have a crush on, but it's here where we learn that the bow rifle that Kallus took from one of the honor guards was not a trophy. Rather, in Lasat culture, he actually earned the gun after defeating the honor guard head on, and the Lasat in question willingly gave him the rifle after being defeated. Aside from that one scene of Kallus showing an admiration for the Ghost crew, Kallus as a villain showed next to no morals. I mean, at the start of the show, he kicked a stormtrooper off to his death over a joke. Throughout the course of the show, Kallus showed little redeemability after that. Like I said before, he gloated about taking a bow rifle off a Lasat warrior, and the things he did for the Empire were, in context, terrible. Like, he clearly knew that the Empire were enslaving Wookiees, but Kallus didn't care at all. So this line in the episode where Kallus says that he doesn't ask questions seems like he knows the Empire is bad, but is happy to look the other way. A lot of villains will know the difference between right and wrong, but will do whatever they want just because they want it. So by the standards set up by the show itself, Kallus was pretty terrible. Kallus shows next to no redeemable traits before this episode, and now it turns out that he wasn't such a bad guy all this time. Bullshit! Callus shares a story about a violent encounter with Saw Gerrera and a Lasat mercenary, and how his first unit was wiped out one by one. I find it hilarious that he talks about his unit like he'd care, because he showed no such thing for stormtroopers under his command in the show. He usually just barked out orders and whatnot. To make a long story short, I was completely taken out of the episode. As a redemption story they're trying to tell, this is kinda weak. Callus is presented to us as a ruthless ISB agent who follows Imperial orders and doesn't care for morals, and now they're trying to paint him in a sympathetic light. I didn't find it believable at all. Callus, from what I remember, was never shown signs of a hidden conscience. I also have to note how he didn't care how Minister Tua was going to be executed. Not exactly someone who cares for others. So anyways, Zeb and Callus help each other escape, with Callus getting a piggyback ride on Zeb's back. Callus essentially becomes a climbing instructor, and by the time they get up, Callus has a choice whether or not to turn on Zeb, despite all their progress, and he chooses to help Zeb survive. Not earned in the slightest. Callus goes to hide somewhere, while the ghost shows up to pick up Zeb, and basically the two return to their usual routine, with Callus thinking about his allegiance, blah blah. I don't know how well I did at conveying why I hate this episode, but it mostly had to do with Zeb's wasted opportunity to execute Callus, because he never seemed like the type who would show mercy or someone who would think he would need help in getting out of the cave. They just wanted to give Callus of all characters a redemption arc, and there were no hints at his hidden conscience beforehand. This is probably as unbelievable as Pixar's Cars. Lightning McQueen was the biggest dick in the world, with nothing redeemable when we meet him, but the movie has him become a better person just because the writers wanted him to, as if we're supposed to believe that he was a good car all along. The movie even has him do something that might be perceived as racist to some.
Uno lapo. I work solo mio. No pit stopo. Comprendo? Okay.
Gee, imagine walking up to an Italian person and speaking to them like that. It would get you cancelled immediately. Agent Callus is obviously worse though. He's participated in crimes against the galaxy, such as the genocide of the Lasats, and has shown no care to those around him, like Minister Tua and that random stormtrooper from the pilot. Yet we're supposed to believe that he has a morality? Yeah, I don't think so. You know, when that fake out happened when it looked like he would shoot Zeb, I was snickering. But then I was caught off guard when he instead helped Zeb. Fucking awful. Alright, let's get on with the next episode since this video is going to probably be 2 hours, if not longer. So in the next episode, we are dropped into a fight scene with Kanan and Ezra against the Inquisitors with no context. Kanan does mention that they won't be able to mark a base here for the rebellion, so I presume they were scouting out. Still though, it feels like there's 10 to 20 minutes of an episode missing. And I guess that's how all the episodes, minus the pilot, start. Ezra in particular should be no match for the Inquisitors, but his tag teaming with Kanan results in both of their survival. You just love how the bad guys can hardly touch the good guys ever. At least we've got Buffy flirting with Kanan instead of Ezra. There's a part where Ezra is knocked over the edge, and Kanan is holding onto him while the Inquisitors are approaching. And it's here where they have a perfect opportunity to kill both of them. But just like all the other times, they squander it. Ezra manages to use the Force to summon a flying animal as an escape route. I love how convenient it is that there's always an animal around when he needs it. Upon escaping via a winged animal, the Phantom shows up not far behind, and they get inside it. Ezra talks like they just went for a little jog around the street, and starts moving into a relaxed posture. Fighting Inquisitors is piss easy by now. Kanan responds that they seem to be everywhere they go, something I find utterly laughable, because I sure as hell don't remember the Inquisitors in the last episode, or the one before that, or the one before that. And geez, I half forgot they existed since episode 10 or something. This is episode 18. If you don't know, since every episode is roughly 21 or 22 minutes, we haven't seen Buffy or Penis Head, yes, that's my nickname for him, shut up, for nearly 3 goddamn hours. I did the math. So apparently any potential base keeps getting intercepted by the Inquisitors. So Kanan decides to have a little meeting with Ahsoka. There's this brief scene where Hera and Zeb seem minorly annoyed that they can't find a base for the rebellion. To be honest, they don't really sell the urgency in finding a darn base. Like, I understand that they need to dock somewhere eventually, but they never tried to emphasize the importance of it. It feels like another quota to be fulfilled almost. Anyways, Ezra walks into Ahsoka meditating in front of a holocron of...
What is that?
Yeah, since the Rebels' art style doesn't line up perfectly with the Clone Wars, they absolutely butchered the model for Anakin Skywalker. He looks like he belongs in an animated doll movie for girls under the age of 10. With that being said, Ahsoka talks about Anakin, about how he was a compassionate Jedi general, rarely losing a battle and blah blah blah. Ahsoka references the last time she saw him was when he was rushing off to save the Chancellor and whatnot. I mentioned this in my Tales of the Jedi Chinese knockoff edition video, and that's why Bail Organa never told Ahsoka that Darth Vader was Anakin Skywalker. Surely it would have come up in conversation between the two, right? It seems like a very convenient secret to hold from Ahsoka so we can have that moment. Luke was obviously not told because it was meant to keep him safe. Well, anyways, Kanan walks in, and the trio talk about how the Inquisitors keep pursuing them. And they try to pass off the two useless Inquisitors of this season as worse than the first one, that being the Grand Inquisitor. But you're not fooling me, show. The two Inquisitors have been just as useless as the Grand Inquisitor in this series. They could never get a stretch on the good guys. Ahsoka remarks how she wishes that she could just talk to someone like Obi-Wan or Yoda for answers. And Kanan recalls the time he and Ezra spoke to Yoda in Season 1 through the Force, so it's back to Lothal. They take the Phantom and head for the system. For some reason, the Imperial fleet hasn't returned to blockade it, so the good guys don't have to worry about getting past the damn blockade because there is none. This just seems like lazy writing. Ignoring that, they land on the planet, which at this point seems to have no Imperial presence at all. I guess the Rebel presence on Lothal is something the Empire's just overlooking. Of course they would be this lazy. Moving on, they land near the temple. And apparently, Ahsoka mentions that she cannot use the Force to enter the temple because she's not a Jedi, having left the Order long ago. Alright? That doesn't really make much sense to me. The Force isn't something you need a key card for. Plus, if you think about it, how would Ezra be recognized as a Jedi if he was never inducted into the official Order? Rather, he was picked up by another Jedi who didn't even reach the rank of Jedi Knight. Logistically, Ahsoka might as well said she couldn't be fucked helping in opening up the temple. So she just watches Ezra and Kanan do it, and Chopper is ordered to stay behind and guard the ship as the trio walk into the temple. There, they immediately use their problem-solving skills to try and contact Master Yoda, figuring that Kanan contacted him through meditation. Okay, that's probably one of the few times I can say the characters were using critical thinking to solve their problem. Kanan proceeds to see a path that only he can see, and so it's his path to go alone. Upon walking through the bright light, he's taken to an illusion of some Jedi training ground, and Kanan sees a temple guard, who despite the masked, muffled voice, seems like he's voiced by either James Arnold Taylor in a Plo Koon sort of voice, or Jason Isaacs. Gee, I wonder who this mysterious temple guard is. The guard tells Kanan that Ezra will become a servant of evil and he must be eliminated before that happens. And so Kanan duels him to prevent the guard from harming Ezra. Meanwhile, Chopper scans that the Inquisitors are coming, and so he bails and proceeds to a new location. Just before Buffy and Penis Head show up. The two argue as usual, and they figure out that Chopper having fled, the Jedi are still at the temple. Something that doesn't make much sense is how Buffy and Penis Head found the trio, as it's shown through Buffy's probe droid that she didn't know there was a Jedi temple here until it was scanned. Anyways, we cut to Ezra and Ahsoka having a conversation about Yoda. Ahsoka says that he was wise and kind and yada yada, but throughout the Clone Wars, he became more and more sad and distraught. and Ahsoka remarks that it's almost as if he knew something was coming before the Jedi Order was actually destroyed. Yeah, thanks for reminding me that he was warned of Order 66 ahead of time and did nothing. Although I have to point out that Ahsoka had already left the Order and had little contact with Yoda or any other Jedi by the time Yoda was bonged on the head with that warning about the Great Jedi Purge. So how she knew this, beyond Yoda's deepening sadness, is not explained. Also, since Yoda decided to tell no one of his warning, that just makes things more dumb, because only Yoda should be thinking all this, as the sole person with the direct warning of Order 66. Just as Ahsoka's done explaining, Ezra disappears like he had 3 wishes from the genie from Aladdin, and it's here where Ezra gets an interview with,
"What is that?"
Oh, come on. Did they seriously have to butcher the model for Master Yoda too? We see Kanan continuing to duel with the Temple Guard, and then we cut to Ahsoka, in which she talks to an illusion of Anakin Skywalker, and basically gets indirect confirmation that he's Darth Vader. I am so close to talking about what I want to talk about, but the season finale will be soon upon us. Ezra gets a history lesson with Yoda, in which they oddly show us live-action footage from Attack of the Clones, which is minorly immersion-breaking. This whole time, I'm distracted by Yoda's fugly design. And I get it, Yoda isn't supposed to be nice to look at, but you can tell they butchered his design even by that standard. His design in the Clone Wars was infinitely better, and accurate to what you'd expect him to look like in that art style. Anyways, Kanan suddenly, after he's dueling with the guards for a bit, decides to disarm himself and bow down, admitting that he can't protect Ezra from himself and he's done what he can, blah blah. I found it stupid that he would drop his guard. Yeah, it's a vision or illusion, whatever. But how the hell did he figure out this is what he was supposed to do? I remember when I played Mysteries of the Sith that I had no fucking clue how to get past the final boss, and that I was ironically supposed to deactivate my lightsaber to make it past. And keep in mind, I had figured out the rest of the game all on my own, but when it comes to that last part, I was stuck for over an hour. Thankfully, this isn't a video game, but rather a medium with a linear path, but still, I'd imagine how confused I'd be if this was translated to a video game medium. Can't exactly say this was earned. It's just Kanan realizing something, bowing down, and then he's knighted. The Temple Guard also takes off his goddamn helmet, and yep, I called it. It's the Grand Damn Inquisitor. I guess you're supposed to go, whoa, but I'm completely deadpan during all this. So anyways, the 3 protagonists wrap everything up with their personal struggles and then exit the temple. As Buffy and Penis Head are confronted by illusions of the Temple Guard, and don't even bump into the trio as they escape on the Phantom. And they wrap up the episode with Ezra saying that Yoda told him to find Malachor. When I heard that for the first time, the sweating intensified. Oh no, they're dragging Knights of the Old Republic 2 into this? Based on the episode, and the ones actually concerning Malachor, you can tell that this was nothing more than shitty KOTOR bait to get people speculating. I really hated the what are they gonna make canon this time mentality in hindsight, because we all know that Filoni relishes in all that. Drip feeding stuff from the expanded universe and baiting people with it. He's publicly said that he sees EU fans as little more than fussy children, so that's not surprising. And just like Bobby Fett in The Mandalorian, you gotta wait some episodes until you can get into the important shit. So let's just huff and puff and get it over with. So following the stolen transport carrier, they still need a new base. It's proposed that they should have a base on the moon of Burzite, or Bazidi. Yeah, that's right. They finally located a potential base that the Empire won't find. At least not for a while. Gee, I guess all that talk in the last episode about how the Inquisitors keep finding the rebels or whatever doesn't matter. Because now they've got a definitive base. And yeah, I know it won't last. But still. So the conflict ends up being that the carrier doesn't have enough fuel. So the Ghost Crew's gonna steal a fuel shipment. Guess who the protagonist of this episode is? It's Chopper. And that's where you know that there's gonna be some serious antics for this episode. Chopper disobeys the other crew members while he's ordered to check on Imperial comm chatter and protect the ghost or whatever. And he disobeys immediately at that, because he really wants a new leg. so he opts to steal one from a merchant. Okay, I know it's totally in character for Chopper to do this, but I thought a key point of the story is making people's lives less hard. When the rebels do something unnecessarily bad like this, I just hate it. Like with Cassian Andor killing his informant in Rogue One, one could argue that he did lower the risk of getting caught. But Chopper is stealing a leg from the merchant because he's a fussy droid. Seriously, Chopper never gets severely punished for his misdeeds ever, such as stealing from a legitimate merchant trying to make a living. I don't think something the show realizes is that the Empire is making everyone's lives hard, correct, but Chopper isn't doing the people of the galaxy any favors by stealing from someone who probably needs to pay his taxes and put food on the plate. Chopper has the traits of a hateable villain at this point, and by God, do I hate him so much. So anyways, Chopper boards an Imperial cargo transport, and it's here where we're introduced to AP-5, who is an Imperial inventory droid. He's presented as a droid no one in the Empire respects, and I pieced together from a mile away that he would become Chopper's sidekick, or vice versa, whatever. I can read this show like a fucking book. This is what they delayed the trip to Malachor for. AP-5 encounters Chopper hiding, and at first, as an Imperial droid, the two fight and scuffle, but almost immediately after, Chopper unwisely gives away information about himself. He convinces AP-5 to betray the Empire and removes his restraining bolt so the two can be friends and whatnot. They both proceed to hijack the ship, detaching the stormtroopers out into space after luring them to the cargo area, and they basically contact the Ghost, with AP-5 warning them that the Empire is waiting for the rebels at their intended destination, and Atolon is a better place to establish a base. So with the warning ahead of time, the rebel fleet narrowly avoids the trap, although AP-5 is busted up by the Imperial officers still on board. They try to have this emotional moment at the end, where Chopper gives up his stolen leg to save AP-5. Yeah, the prospect of Chopper having a friend seems incredibly out of place. I guess they just wanted a buddy for Chopper. This episode in general was a waste of time, and achieves very little, even if AP-5 pops up later. Alright. One last episode before we can get into the two-part finale. Episode 20 is called The Mystery of Chopper Base. It starts with Ezra and Kanan doing their usual lightsaber training, and let me tell you, it doesn't tie into the rest of the episode. Something I have to ask though, is are these episodes out of chronological order? I ask this because Ahsoka, Kanan and Ezra haven't even thought about going to Malachor yet. This would also be a super awkward time to place the episodes out of order. Anyways, this episode just pads out the larger plot by having some dangerous predators around the established base. Basically, it's a bunch of giant spiders. They swoop in and take out one of the rebel pilots, and when Rex and Sabine go to investigate, Rex is caught by the spiders, and basically the rest of the episode is a rescue mission and then escaping. It's mindless filler. I imagine setting up a base in a random system would hurdle challenges, but did we really need to see some struggles against giant spiders? The notable thing in this episode is Hera being concerned for Kanan before he heads to Malachor with Ezra and Ahsoka, and they hug, and yada yada, that's the rest of the episode. Underwhelming as shit, and a key representation of an episode with zero substance. It's just a side quest designed to waste your goddamn time. Alright. With those crappy episodes out of the way, let's get into Twilight of the Apprentice, the two-part finale to Star Wars Rebels Season 2. If you couldn't tell, it's been a drag writing my thoughts on these episodes. Not to mention I gotta narrate and edit together the video, and then export it, and then upload it, and you get the point. Anyways, the episode starts with Ahsoka talking to Rex through the comms, and I'd like to mention that there are a bunch of Rex and Ahsoka shippers too, because of course there are. So before they get to Malachor, Kanan and Ahsoka tell Ezra that Malachor has always been off limits to Jedi, due to old legends and scary stories told to them during their early years of training. And then comes perhaps Ahsoka's most infamous line.
There's always a bit of truth in legends.
Yeah, that's right. That's the line that filthy casuals read too deeply into, and kept parodying as meaning, make legend shit canon again, and that Filoni was the savior of the expanded universe. This sort of shit is why people hate Dave Filoni. As an example, I'll focus on a character I've talked about during my Rebels review, Zeb. In the lead-up promotion for Rebels, Filoni claims that Zeb is an all-new alien species.
Zeb, he's his own new alien species and...
This is a bullshit lie. Checking the Wikipedia page shows that the Lasats go back to the RPG source books from 1988. The use of the Lasats is too specific to claim that Filoni didn't know what he was talking about. He knew, and he lied. I guess this crap started because the context of the line was in relation to a place called Malachor, and anyone who's played Knights of the Old Republic 2 knows about Malachor 5, being the final battle of the Mandalorian Wars and the planet of the game's climax. It's questionable to say if Dave Filoni has even played KOTOR. I guess the misconception from Filoni groupies kinda stuck. People keep trying to present Dave Filoni as some sort of outlier, and that he's against Kathleen Kennedy as much as most people are. What they fail to realize is that Dave Filoni is one of the Disney shills. I mean, after all, he's been given an unnatural amount of freedom to fuck around in the Star Wars universe. As stated before, Filoni took an EU species and blatantly acted as if he invented it, when he did not. That is exactly what Disney did when promoting The Force Awakens, acting like Phasma was the first female villain in Star Wars ever. When, if you look to the films alone, we in fact had Zam Wessel. Dave Filoni has played everyone in fact, and that's why people are beginning to despise him. It may have taken years for Dave Filoni to get the full amount of ridicule he deserved from the start, but that's hindsight for you. With that mini rant out of the way, Kanan places his trust in Master Yoda telling the three of them to go to Malachor, and that they'll find something here to stop the Inquisitors. When he said that, I scoffed, because it's not like you've had such a hard time with Buffy and Penis Head in particular, or the Grand Inquisitor before them. Again, they haven't laid a scratch on the good guys. So upon landing on Malachor, they have a look around. There's a passing line of dialogue that there's another ship that's landed here, so they're not the only ones who are looking for the secrets of Malachor. Oh my, I wonder who it could be. Chopper stays behind as usual, as Ahsoka reads an ancient inscription, but Ezra feels compelled to touch something, and well, it leads to the ground collapsing, and the three of them fall down on their asses. Good going, Ezra. This almost feels like they just wanted the episode to progress quicker, because upon getting up, they see the Sith temple across from them, a bit of a walking distance away. A little while later, Ezra comes across an old crossguard lightsaber, and we get this pointless history lesson about how an army of Jedi Knights attacked Malachor thousands of years ago, but it has little to do with the episode. That's why they're ambushed by an Inquisitor. Yeah, that's right, there's an Inquisitor here. It isn't Buffy nor Penis Head. It's an Inquisitor exclusive to this two-parter. Yeah, what a shoehorned villain that you're gonna throw in just as the season is about to end. Aside from being an extra boss battle, the only purpose this Inquisitor seems to serve is getting Ezra to fall through the ground again, so he can be separated from Ahsoka and Kanan, and he directly comes face to face with Darth Maul. Despite Sam Witwer's best efforts to disguise it, you can tell it's him, even if they do a good job darkening his face. Maul introduces himself as an old man who crash-landed, and offers Ezra help with getting inside the Sith temple. To be fair, Ezra doesn't trust Maul right away, and doesn't give him his real name, instead going by that fake alias of Jabba, as he has several times before, although this guy is way too suspicious to trust. Ezra doesn't seem to ask a lot of questions about who he is, and Maul responds with vague answers, such as denying that he's a Jedi, and when Ezra asks him if he's a Sith, he doesn't say yes or no. Instead, he goes on about how the Sith took everything from him, ripping him away from his mother, as well as murdering his brother. Ezra relates to that, in terms of the Empire taking everything away from him. So anyways, we cut to Chopper being ordered to intercept the Inquisitor's ship before he escapes in it, and well, he hijacks it, using it to help Ahsoka and Kanan subdue the Inquisitor. So yep, he's defeated. Damn, that was way too easy. We were just introduced to this villain, and now he's already defeated?
Lame!
Anyways, we cut back to Ezra and Maul going into the temple, in which Maul tells Ezra that two need to lift the stones to enter the temple. No more, no less. I really hate how easily swayed Ezra is by this mysterious stranger, helping him with whatever he tells him to do. He also encourages Ezra to use his anger and passion to open the door, and after a bit of hesitation, Ezra uses his emotions to open the damn entrance. Okay, am I missing something here? Because I'm calling bullshit. The fact that Ezra is easily swayed by this suspicious old guy after just meeting him? Come to think of it, Ezra seemed to never actively struggle with the dark side. His emotional outbursts always seemed to calm down after a while, and never drawed him towards more power. In fact, there seems to be no struggle with the dark side at all. Same goes with Kanan. This show seems to just dumb down the Force a lot, because the wills would be too complicated for the children. You know, with a certain character that will be introduced later, they also spread that equal light and equal dark misconception that is the bane of anyone who properly understands the Force. Anyways, we cut to Ahsoka and Kanan questioning this random Inquisitor on what he was doing on Malachor, and he alludes to hunting down Maul, referring to him as a shadow. So Ezra and Maul encounter a Sith holocron across a chasm, so they work together to propel Ezra across, and the plan works, as Ezra grabs the holocron, which activates the temple or something, and it catches the eye of Kanan and Ahsoka. And the Inquisitor uses the opportunity to contact backup. Yeah, they didn't take his equipment when they captured him. Why the hell does stuff like this always happen in the show? That's just lazy writing. Anyways, Kanan and Ahsoka decide not to execute the Inquisitor for some reason, and just decide to take him with them. Ezra, meanwhile, has to do a trust jump with Maul, and well, that's where Buffy and Penis Head show up to the area, where the three of them take Kanan and Ahsoka head on, with Ezra and Maul showing up after opening one of the doors with the holocron, and Ezra jumps in to help Kanan and Ahsoka, and we've got this whole standoff, where Maul laughs in a sinister tone, and that's the cliffhanger. Let me just say firsthand that it isn't as dramatic as a cliffhanger as it could have been. Something about the presentation is just off. Maybe it's the music that isn't pumping the fuck on or something, but that's the cliffhanger. But you know that the season's not over until I cover everything. So let's just get straight into it. So in part 2, they have a brief scuffle, with Maul joining in on the side of the Jedi, although I presume it won't last long. And the Inquisitors decide to bail. And I know I forgot to talk about this in the last episode, but they literally use their spinning lightsabers to hover away, like a helicopter. That is perhaps one of the stupidest gimmicks I've seen in the show. I thought Ezra's blaster saber was gimmicky enough, but this is even worse. I think someone should have told Filoni a long time ago that lightsabers are weightless. And yes, I know they don't seem weightless, but in the universe they are. Deal with it. So this doesn't make any sense. It also confuses me and makes me ask why Darth Vader doesn't have a lightsaber like that. Why the Inquisitors get grade A Jedi hunting sabers and Vader gets his shitty single hilt? Well, whatever. Once they flee, it's not gonna be long until a certain someone shows up. And since none of them are a match for him, they gotta act fast. Maul suggests using the holocron to get on top of the Sith temple to unlock the knowledge or whatever. I love how this episode doesn't even tell us what the ultimate weapon is supposed to be. Like, I can buy that Maul would be highly secretive or whatever, but then Ahsoka and Kanan put their reluctant trust in him, and they're all circumstantial allies now. So they get their lift up. I'm just remembering how Ahsoka let Maul go to cause a distraction to save her own skin. And here, I'm wondering why she's even putting reluctant trust in Maul. Think of all the damage she could cause, and has caused since the Siege of Mandalore. Remember that in Disney canon, Maul's entire presence here is all Ahsoka's fault. Never forget that. Kanan and Ezra split up with Maul and Ahsoka to get up, in which they're briefly attacked by the unnamed Inquisitor, but he's repelled easily and he just gives up and flies away. What a way to further emphasize the uselessness of the Inquisitors. Anyways, despite Kanan putting no trust in Maul, he lets him take the next ride with Ezra. Yeah, I really hate how these characters aren't as cautious as they should be, since when has Maul ever genuinely been a nice guy? He also demonstrates his manipulative nature in the next sequence as Buffy opts to ambush them, while Penis Head and the unnamed Inquisitor attack Kanan and Ahsoka. Wouldn't the better strategy be for all three Inquisitors to pick off one of the two groups and then deal with the others later? Ezra and Maul don't struggle much with Buffy, as Maul literally has her at a force grip, telling Ezra to finish her, and Ezra hesitates with that whole "I can't give in to my emotions" thing, and at this point, I really don't understand why he doesn't just kill her and be done with it. This sort of stuff makes sense because Count Dooku was disarmed and defenseless, for example. Hell, in The Force Unleashed, Ralph McQuarrie encouraging Starkiller not to lose his way at Palpatine made sense too. And it's not like Starkiller had the time to let go of his anger and then kill him while keeping his cool. Plus, as I hear, in the novelization, Palps was just feigning defeat and was tricking Starkiller before the big ambush that finally killed him. Here, I'm thinking about how they should have given Ezra a clearer path to the dark side. Start with him being extremely pissed about losing his parents to the Empire or something, because it feels like that so far that Ezra's only being tempted by the dark side, starting with this episode. We're nearly at the halfway point of this entire show, for Christ's sake. Well, anyways, when Ezra hesitates, Maul throws his lightsaber at Buffy, and it's gone. What a pitiful end to a useless villain. Soon afterwards, Ezra and Maul see Kanan and Ahsoka fighting Penis Head and no-name Inquisitor, and Maul steps in to help, telling Ezra to place the holocron on top of the temple's obelisk or whatever, and Maul proceeds to then straight up execute Penis Head in less than 10 seconds after engagement. And it's gone. Then no-name, with both of his allies dead, tries to use his portable helicopter to escape, but since the hilt's fucked by battle, it breaks apart mid-flight and he falls to his death. And it's gone. Damn, does that feel like a quota to fulfill or not? 3 useless villains die in the same bloody episode? Immediately after winning their battle, Maul immediately proclaims his plan to claim what's in the temple with Ezra as his apprentice, proceeding to strike at Kanan and fucking blinding him. And it's gone. Gee, I wonder where they took that from. Yeah, they totally ripped off The Force Unleashed, didn't they? It's safe to say that I liked Ram Koda more than anyone in Rebels. Such an underused character. So yeah, Kanan and Ahsoka drop their guard, and now Kanan's got a disability, that being blindness. Ahsoka runs up to find Ezra, while Kanan stays behind to confront Maul. Despite not being able to see, he's able to literally hold off Maul and throw him off the temple. Okay? I wouldn't expect someone with the power level of Kanan to readjust to having no physical sight so quickly. Recalling Ram Koda, who was blinded, it's shown that once he survived the fall, he laxed his force use and became a blind drunk, and it took him a while to recover. And for context, Koda would have been in his 60s at youngest, I presume. He, as the mentor character, had a whole arc in of itself within the story of The Force Unleashed. From what I remember, once Kanan is blinded, he stumbles a bit, but quickly adapts to his new lifestyle immediately. Making him blind seems to have next to no point, is what I'm saying. So yeah. Meanwhile, Ezra realizes he's been tricked, and so he yells out to Kanan and Ahsoka, but the first one to show up is who else but Darth fucking Vader. If you've seen the episode, you know I'm just gonna dread what's about to happen soon. Ezra stands up to Vader, who immediately breaks his gimmicky lightsaber, and it's gone. And just before he executes Ezra, Ahsoka shows up. And yep, this is the confrontation I was dreading. We all know how much I hate Ahsoka at this point. But the super important thing I want to talk about is how Ahsoka surviving past Season 5 of the Clone Wars completely ruins Anakin Skywalker's arc. A key point of Anakin becoming Darth Vader is that he was someone who lost everything at once. He had severed ties with all he had cared about. As far as he knew, his wife died, along with his unborn children, as well as Obi-Wan Kenobi, his near lifelong friend, whom he had grown a hatred for after their duel on Mustafar. All he had left was Palpatine, who was the closest thing he had someone to turn to. And I say that very loosely, as Palpatine was the one who manipulated him to lose everything in the first place. But with Ahsoka thrown into the mixer, it's all ruined. The point I'm making is that now it's not just Palpatine that Anakin has left before he discovers the existence of Luke. Nah, Ahsoka's still around. It was fucking weird that Ahsoka was never mentioned in Revenge of the Sith, despite being someone who would absolutely be hot on Anakin's mind, as apparently she's now the reason Anakin is so happy at the start of that movie. I guess one could argue that Anakin thought Ahsoka died in the crash, as shown in the very last scene of the Clone Wars, but I mean, like, Vader learns that Ahsoka survived around the start of this season, and he never doubts himself, or at the very least has second thoughts about serving the Emperor. When Vader discovered that Luke was his son, you bet he was furious that the Emperor had lied to him, and that's part of why he offered Luke a place at his side in Empire Strikes Back. So something I have to ask is, why the hell did Vader not have any sort of reaction to seeing Ahsoka Tano, his old apprentice, alive? He continued on his path of villainy even after seeing that Ahsoka was alive. We all know Vader can't be redeemed until episode 6, so Filoni just ignores the issue instead of addressing it. Phony Filoni just wanted to have his cake and eat it too, but unfortunately for him, it doesn't work that way. As soon as Ahsoka confronts Vader, they have an exchange, and they talk as if they don't know each other that well. Ahsoka and Anakin didn't leave on bad terms, so why can't Ahsoka try to redeem Anakin? In fact, she doesn't even try, instead talking about how her master would never be as bad as Vader to his face. I saw a video from Stupendous Wave in which Dave Filoni quote-unquote explained why Ahsoka could not turn Vader back to the light side. And apparently Filoni said that Ahsoka is a memory of Anakin Skywalker. And since Vader has done everything he can to bury the memory of Anakin, his first instinct is to flush out Ahsoka to keep that buried in his mind. And that Vader lives with the mentality that those once close to him betrayed him, not the other way around. Okay? But again, how exactly could Ahsoka in Vader's mind have betrayed him? Like, with Padme and Obi-Wan, it makes sense, unless you count her leaving the Jedi Order, but again, that seems a bit flimsy as a betrayal, quote-unquote. I guess there was a part where an illusion of Anakin tells Ahsoka in that prior episode that she left him when he needed her the most, but then I could easily point out that Anakin could easily turn to Obi-Wan or Padme about losing Ahsoka as his apprentice and whatnot. Yeah, so this is the problem. Ahsoka was a shoehorned additional reason for Anakin to fall to the dark side, or have disagreements with the Council, whatever, and the retcon that her character is was not thought out very carefully. George at least knew when to kill her off, but phony Filoni did not. He just keeps her alive through a desire to satisfy his fetish, and nothing else. Ahsoka is a character implausible with the films, so if there was ever a time to kill her off, it was season 5 of the Clone Wars, or sooner. Maybe Filoni could have had Ahsoka and Anakin on bad terms before or during his fall, but of course the overrated cowboy didn't think of that. So anyways, while Ahsoka and Vader are dueling, Kanan and Ezra grab the holocron and opt to escape on the Phantom, although Ahsoka stays behind because of course she does. She cuts open a bit of Vader's helmet, and there's a brief bit of interaction with Anakin inside or whatever, but the two keep dueling, and the temple closes as Kanan and Ezra are forced to leave her. My dick didn't even move once. This was such a big episode, and they couldn't deliver. Instead, I was thinking about how much I was dreading the confrontation between Ahsoka and Vader. At this point of the show, they leave Ahsoka's fate completely ambiguous, but I presume most would assume she died. I mean, it was pretty laughable that she could even last 10 seconds against Vader. So yeah, that's the entire trip to Malachor. Ezra and Kanan return to the Rebel base, and they play a bunch of grandiose music as they show that Maul escaped on no-name Inquisitor's TIE Fighter, as well as Vader leaving the temple alone without Ahsoka. And we see a bit of Ezra opening up the holocron, and that's Star Wars Rebels Season 2. Ugh. Well, that was a load of crap, wasn't it? I guess the good news is that we're halfway through this show, but the bad news is that we're only halfway. Still, halfway through something isn't that bad. I'd rather be halfway there than a quarter of the way through. Compared to the first season, Season 2 just intensifies in problems. Filler episodes, useless villains, a delayed story, Ahsoka and Rex just being there and expecting you to clap like seals, and the overall story only barely moves forward. In Season 1, they joined the larger rebellion which took 15 episodes. In Season 2, little gets accomplished in the wider galaxy, aside from a couple quick strikes against the Empire and finding a base and whatnot. It doesn't take 22 episodes to tell that, but that's Rebels for you. This show is actually hard to talk about because it's just a dull piece of shit. This was not an entertaining train wreck. On my first watch, it dragged from episode to episode to episode, so actually getting into the meat of the episodes the second time was really difficult. Still, I've done so. And now it's time to get into the super fun stuff next time. Since they decided to introduce a certain someone in the marketing for Season 3, oh boy, will that be a spicy discussion. So I'll probably give Rebels Season 2 a 3 out of 10, which is a slightly lower score than the first season. It's already hit rock bottom, I guess. There's nowhere to go but up, right? Or down to the bottomless pits. I'm JJ Plagiarisms, and until next time, what are stories but mystery boxes? Yep, that's right, guys and gals. We're at the point of the show where things get very, very interesting. Not only has Ahsoka thankfully been written out of the show for the longest time, but on the unfortunate side, the marketing had a certain someone hyped up. When Dave Filoni announced that the iconic Grand Admiral Thrawn would be joining the cast of Star Wars Rebels, the fanbase went ballistic. Lore channels were posting videos to catch people up to speed on who Grand Admiral Thrawn is, or rather, who he was. And the filthy casuals and normies, well, they screamed out to the stars that one of the only good things from the expanded universe was being brought back, and that Filoni was a clever writer for that case of cherry picking. Previously, I guarantee they had no idea who Thrawn was, and if anything, passed off his trilogy as overrated garbage by the book nerds, and irrelevant once The Force Awakens came out. Because that was the real sequel trilogy now. I mean, a lot of them were incredibly quiet when Rise of Skywalker plagiarized Dark Empire, aka one of the easiest scapegoats for why the expanded universe sucked and was never canon. Because look here, George Lucas was dumb enough to allow some talentless cows to resurrect Palpatine. Then J.J. Abrams did that when he ran out of ideas. Because plagiarism is sort of his thing. That's what the username of my channel mocks him for. So yeah, Thrawn was back after Filoni skimmed through the source material at best. And the Disney fanboys were jumping up and down despite having never read the Thrawn trilogy, instead hearing who he is through a lore video, or word of mouth. While the description of high-ranking commander with a calm demeanor and tactical efficiency is an accurate description of his character in the source material, there's a difference between hearing about greatness and actually reading it. Filoni I would sort into the former category. We all know that he very loosely knows about the expanded universe and the stuff in it. I mean, he was the guy who looked at Wolf Yularen in A New Hope, looked at the white uniform, and assumed he was a Grand Admiral because he was wearing a white uniform. Never bothered to look at the plaque on the uniform and cross-check it with Thrawn. That's why Yularen was in the Clone Wars as an Admiral, because Filoni wanted to show his progression to his eventual non-existent rank. I can say firsthand that watching Rebels Season 3, that Filoni's depiction feels like someone described to him who Thrawn was, rather than actually reading the books himself. I guess Filoni figured that he couldn't waste hours of his life reading the Thrawn trilogy, so he made a shortcut when reintroducing Thrawn. Although something I want to emphasize is that Disney Thrawn is not the same character as OG Thrawn. As per the continuity reboot, parallel characters were already a different person for a simple reason. The experiences make the character. One difference completely alters a variant as someone else. How to describe this in an understandable way is looking at Marvel, for example. Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man is not the same Spider-Man created by Stan Lee and Steve Ditko. This Spider-Man was instead created by Sam Raimi and David Cope. The Spider-Man film series was a separate universe from the original character, based on the source material of the OG character, and probably a bunch of other comics until 2002. Marvel itself also enforces this, as the original Spider-Man is of Earth 616, while Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man is of Earth 96283. This was a simple fact even before Spider-Man No Way Home came out. They were different characters by default, which were retroactively brought into the same multiverse and reality. Some people like to think of Spider-Man as one character, but in this case, they're thinking of a base template held by many different characters with the same name, powers, parallel origin story, etc. Thrawn in this case is no different. Original and Disney canon are two separate universes. I don't know if Disney will be dumb enough to attempt a multiverse story, but the point is, these two Thrawns are parallel but different versions of each other. This is by default of the fact that they live in separate universes. So technically, Dave Filoni created Disney Thrawn, while Timothy Zahn created the original Thrawn. But to make things convoluted, Timothy Zahn ended up returning to Star Wars to write novels for Filoni's Thrawn. Yeah, what a paradox. Although Timothy Zahn, as I hear, is a complete sellout nowadays. The other expanded universe writers jumped ship, but Zahn? Nah. He'd rather support Disney Star Wars. Why he does so, despite being someone who should absolutely know better, is anyone's guess. I like to think when Filoni decided to bring Thrawn back, either he or the Lucasfilm story team or whoever contacted Zahn, and he was just so darn happy that his character was being considered for recanonization. He has publicly stated that Filoni's depictions are accurate and very close to how he wrote them, and all that crap. But do I believe him? Not really, but the thing is, when it comes to Disney Star Wars, you only know if someone's telling the truth if they're negative. When Mark Hamill was warning us about The Last Jedi, you can tell he was contractually obligated to shut the hell up despite that. So these days, you only know someone's opinion is genuine if it's a negative one. If they claim that The Last Jedi is their favorite Star Wars movie, always take it with a grain of salt. Always. So point is, Timothy Zahn wrote a novel for Disney canon to propel Star Wars Rebels Season 3. Thrawn, published in 2017, is basically the introduction of Thrawn into Star Wars Rebels, serving as a prelude to him entering the show. As always, I listened to the audiobook which felt longer than I'd like, and is essentially Thrawn's revamped origin story. I may not have read Outbound Flight yet, but I'll assess the book based on what I have read, that being the Thrawn trilogy. Keep in mind that Timothy Zahn was essentially writing a story based on someone else's imitation of Thrawn, a character he originally created. So any changes Filoni made by default, he had to adapt to. One of the strangest changes to start off with is giving Thrawn pupils. The Chiss in the expanded universe had no pupils, just blank red eyes, and if Filoni had read the source material, he'd know that this gave Thrawn the ability to stare into people's souls, but his decision to give him pupils completely negated this, and so we never get a moment of Thrawn staring into people with his blank red eyes. I don't recall a moment in either Star Wars Rebels or the Thrawn novel where Thrawn gets that trademark ability. It may seem minor, but it did really make Thrawn more scary, where you couldn't tell the expression in his eyes. People felt uncomfortable about him because of this, on top of his general demeanor. As far as I've seen, giving Thrawn pupils was not only a stupid change, but a counterproductive one, because it seems Filoni really missed the trick here. So I'd like to talk about Timothy Zahn's Thrawn novel before we get into the show. Yes, I know it may seem like padding, since I have an urge to make scripts longer than the last, but I think it's kind of justified given the Thrawn novel is direct tie-in material to Season 3 of Rebels. Besides, when has Disney ever expected you to not do your homework to understand these shitty stories? Thankfully, Marvel Comics published 6 issues that visually adapt the novel itself, so thankfully, I don't have to play a video game while I describe this novel. If I did have to, I'd probably play Empire at War or something, with the expansion that has Thrawn in it. Anyways, let's get into the novel. So to be honest actually, the novel actually started off pretty strong, and it felt like this novel would perhaps live up to the hype that so many Disney shills touted it up to be. I remember there was this one guy who said he didn't like reading, and he was, quote, glued to this book. And you know, at first, that was my early impression. The book starts with the Imperial discovery of Thrawn. Right off the bat, the basic approach of having the story be reactive around Thrawn was a good idea. For a lot of the book, the novel actually follows the perspective of one Eli Vanto, who, to summarize who he is, he's basically a rookie from a backwater planet when the novel starts. Basically what happens is that the scouting party he's a part of, led by Colonel Barris and Captain Park, go to some uncharted planet and then discover a hut, indicating that there's probably someone who lives here. but finding said resident is a challenge, as it's shown that whoever lives here is incredibly clever, and he outwits the Imperials. It goes so far that he's able to disguise himself as a stormtrooper, although eventually he's caught. Although it's indicated that he intended to give himself up in that moment. Right off the bat, they introduced the Blue Man as almost a one-man army, as he fooled everyone. So when he's brought back to the captain, Park mistakes him for Elon Musk and asks him why he had to ruin Twitter. Nah, I'm just kidding, but I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. He does really look like Elon Musk in the Ahsoka series, and given how widespread the Elon Musk hate is after he took over Twitter, people just made the connection. Eli, due to his background and understanding the language of Psi Bisti, translates for Thrawn to Park. Thrawn knows enough Galactic Basic, but he prefers to speak Psi Bisti. Just like in the expanded universe, his original name is this unintelligible shit, but he basically gives himself the nickname Thrawn, just so everyone can have an easier time. Vanto, due to his unique skill of knowing Psi Bisti, is basically assigned as Thrawn's translator. We learn in this opening scene that Thrawn is of the Chiss species, like in the expanded universe, and that he was exiled from the Chiss ascendancy because he had a different philosophy from his peers. They didn't believe in preemptive strikes, and Thrawn disobeyed his superiors and was exiled. Due to Thrawn's tactical skills, even as a one-man party, and also the fact that his species are very cornered off, and Vanto only knows the Chiss due to stories and whatnot, Park decides to bring him to Coruscant, in which they'll all see the Emperor himself. We get some additional characterization of Thrawn during the trip there, in a conversation between Vanto and Thrawn. Thrawn has this approach of learning only what he deems directly relevant, not asking questions about Coruscant, the Emperor, or even the Galactic Empire. Throughout the book, we also see that Thrawn is easily able to read someone like a book. He can pick up on body language like a natural. He pays extra attention to what people say and how they say it. And it's clear Thrawn is someone you should approach carefully. Because whether you believe you will or not, Thrawn can potentially figure out your entire life story if you're not careful. They bring Thrawn all the way to Coruscant, and it's here where Vanto stresses out. He didn't realize they were actually going to go anywhere near the Emperor's palace. The tension about meeting the Emperor rises as he even sees a royal guard check them all, and upon seeing the Emperor, he almost pisses himself. The Emperor looks nothing like what Imperial propaganda showed. He has this dark aura about him, and he's fucking deformed and hideous. Thrawn, however, speaks to the Emperor head on. He talks boldly, albeit respectfully, to the Emperor. He speaks to the Emperor about a great threat in the unknown regions, which isn't the Yuuzhan Vong, and offers his service to the Emperor, stating that the Galactic Empire could greatly assist the Chiss ascendancy. The way Thrawn talks too is very close to how he did in the book trilogy that introduced him. He offers his word that he will serve the Emperor and the Empire faithfully. And even when the Emperor tries to throw him in for a loop, asking the hypothetical of what he will do if the Chiss directly fuck with the Empire, who his allegiance will be to then. And Thrawn simply responds that it will be the Empire. So with that, Thrawn is inducted into the Imperial Academy as a key exception to the no aliens rule the Empire commonly has. In both the expanded universe and Disney canon, Thrawn is pretty much an exception. Now, a key criticism that applies to Disney's Galactic Empire is that it's way too diverse. Having a significant amount of women and people of color and different ethnicities, even if they are humans, makes the Empire look way more tolerant subconsciously. You look at the original trilogy, and they're all white men with British accents, because British people are always the bad guys in American films, if they aren't Germans or Russians. That's just how it goes. Jokes aside, you get the idea. When you factor in the Inquisitors too, you make the Empire look like pronoun central, detracting from what the Empire is meant to represent: exclusivity and oppression. Now look, you can have some black or maybe Asian dudes in the Empire sometimes, but you shouldn't go overload on it. Use them sparingly, because remember what the Empire is meant to represent. This is a key problem with the wokeness, that they can't even figure out who to give representation to or not. Like, for God's sake, make the gay or trans people on the rebel side or something. Now back to Thrawn. Due to the Disney Galactic Empire's poor writing, they don't exactly emphasize Thrawn's rise through the ranks as effectively as they should be. Reading the book, I never got the vibe that Thrawn's classmates or peers in the Imperial Navy hated him that much. Oh, sure, they might make some disrespectful remarks, mistaking him for a Pantoran, or this one scene where some guy tells Eli Vanto that Thrawn's rise through the ranks is gonna hold eventually, and Vanto as Thrawn's aide will be stuck with some dead-end role when that happens. This isn't exactly a problem I fault Timothy Zahn for, it's just how the Disney Galactic Empire operates. The fact that they appear more inclusive than the Empire George Lucas created. Like in the Thrawn trilogy, you can tell Thrawn is a super special exception. People are looking to him out of desperation 5 years after Endor because the Empire needs support more than ever, and people are happy to serve the Grand Admiral, even if he's an alien. I also pretty much inferred that since Thrawn is what we would call a near-human, that's what gave him the slight narrow precedent to become an exception to the Empire's strict anti-alien policies. Like when Leia was talking about how bigoted the Emperor's stance towards aliens were, it was emphasized quite well. No one in the New Republic seemed to have heard of Thrawn, and that heavily implies that Thrawn's achievements were brushed under the rug, despite his rank. Like at the end of the day, Palpatine intended to strip aliens of their rights and build a human-centric empire, because he thought it would be easy to use aliens as scapegoats and whatnot. I didn't get that impression reading this novel, or watching Star Wars Rebels Season 3 or 4, and that's where I wanted to talk about this novel's decrease in quality gradually. After that brilliant start, introducing Thrawn and Eli Vanto, the two most important characters in this story, I slowly lost interest in the story. By the end, I'd say that it turned into a 7 out of 10, closely touching the line between 6 and 7. And that's probably because the story seemed to get sidetracked a lot. We do see Thrawn at the Imperial Academy being bullied by his classmates, one of them calling him an alien freak, and I kinda wish there was a more satisfying sense of karma or something at the end, when Thrawn gets his Grand Admiral rank and plaque, with Thrawn basically being like,
"Who's laughing now?"
I don't know. I thought there was a payoff missing or something. Not to mention that the story splits in two when they introduce Orinda Pryce, who of course will be in Star Wars Rebels Season 3. The problem is that her story doesn't correlate much with Thrawn. Sure, the pair of them meet like maybe 2 or 3 times based on memory, but their stories don't seem to connect with each other that well. I noted how in the Darth Bane trilogy, other central characters might not meet Darth Bane at all until a certain point. For example, Johan Othone didn't meet Darth Bane until the end when they fought and he died, but his story still played an important part in his correlation to Bane's. Given Johan always suspected the possibility of a Sith surviving the Battle of Ruusan, and he was always reluctant to let that possibility go, despite his best efforts to forget about it. Then when the day comes when he learns that a Sith did indeed survive through the character Daravit, who informs him that his cousin Xana joined Bane as his apprentice, Johan gets all the confirmation he needs, and so on and so forth. It's also worth noting that Johan's story isn't just to solely benefit Bane's story. He gets his own personal moments, such as the triumph of making it to the rank of Jedi Knight shortly after the Battle of Ruusan. Orinda Pryce, though? Not so much. She's introduced in what seems like an incredibly random and out-of-place moment. And when I was listening to the audiobook, I was thinking about how much I was being taken out of the investment concerning Thrawn and Vanto. Like, the chemistry I was experiencing between Thrawn and Vanto was superb, and then the story just cuts to Orinda Pryce? What the hell? And keep in mind, her story takes up a lot of the book. I think it would have been a better idea to just focus on Thrawn and surrounding characters. But when they throw Pryce randomly into the mix, I was just startled. Basically, parallel to Thrawn's rise, Pryce basically works her way up to becoming governor of Lothal, her homeworld. Eventually though, I kinda just started to lose interest with Thrawn's story. It felt like they were having Thrawn do different shit, and after every promotion, I was not exactly anticipating his eventual rise to Grand Admiral. It also didn't feel like Thrawn faced any disadvantages when he kept on getting higher and higher in the Imperial Navy. It felt like there was just some insignificant scuffle when he started off, but by the time he's a standard admiral, he and Vanto are completely fine. Like, even if Thrawn never became a Grand Admiral, he was perfectly well off in his admiral position, also commanding the Chimera, which we all know is his flagship. Vanto too stops stressing about his prospect with becoming Thrawn's aide, as he's always promoted up with Thrawn, maybe a rank or two below, so he's well off as well. Basically, think of it like the movie Scarface. Imagine that Tony's rise to the top goes with no problems, and then when he's eventually at the top, things don't backfire on him at all. He just keeps everything he has, and then some. That would have made the film pretty boring, right? Well, yeah. Thrawn seemed to be dispatched to random missions I couldn't give two shits about, and it's his actions that get him a promotion. I don't really find myself caring after a certain bit. Everything's hunky-dory by the end. I mean, when Thrawn does get his plaque, he directly asks Palpatine about the Death Star, which was a closely guarded secret. Thrawn advises him not to waste so much money and resources on a project like the Death Star, and the investment would be better spent on something else. Palps, of course, doesn't listen to him. Honestly, speaking up about the Death Star was actually kind of a nice way to end the book, but there was just a lot of crap that I didn't care about. Still though, it's not terribly written, and I do at least somewhat remember what the rest of the book was like. But given the decrease in quality afterwards, I give it that static 7 out of 10. Decent, but highly overrated. I certainly didn't find myself dying to read Thrawn Alliances after that. I'm pretty much done with the Disney Thrawn book series, because it just isn't that interesting. It's competently written, but the problem is, I guess, is that it's packed in a universe full of shitty stories. I imagine a key reason why Fallen Order and Survivor might have actually worked is because of its standalone nature, which gave it a chance to be competent. It's not without its references, but still, it's got solid writing, which is a rarity these days. Alright. So the novel pretty much set the stage for Thrawn in Disney canon. Timothy Zahn would go on to write sequels and prequels, and to be honest, I don't understand why they would need that many novels for Thrawn in the context of Disney canon. But I guess it's just the act of pumping shit out on an industrial level. Quantity over quality, in other words. It doesn't matter if the canon is 90% garbage, just make sure that there's at least 10% good stuff. Ugh. That's why we can't get anything nice, because they constantly fill Disney canon with rubbish and it's polluted with shit that nobody cares about. I feel I may have greatly summarized the Thrawn novel, but I quickly realized I didn't feel like talking about it that much. I've done my review. Now it's time to get into Rebels Season 3. So past the halfway point of the show, they changed things up visually. You'll notice that Ezra and Sabine in particular have new haircuts, because it's part of that illusion that the characters have grown. Filoni did this exactly for the Clone Wars. Just change Ahsoka's appearance up a little bit instead of doing the hard work of writing the character's development in play. The hard stuff is what you should skip as a writer, or at least that's what Filoni believes. Anyways, as I said, they introduced Thrawn, and as I also said, they hyped the shit out of this character. He was all over the marketing, propping up this old expanded universe legacy character, when really only those who have read the books actually have a clue about who he is. We all know that Filoni's tactic was to artificially increase interest for Star Wars Rebels, so what better way than to spoon-feed a legacy character? Here's the thing though, you better be ready to bring your A game in writing, because Thrawn isn't someone you can afford to write poorly. You better bring it 110%, or drop your pencil and see yourself out by the door, and knowing the standard of writing so far, I doubt Thrawn can save the show. But with that being said, let's get into Star Wars Rebels Season 3. The first episode is the first of 2 parts, and believe me when I say that they absolutely waste the first part. You think they'd be hot off the Season 2 finale where they went to Malachor and Ahsoka presumably died, but instead, we're met with something incredibly underwhelming and lame. We start at this random prison complex in which Ezra and friends, minus Kanan, are on a mission to free Hondo and Naka from prison. Again, does it feel like we just skipped 10 to 20 minutes of a story, and it ties into my point about how they just throw us into something without a cause and effect? This time skip just annoys me, but you already saw me criticize this in the last video, so let's just move on. The whole entrance to the prison is structured like a stealth action video game. We've got that detection light, for example. On top of that, we've also got some more incompetent stormtroopers. Ezra is able to punch one of them and then throw them off. It's elaborated through dialogue that Ezra is in charge of this mission, and that Hondo has vital intel that will be useful for the rebellion. As always, there's no tension, because they're easily able to break in. This seems like a pretty lax security prison if we're being honest. We also see that if anything, Ezra's just getting more and more powerful. He's able to safely force grip Chopper and lower him down, and they break into the prison, reach Hondo's cell, in which we see Hondo and his Ugnut buddy Turbo. We see by this point that Ezra considers Hondo his friend and vice versa. They stick around to talk a bit, and this waste of time results in stormtroopers walking near them. And when Ezra blasts them, they alert the whole base. But let's be real, it's not like this increase in security means anything. They easily run away from stormtroopers, and Hondo's even able to argue with Turbo, who makes the lethal mistake of running ahead of the whole group and gets blasted by a walker.
And it's gone.
And then Ezra, no joke, dominates the mind of the walker's pilot, in which he basically makes him destroy all the stormtroopers in their path. And since they called Hera in, they jump off the bridge onto the Ghost and get away. So yeah, this whole prison break sequence was lame. The only saving grace was Hondo, ironically. His remarks are pretty nice, such as when Sabine gives him a weapon, and he talks about how this weapon's worth a lot on the black market, and how he wants to keep it. It's the way he says it too. As always, the stormtroopers are just crappy video game enemies. So yeah, once they're safe on the Ghost, everyone except Hondo criticizes Ezra for how he conducted the mission that he himself proposed. Ezra starts to get really pissy, and that results in him storming out. And we see why Ezra's change of persona is a thing. He walks into his room, ranting his ass off about how ungrateful they are, and we see that he's commonly using that Sith holocron retrieved at Malachor. Yeah, he's been using it for an unspecified amount of time, and it's clouded his judgment. Okay, I really hate this. Does Filoni or any of the writers see how dangerous the dark side is? It should be emphasized that the dark side is like an incredibly addictive narcotic that darksiders try their hardest to overdose on. Even the smallest taste of the dark side will make the user want to come back for more. As such, Ezra using the Sith holocron is silly and reckless. I have to wonder why they haven't destroyed it by now. Also, I have to wonder where Darth Vader is. In case you don't know, he just drops out of the show post-Malachor and he doesn't show up again. Ever. You'd think it'd be a super important mission of his to retrieve the holocron, but again, he just drops out of the show and we never see him again. Nor do we see any more Inquisitors. I mean, thank God we're not seeing any more Inquisitors, given the last 3 the show threw at us, but it's not quite explained why a character like Vader is at a seeming absence. My only guess is that they couldn't afford to continue paying James Earl Jones to be in a TV show or something. But the thing is, if you couldn't afford him anymore, why couldn't you get someone else? Like, is the guy who voiced him in The Force Unleashed still around? Since this show just drops villains in and out whenever they feel like, the threat level is always inconsistent. Like in the Clone Wars at least, the main overarching threat was clear. Palps and Dooku were like the top 2 bad guys, and then topple that up with secondary antagonists like Grievous and Ventress, and that's a consistent threat level. But in Rebels, we start off with Kallus and the Grand Inquisitor. Tarkin's in it for a little bit, but he's quickly dropped out. And as well as that, come the next season they jump the shark and write in Darth Vader, but we also get 2 useless antagonists. I guess Kallus is still around, but they ruin that by trying to give him a shitty redemption arc. Then comes season 3, well, we'll get to that. Point is that there doesn't seem to be a major villain. They barely reference the Emperor at that, so that's a problem. Again, it's like this show has a villain of the week formula. But back to the show, Ezra's got that darn holocron, and he's been using it unsupervised. He should be doomed when he's using something as dangerous as that, but whatever. They also don't show Ezra's struggle and anger as intensely as they could have. We cut to the Imperials, in which we see Grand Moff Tarkin, who's been written back into the show again after the voice actor's holiday, in which we get a main antagonist for the rest of the show. Governor Price. the same price from the Thrawn novel, and the same bitch who was also occasionally referenced in Season 1, I believe, makes her debut here. And her introduction is little more than her strolling into Tarkin's office and requesting the quote-unquote 7th Fleet to deal with the increasing rebel threat. She explains that Admiral Constantine has been mostly useless, and the Grand Moff grants her the fleet, which I presume has a certain someone in it. I recall in the Thrawn novel, towards the end, they were setting up Thrawn to get involved with thwarting the rebel threat. Anyways, cut to a rebel meeting. Hondo requests a decent ship in return for the intel, and when Commander Sato tells him that he needs to prove that his intel is worth a shit, he presents the planet Yama, home to Reclam Station, a secret Imperial salvage yard, explaining that the late Turbo was working there, presumably as a slave. You know, now that it occurred to me, why in the hell was the unpredictable Hondo allowed to know where the rebel base was? That's kinda stupid. Like, I'm sure that Ezra would be naive enough to trust him, but everyone else? Nada. But ignoring that, Hondo specifically points out Y-Wings that the Alliance could steal. Despite the age of the Y-Wings, Captain Rex vouches for them, saying that they could be very effective, and Commander Sato discusses how their ultimate goal is to destroy the factory on Lothal. So yeah, Ezra is given command over the mission, as well as a promotion to Lieutenant Commander. Yeah, Ezra's still not of age yet, and he's getting a promotion despite clearly not being old enough? Well, I guess that's the classic Filoni mentality of thinking it's a-okay to let kids participate in war. I remember when I first watched this episode, this was maybe the most memorable thing about it. Yeah, that's right. Ezra getting a promotion was the most memorable thing. Let me remind you that Rebels is pretty forgettable. Hera remarks to Ezra how Kanan will be proud of him, and Ezra responds that he's barely around nowadays. And we cut to Kanan in the middle of meditation. Since he's now blind, he isn't as active as he once was. Well, at least they're showing that his newfound disability has affected him a lot. I can imagine becoming blind would be a huge bummer for anyone. They also show that via the time jump, Kanan is somewhat used to being blind, but still hasn't fully adapted to his new lifestyle. This is pretty much the only believable time jump switch up, honestly. Watching the episode, I actually saw myself feeling bad for Kanan. It's one of the few things they did well. This one scene tells us so much. Kanan starts to hear the voice of an entity further away, but is interrupted by Hera, who informs him about Ezra's promotion, and basically hints that he should talk with them since he blames himself for what happened to him and Ahsoka. Kanan agrees and he walks into Ezra's room, and Ezra, who has the holocron on the side, panics, as he knows that Kanan will be upset that he used the holocron. Kanan accidentally touches it, and at least he ain't upset. Nah, he's fucking livid at Ezra. Ezra tries to dismiss the consequences of using the holocron, as Kanan points out that only someone who uses the dark side can gain access to it. Still, the most the holocron is doing is making Ezra argumentative and aggressive. Really doesn't sell the danger of the holocron. So what does Kanan do? He merely confiscates the damn thing. He doesn't destroy it so Ezra can't use it anymore. The thing is, why wasn't it destroyed earlier? If someone like Vader or Maul got access to it, they would be royally screwed. So keeping the holocron intact is really a big mistake. Point is, Kanan returns to his meditation spot and he approaches the sound of the voice, bringing a spider deterrent pole with him, and goes for his hike. Meanwhile, we see Ezra and friends get ambushed by the mining guild, and so they try to evade them. It's a pretty meaningless scene in the grand scheme of things. So I'll spare you the trouble and get to the two later scenes you want me to talk about. The first is Kanan walking into the domain of some giant named Bendu. What the hell were the writers smoking when they came up with that?
You wanna buy some death sticks?
He's voiced by Tom Baker, who you may or may not recognize as one of the many Doctor Who's.
Who?
Oh, you knew I was gonna make that joke, but point is, Bendu is this massive dude, who looks like he belongs in something like Lord of the Rings more than Star Wars. First problem with this character, he propagates the equal light, equal dark side myth that is the bane of anyone who properly understands the Force. Bendu talks about the Jedi and the Sith and how he belongs to neither the light or dark. Rather, he exists in the middle. That's not how the Force works. Alright, I'm getting damn sick of this grey Jedi misconception, because I have to set the record straight. There is only the light side and the dark side, nothing in between. You can either obey the will of the Force or disobey it and impose your own will on the Force. That's the only two ways you're going to use the Force. If you legitimately try to use both in equal measure, then that's just stupid. The reason is that you might as well be using the dark side only. You're practically obeying the will of the Force half the time, but then ruining it by tapping into the dark side. It's also worth noting that Force users who have a crisis like this tend to become weaker. In the Darth Plagueis novel, the titular character mentioned a Sith Lord named Darth Gravid to Palpatine. He explains that Gravid was a Dark Lord earlier in the lineage of the Banite Sith, who started to be drawn to Jedi teachings like compassion and whatnot. This ultimately weakened his connection to the Force, because since he was a Darksider, using the light side to an extent weakened his ability to bask in the dark side and use powerful dark side abilities. If you're not fully tapped into one side, you won't be as effective as you could be. That's why when Gravid was drawn to Jedi teachings, he drove himself mad, intending to destroy all the Sith lore in order to reform the Order, and he was only stopped by his young apprentice, who narrowly managed to kill him and take the mantle of Dark Lord of the Sith early, before she had even reached maximum power. However, Darth Gravid had already destroyed a lot of the Sith lore, the most significant of which being Transfer Essence, the ability to transfer one's consciousness to another body. So yeah, that's what trying to balance the light with the dark does to someone. There is no grey side of the Force. In something like Knights of the Old Republic, the grey morality scale is just a game mechanic. It's not a part of the lore. As a role-playing game, players are obviously going to be neutral when they start the game as a blank slate. Like any choice-making game that involves a morality scale, that's just how it goes. So Bendu claiming to be, quote, in the middle is so stupid, and Kanan should be pointing out how impossible that is. But he doesn't. His dialogue also reinforces this misconception. He observes the Sith holocron that Kanan has with them, and spouts some philosophical nonsense about whatever. Based on what he says, I presume he's talking about how one becomes evil, yada yada, and then Bendu, because it turns out he's a total dick, grabs Kanan's spider repellent pole and destroys it, attracting the spiders.
Wow, what an asshole.
What an abrupt way to get someone to learn a lesson about seeing through the Force. Bendu tries to spin this as helping Kanan, and it cuts away before we get anything significant. So since we're cutting away, we get to the next significant thing to talk about. Admiral Constantine talks about how he doesn't value the rebels that much as a threat, and a voice cuts in, stating that he wishes to keep it that way. And yeah, this is Grand Admiral Thrawn's debut in the show, and by God, I am seriously underwhelmed. I recall how they introduced Thrawn in, well, the Thrawn trilogy, as he's introduced in the very first chapter from the perspective of his protege Gilad Pellaeon. In the first chapter alone, we see a lot of assets and gimmicks that Thrawn has. For example, his bodyguard Rook, which I'm just sweating a black hole for when we get to Season 4 of Rebels, and we see a lot of Thrawn's personality in the opening chapter, as well as in his appreciation for art, because as he says, it's a good way to learn a lot about your enemy. I'm paraphrasing, but you get the point. It was a superb way of introducing the big bad, but here, it's so damn lame. Unless you were following the marketing, Thrawn just comes out of nowhere. And I can imagine some of the core demographic watching this show looks at this blue-skinned dude with red eyes and asks,
"Who the heck are you?"
I can also tell you without prior knowledge, the show doesn't exactly prop Thrawn up like he's hot shit. He just randomly enters the show with next to no setup. This reminds me of how The Rise of Skywalker was marketed. If you went into the movie knowing nothing about it, other than it was a new Star Wars movie, you'd be incredibly confused at the dead speak Palps' back part, because there was zero build-up. And you might realize after the fact that you were supposed to watch the trailers and shit to be hyped for the return of Palpatine, which was incredibly lazy, I might add. They're basically doing the same thing. dropping him into the show and expecting to know who he is. Tarkin passively calls him by his name and rank, and Constantine is shocked that he's a Grand Admiral. And Thrawn responds that he was promoted after an event we never get to see unless you read the Thrawn novel. Not a criticism here, just something they decided not to show us. They heavily indicate that a lot of innocent people died, but the price was worth it because there's no longer rebels in that sector. I presume they're bringing on a Grand Admiral because they value the rebels that much. In the Thrawn trilogy, Thrawn was on the losing side by that point, and was still able to do an incredible job turning the war around in the Empire's favor before he made the mistake, or rather, the oversight of not considering his bodyguard Rook as a factor. If you've read the trilogy or watched my video about the 3 books, you know what I'm talking about. Point is, the Empire is at its peak here, not facing the disadvantages it did 5 years after Endor. So this is another problem. The writers better step up their A game with how they write Thrawn. Because if Thrawn is going after the rebels directly, you can't afford him to present him as a total joke in the slightest, or give him the smallest of failures. Unless it's something like his oversight with Rook, that cost him his life. In the Thrawn trilogy, he was described as someone who has no weaknesses. He adapts quickly to whatever is thrown at him, and masters the art of war. Now, Thrawn is an incredibly outside-the-box thinker, and can observe a lot more about a situation than the average person can. The first thing that Thrawn figures out with the breakout of Hondo Anaka is that his cellmate was a laborer at Yama, and basically he concludes that the rebels have also attacked the mining guild nearby, and figured out that the rebels will likely be planning to attack Yama.
That's it? That's it?
We've been working on that whole day!
Yeah, that's all they talk about. This shit that Thrawn described is not rocket science. I'm pretty sure any decent tactician who looks into the following information could figure out that the rebels probably intended to attack Yama. I mean, I imagine prior to the episode's start, the Empire integrated both Hondo and Turba. This is so goddamn lame. They try to present Thrawn as an outside-the-box thinker for something that wouldn't be hard to figure out for any competent tactician. Did they really need to drag Thrawn into this? Because this seems like absolute overkill. But then again, Thrawn figured out something very basic. They could have made it 10 times better by having Thrawn come up with a follow-up strategy or something for the defense of Yama Station or whatever. So far, I'm underwhelmed at what Thrawn's so-called brilliance is. Anyways, we cut to Ezra learning through a scan that they're quickly destroying the Y-Wing fighters. So Ezra ignores the recon part of the mission and orders everyone to go in now, because he reasons that he needs at least some of the Y-Wing fighters intact, and there isn't enough time to do a recon. And that's the episode. And that brings me to another problem. The pacing is awful. The episode is basically just nothing but setup for the next episode, and not a lot happens in the present episode. You think there'd be a lot more stuff happening after Malachor, but this is perhaps one of the most uneventful major episodes of Star Wars Rebels. To be fair, this season 3 premiere originally aired with both parts in an hour-long movie to kickstart the season, but come on, the first half could have been more eventful, right? Because as far as I can judge, the first half is not television movie worthy. Anyways, you get the point. Let's get on with the second part. So given Ezra's brash order, or maybe because Sabine wasn't looking where she was flying, they bump into a dismantler droid guarding the station. The collision with one does minimal damage, but afterwards, there's a bunch of them going after the Phantom. We see some reused assets, including that commander who I thought died in Season 2, but I guess they're just reusing models. I mean, it's lazy, but I didn't expect anything more. Instead of using the turret or something, Rex literally decides to open the door to the shuttle to try to blast the damn droid. And that only results in him nearly being flung out, if not for Zeb catching him. Good going, dude. The Phantom after this gets caught in the storm for a bit, but after that they're totally fine. They manage to attach to the station without the Imperials getting their signal again. And I kind of feel this is just a lazy way of having the advantage of stealth. Because I don't understand why their signal didn't pop back up when they exited the storm. Well, they aren't detected. They also have an easy way of shutting down the conveyor belt when they come across some of the Ognot laborers. And Hondo, as translator, convinces them to shut it down. These pigs are completely unsupervised, by the way. I would have expected some stormtroopers guarding them, but I guess not. The second problem they face is getting fuel for the bombers, and that's where it cuts away. I guess they do an okay job at presenting Ezra's sloppy planning, but with that being said, we cut back to Kanan, who gets a lesson in visualizing without sight. Basically, Kanan easily adapts to additional perceptions such as sound and smell to tell where the spiders are, and for some reason, despite being damn close, the spiders don't attack him. This little lesson seems a bit rushed, but I suppose a Force user could adapt to blindness easier than someone in the real world, so I'll be lenient. I have to remind myself that the Star Wars universe doesn't always apply to our own. Well, actually, they do elaborate on why the spiders aren't hostile, and it's apparently because they see Kanan in anger, grief, and fear or something. The episode isn't quite clear about it, but Kanan is easily able to get some sort of sight back. However, this is where he senses Ezra and friends in danger, and so he proceeds to go help him. Bendu asks him about the holocron, and Kanan tells him to keep it, expressing no care over it anymore. Alright, you're just going to give a holocron to a giant you just met? We cut back to Ezra and friends conveniently fueling up the Y-Wing bombers. The Imperials finally find out that the rebels are still alive due to one last dismantler droid spotting them. So wait, did you guys not have additional security cameras aside from those dismantler droids? The Imperials proceed to lock down the conveyor belt, and so the team split up, as Ezra plans to barge into the command center and reverse the override. It's here where Hera contacts Ezra and figures out that his recon mission turned into a recovery mission, and Commander Sato is going to get the rebel fleet to arrive at the station. Ezra basically goes on a rampage killing stormtroopers and comes into the command center. And oh, this is the same guy from Rebels Season 2. It's just that he was demoted to commander afterwards. They also kill any tension or momentum, with Ezra mocking him after the dude vents that he's the reason he was demoted in the first place. Also, small galaxy, I must say. Ezra decides to cut power to the entire station, despite the commander's protests, and well, everyone opts to escape, with Ezra saying that he'll get on the Phantom. Hondo also decides to opt out early, making the excuse that he needed to get out of there, and wishes Ezra goodbye. Anyways, everything goes to shit with the Y-Wing bombers having no hyperdrive, as that was removed by the Empire, as an Imperial Star Destroyer shows up. Also, Ezra doesn't get to the Phantom in time, and it slips from the station and plummets down the gas giant.
And it's gone.
Well, at least I can say this time, they're not making things too easy for the good guys. That was a major complaint that I had previously. Oh wait, the Rebel fleet shows up immediately after, and the Y-Wing bombers are easily able to dock on the carrier the Rebels captured. When the Empire contact the Grand Admiral, Thrawn tells them to let the rebels off because, quote, he has a larger objective in mind. What that is, we'll have to wait until the next episode or later. Point is, the rebels are easily able to get away, with the Ghost picking up Ezra. When everyone gets back, Ezra is pretty much demoted.
And it's gone.
And is chastised for his poor planning and leadership skills, but then again, you promoted a kid to lieutenant commander. What did you guys expect? Hera also mentions that the Y-Wing bombers aren't even for their rebel cell. Rather, it's for General Dodonna in the larger rebellion.
What?
Wait, so there's a larger rebellion that's forming, and we're only learning about this now? This would have been nice to know earlier, guys. It's pretty lazy that we learn this in a single line of dialogue. I was taken out of the story because this was initially hard for me to swallow. Where the hell did General Dodonna's rebel cell come from? I was under the impression that this was the rebellion so far. Pretty much. And that everything else was split up. I guess that's a testament to the terrible world building of the show. So they wrap up the episode with Ezra fully admitting that using the Sith holocron was a mistake, and apologizes to Kanan. Wait, so are they just resolving the conflict that easily? Ezra just fucks up and realizes the Sith holocron is bad news. They've done a poor job at selling the holocron as dangerous in the slightest. In episode 3, after this shitty two-parter, we cut straight to Ezra questioning Kanan about the holocron, as if him admitting the holocron was bad news in the last episode didn't happen. I love the classic backtracking. It makes it impossible for anything to be done. Instead of moving the story forward, you just gotta repeat the same thing over and over again. Ugh. Anyways, they come across a damaged Hammerhead ship, indicating it was attacked. When they board the ship, there's conveniently someone still alive that gasps something about someone with a red blade. Their first guess is that it's another Inquisitor, but then they're contacted by Hera, who gets pushed aside, and we see that the red blade guy is in fact Maul. Darn, I should have known. It was either him or Darth Vader, but Vader was written out of the show because the voice actor was done, so obviously not him. As soon as they reveal it's Maul, they cut to the Rebels intro, and it's the same upbeat theme that takes me out of the episode. Yeah, so Maul has the entire Ghost crew hostage, and demands both Kanan's Jedi holocron and the Sith holocron from Malachor, and if both are not handed over, the entire Ghost crew will be killed. Yeah. So Kanan realizes he needs to get it back from Bendu. Now, I don't understand why Kanan didn't just destroy the holocron, but I think that if he had, it would have done nothing but improve the storytelling. I mean, think about it. Even if Bendu refuses to hand it over for whatever reason, at least there still is a Sith holocron that can be retrieved. Even if Kanan and Ezra have to take it back by force. But if the holocron was destroyed, Kanan would realize there's no reasonable bargaining chip with Maul, and he has to figure out how to free the rest of the Ghost crew and defeat Maul. But gosh forbid we get something that shows us the writers actually tried to challenge themselves. When writers don't make things too easy for themselves, it can show that they care. It can be something as simple as John McClane without shoes. That was put in there, and it shows the writers didn't just want things to be too easy. Anyways, since the holocron is intact, Ezra and Kanan go to the Rebel base and hike out towards Bendu. Meanwhile, we see Maul as the hostage taker, demands Hera give him a tour of the ship, and then when they get to a certain room, he probes her mind and finds out where the Jedi holocron is, so he can gain the information he seeks. Although, as it turns out, it's pretty much useless to him, because it requires a light-sighter to open. Although we get this stupid moment where Maul tries to fidget the holocron open, much like Ezra in the pilot, and is frustrated he can't open it, and the Ghost crew are easily able to break free and sneak under the damn ship.
Oh my god.
Are they just making things too easy for the good guys or what? They even put up a decent fight against Maul by magnetizing his legs and stuff, but he eventually breaks free, and he doesn't punish any of the three. He only angrily yells that they'll be kept alive as long as they're useful to him. We see, meanwhile, that Ezra meets Bendu for himself, and as it turns out, upon requesting the holocron back, Bendu put it deep into the spider cave, so Kanan's got to get Ezra to navigate the cave, since he can't bring his lightsaber. Why does this feel like a padded video game side quest? Anyways, to make a very long story short, they retrieve the holocron, and this is where Bendu gives them a final warning. One of them will need to open the holocron, but once a secret is known, it cannot be unknown. This warning, however, is not lived up to by anything. The pair speed over to Maul's rendezvous point, which is basically a mini Halo ring in the middle of nowhere, not a natural formation in the slightest. Upon meeting Maul, he lures the two away from each other, and he even secretly orders the rest of the Ghost crew to be executed. And it makes you wonder why in the hell he didn't do this earlier. When he's walking behind Kanan, he opts to try killing him again by shoving him out an airlock. What annoys me is how Kanan is caught off guard by all this. Kanan is able to survive and he does make it back inside with all the oxygen. Meanwhile, we see Maul order one of his droids to execute the hostages, and he gets Ezra to help him open both the holocrons, so he can gain the information he seeks. Now, I just wanted to point out how stupid it is that you can answer any question you want by combining a Jedi and Sith holocron together. That's not how holocrons work. This seems like they're really indulging that equal light and equal dark misconception by stating that if you balance the light with the dark, you will gain clarity, when in actuality, it'll do the opposite. Based on where the season is going, they just wanted Maul to find and confront Kenobi again, but couldn't figure out a way to do it believably. So they literally made up this stupid rule that combining Jedi and Sith holocrons will answer any question you seek. Gee, if it was that easy, why didn't Palps or Vader do this to get important information? You have to remember at the end of the day that after Order 66, Palpatine would have had access to countless Jedi holocrons, plus a bunch of Sith holocrons the Order had stored away. It makes you wonder why they didn't use this method to solve their problems. It would be an incredibly easy solution for Vader, for example, to figure out where Kenobi was. Even if it requires a lightsider to open the Jedi side, the Empire captured plenty of Jedi. You could easily capture a Padawan in hiding, force them to open the holocron as a lightsider, and then turn them to the dark side as an Inquisitor or something. Problem solved? I mean, at least the Inquisitors would be good for something, right? And they wouldn't be so damn useless. This is such a ridiculous rule to throw in, because now it's possible for any Force user to get any answer they seek. Again, you'd think that with something like this, Vader would have figured out where Kenobi was a long time ago. The implications of this is so batshit that it's literally a game changer. As far as I've seen, they literally only do this for Darth Maul to figure out where Kenobi is. Ugh. So as Kanan frees the Ghost Crew, they go to get Ezra, but by then it's too late and Maul gets what he wants before escaping. Ezra, however, does not discover a key to destroying the Sith, and I presume both the holocrons afterwards are busted. So with that being said, the only redeeming factor is that the visuals at the end were pretty nice, and that's it. That's the episode, and we have to wait until we see Maul again in this show. Next comes another filler episode, this time with Sabine in the lead. Although as a filler episode, it doesn't have anything to do with expanding on her. Basically, the setup is that the rebels are running short on pilots, but as it turns out, there's a brand new Fulcrum who has intel on Imperial pilots who wish to defect at a certain academy. Hera explains that there's multiple Fulcrum agents across the rebellion even if the original was Ahsoka. So yeah, Sabine is sent on a mission to get the wannabe defectors out. And that's where Sabine goes undercover somehow as an Imperial pilot. And we get our guest appearance of Wedge Antilles. I can at least say that they didn't copy-paste his backstory from the expanded universe and changed him into being an ex-Imperial pilot. A random detail I wanted to bring up is how Wedge in the Star Wars Aftermath book tells an Imperial when he's captured that the reason he joined the rebellion was because they were oppressive and they killed people, including, quote, a girl he loved once. I guess in the earlier signs of Filoni not taking other people's work into account, this girl he loved that was killed by the Empire is never mentioned. Wedge in fact seems mostly passive about defecting from the Empire. He doesn't have some hardline thing against them that is super personal. Wedge even mentions that he joined the Empire to get some fun action, and then changed his mind when the Empire turned out to be evil. This was a random detail from the book that I remember ironically better than anything else when I read the god-awful Star Wars Aftermath. So this is an issue with the episode when it comes to continuity in unison with a book. Remember that they promised that all content would be considered equal, regardless of accessibility. But here, you can tell that Chuck Wendig's novel was not a factor here. So with that being said, Sabine and the other cadets do a simulation that basically tells us the Empire is evil, as they simulate shooting an unarmed transport, and with that, Sabine after the fact reveals her true identity to Wedge, and they plan to bust themselves out. Governor Price along with Agent Callus show up, and they root out the defectors when Ezra and friends show up to pick up Sabine, in which the TIE Fighter defectors break formation and try to escape, except it turns out the ships were rigged. and they're captured by the Empire before they can make it to Ezra and friends. Then, in the middle of detention, Wedge accidentally spills Sabine's name.
Stupid! You're so stupid!
And this is where Sabine is talked off by Governor Price. She recognizes Sabine as a former Imperial cadet, but bafflingly, Sabine actually manages to fight her way out of this whole situation, beating up the stormtroopers and Governor Price. She proceeds to roll over to the two pilots she was meant to extract, including Wedge, and the three of them escape. And it's here where we find out who the new Fulcrum is, when Agent Kallus shows up and gives the rebels advice on where to go, telling Sabine to tell Zeb that they're even. So Agent Kallus is a rebel spy now. Perfect. Minimal development equals a quick turnaround. I also find it really weird that Kallus managed to become Fulcrum very shortly after that episode with Zeb. Again, I don't know how much time has passed, but you can assume it's been a few months. Maybe. I don't know how the whole Fulcrum thing works, but I think it's a fat chance Agent Kallus would become one of them in a timely manner. If that's the case, then it seems like being Fulcrum is open to heavy abuse, either by the Empire looking to lure rebels into a trap, or a third party, who might want to trick the rebels for their own gain. Point is, Kallus becoming Fulcrum is bullshit. Anyways, Sabine and friends get picked up, and we have this ending, where the rebels manage to recruit two pissing pilots, which I doubt is anywhere near enough to account for their losses at the start of the episode, but they just hope you didn't notice that, and that's episode 4. Let's get on with episode 5, shall we? So this one's another Ryloth-focused episode. We again start at a point where I think we missed 10 minutes of a story, in which Cham and one of his buddies ride away from Imperial speeder bikes. The Ghost shows up just in time to save both of them, and a speeder bike pilot makes the mistake of entering the Ghost with at least 3 guns pointed at him. In that moment, your life is pretty much over, but the biker scout doesn't even try to quick shot any of the 3 rebels in front of him. Instead, he just stands there like an idiot and lets Zeb knock him out. Jesus Christ. And now the rebels have got a disguise, this time for Ezra to wear. So when we're finally given context, we learn that the Ghost made it past an Imperial blockade to give a supply run. Hera even says, quote, "It wasn't easy getting past that Imperial blockade," which of course we never get to see. They just wanted to skip right ahead to the main event. Anyways, Cham discusses with everyone how he and Hera's old home, the Tan province, has been captured by the Empire, with the Ryloth commander Slavin making uncharacteristically good strikes. As soon as I heard that, I knew immediately that it's not actually him doing a good job. It's Thrawn. Yeah, you can tell it's him. We were promised Thrawn, and we're getting Thrawn, or at least a cheap imitation of him. Anyways, the commander now has control of Hera's old home, and now he possesses the Kalakori, a totem that belongs to Hera and Chan's family line and whatnot. So basically, Hera makes it her personal mission to retrieve the Kalakori, not because it holds any value to the rebellion, but because it's super important symbolically. Okay, she does say it was important to her deceased mother, but that's about it. So the two groups proceed to ambush an Imperial patrol, while Ezra and Hera ride over to her old place. Ezra, in disguise as a scout trooper, manages to front a story about capturing a rebel on patrol, and it forces Hera to resort back to a French accent. You know, whenever I hear the Twi'leks speak like French people, I'm reminded of this scene from Chowder.
Pretty clever, eh, Pudge? Is she supposed to be French? No, she's supposed to be ugly. Oh, because French people are ugly? No. Ooh, if she's French, you should draw a beret. It'll help.
Oh my gosh. That poor little French girl has a mustache and a beard. I'm totally gonna vote for her out of pity.
I don't know why I was reminded of that. Anyways, upon entering the establishment, we get some backstory of Hera explaining the very wreck site she pulled Chopper out of. They managed to make it inside her old home, and it seems that past the point of being let in, there's zero security regulation to go through. The security seems really lax. Hera easily finds the Kalakori, and I have to ask, did they literally only just go to the estate or whatever just to collect this thing? You might as well do some damage by assassinating the commander or something. Because if you're here just to steal back a family item, then that's just a waste of effort. They never seem to seize the opportunity, even when trying to sneak out, with both the commander and Grand Admiral Thrawn appearing and conversing with one another. They actually managed to sneak past Grand Admiral Thrawn and Commander Slavin. And even though this stormtrooper probably would have clearly seen them from the angle he was facing, he doesn't say anything. But not to worry, Thrawn can easily tell there's intruders about. Cut back to the rest of the Ghost crew fending off an Imperial ambush. And the Walker does actually manage to shoot off Kanan and Sabine sharing a ride. Although the big Twi'lek dude is easily able to use a rocket launcher to block off Imperial forces. Although it ends up being a complete waste a mere 10 seconds later or so. You could have just destroyed the Walker dude. They basically then discuss going over to help Hera and Ezra, and so they ride off. Cut back to Hera and Ezra. They dispatch Chopper as a distraction. Although it doesn't work because through the escape door is both Thrawn and Slavin walking through. Slavin assumes that Hera is a mere servant girl, although Thrawn recognizes who she actually is. But this isn't some grand outside-the-box observation Thrawn has, despite the writers trying to frame it as one. I mean, Hera has been caught on camera as far back as season 1. Also, the fact that he's specifically assigned to take the rebels down, he'd obviously see images of the rebels, including all of the Ghost crew. Like, Slavin not knowing makes sense because his fight against rebels is restricted to Ryloth. But Thrawn should know exactly who she is and what she looks like. I guess Thrawn makes the connection anyways when she's brought in for questioning. And this here is a poorly timed moment where Filoni flexes that he knows at least the bare minimum about Thrawn, by writing in one of his gimmicks in the scene, his appreciation for art. Despite the fact that he should already know about Hera Syndulla specifically, he basically recognizes the item that Hera stole as a Kalikori, describing what it is, and through this, figures out that Hera was stealing it for a personal reason, and so she must be Hera Syndulla. Again, it shouldn't be rocket science. And it doesn't make sense how Thrawn doesn't already have a briefing on the Ghost crew. This is just a scene thrown in to fulfill a quota based on a filthy casual's understanding of Thrawn. This is so forced too, because you can tell that this is deliberately done to introduce us to Thrawn's love of art for preschoolers. He spouts that crap about how knowing art is like knowing your enemy, blah blah blah, and I'm just underwhelmed. They also write Slavin as an exaggerated, incompetent commander, just so Thrawn will look better for the audience. This is so lazy. This is the stupidest way to make Thrawn look competent. Just put him against someone completely unqualified. In the Thrawn trilogy, Thrawn interacted with all sorts of different people with different skill sets and experience, and he was able to outsmart all of them, and always demonstrated who's higher in authority. So far, Thrawn has been in a meeting suggesting a plan that isn't rocket science, and now here, where he demonstrates his love for art to identify someone he should already know about. Also, something I have to wonder too, is why Thrawn seems to be relatively unknown to the rebels when he's first introduced. Did his rise through the ranks seen in the Thrawn novel mean nothing? Wouldn't he already have a reputation? I mean, this made sense in the Thrawn trilogy, because Thrawn was mostly absent for most of the Galactic Civil War, out in the unknown regions doing shit. So it made sense when characters like Han Solo hadn't heard of him, when he started causing shit for the New Republic. You can also infer that his record was swept under the rug because of his alien heritage. But here, in a far more woke and accepting empire, it's clear that Thrawn should be decently well known. But as Ezra says in this very episode, he refers to Thrawn as the blue guy, which is such a filthy casual way of naming Thrawn. Anyways, I'm not impressed with Thrawn so far. We also see him quick shot Ezra when he tries to make a move. Again, am I supposed to be super impressed by Thrawn's ability to see through a disguise? I also want to note that he sees through Ezra, although he doesn't catch on to Chopper. So I guess Thrawn isn't that clever. We see in the next scene, when Hera and Ezra are thrown into a cell, Thrawn basically insults Hera by deciding to transport the Calicori to a ship to make it part of his collection. And then there's his infamous out-of-character moment. Slavin suggests just destroying the totem dismissively and then...
Say what again? Say what again? I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. Say what one more goddamn time.
Yeah, Thrawn loses his cool for a moment and grabs Slavin, before calming down and remarking how he forgot that not everyone appreciates art as he does. If there was ever a scene that utterly failed to understand Thrawn, this would be it. Thrawn never loses his cool, and this is an out-of-character reaction. It's not even like Slavin was anywhere close to pushing Thrawn to the edge. He just says something that Thrawn doesn't like, and he loses his cool. I have no idea why this was thrown in. If you're adapting Thrawn, you should know that he never gets angry. I think a more realistic reaction would be,
"We should just destroy that piece of Twi'lek trash."
You are quite the fool, Commander. I would advise you strongly reconsider your approach towards art. There is no room for mistakes, even when one has the natural advantage.
Thrawn fans will be watching Filoni like a hawk, and he can't afford to get something like this so blatantly wrong. I can't help but have this feeling that this is Filoni's arrogance at daring Thrawn fans who read the books to come at him. Maybe I'm just seeing things, but this is a very deliberate writing choice that presents Thrawn out of character briefly. So Slavin gets Cham to give himself up after announcing his daughter's capture, although Chopper rigs the entire base without anyone noticing or catching on, and all Thrawn does is wait on the Chimera as the rebels inevitably blow the place up. He also does the whole "let them go, they've earned their victory" cliche on top of that. Seriously, it's as if Thrawn just gave up trying to thwart the rebels halfway through. I mean, it's shown that he clearly expected something like this and did nothing to counteract it. That's not clever, that's dumb. Plus the fact that he lets them off so easily. This is moronic. Thrawn just couldn't be bothered, could he? Anyone who's read the Thrawn trilogy should see what the problem is. The writers certainly did not bring on their A game, and I think it's because they knew they weren't good enough to write Thrawn in a sloppy manner where he has a huge oversight. So what did they do? Just have him intentionally let the rebels off and not interfere with Slavin's terrible plans. Since the show is so attached to the rebels winning every single time, they've got to scale back Thrawn's involvement when they win. Instead of, I don't know, maybe forcing themselves to get more clever with their writing. It's the classic saying, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Anyways, they wrap up the episode with Hera talking about how her family will always be the Ghost Crew, and she doesn't need the totem after all, blah blah blah. Next episode, please. So the following episode isn't that bad, actually. I'd say it's kinda decent, and it's ironically the episode that's meant to be a direct callback to the Clone Wars in every way. The episode starts with another pointless setup, with the rebels needing more supplies. Gee, where have I seen that before? So right off the bat, I was bored out of my mind. But then the episode sort of picked up by having Rex, Kanan, Ezra, and Zeb captured by a ray shield and knocked out. They are brought to Kalani. Yeah, you remember that super tactical droid from the Clone Wars, right? Appeared in the Onderon arc and didn't do much aside from executing King Rash at the end. Well, he appears again, along with his droid battalion. Rex points out that the droid army received a shutdown command after Order 66. He assumed it was a Republic trick and prevented the shutdown specific to the planet they're on. So basically, Kalani challenges the four of them to a quote-unquote final battle to determine the victor of the Clone Wars. Ezra and Kanan as Jedi and Rex as a clone trooper will make for a sufficient strike team. Basically, they have to play the droid's game in order to finally determine a winner to the Clone Wars. They accept this offer, with Zeb staying behind as a hostage because, quote, the Lasats weren't involved in the Clone Wars, and basically, it's a game of hunt almost. This episode has a lot of undertones to the Clone Wars, including moments where Ezra talks about what the Clone Wars must have been like and whatnot. There are some details I like, for example, the fact that the droids are old, and the destroyer droids have malfunctioning and old-ass shields, and that make them vulnerable. Still though, this episode is mostly a fillery waste of time. As the real threat, the Empire shows up, and Ezra proposes to Kalani that their real enemy is the Empire because of the logic that the Republic became the Empire. Kalani agrees with this logic, and so the two sides team up to escape. They get on shuttles that I'm surprised still have fuel, and cause some destruction to Imperial walkers to escape. Despite previously chastising Ezra, Rex then congratulates Ezra for technically ending the Clone Wars at last, and so on and so forth. So the episode wasn't very good, but the enjoyment I had out of it was probably the most I could expect out of the show. They also play the Clone Wars theme in the credits, because they wanted to make this a full callback. I guess the commentary on how neither side won and the game was rigged was a nice touch, but overall, this episode was just dumb but fun. It was nice seeing the battle droid banter, and Chopper managed to not be as annoying as he usually is, but unfortunately, they easily resolved the lost Phantom thing by having the escape shuttle become the Phantom 2.0. Speaking of, what was the point of losing the first Phantom exactly? You know what? Let's not ponder on that, and we'll just get to the next episode. So yeah, after the shit with Fen Rao in the last season, we're getting an episode featuring him again. It starts with Sabine and Rao playing a game that resembles Pop-Up Pirate, which for those who don't know, is a game I played when I was younger where you must insert a sword, and if the pirate, well, pops out of the barrel, you lose. It's a game based purely on luck, as it's randomized every single time. So I guess the equivalent they're playing here is Blast Out Mandalore, a game that I'll assume every Mandalorian kid played. Bobby Fett probably played it with his dad. Anyways, after some conversation about Fen Rao's loyalty to Mandalore, Zeb calls both Sabine and Rao to the command center, because apparently the protectors on Conquered Dawn have stopped responding to the rebels, indicating that they've lost contact. So they send Ezra and Sabine along with Fen Rao down to the planet, and to make a long story short, Ezra gets distracted by the sight of the shattered planet, and Fen Rao seizes the opportunity to knock both Ezra and Sabine out. But you want to know what happens in the next scene? Chopper, who somehow wasn't deactivated, uncuffs both Ezra and Sabine. Why Fen Rao didn't kill both Ezra and Sabine and Chopper to ensure his escape, I have no idea. But that's not the point. When Ezra and Sabine get out, they see Fen Rao staring up the top of a hill, and upon meeting his point of view, they see the entire Protector base has been scorched. Yep. Again, the gap between Season 2 and 3 is completely unspecified. So who the hell knows how long Fen Rao was in Rebel custody? Fen Rao is absolutely pissed. And yeah, that's understandable. As I said in my Rebel Season 2 review, they gave the impression that they didn't necessarily need to have Conquered Dawn as a route. They just hyper stuck to it after the Protectors gave them some shit. It's not like the Rebel pilots who died in that episode mattered anyways. After taking out an Imperial probe droid that was spying on them, Fen Rao foolishly announces to Sabine afterwards that he's going to stay on Conquered Dawn and deal with the Imperials himself, even revealing that he'll use the Rebel base as a bargaining chip. Why in the hell he'd announce that to Sabine, I have no idea. There's no time to argue, however, as Imperial Mandalorians show up shortly after, including a dude in red armor. They manage to search the area and capture Ezra with minimal effort, and the red dude takes off his helmet and tells Ezra that he is Gar Saxon, Imperial Viceroy of Mandalore. He's voiced by the late Ray Stevenson, who also played Baylan Skoll in Ahsoka. I paid tribute to the guy in a community post, and since the actor is no longer with us, I'm gonna try and moderate what I say about Gar Saxon. Because to be honest, I didn't like what I saw. Gar Saxon is another antagonist thrown into the show. I've started to notice that they don't use Thrawn all the time, and that only tells me that they're too afraid to put him in every episode because he's gonna have to lose big time at some point. I think Saxon is a weak-ass villain. He isn't particularly incompetent or stupid to the extent of previous villains in this show, but he ain't exactly no Hans Gruber. Ezra starts acting like a smug shit-talker, not taking Saxon or his peers seriously. And I guess to Saxon's credit, he does threaten to shoot Chopper. Now, does he actually go through with it? Not really. He feigns some shots at Chopper, and Ezra makes up a story about how his name is Lando Calrissian and he's a smuggler. Okay, after that, he does get Ezra to spill the beans. It's also worth noting that Sabine and Fen Rao have been listening in at a distance, and doing so, Saxon goes on a rant about how he always planned to execute the Protectors, and hearing that he always intended that, Fen Rao has a change of heart. Now that doesn't really explain why he'd suddenly give a shit about the rebels, but I guess the show's got to achieve what it wants, no matter how flimsy it is. Despite being called Imperial Super Commandos, the titular soldiers are pathetically weak, as Fen Rao knocks one of them out, with Sabine taking the dude's jetpack for herself. Fen Rao also overwhelms one of them rather quickly, and cutting back to the interrogation, Saxon prepares to destroy Chopper, but Ezra then uses the Force to cause Saxon's aim to go off balance and miss, and of course, he finds out that Ezra's a Jedi. But before he has any time to think about it, Sabine ambushes the lot, and we see how stupid it is that Saxon removed his helmet. Fen Rao actually ditches both Ezra and Sabine, but don't worry, he comes back at the end. Gar Saxon gives Sabine the chance to surrender, and taunts her with some crap about her mother. By that, I don't mean he was making a yo mama joke. I mean that he was using Sabine's mother to grandstand her. Sabine, of course, gets Chopper to play some ear-splitting music. Then we get a jetpack chase sequence where we see how useless the Imperial Super Commandos are. Yeah. Eventually, Sabine, Ezra, and Chopper go over to Gar Saxon's ship in an attempt to steal it. And I wish I was making this up, but Sabine actually has a fist fight with Saxon, and manages to beat him, despite Saxon having both the advantage of age and gender. Saxon should have easily beaten her, and taken any punches she pulled. Seriously, what is it with girls being able to defeat full-grown men in combat? I was taken out of the story when Sabine was able to overpower someone who was obviously way stronger than she was. A well-built man, who despite being on the somewhat older side, has the obvious advantage. Now I clearly see another problem with the villains. They can't even beat less experienced kids who aren't even 18 yet. Aging up the characters would have been nice, wouldn't it? So any potential the villains have are completely wasted. Anyways, Fen Rao shows up in the end to help the rebels, and they get away, with conveniently Gar Saxon surviving out of his entire group, because that's how blatant the plot armor is. Fen Rao joins the rebellion, and that's the episode. Ugh. Next episode, please. So we're dropped into another random scenario with episode 8. It's another filler episode, by the way. This is where we meet the most stubborn rebels ever. Upon arriving at this random planet with a rebel presence, the Ghost helps a freighter take out some Imperial ships. So they find out that the freighter identifies itself as the Ion Squadron. When the Ghost crew discuss it with Commander Sato, he recognizes the squadron as being that of his brothers, although his brother is now dead. But this seems to confirm that his nephew, Mart Matin, is still alive, especially since it was a kid who was on the other line with the Ghost. Oh great, more kids entering the rebellion, is it? That seems to be a theme we've run into with Filoni, that he thinks it's okay for kids to enter violent, intense conflicts like wars.
So uncivilized.
Based on what Commander Sato says, Mart never responded to his uncle's transmissions, and that tells me right away that Mart is completely unintimidated by the Empire. Just like I am in this show. Anyways, we also see when the Ghost crew docks with Mart's ship, we see that Mart's friends along with Mart himself don't care about the rough state of their ship. The hyperdrive doesn't work, for example, and Mart's friend responds that they don't even need a hyperdrive. And when we meet Mart himself, he's just as careless as his buddies. Mart is presumably around Ezra's age, and he's not scared of the Empire, and still thinks he can cause a ruckus to Imperials even with his damaged ship. And they pretty much refuse the offer to go to the main rebel fleet. So anyways, Thrawn is surprisingly in this episode. If I couldn't be unimpressed enough, Thrawn is told all that he needs to, that being that he's facing minimal rebel forces. This is no Thrawn trilogy situation of there being multiple downsides for the Empire. So what does Thrawn do? He sends Admiral Constantine and one light cruiser to deal with the rebels. Admiral Constantine of course questions Thrawn on his questionable strategy, and Thrawn passively taunts Constantine that he's a chicken if he's not up to it. And this is enough to make Constantine obey Thrawn.
What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken?
Yeah, we don't even get a scene where Thrawn explains his brilliant plan. And that's because there is no brilliant plan. This is just nonsense disguised as Thrawn knowing what he's doing. Also another thing, Thrawn isn't engaging the rebel fleet himself. Instead, he's sending a middleman to do the stuff for him. Given Admiral Constantine's track record so far, I'm not exactly sure he can be trusted to even abide by Thrawn's orders properly, which begs the question on why the hell Thrawn is sending him specifically to go after the rebels. They seem to write Thrawn in a way where none of the blame can fall on him if the rebels win, at least how the writers see it. Anyhow, we see Ezra, Sabine and Chopper fix the Iron Squadron's hyperdrive, even though they didn't want it fixed. They kinda just skipped over a scene where it feels like the Iron Squadron allowed Ezra and friends at least fix the hyperdrives. Also, Mart's friends are easily persuaded to see things Ezra's way, which is way too easy. Fixing the hyperdrive doesn't do anything anyways, because Mart switches power back to the guns and shields. They try to convince Mart to ditch the ship, but instead he pretends like he's going along with them before detaching the airlock between his ship and the Phantom and decides to try and take on the Imperial light cruiser himself. And it goes as well as you expect. The Phantom then jumps into hyperspace, and the Rebel fleet gathers to go back for Mart. And with the entire Rebel fleet, they're easily able to disable the light cruiser, and by the time Thrawn shows up, the Rebels are pretty much mapping in their hyperspace escape route. There is a brief conversation between Thrawn and Commander Sato, but that's about it. The rebels get away, and I just found it hilarious how they try to frame Admiral Constantine as the incompetent one who let the rebels get away. Like, Thrawn, you were the one who ordered him to arrive in one ship, and you knew about the dude's lacking skill set at that. You should share blame too for the rebels' escape. When I watched this episode, I was somewhat expecting Thrawn to pull out some secret trap card, but instead, we have him send a middleman to do his work for him. Someone who was shown as unqualified, and then Thrawn has the nerve to grandstand the guy when he doesn't succeed. Admiral Constantine never did a dent with a Star Destroyer. What made you think he could with a light cruiser? Thrawn in this show is just as poor of a decision maker as Elon Musk is with Twitter. And to emphasize again, Thrawn has way more resources than his expanded universe counterpart did in his titular trilogy. Pathetic. We get a closing scene with Mart and his uncle Commander Sato and his buddies, and that's the episode. So come episode 9, we get another filler episode, except this time with Hondo. As one of the few Filoniverse characters I like, he prevents this episode from being boring. To be honest, I actually thought this episode was actually pretty funny. As it turns out, Hondo's partnered up with the fat slob who tried to kill him last season, and everyone except Ezra is reluctant to trust him. But the rebels need proton bombs. And so the cargo transport they're trying to rob has that, while Hondo and Fat Slob get all the treasure on board. So yeah, the entire episode is humorous banter between Hondo and the others, and I actually enjoyed it for what it's worth. It's a complete waste of time in the overall story, but this is the rare time I actually enjoyed the experience. Makes me wish Hondo was used more, but from what I remember, comic relief is better used in small doses. It's just a shame that none of the other characters work as well as Hondo does. The whole thing is pretty much a video game side quest, so basically my criticism is that this is a filler episode, but Hondo made me not hate it. There isn't much to say aside from that. Now let's get on with episode 10. Titled An Inside Man. We start right on Lothal, and I guess the Imperial blockade is back, so the show can't make up its mind. Anyways, Ezra and Kanan are established as waiting for Ryder, who when he does arrive, goes on a rampage. And it's another montage of the Empire failing to get a scratch on the rebels. In fact, it becomes even easier, as while being chased, Ryder remarks how the bike speeders have been sabotaged. So when the Imperials get fast enough, the engine overheats and blows up. Oh, so Michael Bay is the saboteur. Should have known.
Awesome barbecue, awesome pull.
Yeah, you should never trust filmmaking genius Michael Bay to make the speeders. So then Ryder takes Ezra and Kanan to the hideout somewhere in the middle of Lothal. And we meet a character who did nothing in Season 1, Mr. Sumar. The dude who had his farm taken by the Empire. He's now a small-time rebel, helping in sabotaging the speeders. So the mission ends up being to destroy the Imperial factory on Lothal, and the plan is as simple and dumb as ever. Ezra asks Sumar if he can get them into the factory, and Sumar responds that he doesn't even know. Then we just cut to Ezra and Kanan with Sumar inside the factory with perfect disguises to boot. Did we just skip a scene? Or did the writers just want to make things too easy? As usual. This happens so often that I honestly don't know what I could say come the millionth time it happens. If anything, this tells me that the writers are lazy. But I think you already know that. Let's just get on with it since you already know what's wrong. The trio go into a lineup, and it's here where Agent Kallus and Governor Price show up. Now, a little nitpicky here, but Ezra remarks that, quote, Kallus has a new boss, indicating that he doesn't recognize the governor of Lothal, and that's just weird. Governor Price was referenced way back in Season 1, so are you telling me that the people of Lothal don't even know what their governor looks like? This is a lack of attention to detail. Like, I remember in the Thrawn novel, that people didn't actually know what the Emperor truly looked like, and Eli Vanto nearly pissed himself upon learning that the Emperor looks nothing like the propaganda, but instead commanded an aura of pure evil around him. But I'm pretty sure the people from Lothal should know what their leader looks like. Imagine meeting an American who doesn't know what the president looks like. They've all been particularly memorable in the last 20 years. Nervous George, Mr. Obamacare, the Wall Guy, and Joe Biden my dick off. So the trio have got masks over their faces to disguise themselves. Thrawn comes in, and he knows that the stuff in the factory has been sabotaged. Now, given this is Thrawn, he'd piece together that rebel influence has something to do with it. And upon seeing the masked workers, he'd ask them to unmask themselves. But ooh, if he did that, Thrawn would recognize Ezra. Yeah, it seems Thrawn's outside-the-box thinking commonly displayed in the Thrawn trilogy only happens when the writers want it to. In all of his scenes, Thrawn was always alert and thinking critically and outside the box without a single exception. And the one time he made a mistake, or rather an oversight, it cost him his life. That's why I appreciated Thrawn's death scene so much, because it further demonstrated how brilliant Thrawn was. It was so artistically done at the end of the day. This seems like a massive oversight, with some workers unmasked and others not. It seems like it would be easier for spies to get in that the Empire doesn't recognize. And given they skipped the scene of them actually getting inside the factory, I can only assume security is lax, even under Thrawn. So with that being said, Thrawn speaks to Mr. Sumar and asks him to personally test the last speeder he assembled. And I guess you're supposed to go, oh shit, but this isn't exactly rocket science. I imagine any brutal Imperial commander could have thought of this, making the workers test the vehicles before deployment. So Mr. Sumar is basically forced to get on the speeder bike and demonstrate it going to full speed. And as the saboteur, the speeder bike overheats, and Sumar is not allowed to get off before it's too late.
And it's gone.
Then Thrawn tells the remaining workers to test what they make personally, obviously to prevent sabotage. We're 10 episodes after his debut, and we still don't have anything to be impressed about regarding Thrawn. He's been so underwhelming. The imitation is basic at best, and you can tell Filoni only did so much as skim through the source material. I guess the main checklists have been done, like appreciation for art, check, blue skin and red eyes, sort of check since you gave him pupils, high ranking status, check. They've done the bare minimum. Thrawn was only put in for marketing appeal, and he sure as shit hasn't been done justice. Anyways, Thrawn enforces a lockdown, no one in or out, and leaves the room. just as the Imperials prepare to do an ID check, and of course Thrawn can't be present for this, because that would make it harder for the rebels to get out of this jam. Ezra orders Chopper to make a distraction, and it allows Ezra and Kanan to run. And they even bump into 2 stormtroopers and knock them out with one punch. I guess stormtrooper helmets really are made of plastic. Thrawn comes back in, and he references that he streamlined a project for a new fighter ship, and also arrests another worker for sabotage. Cutting back to Ezra and Kanan, now that they're in their new disguises, they see that the locked off area of the factory requires a clearance code. And just as Kanan says that they'll need to get one off an Imperial droid, what he just described shows up behind them. And Kanan, disguised as a stormtrooper, takes the clearance code off the droid, and Chopper can roll in. Damn, is the security so lax. They're not even gonna check the droid, and they're only gonna have 2 stormtroopers guarding the entrance. This is so lazy. So Chopper is able to get in without much trouble. We cut back to Thrawn, observing his whole art collection, because of course he is. Kallus and an Imperial goon come in to inform him about the 2 missing workers, who are likely now in Imperial disguises and gathering intel. So Thrawn orders security increased tenfold in the super secret area. Soon afterwards, the pair bolt as soon as Chopper returns, and Kallus shows up by the elevator to save the day. And for some reason, Sabine didn't inform anyone that Kallus is the new Fulcrum. And so the pair assume that he's still loyal to the Empire, and this leads to quite a mess. The pair, after beating up Kallus for a bit, learns that he's Fulcrum after he gives out the passphrase. And so they infiltrate a room to gather the intel they need. They then proceed to contact Ryder, who is over by the East Gate ready to bail them out. And Kallus, since he's a spy, stays behind. Thrawn and Price, meanwhile, talk about what the rebels are doing. And Thrawn figures out based on their specific actions that they likely had help from a spy, or an inside man. Oh wow, we're almost at the end of episode 10, and now we've got Thrawn thinking ahead? I was about to give up hope. Still, figuring out that there's a spy isn't that impressive, and I don't know if I'm missing some bad writing here. Still, Thrawn finds out about the East Gate escape plan anyways, and then the escape sequence with shenanigans happening, which results in the pair escaping. Mr. Sumar's wife or farming assistant or whoever finds out that he's dead, and along with Ryder, they escape. They've got the Imperial plans for Thrawn's sponsored project, later named the TIE Defender. And I just scoffed here, but when the pair reveal to the other rebels that Kallus is Fulcrum, everyone, including Sabine, is surprised. What? Did you just forget the help Kallus provided you in that episode with Wedge Antilles? Ugh, whatever. We then get a final scene with Thrawn informing both Price and Kallus about he knows they have a spy in their midst, and that they're gonna find the spy, blah blah, and that's the episode. So in the episode after that, Ezra gets another debriefing for another pointless mission, when he starts seeing a vision of Maul. He sees Maul all over the base, and it distracts him from the debriefing. Eventually, he thinks he sees Maul, who in actuality is a random rebel extra whom we never refer to again. Yeah, so with that being said, Ezra and Kanan go to seek advice from Bendu, who just like last time, speaks in riddles. Ezra tells Bendu about his problem, and then speak of the devil, Maul shows up, and it isn't a vision this time. Bendu disappears because I guess he just isn't interested in being in a heated discussion. So far, I've failed to see the point in Bendu. Anyways, Maul puts Ezra and Kanan in a sticky situation because he reveals he's planted a beacon on the planet, and if it goes off, the Empire will be alerted to the rebels in this base. Keep in mind that this beacon is never referenced again after a while. So Maul tells Ezra that they must go somewhere to complete what they were doing with the holocrons, but Ezra has no choice but to comply. Fortunately, Ezra's comm wrist has a tracker on it that Sabine implanted earlier in the episode, so she and Kanan track Ezra to the Dathomir system. When I saw that Dathomir was the destination, I just scoffed. Apparently this is one of Maul's hideouts. Maul gives a little bit of backstory about the planet to Ezra, and walking in with them, we see that Maul's got a little bit of a collection here, including the Darksaber. Ugh, I fucking knew that they were gonna reintroduce this gimmicky weapon given we've got Sabine, who is a Mandalorian, or at least a poor excuse for one. Maul pours in a potion for the both of them to drink. They do their cheers and they drink it. As such, they both get the answers they seek, which is mutually the same thing ironically, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Maul realizes the planet with the two suns he sees is Tatooine. Anyways, turns out that the Night Sister spirits have been disturbed due to the casting of the spell, and the two are forced to avoid being possessed. Kanan and Sabine run in, and the ghosts possess the both of them. Damn, the 10th Ghostbusters movie looks horrible. So basically, Maul offers Ezra to come with him and forget about his friends. Ezra obviously refuses, and Maul just leaves. You know how I said they made things too easy for the good guys? Well, it turns out Ezra performs an exorcism on Sabine by just pushing her out of range to where the Night Sister spirits can inhabit the body. And then he runs in to do the same thing to Kanan. And it turns out the solution is just destroying the Night Sister thing where the ghost first popped up. Always, things are made far too easy for the good guys, and I was incredibly underwhelmed. Makes you wonder why Maul didn't do this to avoid the risk of being possessed. Then the episode ends with Sabine collecting the Darksaber, and that's the episode. I sure as shit didn't have much to say about it, but it was the kind of episode where they just go one step forward with the plot. One tiny step forward. They're just padding things out as always. So next, we've got a two-parter concerning Geonosis. After they skipped over the planet in Season 2, by instead dedicating some time to one of its moons that no one cares about, here, they're actually going to Geonosis this time. The Imperial Space Station from last season is not present here, nor is anything Imperial in nature. In fact, don't worry about the Empire at all. They're a no-show in this episode. Anyways, Commander Sato and Bail Organa discuss that there's a missing rebel team that was sent to the world, and they haven't reported back in 2 cycles, so the Ghost Crew's got to investigate after them. They land in the middle of a sandstorm, with Ezra, Kanan, Rex, and Chopper being sent out to scout the last known location of the rebel team. And since nothing good ever comes from going into the underground tunnels, the group go into the underground tunnels. Inside, they find a bunch of helmets and equipment belonging to the team. They are blocked off with communication with Hera, and they ultimately vote to proceed. I found this uninteresting the whole way through. Eventually they come across battle droids, who attack them, and so they've got to fend them off. Battle droids are super random, and I have to say that the episode with Kalani made more sense in that regard. It's also worth noting that the battle droids in this episode are shown to be at full power, unlike Kalani's droid Legion. This honestly feels like a video game. This is something I'd see in Jedi Survivor. After a brief action sequence, guess who shows up? It's Saw Gerrera, the eventual leader of the Partisans.
The 3 of us this morning. I'm the only one this evening, but I must go on. The frontiers are my prison. Oh, the wind is blowing through the graves. The wind is blowing. Freedom soon will come. Then will come from the shadows.
Yep, another guest appearance with a character from the Clone Wars, although obviously he more closely resembles his Rogue One self. I was always confused on Saw Gerrera's age, but anyways, Rex and Saw greet each other because, you know, they met on Onderon. I didn't like how when we meet Saw, he's in a relatively cheery mood, despite the fact that he just lost his entire team. It probably ultimately doesn't matter, but there's no attention to detail in the show, or in Disney canon in general, I guess. So yeah, we've got Sabine and Zeb scouting out to the surface amidst a huge sandstorm. There's a bunch of generic dialogue, and man, do I really hate the way the characters talk in Rebels. It feels too much like a cartoon. And yes, I know, Rebels is a cartoon, but you know what I mean. They come across a shield generator, which hints towards something going on here. Back underground, Saw speculates there must be a Geonosian bug that survived, and was able to reactivate all the battle droids. He came because he's curious on why the Empire wiped out the population. And yeah, it's the Death Star. I called it immediately, but still, I was just fucking sick of this episode by this point. To sum all this shit up, Sabine and Zeb extract the shield generator, and by Kanan's warning to Hera that they transmitted to Sabine and Zeb, turns out there's a bunch of battle droids in the area, and once the storm ends, they go online and attack the pair, and they take cover in the shield generator they extracted. Back underground, Ezra and friends detect the Geonosian causing trouble, and chase after him, which, to make a long story short, they destroy the device the bug is using to command the battle droids, and they're all deactivated on the surface. And Saw begins to aggressively question the bug on what's going on, and why the Empire wiped out his people. But if you want to know what happens next, tune in next time. Ugh, I hate this show. This cliffhanger was not earned in the slightest. They don't even give us an interesting hook or reveal. Rather, it's just, you want to see the rest of this pointless story play out? Well, too bad, we're cutting it in two. If you've got a problem with that, tough. Does part 2 manage to pick up this worthless story? No! Yeah, sorry if I gave you nightmares, but I wanted to emphasize the point that they didn't do any better. Part 2 also bored me to hell and back. So anyways, they quickly try to humanize the bug when Ezra communicates with them. And they pulled that shit out of, it was only defending itself and it's alone, blah blah. And this is where Saw Gerrera cuffs the bug, and forces him to take him to his base of operations, while conveniently dropping the hologram that contains his final lasting memory of his sister. Looking at the hologram, Steeler here doesn't look fully rendered, which yeah, that's Star Wars Rebels for you. Anyways, at the bug's hideout, they conveniently are to boost a stronger signal and contact the ghost for a pickup. As well as this, the Imperials show up, and as always they do a terrible job. Like there's this part where 2 TIE bombers do their magic on the stationary ghost, but they somehow missed, and the ghost doesn't suffer any lasting damage. That's pretty lazy, but whatever. It's also revealed that the bug was hiding an egg, which is perhaps the last hope for his people. I didn't find myself caring about any of this. In fact, I recall the egg being dropped once, and it didn't crack, meaning that it wasn't that fragile. Basically, the episode has the ghost pick up everyone underground while an Imperial ship goes after them, and it becomes a video game wipeout round with jet troopers being taken out. And they try to have a conflict with Saw willing to destroy the egg if he doesn't get what he wants, but again, it's not interesting. I know I said this, but honestly, I was just bored watching this episode. It doesn't add to anything. It's just the Saw Gerrera 2-parter that doesn't add anything to the show. We've still got the Empire being useless, and it seems every opportunity to take out the Rebels ends in failure because the Rebels are just so cool, and smart, and cool. Ugh. Since this 2-parter doesn't add anything to the overall story, and that's shocking since this is after all a 2-parter that just wastes our time, let's just get on with the next episode. So the next episode, titled Warhead, has an Imperial Star Destroyer launch probes across the galaxy, and one of them just happens to come across Chopper Base. For some reason, instead of an actual probe droid, we instead get a defenseless protocol droid, who shortly after leaving its pod is attacked by the spiders. Anyways, as it turns out, this is a Zeb-based episode, as Hera is going out on a mission with the Ghost crew and leaves Zeb in charge of the base, with Chopper and AP5 to keep him company. Yeah, the stars of this episode are Zeb, and the 2 annoying droids. Zeb complains about how bored he'll be since he's being left behind, and I just scoffed. Boredom? Is that the best they could come up with? Also, Zeb is just reminding me of how I feel watching this show. As soon as the ghost leaves, we see that AP5 is just as much of a dick as Chopper. AP5 remarks that Zeb seems like a big dumb brute and not a leader. Zeb again makes his grunting sound, and yeah, I really wish Steve Blum wasn't in the show as much as he was. By now, I've gotten sick of listening to his voice. So basically Zeb decides to go to the command center while the 2 droids count crates or whatever. Woo. After being informed that one of the beacons has been disrupted around a certain sector of the base, Zeb calls Chopper to come with them, but the fussy droid refuses. Zeb then says that if he doesn't want to go, he'll help AP5 with his boring task, and we get AP5 calling Chopper for help. But Chopper's made up his mind in the ultimatum. Instead of helping his best friend, he'll just do what sounds less boring.
Wow, what an asshole.
I hate Chopper with a burning passion. His erratic nature is not funny, charming, clever, witty, or anything. He just comes across as a nuisance voiced by Dave Filoni no less. Anyways, they go to replace the beacon, and they find the spiders in the probe droid. Zeb realizes that the droid in question is not one of theirs, but decides to take it back to their base. I mean, he does remark that it doesn't look Imperial, but that doesn't automatically mean that it's not Imperial. It could also possibly belong to pirates or something, so Zeb's decision here is misguided. He found a droid, realized it wasn't one that belonged to Chopper Base, but still decided to take it in. This is just irresponsible. Chopper actually makes a good judgment call when he suggests trashing it, but Zeb uses his authority as a temporary leader of the base to overrule Chopper's input, but it's framed in a way where it seems like Chopper's just being annoying. Now, maybe I could overlook a bad decision like this if this was a one-off, but this show is full of characters making bad decisions. This is just something to add to the list. We cut to the Star Destroyer with an officer telling Agent Kallus about the droid, identified as an infiltrator that hasn't reported back. Apparently this is worth reporting because it hasn't transmitted its location. I find this strange because does that mean that the probe wasn't sent to a specific destination or had a tracker on it? Someone tell me I'm nitpicking, because this just seems like another oversight in the writing. But then again, this is the same show that again has bad decision made after another. Then the ultimate incompetent decision comes in. Zeb brings in the droid, asking AP5 to identify it, and he recognizes it as an older model. They power it up again, and upon asking the droid for its designation, it replies that it's unknown. He then scans the depot, and instead of realizing that it might be scanning the base for intel for a shady party like the Empire, Zeb instead decides that the droid will be a useful assistant to AP5.
Stupid! You're so stupid!
My god. Does this brute have no concept of red flags? He finds a droid that he realizes isn't with the Alliance, he brings it in, it cannot recall its designation, and its first action after being turned on is to scan its surroundings. Ugh, this is such lazy writing. So since Zeb allowed the suspicious droid to stick around, he's then called to the command center, in which Fulcrum, or Agent Kallus, reports the infiltrator droid. And this is where Zeb realizes he done goof. Gee, Zeb required Fulcrum's intel to bail him out, instead of common sense. I hate this show. So anyways, Zeb runs over, tells AP5 to get out of the way, but is slow to shoot it. That the infiltrator has time to identify itself as an Imperial droid, and then transform itself into a beast machine. This is the sort of thing that would probably sell as a toy if it didn't appear in only one episode. So yeah, the droid transforms into its combat mode and attacks the trio. It has ninja skills, almost like the Magna Guards in Republic Commando, and does flips and shit. And even an attempted shock from Chopper does nothing to it. Zeb only damages it a little bit, but it ultimately gets away, albeit leaking from the damage. AP5 recommends contacting Hera on this important development, but because Zeb is a total moron, he dismisses that idea, and says they'll dedicate their time to hunting the infiltrator. Yeah, so he's not even going to contact Hera on this potential compromise of this base, and they didn't even try to alert the base to an infiltrator. No alarms going off means that the infiltrator has free reign to do what it needs to do. You know, why didn't Zeb activate an alarm while he was at the command center, when Fulcrum first informed him about the darn infiltrator? So anyways, Zeb decides to send out Chopper to find the droid, provoke it, and then lure it back so he can grab it, and AP5 can deactivate it. Chopper does so, and Zeb has a little wrestling match with the droid, in which after being deactivated with AP5 taking its sweet time, the droid has a countdown timer to self-destruction. Oddly enough, Zeb doesn't panic when he realizes it's going to blow, even when told that it's got 20 seconds left. However, Chopper kind of saves the day when he freezes the countdown timer with a freeze ray that he magically has, and I don't remember him having it in any other episode. Now they've got time to figure out how to solve this mess. Upon learning that the memory core is protected, they'll decide they'll send it back to the Empire, with the countdown still active. And hopefully it'll blow up before transmitting data on the Rebel base. Zeb still doesn't contact Hera about all this, but with that being said, they reactivate the droid and let it return to its ship, destroy the long-range transmitter, and what happens? Exactly what you think would happen. It blows up in a Michael Bay fashion, killing everyone aboard the adjacent Star Destroyer to Agent Kallus. Hera and the rest of the crew come back and find out what just happened through Fulcrum, and some bad humor ensues. Meanwhile, Thrawn states to Agent Kallus in a little meeting after the fact that he now knows that the rebels are in one of the 94 systems the infiltrator droids were sent to, and this has greatly narrowed the search for the rebel base. Since any Imperial commander could have figured this out, this isn't exactly a display of Thrawn's brilliance. So yeah, you yet to show Thrawn do something intelligent or cool or whatever. I also have to wonder why the Empire can't spare 94 ships to dispatch to all 94 systems. From what I understand in Disney canon, the Empire had 26,000 Star Destroyers at its peak, and then this was made redundant come The Rise of Skywalker, where the Empire has 1 million. Yeah, The Rise of Skywalker had poor attention to detail, didn't it? Still though, I don't know what the Empire could use its other Star Destroyers for, so it would be wise to send at least one per system. It's also worth pointing out that in an overly militarized fascist state, it's important that the Empire actually finds an enemy to fight. Otherwise, the overspending on the military will stagnate. So yeah, it's best you take out the rebels to keep your military relevant. But as it's shown, we've still got a couple more episodes before the 2-part finale. So I guess the Empire might just not care that much. I am sort of curious on what else the Empire has at this point in the timeline could concern itself with. It's conquered most of the galaxy, I presume. So what could keep up the rest of the military? This is a genuine question that is never answered. It seems like a minimal Imperial force concerns itself with the rebellion, and I guess this explains why Grand Admiral Thrawn seems to achieve jack shit, but that's probably just bad writing. Again, Thrawn has way more resources than he did in his trilogy. I have heard that the Disney books explain that Thrawn is always being held back because he's an alien, but you wouldn't know that from watching Rebels, or anything else. Since again, they made the Galactic Empire, a fascist state, look like pronoun central with all the diversity it has. The only other Disney canon Grand Admiral I've heard about is Rey Sloane, who is a black woman. Disney don't even think about this shit before they assign diverse characters to certain factions. Anyways, not to worry, we've got 8 episodes left in this season, so let's just get on with it. The next episode's called Trials of the Darksaber. Since we all know Sabine collected the Darksaber a couple of episodes ago, I can just tell what this shit's about. Sabine is doing some random shit as Fan Rao, remember him, walks into the Ghost. He then goes into Kanan's room, in which we learn he was called in by Kanan to talk about something important. What do you think it's gonna be? Kanan shows him the Darksaber, and that's where we get a history lesson that's done in 2D animation, which is super out of place, and I suppose it's just meant to be fancy backstory. The backstory isn't anything new, it's shit we've learned a long time in the Clone Wars, the predecessor to the show. Fan Rao, and I can't believe I'm saying this, suggests that if Sabine can wield it properly, she can unite the Mandalorian clans, and that could be an asset against the Empire. Yeah, more of this underage waifu shit. Filoni thinks that Sabine, who isn't even 18 yet, can lead the entirety of Mandalore? Well, I guess she can because she's a good old-fashioned Mary Sue. Yeah, I guess Cosmo Tar was right to call Sabine a Mary Sue, even if he contradicted himself later by stating that everyone in Star Wars is a Mary Sue, and then proceeded to show how little attention he pays to the movies. Point is, Sabine doesn't seem to break under pressure ever. She's revealed to be even more of a Mary Sue as the show goes on. But what we've seen so far is enough. She's this hip artist, an untouchable Mandalorian warrior, and does it without breaking a sweat. And she's like, what, 16? 17? Despite it being the early stages, this seems as woke as it can get. At first I didn't even think Star Wars Rebels was that woke, but Sabine proves me wrong. I guess I've gotten so used to Sabine being the unchallenged badass that I just adapted to the show's crap factor. Anyways, I started wondering why the hell someone like Fan Rao can't wield the Darksaber. He's the fucking ex-leader of a clan after all, so he actually has the skills to be a leader. Sabine doesn't. In fact, she's called into the meeting room where all the characters, especially Fen Rao, suggest she can wield the Darksaber and unite the clans and yada yada. Sabine doesn't accept the proposition because she's an underage girl and that would be a lot of pressure, but rather because, quote, the Darksaber has been nothing but trouble and Darth Maul used it to divide the clans. Ugh, I hate this show. Sabine is such a lame Mary Sue. Sabine's refusal has nothing to do with weakness or vulnerability, but rather she just doesn't feel like it. I mean, she does reference that she has a rough history with her family, but that's about it. So unsurprisingly, she decides to accept the Darksaber. And I also hate how annoying Ezra is in this scene. He comes across like he's taunting Sabine with the Jedi values and whatnot. He's not very helpful. So whatever. She accepts the sword, and now she's got to train with it or whatever. Again, I have no idea why Fen Rao doesn't just do it. So Kanan takes Sabine and Ezra far outside Chopper Base, because according to him, Sabine needs to be extra focused. So anyway, Sabine and Kanan practice with their training sabers while Ezra watches. In the first part, Sabine fails to overpower Kanan, who dodges or deflects all of her attacks and hands her ass to her. Needless to say, this might just be the most amount of enjoyment I get out of this whole episode, because I hate Sabine. Then Kanan delegates Ezra to train Sabine in common lightsaber stances and shit. Why he couldn't just do it himself, I have no idea. By the time we get to the ad break checkpoint, it's apparently been a few days when Hera contacts Kanan. I certainly couldn't tell if I wasn't told, and apparently Sabine is still going through the basic forms. Now I really have to wonder why the hell Fen Rao couldn't do all this shit. If Sabine's that slow with training, there's also no sense of urgency with the war and whatnot. Like, the writers do still remember that Thrawn has narrowed down the location of the Rebel base the episode before this, right? I guess that was just a crappy cliffhanger, and Thrawn's doing something while Sabine and friends are dicking around with training sabers. So safe to say that I just don't care about what's going on. We also get to mention that Sabine's not Force sensitive or something, and Kanan has an unclear response that the Force resides in all living things, but Sabine's so blocked off. It made so many people confused when they showed that Sabine could use the Force. It just made me wonder why Kanan wasted his time with Ezra if there was already another Force sensitive in the Ghost crew. To me, it just seems like they're just muddling the rules. Anyways, I also got to criticize the animation. It's so floaty, and it's impossible to invest in the choreography. A few hours before I wrote this part of the script, I had a look at Attack of the Clones, and observing those fight scenes closely, it's not even competition. You can tell when the characters are anticipating each other's moves, and small intricate details that are completely absent here. I don't feel much aggression in Sabine's moves, nor the smugness of how easy Ezra is finding this. And since I'm already rooting against Sabine, I cheered when she lost again. Anyways, Fen Rao shows up with supplies and whatnot, and he apparently gives Sabine some Mandalorian braces which comes with equipment for combating a Jedi. And now with the video game upgrades, she overpowers Ezra easily right afterwards. I kept thinking about how they just make things too easy for the good guys in the show, and this I should add to it. Sabine gets some new equipment free of charge from Fen Rao, and now she can best Ezra. Then, like a total douchebag, she tries her new equipment out on Kanan, who gets wrapped around a tether. What a bitch. Kanan soon counteracts the tether, and he's furious. Then Sabine turns up the unlikability by remarking that Kanan must be such a lousy teacher for Ezra.
Wow, what an asshole.
Then out of frustration, she wanders off and sits on what is clearly Bendu. Uh-oh. Ezra tries to have a chat with her. Kanan meanwhile has a discussion with Hera, in which Hera strongly suggests letting her use the actual Darksaber instead of some crappy twiddling sticks.
Don't say it like that.
Anyways, this is where the turnaround happens. Upon Sabine coming back, Kanan hands her the Darksaber. And I really didn't like it when she remarks about its weight, because, you know, lightsabers are supposed to be weightless. Yes, I know it doesn't seem like that, but that's just how it works. Apparently the crystal is tied to her thoughts and actions and some bullshit, and then they have a training duel. Things only seem to get easier for Sabine, as she remarks after the first try that the blade's becoming lighter, and I kind of like the music that plays as this scene progresses. And I guess Kanan's new tactic is to taunt Sabine, telling her that she failed in the most insulting way, that she was adopted and her parents don't love her. Anyways, this is what causes Sabine to go on some monologue about how she created weapons that were used by the Empire against Mandalore and her family didn't stand with her, blah blah. Damn, Sabine is a fucking scientist too? That's even more Mary Sue-ish than before. And so Sabine breaks down in tears and I'm just fucking smiling. My dick didn't even move once. That's how phoned in this felt. So at the end of the day, Sabine's learned all she can with the Darksaber and is ready to go see her family. By now I would have quit this show, but it's my dedication to see it through. So let's get on with the next fucking episode. So at the very least, they don't waste time bringing us over to Sabine's world Crown Nest. The weirdest name for a Star Wars planet, but whatever. Sabine contacts the welcoming party as she and friends enter the atmosphere, and what happens? Jetpacked Mandalorians show up to shoot them down, presumably to kill them. This results in a crash, and so they come up with a plan, where Ezra, Sabine, and Kanan will confront the Mandos, while Fen Rao stays hidden in the Phantom. Upon the Mandalorians catching up to them, they start shooting at the good guys, resulting in the good guys defending themselves. Now where things really start to get confusing is when Ezra deflects a bolt back at an Imperial Super Commando, and upon hearing Ezra mention Sabine's name, he gets his Mando buddies to cease fire, and this is where the Super Commando unmasks himself, and Sabine recognizes him. It's her brother Tristan. Wait, so I'm confused. At the start of the episode, Sabine can be heard mentioning her name to the welcoming party, but they shot down the ship anyways. But now that they're grounded, they aren't up to finishing her off. Was this just to create some tension for the start of the episode without any regard for the story? Yes, that's exactly what this is, goddammit. Yeah, so we're like 3 or 4 minutes in and the problems with the episode start rolling in. Tristan in particular has the most subpar reaction to seeing Sabine again. He questions Sabine's allegiances, but it's not like he holds any noticeable resentment. Like, Sabine was referenced as betraying the clan and turning her back on them, so Tristan doesn't really reinforce this idea. Sabine's warning that her family hates her guts doesn't really live up to when we finally get to it. I was given the impression that her family would detest her, but in reality, it's mild annoyance. So Tristan and friends decide to escort his sister's group and doesn't even bother to inspect the Phantom, which is pretty lazy writing, because it results in Fen Rao able to sneak into the base, making things too easy for the good guy again. I don't expect anything less, but I'm still disappointed. Anyways, the main group is escorted to the Clan Wren fortress or something, and out steps out Sabine's mother, Ursa Wren. Now, Ursa has more of a reaction I expected to see with her daughter. She orders that she be locked up and await trial, but then Sabine pulls out the damn Darksaber and startles her mother. But I guess that was little more than the cliffhanger for the commercial break, because when Ursa demands the Jedi surrender their weapons, they do so. So anyways, they're all taken indoors where they have a little chat. Ursa is pissed at Sabine for dragging down Clan Wren's reputation, and explains how Tristan joined Gar Saxon to retain some status of reputation. She also dismisses Sabine about the Protectors, remarking that Fen Rao will be punished when he's found, and then Sabine and her mum take a walk outside. And at this point, I really don't care as they go on about the ultimatum the Empire gave the Mandalorians and how Sabine's dad is actually alive, and we're only learning about this now. After some talk that I really don't give a shit about, Tristan walks in, telling her about how Gar Saxon's calling, and they switch places. This is where we also see that Fen Rao's spying on the place. In one of the most reckless please kill me moments in the entire show, Ursa flat out reveals to Gar Saxon everything about his daughter's return, including the 2 Jedi she brought with him. Nice one, Mum. And you'd think that Ursa would try to solve this problem on her own, instead of calling the ruthless Gar Saxon, who might do anything with this information. I mean, with Fen Rao and the Protectors, they tried everything to hide the fact that Fen Rao was captured by the rebels, because they knew that if the Empire found out, they'd all be executed. Now, it turns out they were going to be executed anyways, but at the time, it seemed like a good call to make. Wouldn't harboring 3 rebels be a more punishable offense in Gar Saxon's eyes? I have no idea why Ursa did this other than to move the story forward. Ursa wants to have full autonomy over her daughter though. So after leaving the meeting room, Fenrir sneaks in after them, knocks out a guard who enters too, and grabs Kanan and Ezra's lightsabers. So anyways, Ursa then proceeds to talk to Ezra and Kanan, and after Ezra reveals that he met Gar Saxon on Conquered Dawn, Ursa's first instinct is to order them executed. Meanwhile, Sabine is in the middle of a sparring match with her brother Tristan, and he spills the beans on what their mother's gonna do to her friends because he's got a loose tongue, I guess. And Sabine comes in right on time just as the pair are about to be executed. Then Gar Saxon and friends come in. I wondered to myself how Gar Saxon got here so quickly. The sense of time was extremely short. In fact, this felt like this was happening back to back. Anyways, Ursa conforms to all of Gar Saxon's demands, including handing over the Darksaber. And then, because he hates second chances, he orders Clan Ren to be made an example of. When Tristan steps in and tries to use the crappy "we're all Mandalorians" argument on Gar Saxon, he gives Tristan an ultimatum. He can join him or die with his family. And after some time thinking, Tristan decides that he's going with family over him. Then the fight begins. I also just want to make clear that Ursa receives no consequences for her poor judgment. Eventually, Sabine and Saxon lock lightsaber blades with each other, and this just leads to a shitty final confrontation. Yeah, I said final confrontation. We've known this villain for like 2 episodes, and now his story is at an end. So everyone watches as Saxon and Sabine go at it, and you want to know who wins this fight? The Mandalorian leader / governor, or a teenage girl? You guessed it, the teenage girl wins. So Saxon refuses to yield after being defeated, and they have this fake out where they try to convince you Sabine was shot, but then the camera pans over.
And it's gone.
Yeah, I wasn't lying when I said this villain dies 2 episodes after he was introduced. Why the hell did they bother making a unique character model if they're just gonna throw it all away that easily? It's not even like this is the last we see of Mandalorians and Mandalore or whatever in the show, and Gar Saxon was the governor of Mandalore. Knowing the Empire, there's probably going to be a power struggle when people realize he's dead. You know how I criticized Crimson Empire for killing Carnal Jax too early because he was absolutely the biggest threat the storyline could offer? Yeah, well this is that same problem on steroids. Gar Saxon seems like an underdeveloped guest villain used as a petty obstacle and nothing else. Or maybe they just wanted to say that the late Ray Stevenson was in the show. I mean, this show has a lot of guest appearances from the most random actors. Like, did you know that Senator Travis, for example, was voiced by Brent Spinner, who you may recognize as the android Data from Star Trek The Next Generation? Yeah, that's right. He voiced Travis, and I never fucking knew until doing my research. In fact, let's keep going. Did you know that Zebo is voiced by Peter McNichol, who played Janos in Ghostbusters 2? I sure didn't for the longest time. Or hell, did you know that Martin Matten is voiced by Zach Gordon, who played Greg Heffley in the Diary of a Wimpy Kid movies? Where the hell did they get all these actors that I recognize for some random role somewhere? It's almost like Filoni watched Ghostbusters 2, for example, and was like, oh yeah, the guy who plays Janos, he's definitely got to voice this random character. Let's give him a call, wherever the hell he is now. Like, someone tell me I'm not the only one. The casting feels exactly like Filoni watched a bunch of popular, well-known movies and decided the actors and actresses for Rebels would be based on the movies he watched. I mean, that's not unusual seeing someone in a movie and wanting them to be in your movie, or in this case show, but I mean like, it feels like that's how this whole show's cast was picked. It can't be a coincidence that you recognize all the actors from somewhere. And I'm not the guy who watches that many movies, but I've seen Ghostbusters, I've seen Diary of a Wimpy Kid, I've seen Star Trek, I've seen the live-action Scooby-Doo. This is such a random yet interesting thing to note about the show. Anyways, back to the show. Gar Saxon is wasted both literally and metaphorically. And it turns out Sabine's mum can't help out the rebellion because Mandalore's got to be liberated first or something. There's some talking, and that's the episode. Kill me. So in episode 17, we start with a weird first-person perspective, with Agent Kallus looking at himself through the mirror. Heading over to the bridge, there's a captured rebel transport, and upon being unmasked, the rebel turns out to be Ezra Bridger. Joining us in this episode is the dude from Season 2 who fell for Princess Leia's embarrassing ruse. Yeah, that guy. His name is List if you didn't know. Yeah, of course, nobody recognizes Ezra Bridger except for Agent Kallus. Convenient. Anyways, when Agent Kallus talks to Ezra, he's annoyed and worried at what will happen if anyone recognizes him. And Ezra dismisses him. Nice to know that Ezra is fine with these high-risk missions. After faking a punch from Kallus, Ezra pretends to yield as List comes in. He reveals that both he and Kallus are invited on board Thrawn's flagship, the Chimera. Now, since the bad guys are incompetent, they don't actually process the two droids AP5 and Chopper that accompanied Ezra. They just believe their story about being innocent droids on the transport, and they don't even think of the possibility that they might be with the rebel. Oh my god, is the lazy writing just crashing down or what? Yeah, so 3 potential rebels are allowed on board the Chimera, and since they don't suspect the two droids, they're given free reign over the ship. We see meanwhile that Rex and Kanan have got the getaway transport. So anyways, while the Chimera goes about its business, Kallus and List enter Thrawn's quarters using a cylinder. After having it scanned, they're both led inside, in which they see Thrawn sparring with droids in the newest season of Chiss Ascendancy Ninja Warrior. It's kind of embarrassing how they couldn't get Lars Mikkelsen to do some much needed exercise for the live action version of Thrawn. Hence the remarks that he's an out of shape Grand Admiral eating macas since his exile. But we'll get to that later. Way later. So Thrawn is sparring with sentry droids, and apparently the shutdown command is Rook. I'm guessing Filoni just wanted you to piss your pants and be like, he said it! He said it! They have a little meeting with Thrawn and a guest character, Wolf Yularen. The character Filoni looked at in A New Hope, looked at the white uniform, and thought he was a Grand Admiral. We also get a cameo from Admiral Constantine. So Thrawn with all the boys in the room conducts a meeting, discussing their search for the mysterious rebel spy known as Fulcrum. Thrawn also reveals that he's narrowed down the rebel base to a select few worlds. You can count 11 on screen. And again, I have to ask, why not just send a Star Destroyer to each world at this point and bomb the planet from orbit or something? Whatever. So apparently these 11 worlds we can see are narrowing down the rebel base. So after the meeting and talking to Wolf Yularen, who knows Kallus is, quote, one of his top students, Kallus decides to play a trick on List and frame him for being the spy. He sneakily switches cylinders with him and misdirects him into thinking Governor Price is the spy. The naive List goes along with his recommendation. Okay, is this just making things way too easy again? Doesn't List know to be suspicious of everyone, minus the Grand Admiral? Why would you be so trusting of Kallus all of a sudden, after a meeting that urged caution? Again, they're just making the Imperials easy to manipulate morons, because the plot's gotta play out. Also, while watching this episode, I had to wonder why Thrawn didn't set up cameras in pivotal spots. Like, say, his quarters, for example. Like, a key place for a spy to go is definitely his quarters. Or maybe the sentry droids could have a recording system too. Point is, finding the spy shouldn't require the antics the episode puts us through. Finding the spy isn't rocket science, but the show treats it like it is. Again, Kallus goes to free Ezra Bridger before Thrawn and friends can meet him. Kallus updates Ezra on what he knows via Thrawn's little meeting, and they decide they've got to get to Thrawn's desk and erase the planet and replace it with a faulty world. They even manage to get Ezra an Imperial uniform off screen, because that's how little this show gives a shit about challenging the good guys. So anyways, they mind trick the guard and get to Thrawn's office, and they first contact codes to Kanan and Rex, and then they do the thing with the projection of the potential rebel worlds. I'm just going to assume that Thrawn stored a backup file or something, and that's how he finds out where the rebel base is later down the line. Conveniently, Thrawn shows up back to his quarters, and the trio have to hide. Conveniently, Ezra has a large block to hide behind as Thrawn comes in with his gunmen. Kallus reprograms the sentry droids who attack Thrawn and friends. So on the way to escape, Governor Price questions Kanan and Rex in disguise, telling them to remove their helmets immediately. when they don't comply, a stormtrooper uses a stun shot on Kanan instead of a lethal round for some reason. Okay, whatever. She has a fist fight with Rex, and the still naive Liz stuns Governor Price since he still thinks she's the spy. Of course, they all get away except Callus, because Callus tells him that he has to stay behind to sell the deception that List is the rebel spy. Yeah, so Callus sells out List, who gets taken away. He yells out that Callus told him Governor Price was a spy, and that's the last we see of him ever. Anyways, Callus is congratulated on his efforts, yada yada, but as you can soon guess, as soon as Callus and Price leave, Thrawn and Yularen have their doubts that List was the spy. Of course, they try to play this off as Thrawn's brilliance and thinking ahead and whatnot, but I actually think it's pretty lazy. It seems the detention cells are the only place with security cameras set up on the Chimera, which I mean, doesn't make any sense. Thrawn, as mentioned earlier, could have set up cameras in his quarters or literally anywhere else on the Chimera. He didn't. It was his negligence that let those 2 rebel droids bounce around. You'd think Thrawn would be stricter than that before letting anyone on the Chimera. Seriously, I don't understand why Ezra never tried to attempt to kill Thrawn. You could have attacked him while he was fending off sentry droids. Yeah, that would have been a perfect opportunity to get rid of him if he's that much of a threat. Why the hell did you even hide from Thrawn if all he brought with him for protection were 2 measly stormtroopers? Maybe I'm nitpicking here, but when it comes to Thrawn, you gotta bring your A game when you ride him. There's no room for error. And Filoni included a lot of errors. The way this is set up is just to frame the Grand Admiral like he's some strategic badass. But it doesn't work when you put in a shred of critical thought. Furthermore, this episode was just stupid. Characters like Ezra Bridger really do not flow well with Grand Admiral Thrawn. Putting Thrawn in the show was a mistake, but who was gonna tell Filoni he couldn't at this point? He's known for cherry picking and reaping the rewards. Not having Timothy Zahn be in the writer's room was a lethal, arrogant mistake. I mean, I can only imagine how much better the show might have been if they got someone like him and didn't restrict him. He wrote a decent Disney canon novel, he can write Rebels at that rate, and maybe Thrawn would have lived up to the hype. Also, with a 22 episode season like Rebels, they couldn't afford to have Thrawn waste time. And what does he do? He wastes time. Expanded Universe Thrawn would have found the Rebel base 10 episodes ago at latest. Let's move on to episode 18 now. So this episode has Ezra and friends watch the boring propaganda that is the HoloNet. They then hear a story about how Mon Mothma was talking shit about the Emperor and is now a fugitive. With that being said, the rebels are hiding from some shitty probe droid, and Ezra is a bad shot when they try to destroy it, and then a rebel ship shows up. As it turns out, there is some, quote, valuable cargo they're supposed to escort. Who do you think it is? Yeah, you guessed it, it's Mon Mothma. The Empire pursues them, and they just jump to hyperspace. They've got a plan to go through some nebula and make it all the way to Dantooine. Apparently the Empire values Mon Mothma a lot, which is why we've got the Grand Admiral on all this. He sends out Governor Price and Admiral Constantine to intercept them, and the thing is, he can never do the job himself directly, because I'm guessing that you're going to need to either have Thrawn defeat the rebels in a major way, or have him lose. So I guess Filoni thought it was better if they could technically say Thrawn didn't screw up, the people he sent did. This is exactly what they did with Tarkin. They just have him be artificially competent and ruthless, and apparently the rebels destroying his Star Destroyer doesn't count as a fuck up he has to account for. This is just a sneaky way of having the bad guys you don't want to make look bad have a clean record, and it's lazy. And guess what? The failure at the end still falls on Thrawn at the end of the day. Why? Because he was the one who sent Governor Price and Admiral Constantine in the first place. So Rebel pilot Vander, who I think is supposed to be a minor character in the original trilogy, flies alongside Ezra and the Ghost across the nebula, while they're being chased by the prototype TIE Defender, which is sent alongside 2 shitty TIE Interceptors, which don't get destroyed early on, because of course they do. They're TIE Interceptors. They don't have shields. The pilot in the Defender, however, survives, and I just loved how there's only that one prototype. One measly ship chasing them goes to show how little the writers tried to challenge themselves. I don't care how advanced the TIE Defender is, it's one ship and is defeatable by 2 rebel pilots with obvious plot armor. Also, to every pilot, Rebel or Imperial who died in this episode, I forgot to apply a little something to you.
And it's gone.
Anyways, 2 Star Destroyers show up to ruin the day, but the Rebels find out that the proton torpedoes can rupture the nebula, and they can use that to disable the destroyers, both of them, so the Ghost can get away. And then Mon Mothma makes her speech above Dantooine, and that's the episode.
Lame!
Is this really what we were building towards? A speech to every Rebel's cell? I was hoping for something more interesting and impressive. Whatever, that's the episode. And before we get to the shit that people actually talk about, we've got one last filler episode. This one's called Double Agent Droid, and it concerns the insufferable pair of AP5 and Chopper, being paired up with Wedge Antilles, who discovers he's stuck with the assignment no one wanted. What an interesting choice using a legacy character for this episode. They could have easily had Ezra or Zeb, and I don't think anything would have changed in this episode. They still would have been fed up with the droid duo's antics. The show just goes out of your way to annoy you on purpose, with AP5 and Chopper moving back and forth. I'd just like to mention while we're here that Ezra and Zeb sarcastically laugh before Wedge goes off with the droids. Like they know that he's got the shitty assignment.
Wow, what an asshole.
Well, anyways, they go to a random station, pass off clearance codes, get approved to land, and this is where we get more of AP5 and Chopper's antics. They constantly argue, and it's not even like they're in a stressful situation like Anakin and Obi-Wan in Attack of the Clones. Like, seriously, if you can't be okay with this if you give Obi-Wan and Anakin shit for arguing in the prequel trilogy, you can still tell they're friends in that instance, because that's not all their banter is. I swear that beyond introducing AP5, they've just argued and argued and argued, and I just hate it. Now, I'm pretty much always on AP5's side during these arguments, because we all know that Chopper's a completely erratic droid in need of a memory wipe, but Hera just refuses to do that. But that's not the point. Nothing they argue about is insightful, or builds on the two characters, because let's face it, it's just there to give the characters something to say. In fact, you can tell that the constant fighting can compromise the mission. This is where AP5 decides to do the rest of the mission all by himself. Anyways, the villains of this episode are like a team of Imperial slicers who discover that Chopper is entering the facility. They use security cameras and data to figure out Chopper's here, and then they completely hijack his systems. At first they try to extract the location of the rebel base, because they'll all get a big payday if they please Thrawn like this. You know, I don't think this matters anyways. We all know that Thrawn knows who the rebel spy is anyways, so you're only slightly speeding this up. Yeah. This is exactly what a filler episode is. I mean, the conflict is so weak, and we know they're only delaying the inevitable at this point. This episode probably should have been placed earlier in the season, because at least they could artificially sell the threat of finding the rebel base and whatnot. Anyways, after learning that Chopper doesn't have the rebel base's coordinates stored in its memory banks, they decide to just take the droid completely over. Yeah, now they've got a little spy droid. Well, at least I can say someone was able to defeat Chopper. So yeah, they decide to pose as Chopper and use it to follow the rebels to their base. Needless to say that of course AP5 catches on to Chopper's odd behavior. Personally, I don't think they did the best job of posing as a spy. The best idea is to lay low and stay quiet. Giving out minimal responses and avoiding unwanted attention is a good idea for an infiltrator. Well, right off the bat, Chopper tips AP5 to the fact that he's been compromised. The slicers actually communicate to AP5 with an Imperial code that tells him that he's on standby mode. Needless to say, this was the slicer's worst mistake, because AP5 just catches onto Chopper, in which the slicer's attempts to appease AP5 doesn't work, and just convinces AP5 even more that he's being compromised. Yeah, again, staying quiet and not drawing attention would have been the best idea, wouldn't it? Anyways, there's even a part where Wedge has to use the bathroom, and AP5 walks in on him. Yeah, this is the first walking in while using the toilet scene in Star Wars ever, as far as I know. Even if it's not, it's so juvenile that Star Wars Rebels would do this. So anyways, back on the Ghost, the slicers are terrible at keeping a low profile as Chopper, and they decide to take matters into their own hands by luring the crew into the engine room and then locking them out. Then the slicers go over to the cockpit and slice through with a data spike to learn the location of the rebel base. After failing to shut out the crew out the airlock, the crew come up with a plan to use AP5, an inventory droid, to walk onto the surface of the Ghost and release them. I didn't realize a droid like AP5 would be able to attach itself to something like the vacuum of space, but whatever. Anyways, with all that being said, AP5 is launched off the Ghost, and Chopper returns to the cockpit, only to be ambushed by the crew. That's where Hera has the idea to overload the power on the slicers and destroy their ship. This works for some reason, and the ship goes full Michael Bay. Also, since this is a Disney show, it turns out the uncompromised Chopper is completely fine. If you didn't have the guts to destroy him, you could have at least given him a memory wipe, you know? Give this episode at least some sort of consequence. Then to prove the writers were on drugs, we get a short scene of AP5 adrift in space, and he actually starts singing a tune, which is just out of place. And then the Ghost retrieves him, and then there's another argument between Chopper and AP5, and that's the episode. Yeah, this is perhaps the most pointless episode in the whole series that I can think of. Thrawn will find the rebel base anyways. And as well as that, there's no consequences. Chopper retaining his memory was such a Disney moment in how it was set up. The episode in general was just not interesting. And finally, we can talk about 3 important episodes. I say important very loosely because this whole show is a waste of time, but if you know the show, you know we're talking about twin sons. This is what the episode is called, by the way, in case you're confused, but basically, this episode starts with Darth Maul. Aside from a great performance by Sam Witwer, the self-monologue doesn't give us much. Maul has basically got insane, again, and is absolutely fed up with looking for Obi-Wan. As far as we've seen, he hasn't tried anything to draw Obi-Wan out. I remember in the Clone Wars, he massacred a village to draw him out. Why he doesn't try this again is anyone's guess. You're never gonna find him organically just by wandering a big fuck-off desert. Okay, so the episode after the intro proceeds to show Ezra sleeping in his bunk with Zeb. Zeb is snoring because of course he is. All the dumb brutes do that. But point is, Ezra hears a holocron of Obi-Wan's message. He slowly goes to Kanan's room and hears Maul yell at the top of his lungs. Kanan comes in and they do another meeting where they discuss Obi-Wan Kenobi. Rex remarks that Senator Organa confirmed his death. So we all know that Bail Organa lied to everyone to keep Obi-Wan safe. But the way they talk here, they never mention that incident that would have happened a few years earlier in the timeline where Kenobi was spotted out of hiding. Yeah, they do a piss poor job keeping track of their own continuity, don't they? Kenobi leaving Tatooine for an extended period of time was something that Disney came up with 100% out of their ass. That series was terrible, but it goes to show how they have no idea what they were doing. Speaking of, where the hell was Darth Maul during the Kenobi show? He would have jumped at the opportunity to find Kenobi, and I bet he would have been keeping tabs and whatnot. This is all the fault of the writers, but now that I watch Rebels, I feel weird that the characters don't really reference anything that happened in that shitty Disney Plus show. Ezra really wants to go to Tatooine, and Hera decides to try and discourage him, reasoning that if Kenobi were alive, he wouldn't just stay on a backwater planet. He would be helping the rebellion. With that being said though, what does Ezra do? He disobeys Hera. Gee, I guess the writers just couldn't go without an active teenage rebellion in its plot. I guess that's why the show is called Rebels of all things. I always thought to myself how much I dislike the name Rebels. I don't know, that's a broad term. I prefer something like Rise of the Rebellion or something that covers time periods or events. Also because the predecessor is called The Clone Wars, so they didn't have an excuse. Anyways, as soon as Ezra leaves, we then cut to presumably a few hours later at the very least. As shown earlier, Chopper himself decided to hitch a ride, and Ezra's only noticing the damn stowaway now. This is ridiculous. Since it's too late to turn back, Ezra and Chopper try to track Kenobi with the pieces of the holocron that Ezra has. This only ends up leading them into a trap pretty much. Yeah, I have to wonder why the hell Ezra wasn't prepared for something like this. Following the trail blindly could potentially lead him to Maul. Point is, the pair are ambushed by Tusken Raiders, who manage to blow up the ship. Maul sneakily kills all the Tusken Raiders. However, Ezra and Chopper do not witness this and decide to go forward now that their transport is busted. Not like they have much choice. By the time it's daytime, they've been wandering for hours. They decide to walk into the open desert, because that's where Kenobi is apparently. Ezra wants to blindly walk into the desert, and the plan mostly backfires. Chopper is overwhelmed by the incoming sandstorm, and Ezra eventually collapses. Then a certain someone shows up to save them. Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yeah, that's right, he makes his appearance here. And it's here where he and Ezra have a little chat. Kenobi just says that Maul led him here to draw him out, relying on his desire to do good and lead him to his old adversary. We know he's not being completely truthful, as Kenobi does actually sort of have the key to destroying the Sith under his watch, but Ezra doesn't learn this, and so he rides off when Maul shows up, Kenobi stating that he must face him alone. He even says that he must mend to this, quote, old wound. Yeah, you know where they're going with this. Maul ignites his lightsaber, puts out the fire, and both go into a stance to fucking murder each other. The music at least is half decent, and then we get the shallow payoff.
And it's gone.
Yep, 3 strikes and Maul's out. When it comes to this episode, this is pretty much what everyone talked about when it was brand new. This is a rare time 2 characters go at it, and the fight ends quickly. And what do I think? Do I think this artsy final duel between Kenobi and Maul was a clever way to subvert expectations, yet bring meaningful commentary or whatever? No! Yeah, let's bring the most notable problem with this fight. It's completely plagiarized from the comic Old Wounds. If you don't know, there's a collection of short stories called Star Wars Visionaries, and the first story included is Old Wounds, a non-canon short story set 3 years after Revenge of the Sith, in which Darth Maul randomly shows up to the Lars homestead with, wait a minute, Maul's return was completely plagiarized here. His appearance in Old Wounds was later stolen for the Clone Wars. How fitting that his story ends with a fit of plagiarism. Copy-paste, bitch. So yeah, they stole this idea for the final duel from Old Wounds, and it isn't like Filoni didn't know this comic existed. Because yes, he did. The legs were later used for the Clone Wars. At least Old Wounds knew how to keep itself out of Star Wars canon. But here? So the episode has Dave Filoni and Henry Gilroy credited as the writers, but they forgot to add a bracket that says, plagiarized from a story created by Leland Shee. This is exactly the Tales of the Jedi Chinese bootleg edition, all over again. Just stealing someone else's creation and passing it off as your own. And let me tell you, how many Star Wars Rebels fans know about Old Wounds, or decided to read it themselves? Pretending that the work is not plagiarized for a minute, I don't see the value in having Maul die in 3 strikes. And if I didn't know any better, I would have thought they would have wasted enough time with a 20-minute episode and decided to just have it be quick and over in a flash. The episode was pretty forgettable aside from the ending anyways. So I'm guessing that they just wanted to entice you with the ending. You can tell they wanted to make a statement about where Maul's desire for revenge got him. Down the shitter. Maul in his last moments asks Kenobi if the one he's protecting is the chosen one, and Kenobi responds that he is. And then the confusion began. Some have tried to excuse this by stating that Obi-Wan merely thought that Luke was the chosen one at this point, but I mean, like, knowing Filoni, I'm not 100% sure that's what he meant. I didn't really see any meaningful interaction between Obi-Wan and Maul. It's difficult to describe, but I was just left feeling empty. People tried touting this up as a meaningful end to Darth Maul's story. But years later, when people talk about the most notable Star Wars moments, as far as I've seen, this is rarely brought up. When I look back at this, I just think about the gimmick of 3 strikes and Maul's out, and not the shit that came after. There's also a lack of attention to detail, where Maul doesn't eject Night System magic as he's about to die, like Savage Press did. I mean, Maul's mind was restored with Night System magic. Wouldn't it make sense for him to lose his sanity once again, going closer to death, and perhaps he delusionally curses out at Kenobi or something? I don't know. That's what you'd expect to happen, right? But I guess they just forgot you're supposed to wear off the Night System magic. They just wanted to have Maul ask Kenobi what he did, with no regard for how they brought him back in the first place. Man with the Spartai clone Maul idea have worked so much better. So point is, That's Maul's questionable end. And then another lack of attention to detail. Despite the fact that Luke's supposed to be 14 or 15 or whatever, they show Obi-Wan observing him from a distance. And they show a silhouette of someone who looks much, much younger, who's supposed to be Luke. Yeah, I think they forgot about that timeline-wise. Ezra and Luke were literally born 2 days apart canonically. Ezra is slightly older than Luke. With that being said, however, upon Ezra returning to base, everyone's not pissed at him, which I don't feel is earned because of Hera's attitude earlier. And that's the episode. Yeah, so the episode was a whole load of nothing. The whole episode felt like a waste of time until Kenobi and Maul came face to face, and then they ruin it. You know, I was never crazy about Darth Maul's character. I just spoke about how aside from a few cool moments, I was very much underwhelmed by Darth Maul in the Filoni-verse. His appearance in Season 7 definitely didn't do him any favors, because Ahsoka decided to let him go to save herself. Bringing Maul back was a mistake. At least, the way they did it. Making him an insane Spartai clone would have been better, but resurrecting the original Maul? The dude was cut in fucking half. His story was over, he was a henchman who died, but not before changing the saga forever by taking out Qui-Gon Jinn. He served his purpose. Well, at least Darth Maul's dead now. In Disney canon. In the real canon, he died a long time ago, and is just a notable piece of the larger history of the Star Wars franchise. Alrighty, so now it's time for the finale to the season. It's a two-parter called 0 Hour, and it finally concerns Thrawn finding the damn rebel base and launching an attack. So let's see how it plays out. So Thrawn arrives at Lothal and decides to have a private meeting with Governor Pryce and Admiral Constantine. For some reason, despite it being a few episodes ago, they still haven't dealt with the traitor, that being Kallus. In fact, because he hasn't been dealt with, Kallus actually manages to get his hand on a remote control mouse droid, and he uses it to eavesdrop on the meeting. So Thrawn's talking about how the rebels cannot get the information that they're about to share with each other in the meeting. Thrawn contacts Tarkin, and informs him about the rebels' plan to strike at the Imperial factory in Lothal. Thrawn's spies also know that General Dodonna and Commander Sato are about to meet up with Captain Syndulla. At this point, Tarkin still demands Thrawn take prisoners of Rebel Command. I don't know why they'd give a shit about prisoners at this point, but whatever. And as we see, Kallus heard the whole thing. So the room wasn't as secure as Thrawn thought. A massive oversight. Anyways, back to Chopper Base, where everyone's prepared to go attack the factory on Lothal. Kanan and Ezra have a talk about none of this would have been done without him, and in the meanwhile, Commander Sato shows up with General Dodonna, preparing for their strike. We see Agent Kallus go to his little Fulcrum snitching station, and tries to warn the rebels about what Thrawn knows, but Thrawn interrupts him, and informs him that the rebels won't be receiving his warning. So Kallus takes his chances and pulls some kung fu on the Admiral, although he is defeated and captured. Thrawn then reveals how he figured out where the rebel base is, and to get around the fact that the planet was removed, well, apparently it's back to Thrawn studying art, where apparently he noticed that the locals in that sector recognize a system there known as a Tollon. So yeah, he's got his planet. And what do you know? They don't kill Kallus. It's the whole, I could kill you, but I want you to see me destroy everything you love cliche, and Thrawn deserves better than that. In the next scene, despite what Thrawn said about the rebels not being able to receive his warning, they do in fact receive his warning, although it's cut off before the specifics are laid out. But they can piece together what Fulcrum was talking about. So yeah, Thrawn really done goofed here. He let the message get out. Not that the rebels have much time to prepare, but it's better than nothing. Everyone is alerted to man their battle stations as 5 Star Destroyers show up. They try to evacuate when they realize they'll have to cancel the mission to Lothal. They're unable to jump into hyperspace because of a brand new gravity well. Shortly after, Grand Admiral Thrawn shows up. We get the trope where the bad guy hijacks the good guy's communications to make an evil message. He just gloats to Hera, telling her that he wants her to know what utter defeat looks like, and blah 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 blah. Generic bad guy talk. I can't believe they've watered Thrawn down to this. So when he cuts communications, Kanan says that he's got to go talk to Bendu about all this shit. Oh yeah, Bendu. I half forgot he was in the show at this point. I haven't even kept track of which character they've used more so far, Thrawn or Bendu. Anyways, on the Imperial side of things, Thrawn tells Admiral Constantine to hold back and not to directly engage the rebels, and they'll be fine as long as he does exactly what he says, when he says it. Anyways, more rebel ships get destroyed, and finally we get Kanan talking to Bendu. With that, Bendu essentially tells Kanan to fuck off. He ain't interested in his war. He was here long before him, and will be here long after his ass. So the answer for help is no. More rebel ships meanwhile get destroyed, and Commander Sato decides to sacrifice himself so that a ship can escape and gather help from other rebel cells. Yeah, that's right. He pulls a kamikaze, with most of his crew abandoning ship, and Admiral Constantine decides to ignore Thrawn's orders and moves to intercept. Sato and his two friends crash themselves into Constantine's ship with the gravity well,
and it's gone.
Thanks for not having the guts to kill anyone who fucking matters. Commander Sato is just a character the writers made up that wasn't in the films so he could be sacrificed later. No development whatsoever, aside from his nephew Mart Matten, if you could call that development. Not just another filler episode. Anyways, both Sato and Constantine are dead, and this is just another fucking example of them shifting blame away from Thrawn. The showrunners seem to have the impression that as long as it's not Thrawn pulling big blunders like this, it doesn't fall on him, and they think they can just have other characters screw up and let the good guys win. The problem is that we don't see Thrawn adapt very well to when his peers fuck everything up. Thrawn just remarks that Constantine was reckless. And you know, why the hell did Thrawn trust Constantine in the first place? Thrawn, being the dude who can read anyone like a book, could have delegated Constantine to something else? I mean, Constantine is the same incompetent admiral who couldn't destroy a midget from space if the Empire's survival depended on it. No offense to those with dwarfism. To sum up the rest of part 1 up, Kanan pisses Bendu off, who decides to attack both sides, and Ezra, who's able to jump into hyperspace, is denied assistance by Mon Mothma, who can't afford to spare ships, so he looks to asking Sabine and the Mandalorians for help. And that's the cliffhanger. Yeah, we all know that the rebels will make it out on top at the end. It doesn't matter how many nameless rebels die, and besides, there's still a lot of rebel cells left. So assuming Thrawn would be able to destroy every rebel at Atollon, the war would be far from over. But let's just get on with it. So part 2 starts with all the ships docked at Chopper Base, and a prototype shield generator built by Sabine is set up around the base. Hera also urges Kanan to make it back to base. Thrawn orders an orbital bombardment of the entire base to breach through the shield and destroy the rebels once and for all. When I watched this, I was like, well, the rebels are certainly doomed now. I wonder what the excuse will be now that we've got an additional season to work with, and you want to know what it is? No, seriously, take a big fat guess. Thrawn calls off the orbital bombardment right as the rebels are going to be destroyed, and then decides to switch to a ground attack. Yes, I'm being serious. Thrawn had the easy victory here at this point, and he chose to postpone crushing the rebels. Let me guess, he wanted to capture some prisoners like Tarkin wanted. Yeah, well, I don't think that matters if the rebels get away. I heard Sun Tzu had a principle to always crush your enemy and give them no space to recover. Whatever the Star Wars equivalent is, Thrawn didn't read it. And for a guy so fixated on art, I'm shocked. Well, actually I'm not, because Thrawn is lazily written. Well, anyways, Thrawn decides to touch down on the surface with Imperial forces and oversee the defeat of the rebels. Yeah, so this is where Ezra goes to the Clan Ren Fortress and tells Sabine and everyone about how they need reinforcements. Initially they decline, citing their own problems, but then they ultimately decide to help the rebels after minimal convincing. We get a pointless land battle meanwhile, in which they send in walkers which get landmines detonated, and on top of that, Thrawn comes in with some death troopers. To make a long story short, the rebels are cornered and eventually come face to face with the Grand Admiral, but before an execution can happen, the pissed off Bendu shows up in the clouds and condemns both rebels and Imperials and starts causing chaos. I'd also like to mention how Kanan here has the perfect opportunity to quickly strike down Grand Admiral Thrawn, but instead runs away. I probably would have been pissed if they actually did that, because they can't seem to have an overarching villain, but the actual opportunity for Kanan to kill Thrawn was there, and he wasted it. So yeah, Ezra and Sabine disable the gravity well up in space, while Hera, Kanan, and friends seize their opportunity to get away. However, Thrawn orders his remaining troops to shoot at the center of the storm, which surprisingly works, and Bendu is grounded as the rebels escape. So yeah, Thrawn ultimately failed in his goal to destroy the rebels at Atollon, but I guarantee this doesn't affect his record at all. There's no way you can spin it. Thrawn failed, he screwed up, and the rebels got away. He later closes in on Bendu, who apparently can see his defeat coming. Thrawn shoots Bendu, but he magically vanishes. It's also worth noting that Kallus was ordered out the airlock in space, but he surprisingly overpowered the stormtroopers in cuffs and joined the Ghost. And since I've wasted enough time already, everyone's relieved they got away and barely survived. With that being said, that's Star Wars Rebels Season 3. Normally this is just another shitty season of Star Wars Rebels, but unlike Seasons 1 and 2, they introduced one of the most well-known expanded universe characters and did him dirty. The Thrawn from the expanded universe would have laughed his Disney counterpart out of existence. Filoni completely missed the trick with Thrawn, and his arrogant decision to not include Timothy Zahn in the writing room, and instead he and Disney just got him to write a fuck-off book series that no matter what, won't change how poor his portrayal in Rebels was. So the imitation of Thrawn we got in Rebels was piss poor. But further than that, the other shit is just terrible. Darth Maul I didn't care about. The Sith holocron was pretty much dropped in one fucking episode. And the episode with the slices was just a huge waste of time. Starting with the Thrawn novel was probably a saving grace, but that's about it. But since Thrawn in the show is a fucking disgrace, I'm gonna have to give Season 3 a 2.5 out of 10. A bit lower than last time. Also the fact that at this point, I was just fed the fuck up with the show. So yeah, I didn't have kind things to say about Thrawn here. As the selling point for the show onwards, he was butchered beyond belief, and Filoni couldn't bring on his A game in writing. So with all that, we only have one more season to go through before we can get into Ahsoka, aka Rebels Season 5 in live action. I'm also guessing after that we get the phony Filoni heir to the Empire. Well, you've heard me talk about Rebels Season 3 in enough detail. Thank God Season 4 trimmed the episode count. I'm JJ Plagiarisms, and until next time, what are stories by mystery boxes? The Star Wars Rebels Season 4 review is finally here. We've been through a lot of shenanigans with this annoying, disruptive, boring waste of time that dared to call itself a television show. I can, at the very least, say that at least Dave Filoni knew not to drag this shit show out as long as the Clone Wars, because it really wasn't worth it. Before I had even seen Rebels, I saw that Season 4 being the last one was weird, because as the sequel show to the Clone Wars, it was 2 seasons short of its predecessor at the time. But I guess it makes sense. Given the smaller scope of Rebels, focusing primarily on one group of rebels, it's kind of weird that the show lasted for as long as it did. Because once again, the show is a fillery waste of time full of cardboard cutout characters. Come to think of it, Rebels abandoned the style the Clone Wars had, which is probably why it didn't translate so well as a sequel show. Where was the booming charismatic announcer, for example? You'd think that's something important they missed? I also would have thought Filoni would have seized the opportunity to fuck over the entire galactic civil war instead of the early years of the rebellion's rise. Something about Rebels always just didn't fall in line with the Clone Wars. Then it clicked. Rebels is probably a Filoni show in its purest form. Like George Lucas among others had a bunch load to do with the Clone Wars, but this was the show that demonstrated how Filoni can't make a show by himself. In fact, did you know that his original pitch for the Clone Wars was incredibly close to what Rebels ended up being? Yeah. His pitch for the Clone Wars was basically to make it a small crew during the Clone Wars doing shenanigans, with each character having their own sort of gimmick. Maybe the Clone Wars would have gotten more overall scorn if it was purely a phony Filoni mess. God, do I despise the overrated cowboy. He's in the stages of making Star Wars his own, and there's nothing we can do about it. The time for stopping him is long past. and now I guarantee most Star Wars content moving forward has direct influence coming from him. Anyways, Star Wars Rebels Season 4 is terrible, just like the rest of the show. It's still boring, it's still pointless, and even the fact that this is the finale, and this is their chance to spill all their cards on the table, they end up being generic 1s and 2s instead of a full deck of draw 4 cards. This was the show's last chance to tell us it wasn't just one big waste of time. But it's clear the show wasn't going to improve. In fact, we've got the usual when it comes to the episode formula. Although, interestingly, we get a double pack of 2-parters that consist of the first 4 episodes. However, that doesn't mean what happens is so important that it was worth a 2-parter. So with all that being said, let's not waste any more time and see me rip into Star Wars Rebels yet again, since Filoni wanted this shit to be over as much as I did, for different reasons of course. So episodes 1 and 2 are titled Heroes of Mandalore, and this very episode does not at all pick up where Season 3 left off. You'd think that the loss of the Rebel base on Atollon would be a big deal, right? No! Instead, we don't even get the after effects of Thrawn's attack right away. Instead, we're getting 2 episodes dedicated to Mandalore. And for the first time in this show, we actually get to see somewhat of the effect Imperial occupation had on Mandalore. There's not a lot, of course, but it's something. We start with Sabine and friends hiding in a conveniently dug trench, in which they're able to peek out and spy on a small Imperial prison. You gotta love with how they start with them being in some trench where they can hide away from the Empire. It's not even like they're that far away where the Imperials can't spot them. Ezra in particular is equipped with a jetpack, an item that he doesn't even get to test before now, and they just brush it off as just, oh, you'll get the hang of it, as if the threat level is low. And yeah, of course the threat level is low, since there's nothing but standard Imperial troopers guarding the place. Security seems incredibly lax, not exactly maximum security. We also get our first dose of Chopper being an annoying metalhead, before Sabine decides to go for a frontal attack on the prison. Their goal is apparently to rescue Sabine's father, who was referenced earlier as being in Imperial custody or something. So yeah, Sabine gives the go-ahead to attack, and they just go to town on the Imperials, wrecking the shit out of them. Something that caught me completely off guard, however, is how an Imperial jet trooper managed to stun Sabine out cold, which is odd because when has anyone ever done a dent on Sabine? The Imperials actually get the advantage here, and use her as a bargaining chip. Although guess who shows up? No, seriously, just have a guess. After being absent from the entire show, and surprisingly never making an appearance prior, we get Bo-Katan showing up to save the day. So yeah, the Imperials are cleared out, just like a video game. But it turns out Sabine's father ain't here.
What a surprise.
Of course, it's never that simple. Anyways, they get a report or something that tells them that Sabine's father is being moved by a convoy back to the Mandalorian capital of Sundari, and he's slated for execution when he gets there. Why the Imperials who have custody of him now can't execute him immediately, I have no idea. In this instance, I think that the idea that it's got to be done publicly is a poor one. We also get word of the big bad, the Imperial Governor of Mandalore, known as Tiber Saxon. You already heard me rant about how they killed off Gar Saxon so quickly, and so I guess they just had to introduce a brother character to take his place. Spoilers, but Tiber Saxon dies in the exact same 2-parter he appears in. So I'm really wondering why they couldn't just make it Gar Saxon. His death didn't really have any significance in Season 3. I love how they're going with that trope of, oh no, we killed a character, so let's just bring in another character, label him a sibling, and call it a day. Do you want to know what the difference is between Gar and Tiber Saxon?
Absolutely nothing.
They're the same goddamn character. High-ranking leaders of Mandalore who sided with the Empire and have next to no personality on top of that. They don't have any cool gimmicks either. They're just plain and boring and could have easily been a random video game enemy. Anyways, we also get a scene of Sabine offering Bo-Katan the Darksaber, which she declines for some reason, only to have the opposite mentality in The Mandalorian. I also gotta say how weird Bo-Katan looks in the Rebels art style. Like seriously, there's something very off about this character in Rebels. Also, how old is Bo-Katan? Her age is never officially given, but I assume she's in her 30s during the Clone Wars. Let's be generous and assume she's exactly 30. That would mean during this arc, she would be at least 48. Then if you add the Mandalorian on top of that, she'd be like what, late 50s? Then if you consider the nonsensical thing Jon Favreau said about the time gap, where it was like 2 years or something, by Mandalorian Season 3, she'd be fucking 60. Yeah, this is another case of not keeping track of the character's age, and getting the voice actress to reprise her role in live action, even if she's too young for it. Her hair is nowhere near greying at this point, and at this rate, she'll only die from the plague known as gingivitis. Not only was she a T-word who was in league with Osama bin Vizsla, but she's also a ginger with no soul. Ugh. You all know I hate Bo-Katan. Worst redemption in Star Wars ever, because she never faces the consequences of her actions after Osama bin Vizsla's dead. She just joins the good side, and she doesn't really atone for what she's done properly. Since she flips like a coin and the writers expect you to deal with it, there's no proper moment where she does something heroic that is meant to signal back to any horrible thing she did. Since the flip was oh so sudden, she stops her T-wordic tendencies immediately. The point is that she expresses basically next to no sign of her previous actions. You could at least have her proposed deeds reminiscent of a die-hard villain against the Empire, and being insistent on it or something. Because the fact that I'm supposed to buy that the same gal who is in league with Osama bin Vizsla suddenly has a morality is laughable. I don't know if I properly explained the problem with Bo-Katan. I found it jarring that there's next to no acknowledgement for this gal's dark deeds. Anyways, since Sabine's dad ain't here, they then have to find the escort that does have her father captive. There's a scene where Kanan talks to Hera through a hologram about priorities or something, but I was honestly not interested. I just wanted to mention it because it does take up maybe a minute of the episode. Anyways, we get a scene of Sabine's father Ulrich, who is not at all fussed out with being a prisoner. In fact, when told that they're going to get to the Mandalorian capital Sundari, Ulrich remarks that he loves the architecture of the city. Then the Imperial Super Commando talking to him informs him that he's going to be executed there. We don't even get anything like Ulrich's expression changing, because then we've got the good guys attacking the convoy. Unsurprisingly, they go to town on the convoy, and it makes me wonder why the hell they're called Imperial Super Commandos if they're so fucking useless. As such, the Imperials have such bad aim. I was assessing the blaster fight closely, and I just found it embarrassing to watch. It's not even like the good guys are using cover to shield themselves. It's just that the bad guys are such bad shots. You gotta love how Rebels perpetuates every stereotype about the Empire to 11. The villain kills his own men cliche. Incompetent stormtroopers that can't aim properly. You name it. Also, I don't know why it took me until season 4 to say, but the stormtroopers look so puny and small. It's like they're subconsciously designed to be as non-threatening as possible, by almost making the helmets cutesy or something. I don't know how to describe it, but looking at stormtroopers and literally anything else, you'll see a difference. Like, I wasn't very intimidated by stormtroopers in something like Dark Forces, but they actually resembled soldiers you're supposed to fear in universe. I have to wonder why the art style for Rebels wasn't 100% consistent with the Clone Wars, despite being the sequel show. It's not like the art style was improved. So to make a long story short, after the fight scene with absolutely zero tension, Sabine yells at Ezra to hurry the fuck up and free her dad. And upon boarding the transport, Ulrich asks Ezra if he's with Sabine. And Ezra misinterprets the question as, "Are you and Sabine in a romantic relationship?" And this completely wastes time in the heat of the moment. as the transport is about to go off a hill. Ezra then gives Ulrich his jetpack, and Ezra gets out by simply using force jump. This spectacle was, of course, completely pointless, and wouldn't have happened if Ezra wasn't wasting time, but the thing is, that waste of time means nothing, because the rescue was a success. Sabine takes off her helmet, and there's the whole huggy trope you've seen a million times before now. The important shit happens when we see Governor Saxon order, quote, the weapon to be unleashed on Sabine's family. And so Sabine gets a transmission from her mother and brother, in which it switches to static. They go over to the area where Sabine's other family members were fighting, and see everything burnt to a crisp. And while this is supposed to be a dramatic, heartbreaking moment, I had such a sadistic grin as Sabine starts crying and exclaiming that this was all her fault because the weapon that was just used was something she designed. Yeah. This is where the Sabine as a scientist backstory comes full circle, and that's the end of part 1. In part 2, and some alert viewers may have noticed that I didn't play the "and it's gone" gag during all this, but in the very next episode, to spoil any sort of consequences whatsoever, it turns out that Ursa and Tristan survived. Yes, I'm not making this up. You can see it on screen right now. I really want to say that this is a very intricate what-if fan animation, but nope, this is the final product. It seems every single named rebel in the show has plot armor like you've never seen before. Like, what was the point of part 1's cliffhanger if the two people Sabine cares about survived the whole thing? And it's also super convenient that only these two survived, as every other clan ran Mandalorian in the vicinity became the next shit meal on Kitchen Nightmares. This really just gives off the impression that the weapon Sabine designed has a super short range, and since it's a weapon specifically designed to breach Mandalorian armor, that's just pathetic. Some Imperial Super Commandos show up, and despite not having that hard of a time fending them off, Kanan yells to Sabine that it's urgent that they flee, which is not the impression I got actually watching the fight scene. So now it's an aerial combat scene when help arrives to pick everyone up. Bo-Katan and Ezra go outside with their jetpacks to take out the TIE fighters pursuing them. Okay, this is probably a nitpick, but I couldn't help but notice that portable jetpacks can keep up with TIE fighters. Like, how powerful are these things? We then get a scene with Governor Saxon demonstrating the power of the weapon to Grand Admiral Thrawn, which is his first appearance in the season. I can say at least that they address the fact that the weapon has a piss-poor range, so I guess that's something. Basically, to make a long story short, Thrawn suggests that the weapon could be extended by its creator, Sabine Wren. Now, as if Sabine is going to help finish the damn weapon, but I wonder why you can't get someone else to do it. I guess the whole thing is some Oppenheimer drama shit, but that's literally my only fill-in for this question. Also, upon hearing that their goal is to capture Sabine alive, I just knew that they were never going to be able to do that, at least for an extended period of time, so I was not on the edge of my seat at all. We all know what's gonna happen. Sabine and the rebels are gonna come out on top like they always do. That's the formula. Anyways, we cut back to Bo-Katan's escape ship, in which Tristan questions Sabine on the weapon. Sabine insists that she destroyed it, but doesn't know how the Empire could have replicated it. Bo-Katan is more angry, and grips Sabine, asking why she'd make such a weapon. For someone who was once in league with Osama bin Vizsla, I find this hypocritical. But anyways, Sabine states that she was arrogant, and it was a personal challenge for herself. I don't know about you, but that sounds even more Mary Sue-ish. Like, it sounds like Sabine had no issue creating this super weapon or whatever. I also gotta wonder why Sabine's so good at everything. She's good enough at art for Grand Admiral Thrawn to admire it, she's a skilled warrior, despite being like 16 or 17 or something, and she's an intelligent inventor, much like Buddy Pine in The Incredibles. But the difference in that movie is that in the prologue, they clearly established that Buddy is still a naive kid, who due to bad circumstances grew to resent Mr. Incredible and then 15 years later in the main movie, he's clearly become psychotic to the point of no return. The Incredibles is an extremely intricate story when it comes to the villain Syndrome, but that's the gist of it. I've seen Syndrome's story be the subject of heavy debate among Pixar fans. And what exactly causes villainy? Too bad Sabine isn't very complex, as like all the other characters in this show. Anyways, after the commercial break, we get the ship landing at Bo-Katan's hideout, or whatever the hell this is supposed to be. Apparently Bo-Katan didn't announce that Sabine was with her when landing, because when they get out, a bunch of the nameless Mandos pull their weapons at Sabine, and they're all furious at her over the weapon she created. As always, Sabine isn't overcome by pressure or guilt, not really, and she literally confidently speaks up, and just like a battle leader, proposes that they can fight each other, or they can work together to take it down. Bo-Katan backs her up, of course, and predictably everyone lowers their weapons. And afterwards, there's no long-lasting resentment. So yeah, they do a little meeting in which they opt to discuss how they're going to get rid of the weapon, and it's a generic plan to split up into two teams with two separate goals. One to destroy the data about the weapon, and one to destroy the weapon itself. And they've basically got to attack Governor Saxon's Star Destroyer. In the middle of the meeting, Fan Rao speaks to Bo-Katan, and they both mutually discuss their admiration for Sabine, which of course is even more of a nudge towards Mary Sue than before. In the action sequence that follows, they jetpack into the Star Destroyer at night, and of course, they've got the element of surprise, which is completely unrealistic. I can't believe they're making things this easy for the good guys. And they were previously talking about how hard it would be to breach the governor's personal Star Destroyer. There's even some casual banter, which killed the already non-existent tension. They even pull an unfunny joke where the weapon Sabine created was unironically called the Duchess, which Bo-Katan is startled by, since it refers to her sister. Yes, they completely mutilate this scene after it had already been cut up into little pieces. In fact, they're only detected due to their own clumsiness, as a random TIE fighter pilot climbing down a ladder easily sees Ezra. And so yeah, they should be compromised, but you all know that it's not going to be that hard. As always, the good guys go to town on the Imperials, and Sabine and Bo-Katan make it as far as the core of the weapon itself. And then the writers decide to finally flip the tables all of a sudden, and they're both downed by the weapon's electric shock as Governor Saxon comes in to taunt Sabine. Some random super commando from before openly questions Saxon on his decision to keep Sabine alive, although Saxon, for no good reason, decides to torture his lackey too.
Wow, what an asshole.
After some shenanigans, Sabine pretends to upgrade the weapon after Bo-Katan's life is threatened, and Saxon without caution activates it, and the weapon shocks him and everyone with Stormtrooper armor instead. Yes, I'm being serious. Saxon just took Sabine's word after she fiddled with the weapon for less than 5 fucking seconds. This creates 2 plot holes. 1, why is Saxon a fucking idiot? And 2, how did Sabine adjust the output of a weapon in less than 5 seconds? Mary Sue, ladies and gents, and this was a resolution that was completely unearned. That's why they suddenly throw in a conflict at the end when the Empire's already been defeated, where Sabine wants to torture Governor Saxon endlessly. Bo-Katan of course talks her out of it, further going to show how sudden her personality change was from when she was Osama bin Vizsla's right-hand woman. Anyways, Sabine decides to destroy the weapon, which means the thing's about to blow, and take the Star Destroyer with it. And thus, they all escape, and the Star Destroyer explodes in a Michael Bay fashion. The only compliment I'm giving is that the escape music is actually kinda decent, and probably would have fit better in a better written show. Anyways, they close the episode with Sabine deciding to give Bo-Katan the Darksaber, to rally the clans of Mandalore against the Empire. A story decision made pointless by the Mandalorian, but let's not talk about that. By the way, we're only up to episode 2 of 15, but since I want this shit to be over as soon as possible, let's get into the next episode. This is the episode where we see that the rebellion is A-OK, and the loss of Chopper Base was no big deal. Since season 4 did not start with all of the Ghost crew present, this is where they roll Zeb and Hera back into the show. Everyone is in high spirits. The crew that was on Mandalore all land on Yavin 4 and proceed to make themselves at home. They make this passive remark that the base has got so many rebel cells combined, but still not enough to take on the Empire. But even with this information, Ezra remains optimistic. Okay, listen, I know a key theme of Star Wars is hope, but Ezra talks like he's not very pressured by the might of the Empire. That tells me that the Empire is not very mighty. Ugh. So Zeb shows them around the place briefly, and we get Hera and her squadron doing a rough landing onto the base. So yes, everything is hunky-dory. No consequences, no impact. This show literally only saves its trap cards for the very end. Anyways, everyone is happy, yada yada, and then Agent Kallus comes in, except he's no longer an ISB agent. I've gotten so used to calling him Agent though, that I'm going to continue calling him that. He's got a complete makeover from an Imperial to a Rebel. You already know how bullshit his turnaround was, so I'm not going to repeat myself. Anyways, Kallus calls them into the briefing room because Mon Mothma wishes to speak to them. Upon entering the room, they get a transmission from Bail Organa, who tells them about a new Imperial relay station in the Jalindi system, which apparently previously confirms intel given by Saw Gerrera, leader of the Partisans.
The three of us this morning, I'm the only one this evening, but I must go on. The frontiers are my prison. Oh, the wind is blowing. Through the graves, the wind is blowing. Freedom soon will come. Then will come from the shadows.
As such, since Saw's in this episode, that means we're getting a huge forced-in dilemma to this episode. They talk about how effective Saw Gerrera is at obtaining intel, but Mon Mothma reminds them that Saw Gerrera is a war criminal, and probably obtained that intel with less than desirable means, like torturing prisoners. Of course, the thing is, the Empire is so pathetically defeatable that this shoved-in dilemma is completely unearned. The concept of fighting clean versus dirty is not an overarching theme of this show. Rather, it's just an unearned, underbaked concept exclusive to this episode, and the episode with Saw Gerrera previously. Strong story themes are absent in Rebels, and it's really down to one-off episodes that deal with a question or concept of the week, rather than it being an overarching theme, because there are no consequences whatsoever for the Rebels' actions. As I said, the loss of Chopper Base meant nothing at all, and that's why it's pointless. My suggestion is that if you want the audience to think about these questions, you should make it an intricate part of the story instead of a one-off. Make the Empire a strong totalitarian regime that plays as dirty as possible. And the Rebels have the choice of either meeting the Empire with more dirt or playing by the rules. There are both long and short-term solutions to both approaches. We don't get any deeper nuance beyond we fight clean because it's right. There's no exploration of if the rebellion fights dirty, they won't last very long, since the Empire can afford to be dirty way more, and given they have the control, they can demonize the rebels. It's supposed to be a war of hearts and minds, correct? A brutal evil empire that can do whatever it wants, and a rebellion seeking to restore freedom to the galaxy. They don't really give us the implications of what an evil rebellion would look like. Because if you wanted to take some real life inspiration freedom fighters can be corrupted and replace one dictator with another. Anyways, during the meeting, they proposed that they could hijack the relay system and use it to track the Imperial fleet wherever they go. So yeah, they decide that's the mission. Ezra then complains that Lethal's counting on them and asks when the hell they're going to provide full support to his people. And Mon Mothma basically tells them that they're not ready for open war with the Empire. And helping Lethal would leave thousands of others completely vulnerable, which is complete nonsense because being a rebel is easy. This is a scene I cannot take seriously in the slightest. So after this, Ezra goes out to talk to Kanan, and he vents that Saw Gerrera seems to be the only one who can make a difference, which again is a complete joke of a statement given how easy being a rebel in the show is. The only dilemma I can actually remember from this boring ass show is when Saw Gerrera held the Geonosian egg hostage, and he wasn't even an Imperial. So this conversation, like the last one, is completely unearned. Then, of course, we've got an infiltrator droid broadcast a message to Saw Gerrera, to all of the mainstream rebellion. I'm just going to assume Saw already knew the location of the Yavin 4 base, because if he found it on his own, that's a whole can of worms I don't want to get into. Anyways, Mon Mothma doesn't order the shutdown of the broadcast droid right away, instead choosing to speak to Saw. She and Saw argue back and forth, with Saw talking about how this war needs to be fought on the rebellion's terms, not the Empire's. When Mon Mothma says that Saw has proven himself a criminal, Saw responds that the Empire consider them both criminals and that he, quote, at least chooses to act like one, which is a line that took me out of the story, because that sounds like Saw's flat out admitting that he's the bad guy out to cause harm. It's like when a villain directly describes themselves as evil, because that's stupid. Every villain in a story should see themselves as the hero. To be fair, however, both voice actors actually do a good job with their argumentative back and forth. It's just a shame I don't care at all about what's going on. So let's get on with the next scene. We cut to the Ghost in hyperspace, talking about jamming the Imperial relay, blah blah, and then we've got Hera doubting herself on how they're fighting the Empire. Oh so blah blah. So anyways, they go to the relay on Jalindi. So Sabine, Ezra and Chopper do some skydiving, and narrowly avoid tipping the Imperials off to the fact that they've arrived. Because apparently if they used their jetpacks too soon, they would have alerted the Empire to their presence. I don't know if that's lore accurate, but whatever. Anyways, an Imperial light cruiser shows up, and Sabine and Chopper slice into the relay. Although apparently they've accidentally patched into the main comms circuit, and Ezra's got to do some more of that pretending through the comms. He puts on a fake British accent or something, which, speaking of which, why are those always corny when an American does it? Anyways, he sounds obviously unprofessional, and when asked to identify himself, Ezra responds that he's Commander Brom Titus, and the guy on the other end reveals that he is Brom Titus. So this is one bizarre coincidence. Ezra just happened to try to pretend to be the guy he's talking to. In case you don't remember, Brom Titus is another Imperial supporting antagonist. He had one-off appearances in both Season 2 and 3. You probably know the ones. This is so contrived. And also, small galaxy I must say. And I probably already said that before. This extremely bad luck results in shenanigans. There's this stupid visual gag where after the Empire takes back control of the relay dish and causes Ezra and Sabine to go falling down due to the rotation of the dish, Brom Titus looks through his viewport and sees Ezra and Sabine, and what absolutely kills any and all investment is when Ezra waves to Brom and Sabine slaps his hand to get him to stop. Ugh. This is so dumb. So the pair then decide to blow up the relay, a change to the plan. Tension during all this is obviously extremely low. Some stock suspense music you could probably get off a website plays, as the rebels go to town on the Imperials. We also get the Ghost being chased by 2 TIE defenders. And then another ship arrives to help the rebels. As you probably guessed, it's commanded by Saw, and he offers Ezra and Sabine a way out. And they take his offer of help. Right away, you can see where this is going. He's going to try and sway them to his cause. Anyways, Saw brings in some explosives, and they all get out of there as the radar goes full Michael Bay. right afterwards, Saw Gerrera says, quote, "Now that's how you deal with the Empire," with both Ezra and Sabine visibly grinning. I just want to point out, however, that Saw Gerrera has not committed a war crime here. It's nearly the end of the episode, and I just realized that they don't show Saw doing anything bad. They just allude to it and make a statement about how he's this dirty rebel that makes a bad example, blah blah. When the ghost shows up the minute after, Gerrera denies their request to hand over Ezra and Sabine, stating there's no time as a Star Destroyer shows up. Then they all jump into hyperspace and that's the episode. Alright, so as you probably gathered, this is just an episode with a message of the day sort of formula that a lot of kids shows seem to have. And it's not even backed up by the rest of the show because, as I established before, this is the Galactic Civil War on piss easy mode. The Empire is easily defeatable with or without behaving as a rebel. This is not some deep commentary on how rebellions can often replace one dictatorship with another. It's just a lesson of the episode before it's completely forgotten about. Unearned is how to describe this episode in one word. Anyways, since this is a two-parter, let's get on with it. We then pick up where we left off with Gerrera blatantly giving out his ideology. The fact that following orders will only get them so far, and they've got to take control of their own destiny and whatnot. Saw asks them for assistance in one of his missions. Need I remind you that neither Ezra or Sabine are adults yet. He needs to steal some cargo being loaded aboard a civilian freighter. He acts all friendly and tells them that they can go back to doing chores for Mon Mothma if they wish, but he would really appreciate the help. Of course, Ezra and Sabine are immediately on board, not asking for any catch that Gerrera might have up his sleeve. I mean, the dude did say that they're supposed to be stealing cargo being loaded onto a civilian freighter. That's an immediate red flag if I've ever seen it. It's like these two characters have learned absolutely nothing from working with Saw Gerrera. So basically the pair and Chopper, naive as they are, follow Saw Gerrera across the facility, making their way to a cargo transport right before it enters hyperspace. They do try to create an aura of mystery, with Ezra sensing a presence or something, describing it almost like singing. But that's about the closest thing this episode has to a hook. The whole thing plays out like a stealth action video game, as they evade patrols of stormtroopers, all of which come in pairs of 2, which makes it a huge mystery why they can't just jump them. They never had any problem doing that the last 50 times a pair of useless stormtroopers were around. Chopper easily obtains intel on the ship's manifest logs or something, and they figure out the important crap is in hold 12. Let me say firsthand that the stormtroopers are as useless as ever. And there's that classic moment where they hesitate to shoot and pay the ultimate price for wasting their time and the audience's time to make things super easy for the good guys. Anyways, they discover the cargo is a batch of prisoners who, after talking with them for a bit, find out that they're all power experts and they were taken by force, blah blah. This, of course, is the poorly set up dilemma, where Saw Gerrera is not interested in freeing the prisoners and is being needlessly selfish. Ugh. This feels so forced, and is all done to sell the point that Saw Gerrera is a bad rebel. So while Chopper tries to escort them to the escape pods, the other 3 decide to follow Ezra, who is attracted to the presence he sensed earlier through the Force, and comes across a squad of Death Troopers. But let me tell you how pathetic these guys are. Despite the fact that they're supposed to be 10 steps up from regular stormtroopers, yeah, the rebels go to town on them just as easily, and it's embarrassing to watch. Also, this is definitely a case of poor attention to detail on Filoni's part, or whoever the hell specifically wrote this episode. But Filoni was the overseer, so let's just point the finger at him. But aren't Death Troopers taught a secret code language? Why is it then that they're all communicating in clear, audible English? I'm pretty sure that the Rogue One Visual Dictionary or something set up the fact that they can communicate outside of Galactic Basic to keep their objectives secret. Not so much here. Pretty much all but one of them gets wasted immediately. You know you're watching a great show when the specialist troopers get taken out on a whim. I was just scoffing the whole way through this episode. Anyways, turns out the thing the Death Troopers were protecting was a massive kyber crystal, which immediately gets hit and becomes incredibly unstable. The surviving Death Trooper name drops Director Krennic, the main bad guy from Rogue One. In general, Chopper, despite leading all the prisoners, is a total dickwad. On Ezra and Sabine's side, they openly disagree with Saw Gerrera on what the hell they're supposed to do next. And this leads to the pair of them blindly trusting Saw to stay guard by the Kyber crystal while they go into the engine room to stop the ship. This blind trust gets them nowhere, as Saw Gerrera decides to stun both of them out cold as soon as they get to the engine room. As soon as the pair wake up, they discover themselves cuffed, and have a brief argument with Saw, with the latter stating out loud that he will do whatever it takes to be the victor, which of course sounds like he knows he's the bad guy. You know what? Let's just get this over with. I'm done talking about this stupid episode. Basically, what happens is that the crystal is set ablaze, with it about to explode. Saw Gerrera and the pair go their separate ways, as Saw bolts with his co-pilot, as well as Ezra, Sabine, and Chopper getting on an Imperial shuttle with all the prisoners and managing to outrun the Kyber crystal as it goes full Michael Bay, with the Ghost showing up a mere minute later to save the day. The prisoners decide to join the rebellion, and that's the episode. There's a little bit with Kanan talking about how he's unsure if the Empire can weaponize a Kyber crystal, and that's the episode. And that's all, folks. Writing this part of the script took me a while, because I'd probably just be repeating myself. So in short, it's the same old problems you'd expect out of this shit show. Anyways, let's get on with the next episode. So the episode after that is called The Occupation. And basically, this is the beginning of the end for the show. You know how they've been talking about helping Lothal episode after episode without actually doing anything? Yeah, well here, they're about to go to Lothal and stay there. After Ezra's frustration that he couldn't help the Lothal rebels, Mon Mothma calls the Ghost crew in and informs them that they can all go to Lothal, since they received a message from Ryder that explains that there's a new development in the TIE Defenders, and the rebellion needs to know what it is. Yeah, so the Ghost crew have the perfect excuse to go to Lothal. Is it just me, or are they just making everything too easy just so they can go to Lothal again? They were talking so much about how liberating Lothal was set back after Thrawn's attack on Chopper Base, and now we're 5 episodes in after that very attack, and they get to go back to Lothal? This is all just completely unearned, pretty much. I expected at least a couple more episodes at the very least, building up to a return on Lothal, with the rebels getting a clear shot to go back or something. But this just happens out of nowhere. Anyways, all the characters prepare to go to Lothal. And to make things super easy for the good guys, they say that Vizago, that Devaronian guy, can get them past the blockade. Basically, as payment, they give him a fuckload of puffer pigs. Remember those? It feels like there's a scene missing here. But I guess to the show's credit, showing a scene of the rebels acquiring the puffer pigs would probably feel like a complete waste of time anyways. So I can understand why they skipped over it. Still though, it feels like there's a scene missing. Maybe they could have just had rebel leadership pay Vizago to smuggle them in, and they would have avoided the issue altogether. Okay, anyways, Captain Rex and not so Agent anymore Callus are given command of the Ghost while they are away. Getting past the Imperial blockade is piss easy. They do try to throw in the excuse that they detected additional life forms, but they still allow the ship to land. As they descend towards the surface, Ezra and everyone sees that Lothal has been reduced to a wasteland. Vegetation and plant life burnt down. And basically the whole planet looks unrecognizable. How much is the time gap? Because the span of time feels very short here. Anyways, you then realize why they brought in the puffer pigs. It's so the Ghost crew could escape the ship and make the Empire believe the additional life forms were indeed the puffer pigs. Tension as usual is relatively low, as Zeb easily scares them, causing them to puff up and topple the Imperials and Vizago. Yeah, so they just bolt from the ship, leaving Vizago behind to be arrested. I guess there's nothing objectively wrong here, but it's still worth noting that this all feels so pointless. So yeah, the Ghost crew after getting off Vizago's ship decide to split up. And you guessed it, Ezra, Sabine and Chopper are the first group, while Zeb, Kanan and Hera go dick around somewhere else. So yeah, they make it over to the Lothal town or wherever, and they decide to go to the establishment of a dude named Old Joe. Because as Ezra says, it's apparently the only place free from the Empire. Upon entering the bar, however, they find out that it's completely occupied by the Empire. They also can't go back outside, because a patrol is looking for anyone suspicious. So Ezra decides to go down and look for a drink. What I found absolutely contrived, and this is something the episode points out as well, is how they've got old photos of Ezra and Sabine on wanted displays everywhere, with the former remarking that he doesn't even look like that anymore. So are we supposed to believe that the Empire haven't got a good snapshot of either two characters since season 1 or whatever? Gee, that makes the Empire look even sloppier. So yeah, Ezra decides to get a drink, and they come across this Imperial pilot dude who I think was in season 1 as a minor character or something. But the point is, he's running the bar now. And when questioned, he happily reports to Ezra that the previous owner was found helping a rebel cell, and he's been captured and executed.
And it's gone.
Very abrupt, I must say. Anyways, we cut to Hera and Kanan avoid an Imperial patrol, and then comes a very inappropriate time to talk about personal shit.
They're just gonna sit around talking about their feelings, fully clothed.
Alright, anyways, we get some misty-eyed shit to remind you that Kanan and Hera are lovers, in which Kanan says that he wishes that he could physically see Hera, and before they can even kiss each other, the comlink goes off. I just love when that happens. Sometimes it stops a corny romance in its tracks at least. You can tell here that they're only having the pair of them talk about their feelings, all because it's nearly the end of the show, and the writers figured it's time. So wrapping up now is pretty much inevitable. Yeah, they weren't really building towards a resolution. It just comes out of nowhere because the show's nearly over, rather than being an overarching subplot. I actually kind of forgot that Hera was Kanan's bitch most of the time. Anyways, cut back to Ezra and Sabine, in which before they're found out by the Imperials, a dude helps pay for their drinks and bails them out. And as it turns out, it's Jai Kell from earlier. Remember him? Yeah, personally I kind of forgot about him. This is yet another instance of making things too easy for the good guys. They're always bailed out of a jam. And since we're in the final season, you'd think they'd start setting up consequences for everything that happens. But no, of course not. Those are saved for the final episodes. It's pathetic. Anyways, apparently Ryder sent Jai Kell to the bar in case Ezra and friends ever showed up. But given they're long overdue, it's not really a valid excuse for him to be there. Anyways, they meet up with the other characters who arrive in a transport, but before they can all get on, the Imperials blast a speeder in a Michael Bay fashion, which by this point I hoped they killed all the characters and ended this godforsaken show, but they all narrowly managed to dodge it, and now they can use their legs. A part I found absolutely comical is when they encounter a patrol, but they play it cool and the stormtroopers run right past them. No wonder the rebels are so hard to catch. If the Empire can't even be bothered identifying all of them, why even have an Imperial patrol show up if there isn't going to be another fight scene? It's a waste of animation, really. Anyways, they go down a hatch into the sewers, and the Imperials proceed to send probe droids after them, which the rebels gotta take on. Another low tension, low quality fight scene. And then after they evade the probes, Ezra immediately has a give up mentality. After seeing how bad things are on Lothal, he rants about how it's going to be impossible to liberate the world and blah 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 blah. This feels extremely out of place, especially since they've conquered some tough shit already. But as soon as you see Lothal being polluted, suddenly it's unclaimable and the odds are just too high. Now I'm just reminded of how easy it was previously. It was stupid easy to take down stormtroopers. And the Grand Inquisitor died at the end of the first season. And the only thing the rebels lost was Kanan's eyesight, which took a short while to fix. To make a long story short, after walking around the tunnels for a bit, getting lost, they eventually make it to the next hatch where Ryder is there to greet them. Jesus. And this is after being surrounded by stormtroopers on both sides. Anyways, they're taken to the rebel camp. Ryder is surprised to learn that Ezra and friends are literally all the reinforcements they're getting. And then Ezra makes a little speech about how this is how all rebellions start. Small. And that it's a few people standing together. Gee. I could recall only less than 5 minutes ago, you were talking about how impossible this was. Does consistency mean nothing to Filoni? Oh, of course not. This guy would retcon his mother if it meant making the next shitty show. We basically get a tease that we're going to get a plan to raid the TIE Defender factory. And that's the episode. Now we've only got 9 more. But let me tell you, a cat wouldn't have lasted this long. So let's move on to the next episode. In the episode titled Flight of the Defender, we get those Loth cats brush up against Ezra during the recon mission with Sabine, Zeb, and Ryder. They all observe the upgraded, new and improved TIE Defender, and Sabine suggests getting the TIE Defender's flight data recorder to get perfect intel for the rebels just as they're about to leave. Everyone else is easily convinced to go along, and well, it doesn't end up being a hassle in the slightest. Ezra and Sabine get inside the facility no problem, which you'd expect the site where they're testing the TIE Defender to have higher security, but whatever. Who's willing to bet that genius tactician Grand Admiral Thrawn decided to have it be lightly defended? Wait, did I say Thrawn? Anyways, the Loth cats decide to follow Ezra, and they actually end up being an asset, because 2 stormtroopers are guarding the Defender, but the Loth cats go up to the stormtroopers, attack them, and run off. To which the stormtroopers abandon their post to get some payback. This is basically another Deus Ex Machina, and a case of the villains being incompetent at the same time. I hate this. This also feels like a stealth action video game too. The fact that you can draw enemies away like that willy-nilly through a distraction. Speaking of video games, we also get that video game trope where you've got to defend an ally as they're doing something. In this case, Sabine getting in the TIE Defender and telling Ezra as an Imperial shuttle shows up. And hey, speaking of Thrawn, he shows up, along with Governor Price, and as you might have guessed, he's here to inspect the upgraded TIE Defender. Ezra tells Sabine that she's gotta hurry up, and when Sabine tells him to stall them, he proceeds to notice a Loth wolf staring at him. Keep this in mind for later. Given he was distracted, a TIE fighter pilot blasts at him out of nowhere, and to be fair, the TIE pilot didn't give Ezra any time to react. He just blasted at him right away. He might be the candidate for the most competent nameless bad guy in the whole show, and at this rate, he deserves a Disney Plus show far more than Blandor or a Super Soaker. Anyways, as soon as Sabine's done, she sees the commotion going outside and decides to fly the TIE Defender and waste everyone there except Ezra. Just one problem. She doesn't try to take down Thrawn or Price early when she has the chance.
A lost opportunity.
Oh my god. I hate this show for its ungodly amount of plot armor. So, Sabine blasts everyone surrounding Ezra before he jumps on. And then she goes for an attack run and oh! Now you're gonna try and blast Thrawn out of existence. Well, needless to say, she fails at this simple task pretty much, as Thrawn and Governor Price get out without a scratch.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Believe me, if it were me piloting the TIE Defender, I would have made sure Thrawn and his pals were dead before I ever flew away from the place. And on Thrawn's side, he doesn't even duck or take cover, which if anything, increased his chances of death. You're lucky Sabine was such a bad shot, and didn't decide to come back for another attack run. So after the commercial break, we see that those 2 stormtroopers from earlier who abandoned their post actually survived Sabine's TIE Defender massacre because they were actually chasing the Loth cats, even if it meant running several miles outside the base. We get a lackluster chase dogfighting sequence with Ezra and Sabine in the TIE Defender because Thrawn decided not to activate the kill switch right away. So he sends 3 TIE interceptors to go after the pair. Let's just assume those 3 were the only ones available. He pretty much watches on and lets the TIE interceptor pilots get killed for the combat demonstration.
Wow, what an asshole.
I seriously do not understand why he couldn't just activate the kill switch and get it over with. Having a combat demonstration of the TIE Defender is such a dumb reason to keep the ship operational. Also, he specifically activates the kill switch after Sabine deactivates the transponder. Ugh. So basically, Sabine and Ezra crash between a pile of pointy Lothal rocks. Alright, At this rate, Thrawn is never going to crush the rebels if he keeps being a tactical non-genius. Let's get Thrawn demoted for a minute and come up with a new strategy as Grand Admiral JJ. First, activate the kill switch immediately, then as soon as they crash land, send all Imperial fighters in the area after them and blast them until they're dead. Then when Ezra and Sabine are gone, you've only got Zeb, Hera and Kanan to worry about from the Ghost crew. Yeah, I know, I'm not gonna win any awards for my strategy, but it's much better than what Micromind came up with. I guess I also have to question why the kill switch didn't make the ship self-destruct, but maybe the idea was that if it merely crashed, it could be retrieved and repaired. Who the hell knows? But I doubt Filoni actually thought about it that far. So yeah, another happy landing. As Sabine and Ezra get out, they've entered Snowland. Don't worry though, the colder temperature isn't a factor in the slightest. There's no case of the pair shivering, so I don't even understand what the point was. They carry the hyperdrive out of the TIE Defender, in which Ezra, guided by the Loth Cat, decides to hide it in a small cave or whatever. To emphasize how slow the Empire is, they happen to find the crash site at night time, which is ridiculous. Wouldn't they have the exact location of where the TIE Defender crashed? Well, actually no, because Thrawn decided to activate the kill switch after the transponder was deactivated. Fucking idiot. And again, why did it take until nighttime to find it? Was there some sort of delay with gathering a search party or something? Of course, the reason this is the case is so Ezra and Sabine can have a few hours head start to hide. What a surprise. Making things extremely easy for the good guys. Anyways, the Imperials don't manage to find the good guys anyways, because Ezra spots a Loth Wolf again, which shows up behind Sabine magically and breathes on Sabine to sleep. Ezra then realizes he's supposed to get on the back of the Loth Wolf, so he and the unconscious Sabine go for a ride, and basically a few hours later, the rest of the Ghost crew show up to help near the campsite, but none of them see the Loth Wolf. And the only one who seems to believe Ezra is, surprise, surprise, Kanan. And that's episode 6. Absolutely underwhelming, but I'm not surprised. This is like the endgame stage of the show, and they are struggling to build towards the climax. Anyways, let's move on to episode 7. And if you remember the show, you know this is where they reintroduce another expanded universe legacy character, and absolutely butcher him. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The episode starts with Kanan speaking to Hera about how they seem to always be drawn back to Lothal, even before they recruited Ezra. I don't really have much to say here, because I always thought it was ridiculous that Lothal seemed to be like the central planet. I keep pointing out how the Clone Wars always took us to different places, even if they did do a piss poor job of mapping out the war and having everything tie together. The thing is that Rebels is supposed to be the sequel series, so why the hell couldn't they have some consistency? Anyways, we cut to the crash site, which has been secured by the Imperials, as Governor Price tells Thrawn that the data recorder and the hyperdrive are missing. To which Thrawn responds that he's going to send his personal agent to finish the rebels off. Wow. We all know this agent is going to fail to do a dent on the rebels physically or emotionally, so I just had a blank expression during all this. Who's the villain of the week gonna be this time? Anyways, cut to Ezra, Zeb and Jai Kell trying to find the hidden hyperdrive, and they easily find it via Loth Cat. It's worth noting here that both Ezra and Jai Kell both have Imperial uniforms, which they acquired off-screen, which I find to be kinda convenient. The disguises doesn't even help them one bit in this episode, so they might as well have done all of this in their basic attire. Anyhow, Thrawn's agent lands near the crash site, and getting the first glimpse of him, I'm like,
what is that?
Yeah, this is supposed to be Rook. Yes, that Rook from the Thrawn trilogy, Thrawn's bodyguard, who ended up dealing the final blow on the Grand Admiral in a dramatic fashion. It was so artistically done. Yeah, his Disney counterpart is pretty much the cookie cutter downgrade nobody asked for. They completely changed how the Nogri look like for one thing. I mean, look at these two. Do they look similar? No! The only thing they got right was the shade of colour. Who designed Rook in this show? I'd like to have a word with whoever the concept artist was. Also, as you might expect, Rook in this show is given no backstory, aside from being Thrawn's bodyguard. If that. In the Thrawn trilogy, The Noghri as a people were vital in the story of the Thrawn trilogy, as Leia aims to sway the Noghri away from the service of the Empire, and the main motivation of Rook stabbing Thrawn in the back literally was because of all this. Thrawn's one oversight cost him his life. If you've never read the Thrawn trilogy, this is probably surprising for you to hear. To learn that this cardboard cutout has nowhere near the amount of depth that he should have. Instead, he's the bad guy of the week. Rook was name dropped earlier in season 3, but that was little more than an Easter egg, because we all know how much Filoni loves to taunt us. Anyways, his introduction in the show tells us that Filoni really skimmed over the source material, as we can see that Rook can smell Zeb from a mile away. Now, the Noghri in the source material have an incredible sense of smell too. In fact, you might recall that Kabarak could detect that Leia was the daughter of Darth Vader. But let me tell you that this is pretty much the only thing they adapted accurately from the source material, because otherwise, Rook is a subservient henchman to Grand Admiral Thrawn. The fact that he sniffs around so much, it's almost like he's a dog trained for sniffing out drugs. Like, that's how little I think of Rook's Disney counterpart. Let me say firsthand that Rook has a completely out-of-place voice for his character model. And I'm not just saying that because in the Thrawn trilogy audiobooks he sounded more like a lizard person. Yeah, not even the fact that this guy voiced Rook in Rebels was enough to give a convincing character. So point is, Rook smells Zeb the Lasat and starts running towards his location. Jai-Kel spots him approaching, and both he and Ezra fail to pass off as stormtroopers, and so Rook attacks the pair of them. As you might expect, Rook manages to be like a medium difficulty boss fight at best, but he's still easily defeatable, especially by someone like Ezra. Like, Rook manages to get a few hits on Ezra, but is unable to attack Jai-Kel due to Ezra using the Force. Rook does manage to attract the rest of the Imperial forces who back him up, but they might as well not even be there, since the pair bolt in a speeder, while Rook goes after them. He orders everyone else to find Zeb, who is still in the area, although they do a piss poor job of finding him. And Zeb actually manages to take control of the troop transport and drive away, so we get a lackluster chase scene between the pair of rebels. And Rook backed up by 2 Imperial scout walkers. As you might expect, the scout troopers are easily taken out, while Rook is the only one who can evade all their tricks. Actually, just kidding. The pair managed to get away, and Rook ends up looking like an incompetent buffoon. Now, Rook in the source material was mostly present around Grand Admiral Thrawn, and didn't see much direct combat, but he was still efficient. Remember that scene where Thrawn was deciding whose fault it is that Luke Skywalker got away? In Heir to the Empire, as soon as Thrawn carried out the order, Rook killed the one at fault in less than a second. Swift and quick. Anyone can make an error, but the error does not become a mistake until you refuse to correct it. Jesus, these quotes could apply a lot to Star Wars Rebels. Whether it be from the perspective of the writers making countless errors they fail to correct, or whatever. Anyways, we cut to Hera and Kanan getting all misty-eyed again, and they're about to kiss each other, but then they're interrupted by Ryder. And this is the second time this happened. How comical. Anyways, they almost blast Zeb because apparently he forgot to mention that he stole the troop transport. Ugh. Then Ezra and Jai-Kel show up and inform Kanan about Rook. Now, I should have mentioned this earlier, but Rook actually got a tracker on the speeder. Does this excuse his incompetence? I guess, maybe. Although they did a terrible job at acting like they were doomed. I also really hate that the best the Empire can do is track the rebels to wherever they go. And they can never do a dent even with that advantage. So the Empire show up shortly after the TIE Defender hyperdrive is installed to a ship, with the intent of taking it back to Rebel Command. And as you might expect, instead of sending numerous TIE bombers and making sure the rebels are obliterated, they instead only send ground forces, which of course ensures the rebels have a chance to escape. This is literally the definition of insanity, trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. You gotta love that the Empire's only solution to a problem is just throwing stormtroopers at it and hoping that it'll go away eventually. And when the problem multiplies, instead of tactical innovation, they just do the same thing that was shown to fail over and over again, and this is pretty much how pathetic the Empire is in this show. Seriously, I'd say where's Grand Admiral Thrawn when you need him? But his inferior Disney counterpart is literally the best the Empire has, and that's not good enough. To be fair, however, Thrawn decided to go on a holiday because he's not present at Lothal. It's just that classic trick of the writers thinking that if Thrawn isn't directly involved, then none of the blame for what goes wrong falls on him. But unfortunately, it doesn't fucking work that way. It seems kinda lazy that Thrawn is rarely there to directly face the rebels head on. You have to wonder if he's been assigned to taking out the rebels, then what the hell else could be so important that it takes his attention away? Maybe it has something to do with the Chiss ascendancy via the books, but who the hell fucking knows? And besides, Filoni's the kind of guy who ignores the books, even if it's from the books who was written by the guy who created Thrawn in the first place, the character he chose to poorly imitate. Anyways, we also see Rook and Price having an argument about whose fault it is that the rebels got away. This show's got some very weak villains, don't they? Then we cut to Jai Kell preparing to get away in a speeder. I have to ask how much time has passed, because that's a lot of supplies being loaded onto this transport, despite the fact that less than a minute ago, the Empire was approaching from a short while away. So that's a terrible sense of timing on the writer's behalf. Then for some reason, Hera finally decides to kiss Kanan. And it's poorly timed, since, you know, the Empire's about to try and kill them. But then again, it seems like the Imperial transports are slow as fuck, so who the hell knows? So Hera takes off into orbit, while everyone else holds off Imperial forces. Then Ezra sees a Lothwolf, which Ryder also manages to see, so I have no idea what the point of them being visible only to Ezra was, and they decide that's their escape route. We get more of Rook and Price arguing on what to do, and Price assumes control of the hunt, calling in air support, which if she could do that the whole time, it makes you wonder why she couldn't do that earlier. Meanwhile, Hera easily manages to escape through hyperspace, and Thrawn just gives off that passive stare he always does. Considering the fact that he didn't do anything, it's like he wants the rebels to win. This is so lazy. At least have Thrawn order Imperial forces to do something, so the group down on the surface follow the Lothwolves, while the TIE bombers try to snuff them out. And the group are led into a cave full of cave paintings to give a mystery vibe. Then to show that the writers were on drugs, the Lothwolves lead the group into a literal portal, and they wake up in the middle of nowhere. And upon Sabine looking at her GPS, she informs everyone that once, they were in the Northern Hemisphere, but now they're in the Southern Hemisphere down under. Oh, you knew I was going to make that joke as an Australian. It's annoying when other people say that Australia is upside down and they make a big deal out of it. But anyways, that's what happens. They end up down on Lothal's southern hemisphere, and Ezra and Kanan seem to realize that the TIE Defender isn't the only thing the Empire is doing on Lothal. They must be doing something more sinister in order for the Lothwolves to help them so much. Ugh. We all know where this is leading up to. Point is, we see that Hera made it to Yavin 4 to deliver the intel. And that's the episode. I'm nearly at the halfway point, and I don't want to talk about this show anymore, but since I know the final rant will be worth it, I'm going to continue. So in the next episode, despite the fact that the group ended up in the southern hemisphere, a bunch of the other Lothal rebels, including Jai Kell, managed to make it. First thing I have to wonder is how much time has passed. Even if Lothal is on the smaller side of habitable planets, I imagine it would still take a while for Jai Kell and the other rebels to make it to the group's location. To put it into this perspective, it would take days for a car in the real world to make it from Canada to Argentina, and there'd be a bunch of roadblocks and delays along the way. Are we supposed to believe that the rebels managed to make it all the way here? Maybe I'm just overthinking it, and maybe this episode takes place a few days later, but if the latter is the case, then the sense of urgency is weakened because it seems like the rebellion can take its time and attack the Empire whenever it feels like it. Any losses the Empire made, they've probably resupplied and recovered by now. Isn't a key point in defeating your enemy to never give them any space to breathe? Anyways, the rebels conveniently find a solution to contacting Hera via the fact that they come across an Imperial mining transport. Why the fuck would they care about a mining transport? Well, apparently there's a long-range communication sensor on top, and it's probably strong enough to reach Hera. Yeah, the fact that a mining transport would have that is ridiculous. What would they need a communication sensor that powerful for? It's a mining transport for mining. So after a pointless scene of Rebel Command rejecting Hera's request for a full-scale attack, we see that for the rebels on Lothal, attacking the mining transport is easy as cake. They easily overpower the lone captain, but he sends out an emergency warning on his wrist, and so we get yet another scene of Ezra pretending to be someone else. And we get some whammy unfunny comedy where the captain restrained by Zeb yelling out that he doesn't sound like that. Ezra fails to draw away security, and they're coming to go investigate. Meanwhile, Kanan and Zeb investigate a disturbance elsewhere on the transport, only to find out that it's just a bunch of slaves. Among the slaves is Vizago. Oh yeah, I sort of forgot about him. Vizago is over the moon, as he presumes the rebels specifically went out of their way to save him. And then the foreman shows up, aka the guy who was ensuring all the slaves were working, and in a surprising turn of events, he manages to defeat Kanan easily, and now it's up to Zeb to defeat him. Wow, what a way to completely neglect what Atten said about taking down a Jedi.
People say killing Jedi is hard. It's not. You just have to be smart about it. No blasters, no getting close to them, no attacking them directly when you can gun down their allies instead. There's ways of gassing them, drugging them, making them lose control, torturing them. I was really good at it.
Like seriously, give that foreman a medal for one of the only nameless characters who could stand toe-to-toe with a Jedi. In fact, Zeb actually has trouble taking him out too. The foreman uses his slaver's whip like Indiana Jones, and what do you know? When listening to the score during the scene, it sounded sort of like the music that played during the Pat Roach fight from Raiders, just less dramatic. The foreman does a good job, and he only narrowly loses, and this is what I wish the fight scenes were more like. So all in all, it's a pretty good fight scene that doesn't make the bad guys, in this case the Mining Guild, look like complete ass clowns. We get another scene of Hera trying to convince the rebels to launch an attack, and this time it ends ambiguously. And then cutting back to the rebels, we get an Imperial inspection crew show up, and Vizago posing as the Mining Guild captain, and Zeb pretending to be a slave guild master. It's kinda lucky that none of the stormtroopers recognize Zeb as a Lasat, and it's also extremely lucky that the actual Mining Guild captain escaped through the vents when the Empire goes to check the storage room out. The Empire is easily fooled and they leave, but since the lizard captain escaped, they've got to stop him. One question I have to ask is, why the hell didn't you just kill him? This is just like the Senator Travis crap all over again. Since the rebels chose not to kill him, they spun his story as him being a peaceful protester and the Ghost Crew being the violent ones, which was obviously gonna happen for Christ's sake. So since that's the case, Ezra has to climb through the vents to catch him. And after some scuffling around, the captain's dead, and Ezra takes back control of the mining transport. Then they wrap up the episode by recruiting more rebels out of the slaves and managing to contact Hera, who confirms the rebel attack is happening. Ships and bombers being loaded up and everything. With that is episode 8. Now that we've officially passed the halfway point, let's see what crap the show has left for us. So in episode 9, the rebel attack force shows up, and initially it's a tough time. Thrawn's only strategy is to send swarms of TIE fighters against the rebels. Gee, what a crazy original clever strategy, dude. This guy is fucking useless. Anyways, we see the rebels down at the surface set charges to all the anti-aircraft turrets, and upon their destruction, Price warns Thrawn about the vulnerability of the factory and the fuel depot, given they are the rebels' main targets. Thrawn then confidently assures Price that the factory is safe, because none of the rebel ships will make it past the blockade. Although, as you're able to see, Thrawn is going to eat those words hard. So, aside from 2 X-Wing pilot casualties, Hera manages to outmaneuver the TIE Defender Elite pilot by flying close to one of the Star Destroyers, resulting in both of the ship's shields being deactivated. And since both shields are taken out, it's up to the better pilot to get the first strike, and that ends up being Hera. unsurprisingly. And so the TIE Defender pilot dies horribly.
And it's gone.
So yeah, Thrawn ends up being proven wrong. The rebels did manage to get past the blockade. However, they still try to make Thrawn look like a tough, smart guy, with him remarking calmly that the failure was regrettable, but, quote, a testament to Captain Syndulla's skills as a pilot. So then he sends in the second attack force, and apparently, the second attack force is enough to completely overwhelm the rebels, as Ezra and friends look on from the surface. This is so goddamn stupid, as well as being an incredibly tough pill to swallow. So basically the initial wave failed, but then all that Thrawn had to do was send in another force, and that apparently succeeded. They don't even show us what happened exactly. I guess since that would just be too much to animate and present for a 20-minute episode, which to me screams laziness and that they just took the easy way out, and also to progress the plot. Even if you could say that Thrawn technically succeeded in the end, the matter of the fact is that Thrawn lost yet the second TIE Defender Elite and the skilled pilot that came with it. Now I imagine they're gonna have to design yet another prototype. So even though Thrawn did succeed through contrived means, it wasn't flawless. So basically, to summarize what happened, a handful of pilots, including Hera, survived the crash landing. Some sympathetic civilians guided her away from the crash site, and Kanan meanwhile makes it his mission to go back for her. We see that Thrawn orders Rook to hunt down all the rebel pilots and bring them in alive. He manages to capture one of the alien pilots before he heads straight for Hera, who manages to get her bearings and save Martin Matten. Remember him? She saves him from being captured since she easily hijacks a troop transport, but then of course, Rook shows up, and using his Honaga ninja warrior skills, dodges all the blaster shots, as Hera tells Martin Chopper to run. Rook catches up to them, and he and Hera do some kung fu on each other, and Chopper only helps at the last minute. Jesus Christ, what artificial tension. But Rook ultimately gets away. I'd say he's one useless villain, but you already know that. After this, Kanan is surrounded by the Loth Walls when he's riding back to save Hera, and so he has to go where they want for a little while. After that, Mart and Hera make it to the hatch, only to find out that it's guarded by 2 stormtroopers and a walker. Although Mart is easily able to lure it away, and shenanigans happen where Hera is able to trip it over with a speeder. However, Imperial forces close in, and Mart and Chopper are ordered by Hera to leave her behind, as Imperials surround her from all angles, and Rook finally does his job. But not really, since he needed backup to overwhelm Hera pretty much. Governor Price shows up and stun shots her. And yeah, she's captured at last. However, Thrawn wanted live prisoners, so you know that Hera is predictably gonna be rescued. Mart and Chopper meet up with Kanan by another hatch, and they proceed to leave the area. Kanan understanding Hera's sacrifice or whatever. And that's the episode. The only compliment I'll give is that at least they haven't wasted our time for several episodes in a row. However low the tension might be, the episodes do feel eventful. And oh boy, the next certainly does. But that doesn't mean it's any good. So basically, episode 10 starts with Kanan telling Ezra that he has to come up with a plan to save Hera, because he'll be too distracted by how he feels about her to think clearly. Kanan must have a shitload of confidence in Ezra to trust him enough with the plan to save Hera. Do I think it's earned? Not really. Need I remind you that Ezra's not even 18 yet? And he ain't exactly a tactician. I think it's ridiculous that Ezra can lead an attack with him coming up with the plan, but that's the direction the episode's going to go, and so that's what we're forced to watch. We then cut to Hera being tortured by Governor Price, who is doing it completely for fun, as she tells Thrawn when he comes in that she hasn't even asked any questions yet. Thrawn proceeds to taunt Hera, bringing the Kalikori, and talking to her about the fact that apparently she has a long-dead brother, who died quite young. Gee, we're only learning about this now, when we've only got 5 episodes of the show left to go? Really feels like they're throwing something in at the last minute. I don't know why Hera's brother was never mentioned before, but I guess I don't give a shit, since it's thrown in information that is utterly pointless. Another thing, I mentioned how Rook managed to capture one of the rebel pilots, whom Price ordered to bring in for interrogation. Well, here's the funny thing. That character is never ever seen or mentioned again. Yeah, just like the Conquered Dawn episode, the focus is entirely on Hera, indicating that the pilot who was captured was left behind. And given what happens later, the pilot likely died and was pretty much forgotten about. So the fact that they forgot about a random side character doesn't surprise me. Yet they introduced the side character, and the fact that the previous episode is their one and only appearance shows us that Filoni and the writers had such poor attention to detail. Anyways, let's get on with it. Ezra senses where Hera is while she's being tortured, and that's where Ezra has the extremely stupid plan of using gliders to swoop across Capital City and enter the Imperial base without triggering the auto turrets or alarms or anything like that. But they've got to make their own gliders, so they go back to their mountain base, which, speaking of, where is the geography of all this shit? I remember when they were in the northern hemisphere, then the south, and they're apparently close to Capital City, and it makes everything confusing. Meanwhile, Kanan decides to cut his hair and shave his beard. Now that he's got his makeover, he's more than ready to rescue Hera. Although based on the somber music they play, it's a dead giveaway that someone's gonna die. Yeah, they make it way too obvious based on how they structured this episode. Kanan giving himself a makeover wasn't just to sell new appearance action figures. Anyways, Ezra, Sabine and Kanan get on their gliders and proceed to fly in the sky like an eagle towards Capital City. I have no idea if this shit obeys the laws of physics, but it probably doesn't matter. Anyways, Tarkin tells Thrawn through a hologram that Director Krennic's project is going to get more funding, and that he made a better case for why over the TIE Defenders. And basically, this is a convenient excuse for Thrawn to leave Coruscant. Again, this is part of the delusional logic the writers have, that any of the failures the Imperials have without him won't fall on him. And that's just stupid. You can also tell via this cue that the Imperials are about to be defeated big time. So the gliders manage to make it to the Imperial Dome, and the three of them split up, with Ezra and Sabine going one way and Kanan going another, using magnetic climbing equipment that suddenly exists. Okay, let's just forget about it, or we'll be here all day. Kanan basically climbs down 6 floors to rescue Hera, while Hera's still being tortured. After being tortured again, she's given a needle with some truth serum, and asked by Governor Price where the rebel base is, and in her drugged up state, she remarks that Kanan's here. We get Rook coming in to speak with Price, and so she leaves, trusting 2 stormtroopers to guard her. Kanan proceeds to throw both stormtroopers out to their deaths, and personally frees her. She tells Kanan in her drugged up state that she hates his haircut, and Kanan gives her the Kalikori he retrieved earlier, and so he proceeds to climb up with Hera on his back. They proceed to deflect Rook and some Imperials before they glide off, deliberately towards the fuel depot. And you gotta love how elaborately planned this feels. And basically while Sabine and Ezra grab the escape ship, Hera and Kanan talk about their feelings,
fully clothed,
and basically start smooching each other. And you can tell this is where Kanan's gonna die if it wasn't obvious already. I mean, he shaved his hair, the rescue is played like a goodbye, and they're on the top of the fuel depot at the end, which is presumably very flammable. So yeah, they kiss for the second time, which given they already did that earlier, its effect is sort of worn out and isn't as effective as it could be. Anyways, they're all about to be picked up when Price sees them on the fuel depot and orders those under her to fire at the depot. Yeah, so when the Empire's got a free shot, it's not without a price to pay. Funny how the character is literally named Arinda Price. Anyways, we get this hammed-in dramatic moment where Kanan runs in to contain the blast and pushes his allies back to save their lives, right until the flames blast through him.
And it's gone!
To the scene's credit, they do try to make it as effective on screen as they could, but not only was this blatantly predictable, it's completely unearned. Kanan dies because it's literally the end of the show and somebody's gotta go for all that emotion. My dick didn't even move once. I love how realistically, Governor Price was literally committing suicide given how close she and her peers were to the fuel depot. But she she manages to survive somehow, even when we see that the blast from the explosion went past the AT-AT she was in. So I don't know how she's still alive come the next episode. Kanan's death felt too staged and phoned in, and needless to say, he isn't missed much past this point. Okay, the characters miss him a lot, but I sure the fuck don't. So anyways, episode 11 focuses on the aftermath of Kanan's death. Governor Price, who is somehow still alive, inspects the area and gets confirmation that Kanan Jarrus perished in the explosion. Price's reaction is one of restrained excitement, and she sees it as an achievement. Yeah, congrats. You took out one rebel, but managed to destroy your own fuel depot in the process. Yeah, so there's far more consequences for the Empire than there is for the rebels, logistic-wise. Oh, I'm sure Kanan's death will lower morale quite a bit, but he's a martyr at the very least. Whereas the Empire lost their fuel refinery, which has huge consequences, and Price knows it. So her plan is to set up a celebration parade at their quote victory, even though they've suffered more than the rebels have. We all know that eventually she'll have to suck up the Thrawn over her lethal failure that cost the Empire dearly. So this isn't even like a real victory for the Empire. And in fact, this ends up backfiring in the long run. Zeb and Chopper, who were absent from all this, find out the hard way that Kanan is nothing more than Michael Bay confetti now. Upon returning to the mountain, the crew hear over the radio that the Empire's talking shit about the rebels, and how there's going to be a celebration that all citizens are required to attend. Sabine and Zeb decide to use their frustration to, quote, add some fireworks to the parade, while Hera goes to sulk somewhere else, and Ezra goes outside to talk to Kanan posthumously, wondering what the hell he's supposed to do now. That's all before the Loth Wolves show up and aggressively start chasing Ezra. Meanwhile, Governor Price tries to hide the fact that the fuel depot is no more, but Thrawn obviously sees through her deception, which isn't rocket science. I think anyone would have found out eventually that the fuel depot is blown up. So yeah, Thrawn berates Price for her failure, and despite the fact that Rook is in the same room as her, Thrawn merely states that he'll deal with her when he comes back. I don't know why he let her live, given the fact that I imagine Price might try to rectify the mistake to save her own skin and waste even more resources. So why not get rid of her now? Unironically, the fact that she screwed up this much, down to the point of it being negligence, makes the villain kills his own men cliche in this instance completely understandable. Like, come on. You know that Price was reckless enough to destroy the fuel depot. She can make another fatal mistake like that again, even before you return. You know what? Whatever. Let's just get on with it. So yeah, each of the rebels are doing their own separate thing. On Ezra's side, he communicates with all the Loth Wolves, who reveal to him that he's got to go back to the Jedi Temple on Lothal, and they give him a stone tablet that indicates what he's supposed to do. As well as this, Hera, as mentioned before, is sulking, and talks to Chopper about how heroic and brave and wise Kanan was, and all that shit. And the most eventful of the lot is Zeb and Sabine, who scout out Capital City before proceeding to go to the main road, attacking a scout trooper, and they somehow manage to slice into Imperial communications through a speeder, in which they find out that the fuel depot crippled everything. So Price was trying to hide the fact that the rebels really wounded them. Yeah, so basically they bolt from the area, and when they realize Rook is chasing after them, they lure him away and do a little fist fight with him, but unsurprisingly, despite using some cloaking tech, which I didn't know existed outside of the video games, but whatever, they take down Rook. And Sabine gets Zeb to restrain his punches, in which she spray paints Rook to look like a clown, and sends him back to the Imperials. Okay, so that's another case of not finishing off your enemies. A blaster to the head would have done it, but of course you not only have him live, but you also send him back to the Empire. You could at least hold him as a prisoner if you don't have the guts, or you believe in Jedi values or whatever. All three subplots I just mentioned lead to the good guys being in high spirits again, where they all realize what they're supposed to do next, and that Kanan didn't sacrifice himself for nothing. Ezra brings that stone tablet to everyone, and yeah, that's the episode. I think I may have been overgeneralizing the episode, but to be honest, it's sort of like a setup episode. you know, with teasing everything that'll happen in a future episode. It's not quite filler, but it's still a waste of time if that makes sense. So let's move on to episode 12. After we finish this episode, we're in the home stretch of the finale episodes, and I'm so excited to be done with this crap. So basically, this episode starts with the Ghost Crew talking about a stone tablet that Ezra brought with him, and how it comes from the Jedi Temple, and they should probably see what the Empire is up to there. They reference how the temple is up north, and that they don't have a ship. Guys, what about the Imperial dropship you guys came back in? What happened to that? I also have to wonder how the other rebels like Jai Kel got here, if it's not that easy to get here from the north. Both are completely unexplained, because it's a lack of attention to detail. And believe me, by now, it all adds up. Anyhow, Ezra got an easy solution to get up north. He basically summons the Loth Wolves with the Force, and they all invite Ezra and friends to get on their backs to be ridden like horses. You know, I remember I used to have a golden retriever when I was like 6 years old, and I tried sitting on its back so I could ride it like Indiana Jones. And I pretty much overestimated how strong the dog's back was. Seriously, I can't be the only one who tried riding their dog like a horse when we were all kids. Why do I bring this up? I don't know. I guess I was reminded of that memory when I was a kid. So basically, Ezra and friends ride the wolves, with the one Zeb riding having Chopper in its mouth. They all hyperspace teleport whatever when they ride long enough, and make it all the way up to the Northern Hemisphere again, to which they proceed to hike to the Jedi Temple. Except when they get there, it's now an Imperial excavation site. The Imperials have been digging all around, presumably in an attempt to get inside. And so to investigate, they easily snag off 2 Scout Trooper uniforms via projecting a hologram of Thrawn. And so Sabine and Ezra redress themselves and use their disguises as an excuse to get in. We see that the guy in charge is a dude named Minister Hayden, who calls Ezra and Sabine off when they touch some of the uncovered artifacts. The Death Trooper is then mind-tricked to forget about the incident after the Minister leaves to contact Coruscant. This is where we get some more background on what's going on, as Chopper gets the signal on the transmission from Lothal to Coruscant, which it seems like it was piss easy to hijack, and they listen to the Minister talking to the Emperor. They talk about how they've got to gain entrance to the temple, and they name drop the Mortis gods. Alright, those dickheads who ambiguously exist. The discussion is brief, but the Minister is confident that it's only a matter of time before they're in. That's where the Ghost Crew talk amongst each other on what to do next. And that's where the disguised pair convince Hera to proceed with seeing what the Empire's looking for. That's where we see the Minister order all Imperial forces to surround one of the walls. And upon turning the floodlights on, we see a carved painting of the Mortis gods or whatever. Then I saw the hand movements of the Mortis gods, and I realized, oh, they're gonna twist and turn it like a puzzle in a video game. And yeah, they figure out that little puzzle in mere moments. For some reason, they're doing a terrible job at keeping their cover, and Sabine has to distract 2 stormtroopers who confront her. All the while Ezra is just trying to figure out how to solve the puzzle. He finally figures out what to do, and to be honest, the moving 2D animation that follows is pretty cool and stylish, and it results in Ezra following the moving Loth Wolves. Eventually, they run in a loop around to create a pathway. So meanwhile, Sabine is found out, and just when they're about to catch Ezra, he realizes he can jump through the wall, and so he proceeds to do so to escape. No one else goes through, as the 2 stormtroopers who try smack dab in the wall in a comical fashion. And yeah, after all that crappy build up, you know what's coming next. And to be honest, this is probably the most interesting the show actually gets. The rest of it is completely boring, as you might have gathered, but I mean, they did the bare minimum here. So yeah, Ezra went through a portal, and that leads us to episode 13, titled A World Between Worlds. And if you can't tell, the sweat on my body just got 10 times worse. So let's talk about it. So basically, we get a bunch of mysterious voices, including Sir Alec Guinness's Obi-Wan, and Ezra finds himself through the portal. The whole thing is trippy, and so he basically goes exploring. We see in the meanwhile, the minister tries to convince Sabine to assist him with opening up the portal, and apparently, he discusses how the portal is not just a gateway to inside the temple, but apparently a gateway to all time and space. And whoever controls it controls the universe. But as we're about to see, Dave Filoni's about to use this concept for a cheap get-out-of-jail-free card. While Ezra's out exploring the world between worlds, he encounters an owl, and he remarks that the owl was around wherever Ahsoka was. You know, I actually can't remember that. I guess it is a testament to how forgettable this show is. But anyways, the owl comes full circle here, as it stands above what is visibly another portal. And yeah, you knew this was coming. The portal projects to when Ahsoka was fighting Darth Vader back in Season 2. Ezra sees from the opposite angle everything that happened. So yeah, this is what happened after Ezra and Kanan were forced to flee. Ahsoka is about to be defeated by Vader, and that means we're so close to having this bitch who has more than outstayed her welcome drop dead at last as Malachor goes apeshit. And then Ahsoka cuts the ground, and just before Vader manages to finish Ahsoka off with a strike, and this is something I will never, ever forgive Ezra for, but he grabs Ahsoka and pulls her back, bringing her with him into the world between worlds. Yeah, that's right. Filoni just saved Ahsoka with time travel.
You gotta be fucking kidding.
If you know me, you know I'm gonna go to town on this awful writing decision. Time travel is the most ridiculous way to bring Ahsoka back. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if someone joked about Ahsoka coming back through time travel after Season 2 left her fate ambiguous, only for it to be done in reality. Time travel is literally a retarded excuse to bring Ahsoka back. Filoni just wrote himself into a corner. Time travel does not belong in Star Wars, because in case you couldn't tell, Star Wars is supposed to be one rigid timeline set in stone with characters making the choices they did. Anakin always became Darth Vader, for example, and there was nothing anybody could do to change it. But good Lord, Filoni brings in this ridiculous concept that there's a world between worlds that gives you full control of space and time. This just makes everything messy. Now, I'd like to mention that the expanded universe actually did do time travel before, but let me point out the difference. In Star Wars Tales Issue 13, there was a short story called The Secret of Tet Army, in which Mace Windu goes into an excavation site where he encounters a statue of himself, and upon touching a crystal, is launched back in time, and basically you realize that Mace Windu was fulfilling a time paradox, as he defends the people who made a statue of him in the first place. He is then teleported back after 4 days, and he realizes back on Coruscant that he was pretty much always meant to be there. And that's the end. Now here's the difference between this story and the world between worlds. 1, it's completely self-contained and has zero impact on anything else. It's a one-off Mace Windu adventure. 2, they made it crystal fucking clear that Mace Windu could not change the past, but rather play out the actions that ensures the future he came from to begin with. If you're unfamiliar, this time travel theory is known as the predestination paradox, and it's what the original Terminator movie used. How time is one self-sustaining loop of the same thing happening over and over again, with nothing being able to change the past. There's also other time travel theories such as what Avengers Endgame did, which also makes it impossible to change your own past, but unlike the predestination paradox, you can create new timelines that create a new future, but the timeline you come from still exists and cannot be changed. So basically you can live in a new world, but it's impossible to change your own. Then there's something like Back to the Future, which is basically how a lot of people traditionally think of time travel, going back in time and changing things that have a direct effect on the timeline, and even your own existence if you're not careful. There's one reality that can be changed on a whim. Now, it's worth noting that Back to the Future is not 100% logically consistent, and there's a lot of paradoxes and logical mistakes in all 3 movies. But the basic idea of how time travel works in this universe is clear. Now back to the world between worlds. The problem here is that they make it unclear what time travel theory they're using for Star Wars Rebels. Now, ignoring the fact that time travel stories fuck with your head anyways, it's made unclear what exactly happened timeline-wise. Did Ahsoka originally die, but was later saved in an alternate timeline when Ezra entered the world between worlds? Or was Ahsoka in Disney canon always going to be saved via a predestination paradox? We don't know, and that's what causes the problem. You all know that Ahsoka has long outstayed her welcome anyways, so even if it was confirmed to be a predestination paradox, you know that I would say that it's a shitty excuse for the writers to keep Ahsoka alive, through the fact that she was always going to survive. There's also something I wanted to talk about a bit later. So in the next scene, Sabine lazily refuses to help the minister figure out how to get through the portal, and basically some death troopers force her to comply. The Sabine stuff is completely uninteresting to what we just saw, so there's a problem in contrasting subplots. But anyways, cut back to Ezra and Ahsoka. The two wake up, and basically Ahsoka slowly realizes that she missed everything else that happened in the show after Malachor. Then of course Ezra, after realizing that he literally saved Ahsoka through time travel, realizes that he can do the same with Kanan, and so he excitedly runs off. I should also mention here that Zeb, Hera and Chopper are also infiltrating the dig site meanwhile. So point is, Ezra runs around and Ahsoka tries to dissuade him from saving Kanan because of the butterfly effect. And because Kanan, if he's saved now, won't be there to save the rest of them. You know, assuming that the risk of the butterfly effect is present, and Ezra can change the past if he wants to, then that only further brings Ahsoka's survival into question. I wanted to say firsthand that Ahsoka surviving versus Ahsoka dying means very little if you think about it. I mean, before the Ahsoka show came out, what could Ahsoka's death possibly have on the timeline? She's an afterthought of a shoehorn character after all. She wasn't in any of the films and pretty much did nothing. So let's think about it. If Ahsoka dies, nothing changes. Vader is still yet to be redeemed and the films play out. If Ahsoka lives, then she avoids being in the films because reasons, and they play out anyways. You gotta love how Kanan's survival would create a paradox where it's not there to save Ezra and everyone else, but there isn't with Ahsoka. It could play out either way, and pretty much nothing would change. That actually kind of demonstrates how inconsequential Ahsoka is, and how the saga can play out just fine without her. So congrats, Filoni, you just demonstrated why Ahsoka was even more unnecessary than before. And this was all out of the intention of making her vital to the saga she was never in. I just love it when the writing is just so poorly thought out, and as I indicated, time travel is turning me into a goddamn lunatic with all the confusing paradoxes and logical questions. And of course, to make things incredibly confusing, before they can even think of choosing to butterfly effect Palpatine out of existence for the better, Palpy shows himself through a portal, which brings into question whether Palpatine already has access to the world between worlds or not. He starts bursting lightning or whatever through the portal, and the pair narrowly escape. They pretty much wrap the episode with the other good guys causing chaos for the Imperials, and as soon as Ezra gets out of his own portal, with Ahsoka going out another, they close the portals for good, and ruin everything for the Minister, who does that classic, "No, my plans are ruined" speech you've heard a million times before. This is all before the temple collapses in on itself. Ezra was knocked unconscious upon closing the temple for some reason, and speculating on a reason why is pointless, but when he wakes up, he discovers that the entire dig site no longer exists, and all that remains is like a crest on the ground. Ezra realizes this is exactly where the Jedi Temple used to be. Then they talk about Kanan again, and that's the episode. Yeah, so please forgive me if I didn't explain this episode that thoroughly. But to be honest, I don't even know what Filoni was going for with this crap. Adding time travel into Star Wars is already one way to fuck with your head, so I'm not gonna bother deeply assessing anything else that does not belong in Star Wars. I've already pointed out the elaborate dumbass writing present that served as a gateway for Ahsoka to return after she disappeared for like 2 seasons. Filoni has really gotten carried away with how important he thinks Ahsoka is. He's just making her important by cramming her into everything, and not any organic relevance to the story. He is really pushing our suspension of disbelief. And you know, I had a dream last night as of writing this part of the script. But basically I dreamt that I was in high school and Dave Filoni came to the school to do a presentation on filmmaking. And I just had contempt for him the whole time. Everyone else was completely oblivious to how much of a hack he was. And I was completely miserable by the time lunch break came. I really seemed to obsess subconsciously over all the corporate hacks who work at Disney Lucasfilm. Luckily, there's only 2 episodes left. Thank fuck. Unfortunately, we're in for some lazy writing all the way. Right off the bat in the semi-finale episode, we see that Hera escaped Lothal off screen, and she even references how the blockade is tougher than ever. But I guess Filoni wants this show to be over even more than I do, so he just skipped over that. Which is, of course, blatantly lazy writing. We see that the characters arranged a meeting on that barren world where Commander Fox and Gregor were hanging out. Basically, all of the allies that you could think of, including Hondo, are all gathered to be recruited. And they emphasize that this mission is not for the rebellion, it's for Ezra. And yeah, this is basically our Avengers Endgame team-up between all these characters the show set up. Or the Clone Wars set up previously. Whatever. Well, I'm glad Hondo was put here. He's like the only good comic relief in the whole show. So maybe this won't be so bad after all. Yeah, that's how the episode starts. Cut back to Ezra meditating, and after receiving a vision, he urgently goes to the Mountain Control Center or whatever it's called, and states they all need to act now due to his vision. What was the vision? Thrawn's coming back to Lothal. In a better written show, that line would have made anyone piss their pants, but since Thrawn has been shown to be defeatable, whether the writers want to admit it or not, I'm far from scared. Cut to Governor Price in a panicked state trying to catch the rebels with no success. She says that she'll execute the one under her if he doesn't catch the rebels in a short period of time. And then another Imperial officer comes in and tells her that there's someone trying to contact her with a pre-Imperial frequency or something. When she accepts the call, she gets Ryder. Now, since Ryder was the governor before Price, he basically says he's gonna sell out the rebels in exchange for his freedom. You can pretty much tell that this could very much be bait to lure Price into a trap, given her desperation to please Thrawn. And the scene isn't really shot in a way where Ryder is selling out his allies willy-nilly. Yeah, I could tell right away that Ryder isn't that kind of character. For some reason though, the other side characters were seemingly not informed of this plan, because as soon as the Empire shows up at the base, they're all surprised and caught off guard. So yeah, we get a battle scene. And I guess they do a decent job jumping through perspectives. Governor Price pretty much sends everything she has at them, including Rook. And meanwhile, we see everyone else up in space attach themselves to a cargo ship, which is their way down to the surface. A very iffy plan, but I guess that was the point since it was Hondo's plan. So yeah, Ezra ends up fighting Rook, Sabine takes out all the jet troopers, and so on. Different characters, different specialties. Rook is thrown off twice in this episode, but don't worry, he's A-okay. For now at least. Eventually the Empire overwhelmed the rebels, destroying the mining transport, and at first, it seems that they've been cornered, with Ryder selling them out. But then just at the right time, the Ghost, along with all relevant reinforcements, show up to save the day. So now Price and the Imperials are on the defensive. The rebels eventually run into a cave, and upon Price ordering Rook to enter the cave, the Imperials get swarmed by the Loth Wolves. I am actually pretty sick of seeing these animals, but to make a long story short, they overwhelm the bad guys, and Governor Price is forced to surrender. Rook, as I mentioned before, is thrown off, but don't worry, he'll be back. So yeah, everything that could have gone right for the rebels did go right. And I'm not nervous at all for the good guys, since I know they're all going to probably be fine. It's been like, what, 4 episodes since Kanan died, and nobody else has followed. This did feel like another setup episode, so there wasn't that much to talk about. But finally, we've got the series finale. An episode that is double the length of a regular episode. It's 2 in 1. So hopefully that extended time will be worth something, but probably not. So the final episode is called Family Reunion and Farewell. And in this final episode of the whole series, Ezra talks to his parents posthumously. Something which he hasn't really done until now. But the point is that he basically gives some indirect, inspirational speech to the audience. I guess it's decent, but that's all this show manages to be at best. I guess the editors really did try their hardest to sell the scene, which is not something I can say about everything else in the show. The scene takes itself seriously, with 0 quips or jokes, which is honestly the show at its best. So yeah, I was kind of expecting to find something to complain about, but I guess there's nothing so far. So anyways, Governor Price is being escorted around as a prisoner, and she decides to talk shit to Agent Callus. She tries to grandstand him for giving up a life of prestige and whatnot, and then Ezra interrupts, smugly stating that they will succeed, and she's gonna help them free Lothal. Of course, Price initially refuses, and that's where Ezra summons a Lothwolf on her, and since she was shown to be completely terrified of those things in the last episode, she immediately complies, as long as Ezra calls off the wolf. So anyways, they fly over to the Imperial Dome in Capital City. Despite pretty much being at the rebels' mercy, she comments on how bad their plan is, all before Callus tells her to call in the landing coordinates. So as soon as they land, that's when Imperial forces learn that they aren't friends, and they all go Psycho Rambo on everyone. As you might expect from a show like this, despite it being the very last episode of the whole series, it's piss easy to make it through Imperial forces. When the communications room is locked down, they have this stupid plan to launch Hondo's pig friend up the viewport of said room, and this unironically works. And it's just something you can't take seriously. Like, come on guys, you can do better than that. But anyways, their plan goes on without a hitch, and they left behind Wolf, Vizago and Mart to be the pickup. So we cut to those 3 elsewhere on Lothal, and we see firsthand that Rook survived the whole ordeal. And not only that, but he got away, but flees after a Lothwolf shows up to defend them. So instead of finding a way to kill it, he just gets in a working troop transport and flies away. At no point does he try to use his troop transport to kill any of the 4 entities I just mentioned, so that's another case of blatant plot armor. I guess on the upside, he does contact Thrawn and informs him on what happened. So at least Rook isn't completely stupid. What is stupid, however, is despite him warning Thrawn, the rebels are still able to initiate a drill where all the Imperials head straight towards the dome before the rebels blow it up with all of them inside. However, it turns out that he let all of this happen, because since every single Imperial is inside the dome, he can orbitally bombard Lothal however much he likes without any Imperial casualties. This is like the closest time I can tell Thrawn is being clever. But I mean, exploiting a weakness in the rebels' plan still isn't that impressive. Thrawn is still yet to come up with a plan that was all him, and not counteracting a problem the rebels created. Also, just a quick question. If Thrawn destroys the infrastructure of the capital city and kills countless people, then won't he eventually destroy the TIE Defender factory and kill all of the workforce that he could use to make it? Like, I remember how he scorned Price for destroying the fuel supply, but with this, I don't see how he's going to benefit in the long term, even if there are no Imperial casualties. So maybe this counteractment isn't as clever as it originally seems. I guess he did force the rebels to change their strategy, however. So anyways, he starts bombing the city, and Ezra pleads with him to stop, and that he'll surrender unconditionally. For some reason, Ezra only accepts Ezra's surrender. instead of the entire rebel force, presumably so everyone else still has a chance to claim victory from a seemingly certain defeat. I really hope I'm not thinking too hard about Thrawn's tactics here, but this is Thrawn we're talking about, so you'd think his tactics would be extra clever. But for some reason, instead of forcing all the rebels to surrender under the threat of planetary bombardment, it's just Ezra who's gotta surrender, which is a major oversight on Thrawn's part. So yeah, with the rebels free to do whatever, while Ezra decides to give himself up to Thrawn, reasons that he'll find a way to take back control of the shields once he's up there. So basically all the remaining rebels plan to storm the shield generator in the dome, and now I'm realizing how stupid Thrawn is. Yeah, so pretty much everyone gets their bearings after that. Thrawn speaks to Ezra about how much the Jedi suck afterwards, and he talks pretty much like he knows he's the bad guy, which seems to be another problem. Either the villains absolutely do not care that they're evil, or they are 100% convinced that they are the hero of their story. When Ezra talks to Thrawn about how he didn't earn Lothal, Thrawn responds with, "It doesn't matter that I didn't earn it, all that matters is who has the power," which is such a self-aware bad guy thing to say. Yeah, I guess that's why the dialogue is so weak when the villains open their mouths. It's like they know they're the bad guys and don't even act to what they think is right. Something that confused me about this version of Thrawn is that his key motivation is to protect his people, right? I even saw that Star Wars Explained made a video like that when it came to the Ahsoka show. And he's the biggest Disney shill who is terrible at explaining plot holes that Disney Star Wars creates. Anyways, the trio at the campsite wake up, with Mart explaining that they've got a new mission, and then cut to Thrawn, who decides to bring Ezra to the Emperor, or at least a hologram of the Emperor. As we can see, they modified the hologram to make the Emperor look like a jolly nice man. He basically speaks politely to Ezra, and tries to tempt him by saying that he can have his folks back, by signaling him to come closer next to the piece of the Jedi Temple on Lothal that's stored on the ship. And basically as soon as Ezra approaches, he sees his parents through a portal or something. And what exactly is going on here? Who the hell knows? Is this like a world between worlds portal that can change the past or something? If that's the case, then I'm getting pretty fed up with this time travel bullshit. Then we cut to the rebels split into teams of 2 trying to take the generator room. To sum this part up, Hondo's pig companion gets shot and dies.
And it's gone.
I actually smiled at that unironically. Alright. 1 rebel down, presumably a dozen more to go. Zeb decides to attract attention away by doing an RKO on Rook, which gives Callus and Gregor the space to take out a bunch of the distracted Imperials. However, one of them manages to survive and gets a lucky shot on Gregor, managing to hit him in the chest. Before we get to find out what happens to him, we cut back to Ezra, who basically gets the final choice. And he decides to let his parents go, and basically destroys the gateway or whatever, which causes the whole temple thing to collapse. And the Emperor, half revealed by his true form, is pissed. In regards to Ezra's parents, since they can't be brought back at all now, I have this to say.
And it's gone.
So yeah, as soon as Ezra somehow manages to outwill the Emperor, he sends like 3 Imperial Royal Guards after him. Assuming these guards are as skilled as the ones in Crimson Empire, Ezra doesn't stand a chance. Especially since the guards have some special force pike sucky thingies. As well as that, 3 stormtroopers proceed to fire at him, but they miss even though he's a stationary target. And he manages to use the force to pummel the Imperials with the rubble from the now collapsed portable temple. Gee, making it too easy for the good guys, are you, show? You know this is why I hate your guts. You don't take risks, you don't create tension, and you don't earn anything. So yeah, Ezra's got a completed arc. Or nearly a completed arc, however weak it was. Okay, back on the surface, the rebels managed to reactivate the shield generator before Thrawn can bombard the city again. When Thrawn realizes he can't do a dent on the city now, he contacts Rook, but the only one who responds is Zeb, who taunts him that Rook isn't available so he can leave his message after the beep. Yeah, it was shown previously that Zeb managed to escape from the power beam powering up the generator, but Rook didn't.
And it's gone.
Yeah, that's right. Rook's dead. So if Thrawn's gonna die later down the line, who the hell knows who's gonna kill him this time? Keep in mind that they still haven't introduced Mara Jade, or Jorah Sabaoth, or Talon Card, or anyone else introduced in the Thrawn trilogy. But now one of them that was introduced is now dead. This is why we're definitely not going to get a faithful adaptation of Heir to the Empire, adapted straight from the book. It'll be a bastardized spiritual successor, if you could even call it spiritual, that will absolutely miss the point of the source material. I think a lot of people were surprised to see Rook go, because they did him dirty. I know Rook wasn't the most important character in the Thrawn trilogy, but he still did one important thing, and he tied into the subplot into the Nogri people, which guess what? We still haven't gotten the devastation of Hanukkah during the Clone Wars. Yeah, that's something phony Filoni forgot to show. But hey, if you want to see it for real, check out Star Wars Republic. That's where it's depicted. Okay, so with that being said, it's nearly time to blow up the Imperial Dome on Lothal. Turns out Hondo's pig friend actually survived. So, never mind. Or not. Because we cut to Gregor, who legitimately dies next to Captain Rex.
And it's gone.
Yeah, I'm just so happy when Filoni's characters die. Ezra enters the Chimera's bridge and confronts Thrawn. Thrawn at first sees this all as a momentary setback, but then the most random thing ever happens. We find out at the last minute, in the very last episode of Star Wars Rebels, that Captain Pelion exists in Disney canon, which is such a huge shocker. But sorry though, this isn't enough for a faithful adaptation given who you killed off earlier. What's even more random than that is where Thrawn and Ezra see those space whales who jump out of hyperspace and completely surround the Chimera. Yeah, so apparently Mart, Vizago, and Wolf attracted the space whales and directed them straight towards the Chimera. Thrawn and the Imperials on board are subdued by the space whales, and Ezra pretty much uses the Force to ensure he gets rid of Thrawn. And yeah, as many of you will know, he launches himself and Thrawn into hyperspace to a galaxy far, far away from the Star Wars galaxy. So yeah, Ezra heroically made Thrawn look like a complete ass clown. You also gotta love how Filoni didn't have the guts to kill Thrawn off. Rather, just launch both he and Ezra into another galaxy so they can be useful later whenever he feels like doing another story with them. I scoffed really loudly when I saw all of this. It was ridiculous enough from people's descriptions of space whales, but let's face it, Thrawn failed. Completely and utterly. And he's still alive despite that. I doubt he'll be missed much though. He was pretty useless and didn't achieve much, but still. All the rebels look in awe, and then they get their senses together and remember what they're here to do. Blow up this dome. Apparently the dome is launched up into the air, and I didn't realize it could be flown like a ship, but I guess this is the show's excuse to blow it up and not result in civilian casualties. That's pretty lazy writing, but I don't expect anything less from Filoni. Anyways, Ryder does give Price the option to leave with them, but Governor Price sucks up the loss, and affirms that she'll stay with the Empire to the end. So everyone else goes for pickup, and pretty much the only character who died here is Gregor. Sabine is given the honors to go full Michael Bay on everything, and the whole dome explodes, killing everyone on board. Probably including that rebel pilot I mentioned earlier that the writers kinda just forgot about.
And it's gone.
But shh! This is supposed to be a triumph for the good guys here. Then it turns out Ezra left a goodbye message addressing all of those closest to him, minus Kanan cause he's dead, and basically proclaims that he'll enjoy going home when it's time. So yeah, everyone on Lothal is cheering the Ghost on as they all fly away. And then to wrap up this crap, we get an epilogue from Sabine which basically explains what happened to everyone after this. And in fact, the Empire pretty much began to fracture after the fact, and the Empire was finally defeated at Endor. She then explains that Zeb took Kallus to the Lyrasan system and showed him that he didn't completely genocide the Lossart people. Yeah, as I said, Kallus's redemption was unearned, because he'd have a lot to answer for. Sorry to break it to you, but on top of that, Kallus is apparently welcome among the Lossart people. Yeah, right. Next, Sabine talks about Hera along with Captain Rex served at the Battle of Endor, the latter of which is bullshit because he'd be too fucking old. But hey, Filoni makes up his own canon, and according to him, this random rebel was Captain Rex. But apparently Kanan boinked Hera off screen before he died.
And got busy!
Oh, you guys should have known how long I waited to do that joke. So Kanan and Hera have a son named Jason, which will make any expanded universe fan livid. Also, quick question. Don't human Twi'lek hybrids look more like this? Why in the hell does Jason Syndulla look more like a human with Grinch hair? Okay, maybe the hybrid shit works differently for each character born with different parents of different species. Who the hell knows? Anyways, Sabine goes to the center of Lothal or whatever, looks at a memorial of Ezra along with the Ghost Crew family, then she turns and sees Ahsoka in white robes that is subconsciously supposed to tell you that she's very important. And then Sabine tells us that it's time to bring Ezra back home. And thank the Lord, that's Star Wars Rebels in its entirety. I just sat through 75 episodes, most of them totaling at a 20-minute runtime, if not sometimes longer. And it took a lot out of me, but I'm finally done with this crap. So let's recap. It's boring, it's got plot holes, things are made too easy for the good guys. This show has weak villains that don't do much and die pretty quickly. They completely butchered Thrawn and by extension Rook, and I've read the Thrawn trilogy and I can say as much. The animation is a huge downgrade from the Clone Wars. There's not even artistic consistency. The scale of the show is really small. The characters are mostly forgettable or annoying, and a fuck ton of other things. Seriously, I may not like the Clone Wars anymore, but I can still easily say that the Clone Wars was eons superior to Rebels. I imagine a lot of Clone Wars fans would be like, what happened? But the answer to that is very simple. Filoni happened. It's easy to piece together that since he was making a Star Wars show under Kathleen Kennedy instead of George Lucas, and the fact that he continued a lot of bad practices from the Clone Wars, like retconning, lazy writing, dumbing things down, and even things that probably wasn't his fault, like the budget being cut in half, it was a recipe for disaster. This was pretty much Filoni making a Star Wars show, with him mostly in charge for the first time. And also remember that the first 2 seasons at least, gave Filoni a lot of freedom to build a new Star Wars canon. So he was given an unthinkable amount of power. Everything seems to just go right for Filoni at the most convenient time. I think the main reason Filoni has such an iron grip on how people think about Star Wars is that he has the advantage of accessibility. There's so many people who will utterly refuse to read the Thrawn trilogy for starters, and some of them will even be like, what's the Thrawn trilogy? Are you talking about the Rebels character? Which you all know annoys me that people know that little about Star Wars. Especially if they want to pretend that they know what they're talking about. Television shows are far more accessible than novels and comics. So anyone mindly invested in Star Wars will base what they know of Star Wars off of what Dave Filoni made. But as I pointed out, Dave Filoni is terrible at Star Wars. He's such a selfish writer who paves over everyone else, has absolutely no shame or humility as he does it, and the fact that he has the mainstream on his side means that we'll probably continue to get his crap instead of, I don't know, legitimate continuations or adaptations of the expanded universe. I mean, Filoni already ruined the expanded universe, and I suppose the only solution now is to flat out remove the Clone Wars from the EU or Legends or whatever. Of course, we know that's never gonna happen. Disney will continue to ignore and spite expanded universe fans until the end of time, unless we get a change of leadership with a drastically different mentality. So I guess the point is, Filoni sucks. His shows suck, and all of his shows suck. Final score. I'm not going to give the season or the entire show a score. It doesn't deserve it. This show took a lot out of me. And keep in mind, I saw it twice. One for the first watch, and one for a critical assessment for a review. Doing these shows in detail is a pain in the ass. And I finally get to say it's over. It's finally over. So as for what I'm doing next, I'll probably do the Sad Batch or Ahsoka next, and probably focus a lot of my time on the mainstream shit, because it's a lot of catch up I've got to do, even if I'm done with Rebels. I just want to be up to speed on what Disney's making, and if it means ignoring the expanded universe for a time, then so be it. I'm JJ Plagiarisms, and until next time, what are stories by mystery boxes?
Under the mountain.